The Talmud gives the story of the four Tannim, who are made, in allegorical terms, to enter into the garden of delights, i.e., to be initiated into the occult and final science. According to the teaching of our holy masters, the names of the four who entered the garden of delight are Ben-Asai, Ben-Zoma, Acher, and Rabbi Akiba. Ben-Asai looked and lost his sight. Ben-Zoma looked and lost his reason. Acher made depredations in the plantation, mixed up the whole and failed. But Akiba, who had entered in peace, came out of it in peace, for the saint whose name be blessed had said, "This old man is worthy of serving us with glory." The learned commentators of the Talmud, the rabbis of the synagogue, explain that the garden of delight, in which those four personages are made to enter, is but that mysterious science, the most terrible of sciences for weak intellects, which it leads directly to insanity, says A. Frank, in his Kabbalah. It is not the pure at heart and he who studies but with a view to perfecting himself and so more easily acquiring the promised immortality, who need have any fear, but rather he who makes of the science of sciences a sinful pretext for worldly motives, who should tremble. The latter will never withstand the Kabbalistic evocations of the supreme initiation. The licentious performances of the 1001 early Christian sects may be criticized by partial commentators as well as the ancient Eleusinian and other rites. But why should they incur the blame of the theologians, the Christians, when their own mysteries of the divine incarnation with Joseph, Mary, and the angel in a sacred trilogy used to be enacted in more than one country, and were famous at one time in Spain and southern France? Later, they fell like many other secret rites into the hands of the populace. It is but a few years since, during every Christmas week, Punch and Judy boxes, containing the above-named personages, an additional display of the infant Jesus in his manger, were carried about the country in Poland and southern Russia. They were called kaliadovki, a word the correct etymology of which we are unable to give unless it is from the verb kaliadovit, a word that we as willingly abandon to learned philologists. We have seen this show in our days of childhood. We remember the three king magi represented by three dolls in powdered wigs and colored tights, and it is from recollecting the simple, profound veneration depicted on the faces of the pious audience, that we can the more readily appreciate the honest and just remark by the editor, in the introduction to the Eleusinian Mysteries, who says, "It is ignorance which leads to profanation. Men ridicule what they do not properly understand." The undercurrent of this world is set toward one goal, and inside of human credulity call it human weakness, if you please is a power almost infinite, a holy faith capable of apprehending the supremest truths of all existence. If that abstract sentiment called Christian charity prevailed in the Church, we would be well content to leave all this unsaid. We have no quarrel with Christians whose faith is sincere and whose practice coincides with their profession. But with an arrogant, dogmatic, and dishonest clergy, we have nothing to do except to see the ancient philosophy antagonized by modern theology in its puny offspring spiritualism defended and righted so far as we are able, so that its grandeur and sufficiency may be thoroughly displayed. It is not alone for the esoteric philosophy that we fight, nor for any modern system of moral philosophy, but for the inalienable right of private judgment, and especially for the ennobling idea of a future life of activity and accountability. We eagerly applaud such commentators as Godfrey Higgins, Inman, Payne Knight, King, Dunlap, and Dr. Newton, however much they disagree with our own mystical views, for their diligence is constantly being rewarded by fresh discoveries of the pagan paternity of Christian symbols. But otherwise, all these learned works are useless. Their researches only cover half the ground. Lacking the true key of interpretation, they see the symbols only in a physical aspect. They have no password to cause the gates of mystery to swing open, and ancient spiritual philosophy is to them a closed book. Diametrically opposed though they be to the clergy in their ideas respecting it, in the way of interpretation they do little more than their opponents for a questioning public. Their labors tend to strengthen materialism as those of the clergy, especially the Romish clergy, do to cultivate belief in diabolism. If the study of Hermetic philosophy held out no other hope of reward, it would be more than enough to know that by it we may learn with what perfection of justice the world is governed. A sermon upon this text is preached by every page of history. Among all there is not one that conveys a deeper moral than the case of the Roman Church. The divine law of compensation was never more strikingly exemplified than in the fact that by her own act she has deprived herself of the only possible key to her own religious mysteries. The assumption of Godfrey Higgins that there are two doctrines maintained in the Roman Church, one for the masses and the other the esoteric for the perfect, or the initiates, as in the ancient mysteries, appears to us unwarranted and rather fantastic. They have lost the key, we repeat, otherwise no terrestrial power could have prostrated her, and except a superficial knowledge of the means of producing miracles, her clergy can in no way be compared in their wisdom with the hierophants of old. In burning the works of the theurgists, in proscribing those who affect their study, in affixing the stigma of demonolatry to magic in general, Rome has left her exoteric worship and Bible to be helplessly riddled by every freethinker, her sexual emblems to be identified with coarseness, and her priests to unwittingly turn magicians and even sorcerers in their exorcisms, which are but necromantic evocations. Thus retribution, by the exquisite adjustment of divine law, is made to overtake the scheme of cruelty, injustice, and bigotry, through her own suicidal acts. True philosophy and divine truth are convertible terms. A religion which dreads the light cannot be a religion based on either truth or philosophy, hence, it must be false. The ancient mysteries were mysteries to the profane only, whom the Hierophant never sought nor would accept as proselytes. To the initiates the mysteries became explained as soon as the final veil was withdrawn. No mind like that of Pythagoras or Plato would have contented itself with an unfathomable and incomprehensible mystery, like that of the Christian dogma. There can be but one truth, for two small truths on the same subject can but constitute one great error. Among thousands of exoteric or popular conflicting religions which have been propagated since the days when the first men were enabled to interchange their ideas, not a nation, not a people, nor the most abject tribe, but after their own fashion has believed in an unseen God, the first cause of unerring and immutable laws, and in the immortality of our spirit. No creed, no false philosophy, no religious exaggerations, could ever destroy that feeling. It must, therefore, be based upon an absolute truth. On the other hand, every one of the numberless religions and religious sects views the deity after its own fashion, and, fathering on the unknown its own speculations, it enforces these purely human outgrowths of overheated imagination on the ignorant masses, and calls them revelation. As the dogmas of every religion and sect often differ radically, they cannot be true. And if untrue, what are they? The greatest curse to a nation, remarks Dr. Inman, is not a bad religion, but a form of faith which prevents manly inquiry. I know of no nation of old that was priest-ridden which did not fall under the swords of those who did not care for hierarchs. The greatest danger is to be feared from those ecclesiastics who wink at vice, and encourage it as a means whereby they can gain power over their votaries. So long as every man does to other men as he would that they should do to him, and allows no one to interfere between him and his Maker, all will go well with the world. Asterisk. Chapter 3. King let us from point to point this story know. Alls. Well, that ends well. Act V, Scene 3. He is the one, self-proceeding, and from him all things proceed. And in them he himself exerts his activity, no mortal beholds him, but he beholds all. Orphic. Him. And Athens, O Athena, is thy own. Great goddess here. And on my darkened mind, pour thy pure light in measure unconfined. That sacred light, O all-proceeding Queen, which beams eternal from thy face serene. My soul, while wandering on the earth, inspire with thy own blessed and impulsive fire. Proclus. Taylor, to Minerva. Now faith is the substance of things. By faith the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believed not, when she had received the spies in peace. Hebrews 11:1, 31. What doth it profit, My brethren, though a man hath faith, and have not works, can faith save him? Likewise also was not Rahab the harlot justified by works, when she had received the messengers, and had sent them out another way. James 2:14, 25. Clement describes Basilides, the Gnostic, as a philosopher devoted to the contemplation of divine things. This very appropriate expression may be applied to many of the founders of the more important sects which later were all engulfed in one that stupendous compound of unintelligible dogmas enforced by Irenaeus, Tertullian, and others, which is now termed Christianity. If these must be called heresies, then early Christianity itself must be included in the number. Basilides and Valentinus preceded Irenaeus and Tertullian, and the two latter fathers had less facts than the two former Gnostics to show that their heresy was plausible. Neither divine right nor truth brought about the triumph of their Christianity, fate alone was propitious. We can assert, with entire plausibility, that there is not one of all these sects, Kabbalism, Judaism, and our present Christianity included, but sprung from the two main branches of that one mother trunk, the once universal religion, which antedated the Vedaic ages. We speak of that prehistoric Buddhism which merged later into Brahmanism. The religion which the primitive teaching of the early few apostles most resembled a religion preached by Jesus himself is the elder of these two, Buddhism. The latter, as taught in its primitive purity, and carried to perfection by the last of the Buddhas, Gautama, based its moral ethics on three fundamental principles. It alleged that 1. Everything existing, exists from natural causes, 2. That virtue brings its own reward, and vice and sin their own punishment, and 3. That the state of man in this world is probationary. We might add that on these three principles rested the universal foundation of every religious creed, God, and individual immortality for every man if he could but win it. However puzzling the subsequent theological tenets, however seemingly incomprehensible the metaphysical abstractions which have convulsed the theology of every one of the great religions of mankind, as soon as it was placed on a sure footing, the above is found to be the essence of every religious philosophy, with the exception of later Christianity. It was that of Zoroaster, of Pythagoras, of Plato, of Jesus, and even of Moses, albeit the teachings of the Jewish lawgiver have been so piously tampered with. We will devote the present chapter mainly to a brief survey of the numerous sects which have recognized themselves as Christians, that is to say, that have believed in a Christos, or an anointed one. We will also endeavor to explain the latter appellation from the Kabbalistic standpoint, and show it reappearing in every religious system. It might be profitable, at the same time, to see how much the earliest apostles Paul and Peter agreed in their preaching of the new dispensation. We will begin with Peter. We must once more return to that greatest of all the patristic frauds, the one which has undeniably helped the Roman Catholic Church to its unmerited supremacy, viz., the barefaced assertion, in the teeth of historical evidence, that Peter suffered martyrdom at Rome. It is but too natural that the Latin clergy should cling to it, for, with the exposure of the fraudulent nature of this pretext, the dogma of apostolic succession must fall to the ground. There have been many able works of late, in refutation of this preposterous claim. Among others we note Mr. G. Reber's, The Christ of Paul, which overthrows it quite ingeniously. The author proves, 1. That there was no church established at Rome, until the reign of Antoninus Pius, 2. That as Eusebius and Irenaeus both agree that Linus was the second bishop of Rome, into whose hands the blessed apostles Peter and Paul committed the church after building it, it could not have been at any other time than between AD 64 and 68, 3. That this interval of years happens during the reign of Nero, for Eusebius states that Linus held this office 12 years, Ecclesiastical History, Book 3, c. 13, entering upon it AD 69, 1 year after the death of Nero, and dying himself in AD 1. After that the author maintains, on very solid grounds, that Peter could not be in Rome AD 64, for he was then in Babylon, wherefrom he wrote his first epistle, the date of which is fixed by Dr. Lardner and other critics at precisely this year. but we believe that his best argument is in proving that it was not in the character of the cowardly Peter to risk himself in such close neighborhood with Nero, who was feeding the wild beasts of the amphitheater with the flesh and bones of Christians at that time. Perhaps the Church of Rome was but consistent in choosing as her titular founder the apostle who thrice denied his master at the moment of danger, and the only one, moreover, except Judas, who provoked Christ in such a way as to be addressed as the enemy. "Get thee behind me, Satan!" exclaims Jesus, rebuking the taunting apostle. There is a tradition in the Greek Church which has never found favor at the Vatican. The former traces its origin to one of the Gnostic leaders, Basilides, perhaps, who lived under Trajan and Adrian, at the end of the 1st and the beginning of the 2nd century. With regard to this particular tradition, if the Gnostic is Basilides, then he must be accepted as a sufficient authority, having claimed to have been a disciple of the Apostle Matthew, and to have had for master Glaucias, a disciple of Saint Peter himself. Were the narrative attributed to him authenticated, the London Committee for the Revision of the Bible would have to add a new verse to Matthew, Mark, and John, who tell the story of Peter's denial of Christ. This tradition, then, of which we have been speaking, affirms that, when frightened at the accusation of the servant of the high priest, the apostle had thrice denied his master, and the cock had crowed. Jesus, who was then passing through the hall in custody of the soldiers, turned, and, looking at Peter, said, "Verily, I say unto thee, Peter, thou shalt deny me throughout the coming ages, and never stop until thou shalt be old, and shalt stretch forth thy hands, and another shall gird thee, and carry thee whither thou wouldst not." The latter part of this sentence, say the Greeks, relates to the Church of Rome, and prophesies her constant apostasy from Christ, under the mask of false religion. Later, it was inserted in the 21st chapter of John, but the whole of this chapter had been pronounced a forgery, even before it was found that this gospel was never written by John the Apostle at all. The anonymous author of Supernatural Religion, a work which in 2 years passed through several editions, and which is alleged to have been written by an eminent theologian, proves conclusively the spuriousness of the 4 Gospels, or at least their complete transformation in the hands of the 2 zealous Irenaeus and his champions. The 4th Gospel is completely upset by this able author. The extraordinary forgeries of the fathers of the early centuries are plainly demonstrated, and the relative value of the synoptics is discussed with an unprecedented power of logic. The work carries conviction in its every line. From it we quote the following: "We gain infinitely more than we lose in abandoning belief in the reality of divine revelation. Whilst we retain, pure and unimpaired, the treasure of Christian morality, we relinquish nothing but the debasing elements added to it by human superstition. We are no longer bound to believe a theology which outrages reason and moral sense. We are freed from base anthropomorphic views of God and his government of the universe, and from Jewish mythology we rise to higher conceptions of an infinitely wise and beneficent being, hidden from our finite minds, it is true, in the impenetrable glory of divinity, but whose laws of wondrous comprehensiveness and perfection we ever perceive in operation around us." The argument so often employed by theologians, that divine revelation is necessary for man, and that certain views contained in that revelation are required for our moral consciousness, is purely imaginary, and derived from the revelation which it seeks to maintain. The only thing absolutely necessary for man is truth, and to that, and that alone, must our moral consciousness adapt itself. Asterisk. We will consider farther in what light was regarded the divine revelation of the Jewish Bible by the Gnostics, who yet believed in Christ in their own way, a far better and less blasphemous one than the Roman Catholic. The Fathers have forced on the believers in Christ a Bible, the laws prescribed in which he was the first to break, the teachings of which he utterly rejected, and for which crimes he was finally crucified. Of whatever else the Christian world can boast, it can hardly claim logic and consistency as its chief virtues. The fact alone that Peter remained to the last an apostle of the circumcision, speaks for itself. Whosoever else might have built the Church of Rome, it was not Peter. If such were the case, the successors of this apostle would have to submit themselves to circumcision, if it were but for the sake of consistency, and to show that the claims of the popes are not utterly groundless. Dr. Inman asserts that report says that in our Christian times popes have to be privately perfect, but we do not know whether it is carried to the extent of the Levitical Jewish law. The first 15 Christian bishops of Jerusalem, commencing with James and including Judas, were all circumcised Jews. In the Sefer Toldos Ch, a Hebrew manuscript of great antiquity, the version about Peter is different. Simon Peter, it says, was one of their own brethren, though he had somewhat departed from the laws, and the Jewish hatred and persecution of the apostle seems to have existed but in the fecund imagination of the fathers. The author speaks of him with great respect and fairness, calling him a faithful servant of the living God, who passed his life in austerity and meditation, living in Babylon at the summit of a tower, composing hymns, and preaching charity. He adds that Peter always recommended to the Christians not to molest the Jews, but as soon as he was dead, behold, another preacher went to Rome and pretended that Simon Peter had altered the teachings of his master. He invented a burning hell and threatened everyone with it, promised miracles, but worked none. How much there is in the above of fiction and how much of truth, it is for others to decide, but it certainly bears more the evidence of sincerity and fact on its face, than the fables concocted by the fathers to answer their end. We may the more readily credit this friendship between Peter and his late co-religionists as we find in Theodoret the following assertion: the Nazarenes are Jews, honoring the anointed, Jesus, as a just man and using the evangel according to Peter. Peter was a Nazarene, according to the Talmud. He belonged to the sect of the later Nazarenes, which dissented from the followers of John the Baptist, and became a rival sect, and which as tradition goes was instituted by Jesus himself. History finds the first Christian sects to have been either Nazarenes like John the Baptist, or Ebionites, among whom were many of the relatives of Jesus, or Essenes, the Therapeuti, healers, of which the Nazaria were a branch. All these sects, which only in the days of Irenaeus began to be considered heretical, were more or less Kabbalistic. They believed in the expulsion of demons by magical incantations, and practiced this method. Jervis terms the Nabateans and other such sects wandering Jewish exorcists, the Arabic word nabi, meaning to wander, and the Hebrew naba, to prophesy. The Talmud indiscriminately calls all the Christians Nosari. All the Gnostic sects equally believed in magic. Irenaeus, in describing the followers of Basilides, says, they use images, invocations, incantations, and all other things pertaining unto magic. Dunlap, on the authority of Lightfoot, shows that Jesus was called Nazarios, in reference to his humble and mean external condition, for Nazarios means separation, alienation from other men. The real meaning of the word Nazar signifies to vow or consecrate oneself to the service of God. As a noun it is a diadem or emblem of such consecration, a head so consecrated. Joseph was styled a Nazar. The head of Joseph, the vertex of the Nazar among his brethren. Samson and Samuel, Semezon and Semval, are described alike as Nazars. Porphyry, treating of Pythagoras, says that he was purified and initiated at Babylon by Zaradas, the head of the sacred college. May it not be surmised, therefore, that the Zoroaster was the Nazar of Ishtar, Zaradas, or Nazarad, being the same with change of idiom. Ezra, was a priest and scribe, a hierophant, and the first Hebrew colonizer of Judea was Zerubbabel or the Zorro or Nazar of Babylon. The Jewish scriptures indicate two distinct worships and religions among the Israelites, that of Bacchus worship under the mask of Jehovah, and that of the Chaldean initiates to whom belonged some of the Nazars, the Theurgists, and a few of the prophets. The headquarters of these were always at Babylon and Chaldea, where two rival schools of Magians can be distinctly shown. Those who would doubt the statement will have in such a case to account for the discrepancy between history and Plato, who of all men of his day was certainly one of the best informed. Speaking of the Magians, he shows them as instructing the Persian kings of Zoroaster, as the son or priest of Oromasdes, and yet Darius, in the inscription at Behistun, boasts of having restored the cultus of Ormuzd and put down the Magian rites. Evidently there were two distinct and antagonistic Magian schools. The oldest and the most esoteric of the two being that which, satisfied with its unassailable knowledge and secret power, was content to apparently relinquish her exoteric popularity, and concede her supremacy into the hands of the reforming Darius. The later Gnostics showed the same prudent policy by accommodating themselves in every country to the prevailing religious forms, still secretly adhering to their own essential doctrines. There is another hypothesis possible, which is that Zoroaster was the high priest of the Chaldean worship, or Magian hierophant. When the Aryans of Persia, under Darius Hystaspes, overthrew the Magian Gaumates, and restored the Mazdine worship, there ensued an amalgamation by which the Magian Zoroaster became the Zarathustra of the Vendidad. This was not acceptable to the other Aryans, who adopted the Vedic religion as distinguished from that of Avesta. But this is but an hypothesis. And whatever Moses is now believed to have been, we will demonstrate that he was an initiate. The Mosaic religion was at best a sun and serpent worship, diluted, perhaps, with some slight monotheistic notions before the latter were forcibly crammed into the so-called inspired scriptures by Ezra, at the time he was alleged to have rewritten the Mosaic books. At all events the Book of Numbers was a later book, and there the sun and serpent worship is as plainly traceable as in any pagan story. The tale of the fiery serpents is an allegory in more than one sense. The serpents were the Levites or Ophites, who were Moses' bodyguard, see Exodus XXXII 26, and the command of the Lord to Moses to hang the heads of the people before the Lord against the sun, which is the emblem of this Lord, is unequivocal. The Nazars or prophets, as well as the Nazarenes, were an anti-Bacchus caste, in so far that, in common with all the initiated prophets, they held to the spirit of the symbolical religions and offered a strong opposition to the idolatries and exoteric practices of the dead letter. Hence, the frequent stoning of the prophets by the populace and under the leadership of those priests who made a profitable living out of the popular superstitions. Edfried Müller shows how much the Orphic mysteries differed from the popular rites of Bacchus, although the Orphikoi are known to have followed the worship of Bacchus. The system of the purest morality and of a severe asceticism promulgated in the teachings of Orpheus, and so strictly adhered to by his votaries, are incompatible with the lasciviousness and gross immorality of the popular rites. The fable of Aristeus pursuing Eurydice into the woods where a serpent occasions her death, is a very plain allegory, which was in part explained at the earliest times. Aristeus is brutal power, pursuing Eurydice, the esoteric doctrine, into the woods where the serpent, emblem of every sun god, and worshipped under its grosser aspect even by the Jews, kills her, i.e., forces truth to become still more esoteric, and seek shelter in the underworld, which is not the hell of our theologians. Moreover, the fate of Orpheus, torn to pieces by the Bacchantes, is another allegory to show that the gross and popular rites are always more welcome than divine but simple truth, and proves the great difference that must have existed between the esoteric and the popular worship. As the poems of both Orpheus and Musaeus were said to have been lost since the earliest ages, so that neither Plato nor Aristotle recognized anything authentic in the poems extant in their time, it is difficult to say with precision what constituted their peculiar rites. Still we have the oral tradition, and every inference to draw therefrom, and this tradition points to Orpheus as having brought his doctrines from India. As one whose religion was that of the oldest Magians, hence, that to which belonged the initiates of all countries, beginning with Moses, the sons of the prophets, and the ascetic Nazars, who must not be confounded with those against whom thundered Hosea and other prophets, to the Essenes. This latter sect were Pythagoreans before they rather degenerated, then became perfected in their system by the Buddhist missionaries, whom Pliny tells us established themselves on the shores of the Dead Sea, ages before his time, per seculorum millia. But if, on the one hand, these Buddhist monks were the first to establish monastic communities and inculcate the strict observance of dogmatic conventual rule, on the other they were also the first to enforce and popularize those stern virtues so exemplified by Sakyamuni, and which were previously exercised only in isolated cases of well-known philosophers and their followers, virtues preached 2 or 3 centuries later by Jesus, practiced by a few Christian ascetics, and gradually abandoned, and even entirely forgotten by the Christian Church. The initiated Nazars had ever held to this rule, which had to be followed before them by the adepts of every age, and the disciples of John were but a dissenting branch of the Essenes. Therefore, we cannot well confound them with all the Nazars spoken of in the Old Testament, and who are accused by Hosea with having separated or consecrated themselves to Bashet, which implied the greatest possible abomination. To infer, as some critics and theologians do, that it means to separate oneself to chastity or continence, is either to advisedly pervert the true meaning, or to be totally ignorant of the Hebrew language. The 11th verse of the 1st chapter of Micah half explains the word in its veiled translation, "Pass ye away, thou inhabitant of Saphir," etc., and in the original text the word is Bashet. Certainly neither Baal, nor Iahakadosh, with his Kade Shim, was a god of ascetic virtue, albeit the Septuaginta terms them, as well as the Gali the perfected priests tau epsilon lambda epsilon sigma mu epsilon nu omicron upsilon, the initiated and the consecrated. Asterisk. The great sod of the Kade Shim, translated in Psalms 6:7, by assembly of the saints, was anything but a mystery of the sanctified in the sense given to the latter word by Webster. The Nazirite sect existed long before the laws of Moses, and originated among people most inimical to the chosen ones of Israel, viz., the people of Galilee, the ancient Aliyapodrita of idolatrous nations, where was built Nazareth, the present Nazareth. It is in Nazareth that the ancient Nazaria or Nazirites held their mysteries of life or assemblies, as the word now stands in the translation, which were but the secret mysteries of initiation, utterly distinct in their practical form from the popular mysteries which were held at Byblos in honor of Adonis. While the true initiates of the ostracized Galilee were worshipping the true God and enjoying transcendent visions, what were the chosen ones about? Ezekiel tells it to us, chapter 8, when, in describing what he saw, he says that the form of a hand took him by a lock of his head and transported him from Chaldea unto Jerusalem. And there stood 70 men of the senators of the house of Israel. Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients do in the dark? Inquires the Lord. At the door of the house of the Lord. Behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz, Adonis. We really cannot suppose that the pagans have ever surpassed the chosen people in certain shameful abominations of which their own prophets accuse them so profusely. To admit this truth, one hardly needs even to be a Hebrew scholar, let him read the Bible in English and meditate over the language of the holy prophets. This accounts for the hatred of the later Nazarenes for the Orthodox Jews followers of the exoteric Mosaic law who are ever taunted by the sect with being the worshippers of Irboadunau, or Lord Bacchus. Passing under the disguise of Adoni Iacha, original text, Isaiah LXI 1, Iaha and Lord Sabaoth, the Baal Adonis, or Bacchus, worshipped in the groves and public sods or mysteries, under the polishing hand of Ezra becomes finally the later voweled Adonai of the Masorah, the one and supreme God of the Christians. Thou shalt not worship the Son who is named Adonau, says the Codex of the Nazarenes, whose name is also Kadosh and LL. This Adonau will elect to himself a nation and congregate in crowds, his worship will be exoteric. Jerusalem will become the refuge and city of the abortive, who shall perfect themselves, circumcise, with a sword, and shall adore Adonau. The oldest Nazarenes, who were the descendants of the scripture Nazars, and whose last prominent leader was John the Baptist, although never very orthodox in the sight of the scribes and Pharisees of Jerusalem, were, nevertheless, respected and left unmolested. Even Herod feared the multitude because they regarded John as a prophet, Matthew 14:5. But the followers of Jesus evidently adhered to a sect which became a still more exasperating thorn in their side. It appeared as a heresy within another heresy, for while the Nazars of the olden times, the sons of the prophets, were Chaldean Kabbalists, the adepts of the new dissenting sect showed themselves reformers and innovators from the first. The great similitude traced by some critics between the rites and observances of the earliest Christians and those of the Essenes may be accounted for without the slightest difficulty. The Essenes, as we remarked just now, were the converts of Buddhist missionaries who had overrun Egypt, Greece, and even Judea at one time, since the reign of Asoka the zealous propagandist, and while it is evidently to the Essenes that belongs the honor of having had the Nazarene reformer, Jesus, as a pupil, still the latter is found disagreeing with his early teachers on several questions of formal observance. He cannot strictly be called an Essene, for reasons which we will indicate further on, neither was he a Nazar, or Nazaria of the older sect. What Jesus was, may be found in the Codex Nazareus, in the unjust accusations of the Bardisanian Gnostics. Yesu is Nebu, the false Messiah, the destroyer of the old Orthodox religion, says the Codex. He is the founder of the sect of the New Nazars, and, as the words clearly imply, a follower of the Buddhist doctrine. In Hebrew the word Nabo means to speak of inspiration, and is Nebo, a god of wisdom. But Nebo is also Mercury, and Mercury is Buddha in the Hindu monogram of planets. Moreover, we find the Talmudists holding that Jesus was inspired by the genius of Mercury. The Nazarene reformer had undoubtedly belonged to one of these sects, though, perhaps, it would be next to impossible to decide absolutely which. But what is self-evident is that he preached the philosophy of Buddha Sakyamuni. Denounced by the later prophets, cursed by the Sanhedrim, the Nazars they were confounded with others of that name who separated themselves unto that shame, they were secretly, if not openly persecuted by the Orthodox synagogue. It becomes clear why Jesus was treated with such contempt from the first, and deprecatingly called the Galilean. Nathanael inquires, can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? John I 46, at the very beginning of his career, and merely because he knows him to be a Nazar. Does not this clearly hint, that even the older Nazars were not really Hebrew religionists, but rather a class of Chaldean theurgists? Besides, as the New Testament is noted for its mistranslations and transparent falsifications of texts, we may justly suspect that the word Nazareth was substituted for that of Nazaria, or Nozari. That it originally read, can any good thing come from a Nozari, or Nazarene, a follower of Saint John the Baptist, with whom we see him associating from his first appearance on the stage of action, after having been lost sight of for a period of nearly 20 years. The blunders of the Old Testament are as nothing to those of the Gospels. Nothing shows better than these self-evident contradictions the system of pious fraud upon which the superstructure of the Messiahship rests. This is Elias which was for to come, says Matthew of John the Baptist, thus forcing an ancient Kabbalistic tradition into the frame of evidence, 11:14. But when addressing the Baptist himself, they ask him, John I 21, art thou Elias? And he saith, I am not. Which knew best, John or his biographer? And which is divine revelation? The motive of Jesus was evidently like that of Gautama Buddha, to benefit humanity at large by producing a religious reform which should give it a religion of pure ethics, the true knowledge of God and nature having remained until then solely in the hands of the esoteric sects, and their adepts. As Jesus used oil and the Essenes never used aught but pure water, he cannot be called a strict Essene. On the other hand, the Essenes were also set apart, they were healers, asceya, and dwelt in the desert as all ascetics did. But although he did not abstain from wine, he could have remained a Nazarene all the same. For in chapter 6 of Numbers, we see that after the priest has waved a part of the hair of a Nazorite for a wave offering before the Lord, after that a Nazarene may drink wine, v. 20. The bitter denunciation by the reformer of the people who would be satisfied with nothing is worded in the following exclamation, John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, he hath a devil. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, behold a man gluttonous and a wine-bibber. And yet he was an Essene and Nazarene, for we not only find him sending a message to Herod, to say that he was one of those who cast out demons, and who performed cures, but actually calling himself a prophet and declaring himself equal to the other prophets. Asterisk. The author of Sod shows Matthew trying to connect the appellation of Nazarene with a prophecy, and inquires why then does Matthew state that the prophet said he should be called Nazaria. Simply because he belonged to that sect, and a prophecy would confirm his claims to the messiahship. Now it does not appear that the prophets anywhere state that the Messiah will be called a Nazarene. The fact alone that Matthew tries in the last verse of chapter 2 to strengthen his claim that Jesus dwelt in Nazareth merely to fulfill a prophecy, does more than weaken the argument, it upsets it entirely, for the first 2 chapters have sufficiently been proved later forgeries. Baptism is one of the oldest rites and was practiced by all the nations in their mysteries, as sacred ablutions. Dunlap seems to derive the name of the Nazars from Naza, sprinkling. Blavatskey is the genius who called the world into existence out of the dark water, say the Nazarenes, and Richardson's Persian, Arabic, and English lexicon asserts that the word Bahak means raining. But the Blavatskey of the Nazarenes cannot be traced so easily to Bacchus, who was the rain god, for the Nazars were the greatest opponents of Bacchus worship. Bacchus is brought up by the Hyades, the rain nymphs, says Preller, who shows, furthermore, that at the conclusion of the religious mysteries, the priests baptized, washed, their monuments and anointed them with oil. All this is but a very indirect proof. The Jordan baptism need not be shown a substitution for the exoteric Bacchic rites and the libations in honor of Adonis or Adoni whom the Nazarenes abhorred in order to prove it to have been a sect sprung from the mysteries of the secret doctrine, and their rites can by no means be confounded with those of the pagan populace, who had simply fallen into the idolatrous and unreasoning faith of all plebeian multitudes. John was the prophet of these Nazarenes, and in Galilee he was termed the Savior, but he was not the founder of that sect which derived its tradition from the remotest Chaldeo-Akkadian theurgy. The early plebeian Israelites were Canaanites and Phoenicians, with the same worship of the phallic gods Bacchus, Baal, or Adon, Iacchos or Jehovah, but even among them there had always been a class of initiated adepts. Later, the character of this plebe was modified by Assyrian conquests, and, finally, the Persian colonization superimposed the Pharisaic and Eastern ideas and usages, from which the Old Testament and the Mosaic institutes were derived. The Asmonean priest-kings promulgated the canon of the Old Testament in contradistinction to the Apocrypha or secret books of the Alexandrian Jews Kabbalists. Till John Hyrcanus they were Ascidians, Chassidim, and Pharisees, Parses, but then they became Sadducees or Sadducites, assertors of sacerdotal rule as contradistinguished from rabbinical. The Pharisees were lenient and intellectual, the Sadducees, bigoted and cruel. Says the Codex, John, son of the Abbess Abba Zachariah, conceived by his mother Anizabeth in her 100th year, had baptized for 42 years when Jesu Messias came to the Jordan to be baptized with John's baptism. But he will pervert John's doctrine, changing the baptism of the Jordan, and perverting the sayings of justice. The baptism was changed from water to that of the Holy Ghost, undoubtedly in consequence of the ever-dominant idea of the Fathers to institute a reform, and make the Christians distinct from St. John's Nazarenes, the Nabateans and Ebionites, in order to make room for new dogmas. Not only do the synoptics tell us that Jesus was baptizing the same as John, but John's own disciples complained of it, though surely Jesus cannot be accused of following a purely Bacchic rite. The parenthesis in verse 2d of John 4. Though Jesus himself baptized not, is so clumsy as to show upon its face that it is an interpolation. Matthew makes John say that he that should come after him would not baptize them with water but with the Holy Ghost and fire. Mark, Luke, and John corroborate these words. Water, fire, and Spirit, or Holy Ghost, have all their origin in India, as we will show. Now there is one very strange peculiarity about this sentence. It is flatly denied in Acts 19. 2-5. Apollos, a Jew of Alexandria, belonged to the sect of St. John's disciples. He had been baptized, and instructed others in the doctrines of the Baptist. And yet when Paul, cleverly profiting by his absence at Corinth, finds certain disciples of Apollos at Ephesus, and asks them whether they received the Holy Ghost, he is naively answered, we have not so much as heard whether there be any Holy Ghost. Unto what then were you baptized? He inquires. Unto John's baptism, they say. Then Paul is made to repeat the words attributed to John by the synoptics, and these men were baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus, exhibiting, moreover, at the same instant, the usual polyglot gift which accompanies the descent of the Holy Ghost. How then? Saint John the Baptist, who is called the precursor, that the prophecy might be fulfilled, the great prophet and martyr, whose words ought to have had such an importance in the eyes of his disciples, announces the Holy Ghost to his listeners, causes crowds to assemble on the shores of the Jordan, where, at the great ceremony of Christ's baptism, the promised Holy Ghost appears within the opened heavens, and the multitude hears the voice, and yet there are disciples of Saint John who have never so much as heard whether there be any Holy Ghost. Verily the disciples who wrote the Codex Nazareus were right. Only it is not Jesus himself, but those who came after him, and who concocted the Bible to suit themselves, that perverted John's doctrine, changed the baptism of the Jordan, and perverted the sayings of justice. It is useless to object that the present Codex was written centuries after the direct apostles of John preached. So were our Gospels. When this astounding interview of Paul with the Baptists took place, Barsanesh had not yet appeared among them, and the sect was not considered a heresy. Moreover, we are enabled to judge how little St. John's promise of the Holy Ghost, and the appearance of the Ghost himself, had affected his disciples, by the displeasure shown by them toward the disciples of Jesus, and the kind of rivalry manifested from the first. Nay, so little is John himself sure of the identity of Jesus with the expected Messiah, that after the famous scene of the baptism at the Jordan, and the oral assurance by the Holy Ghost himself that this is my beloved Son, Matthew 3:17, we find the precursor, in Matthew 11, sending 2 of his disciples from his prison to inquire of Jesus, Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another? This flagrant contradiction alone ought to have long ago satisfied reasonable minds as to the putative divine inspiration of the New Testament. But we may offer another question: if baptism is the sign of regeneration, and an ordinance instituted by Jesus, why do not Christians now baptize as Jesus is here represented as doing, with the Holy Ghost and with fire, instead of following the custom of the Nazarenes? In making these palpable interpolations, what possible motive could Irenaeus have had except to cause people to believe that the appellation of Nazarene, which Jesus bore, came only from his father's residence at Nazareth, and not from his affiliation with the sect of Nazaria, the healers? This expedient of Irenaeus was a most unfortunate one, for from time immemorial the prophets of old had been thundering against the baptism of fire as practiced by their neighbors, which imparted the spirit of prophecy, or the Holy Ghost. But the case was desperate. The Christians were universally called Nazarenes and Essenes, according to Epiphanius, and Christ simply ranked as a Jewish prophet and healer, so self-styled, so accepted by his own disciples, and so regarded by their followers. In such a state of things there was no room for either a new hierarchy or a new Godhead, and since Irenaeus had undertaken the business of manufacturing both, he had to put together such materials as were available, and fill the gaps with his own fertile inventions. To assure ourselves that Jesus was a true Nazarene, albeit with ideas of a new reform, we must not search for the proof in the translated Gospels, but in such original versions as are accessible. Tischendorf, in his translation from the Greek of Luke 4:34, has it Isu Nazarene, and in the Syriac it reads Ieswa, thou Nazaria. Thus, if we take in account all that is puzzling and incomprehensible in the 4 Gospels, revised and corrected as they now stand, we shall easily see for ourselves that the true, original Christianity, such as was preached by Jesus, is to be found only in the so-called Syrian heresies. Only from them can we extract any clear notions about what was primitive Christianity. Such was the faith of Paul, when Tertullus the orator accused the apostle before the governor Felix. What he complained of was that they had found that man a mover of sedition, a ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes, and, while Paul denies every other accusation, he confesses that after the way which they call heresy, so worship I the God of my fathers. This confession is a whole revelation. It shows, 1. That Paul admitted belonging to the sect of the Nazarenes, 2. That he worshipped the God of his fathers, not the Trinitarian Christian God, of whom he knows nothing, and who was not invented until after his death, and 3. That this unlucky confession satisfactorily explains why the treatise, Acts of the Apostles, together with John's Revelation, which at one period was utterly rejected, were kept out of the canon of the New Testament for such a length of time. At Byblos, the neophytes as well as the Hierophants were, after participating in the mysteries, obliged to fast and remain in solitude for some time. There was strict fasting and preparation before as well as after the Bacchic, Adonian, and Eleusinian orgies, and Herodotus hints, with fear and veneration about the lake of Bacchus, in which they, the priests, made at night exhibitions of his life and sufferings. In the Mithraic sacrifices, during the initiation, a preliminary scene of death was simulated by the neophyte, and it preceded the scene showing him himself being born again by the rite of baptism. A portion of the ceremony is still enacted in the present day by the Masons, when the neophyte, as the Grand Master Hiram Abiff, lies dead, and is raised by the strong grip of the lion's paw. The priests were circumcised. The neophyte could not be initiated without having been present at the solemn mysteries of the lake. The Nazarenes were baptized in the Jordan, and could not be baptized elsewhere. They were also circumcised, and had to fast before as well as after the purification by baptism. Jesus is said to have fasted in the wilderness for 40 days, immediately after his baptism. To the present day, there is outside every temple in India a lake, stream, or a reservoir full of holy water, in which the Brahmans and the Hindu devotees bathe daily. Such places of consecrated water are necessary to every temple. The bathing festivals, or baptismal rites, occur twice every year, in October and April. Each lasts 10 days, and, as in ancient Egypt and Greece, the statues of their gods, goddesses, and idols are immersed in water by the priests, the object of the ceremony being to wash away from them the sins of their worshippers which they have taken upon themselves, and which pollute them, until washed off by holy water. During the Urati, the bathing ceremony, the principal god of every temple is carried in solemn procession to be baptized in the sea. The Brahmin priests, carrying the sacred images, are followed generally by the Maharaja barefoot, and nearly naked. 3 times the priests enter the sea, the 3rd time they carry with them the whole of the images. Holding them up with prayers repeated by the whole congregation, the chief priest plunges the statues of the gods thrice in the name of the mystic Trinity, into the water, after which they are purified. The Orphic hymn calls water the greatest purifier of men and gods. Our Nazarene sect is known to have existed some 150 years BC, and to have lived on the banks of the Jordan, and on the eastern shore of the Dead Sea, according to Pliny and Josephus. But in King's Gnostics, we find quoted another statement by Josephus from verse 13, which says that the Essenes had been established on the shores of the Dead Sea for thousands of ages before Pliny's time. According to Monk, the term Galilean is nearly synonymous with that of Nazarene. Furthermore, he shows the relations of the former with the Gentiles as very intimate. The populace had probably gradually adopted, in their constant intercourse, certain rites and modes of worship of the pagans, and the scorn with which the Galileans were regarded by the Orthodox Jews is attributed by him to the same cause. Their friendly relations had certainly led them, at a later period, to adopt the Adonia, or the sacred rites over the body of the lamented Adonis, as we find Jerome fairly lamenting this circumstance. Over Bethlehem, he says, the grove of Tammuz, that is of Adonis, was casting its shadow. And in the grotto where formerly the infant Jesus cried, the lover of Venus was being mourned. It was after the rebellion of Bar Kokhba, that the Roman emperor established the mysteries of Adonis at the sacred cave in Bethlehem, and who knows but this was the Petra or rock temple on which the church was built. The boar of Adonis was placed above the gate of Jerusalem which looked toward Bethlehem. Monk says that the Nazirite was an institution established before the laws of Musa. This is evident, as we find this sect not only mentioned but minutely described in Numbers, chapter 6. In the commandment given in this chapter to Moses by the Lord, it is easy to recognize the rites and laws of the priests of Adonis. The abstinence and purity strictly prescribed in both sects are identical. Both allowed their hair to grow long as the Hindu Konobits and fakirs do to this day, while other castes shave their hair and abstain on certain days from wine. The prophet Elijah, a Nazarene, is described in 2 Kings, and by Josephus as a hairy man girt with a girdle of leather. And John the Baptist and Jesus are both represented as wearing very long hair. John is clothed with camel's hair and wearing a girdle of hide, and Jesus in a long garment without any seams. And very white, like snow, says Mark, the very dress worn by the Nazarene priests and the Pythagorean and Buddhist Essenes, as described by Josephus. If we carefully trace the terms Nazar, and Nazaret, throughout the best-known works of ancient writers, we will meet them in connection with pagan as well as Jewish adepts. Thus, Alexander Polyhistor says of Pythagoras that he was a disciple of the Assyrian Nazaret, whom some suppose to be Ezekiel. Diogenes Laertius states most positively that Pythagoras, after being initiated into all the mysteries of the Greeks and barbarians, went into Egypt and afterward visited the Chaldeans and Magi, and Apuleius maintains that it was Zoroaster who instructed Pythagoras. Were we to suggest that the Hebrew Nazars, the railing prophets of the Lord, had been initiated into the so-called pagan mysteries and belonged, or at least a majority of them, to the same lodge or circle of adepts as those who were considered idolaters, that their circle of prophets was but a collateral branch of a secret association, which we may well term international, what a visitation of Christian wrath would we not incur? And still, the case looks strangely suspicious. Let us first recall to our mind that which Ammianus Marcellinus, and other historians relate of Darius Hystaspes. The latter, penetrating into Upper India, Bactriana, learned pure rites, and stellar and cosmical sciences from Brahmans, and communicated them to the Magi. Now Hystaspes is shown in history to have crushed the Magi, and introduced or rather forced upon them the pure religion of Zoroaster, that of Ormuzd. How is it, then, that an inscription is found on the tomb of Darius, stating that he was teacher and hierophant of magic, or Magianism? Evidently there must be some historical mistake, and history confesses it. In this imbroglio of names, Zoroaster, the teacher and instructor of Pythagoras, can be neither the Zoroaster nor Zarathustra who instituted sun worship among the Parses, nor he who appeared at the court of Gushtasp, Hystaspes, the alleged father of Darius, nor, again, the Zoroaster who placed his magi above the kings themselves. The oldest Zoroastrian scripture, the Avesta, does not betray the slightest traces of the reformer having ever been acquainted with any of the nations that subsequently adopted his mode of worship. He seems utterly ignorant of the neighbors of western Iran, the Medes, the Assyrians, the Persians, and others. If we had no other evidences of the great antiquity of the Zoroastrian religion than the discovery of the blunder committed by some scholars in our own century, who regarded King Vistaspa, Gushtasp, as identical with the father of Darius, whereas the Persian tradition points directly to Vistaspa as to the last of the line of Chionian princes who ruled in Bactriana, it ought to be enough, for the Assyrian conquest of Bactriana took place 1200 years BC. Asterisk. Therefore, it is but natural that we should see in the appellation of Zoroaster not a name but a generic term, whose significance must be left to philologists to agree upon. Guru, in Sanskrit, is a spiritual teacher, and as Zoroastara means in the same language he who worships the sun, why is it impossible, that by some natural change of language, due to the great number of different nations which were converted to the sun worship, the word Guru Astara, the spiritual teacher of sun worship, so closely resembling the name of the founder of this religion, became gradually transformed in its primal form of Zoroastara or Zoroaster. The opinion of the Kabbalists is that there was but one Zarathustra and many Guru Astas or spiritual teachers, and that one such Guru, or rather Zoroaster, as he is called in the old manuscripts, was the instructor of Pythagoras. To philology and our readers we leave the explanation for what it is worth. Personally we believe in it, as we credit on this subject Kabbalistic tradition far more than the explanation of scientists, no two of whom have been able to agree up to the present year. Aristotle states that Zoroaster lived 6,000 years before Christ. Hermippus of Alexandria, who is said to have read the genuine books of the Zoroastrians, although Alexander the Great is accused of having destroyed them, shows Zoroaster as the pupil of Azonak, Azanach, or the Azan god, and as having lived 5,000 years before the fall of Troy. or Eros, whose vision is related by Plato in the Republic, is declared by Clement to have been Zordust. While the Magus who dethroned Cambyses was a Mede, and Darius proclaims that he put down the Magian rites to establish those of Ormuzd, Xanthus of Lydia declares Zoroaster to have been the chief of the Magi. Which of them is wrong? Or are they all right, and only the modern interpreters fail to explain the difference between the Reformer and his apostles and followers? This blundering of our commentators reminds us of that of Suetonius, who mistook the Christians for one Christos, or Christos, as he spells it, and assured his readers that Claudius banished him for the disturbance he made among the Jews. Finally, and to return again to the Nazars, Zaratus is mentioned by Pliny in the following words: he was Zoroaster and Nazaret. As Zoroaster is called princeps of the Magi, and Nazar signifies separated or consecrated, is it not a Hebrew rendering of mag? Volney believes so. The Persian word Nazaruan means millions of years, and refers to the Chaldean Ancient of Days. Hence the name of the Nazars or Nazarenes, who were consecrated to the service of the Supreme One God, the Kabbalistic Ensoph, or the Ancient of Days, the Aged of the Aged. But the word Nazar may also be found in India. In Hindustani Nazar is sight, internal or supernatural vision. Nazar Bandai means fascination, a mesmeric or magical spell, and Nazaran is the word for sightseeing or vision. Professor Wilder thinks that as the word Ziruana is nowhere to be found in the Avesta, but only in the later Parsi books, it came from the Magians, who composed the Persian sacred caste in the Sasan period, but were originally Assyrians. Turan, of the poets, he says, I consider to be Acharia, or Assyria, and that Zohak, Azidahaka, Deiox, or Astyages, the Serpent King, was Assyrian, Median, and Babylonian when those countries were united. This opinion does not, however, in the least implicate our statement that the secret doctrines of the Magi, of the pre-Vedic Buddhists, of the Hierophants of the Egyptian Thoth or Hermes, and of the adepts of whatever age and nationality, including the Chaldean Kabbalists and the Jewish Nazars, were identical from the beginning. When we use the term Buddhists, we do not mean to imply by it either the exoteric Buddhism instituted by the followers of Gautama Buddha, nor the modern Buddhistic religion, but the secret philosophy of Sakyamuni, which in its essence is certainly identical with the ancient wisdom religion of the sanctuary, the pre-Vedic Brahmanism. The schism of Zoroaster, as it is called, is a direct proof of it. For it was no schism, strictly speaking, but merely a partially public exposition of strictly monotheistic religious truths, hitherto taught only in the sanctuaries, and that he had learned from the Brahmans. Zoroaster, the primeval institutor of sun worship, cannot be called the founder of the dualistic system, neither was he the first to teach the unity of God, for he taught but what he had learned himself with the Brahmans. And that Zarathustra and his followers, the Zoroastrians, had been settled in India before they immigrated into Persia, is also proved by Max Muller. That the Zoroastrians and their ancestors started from India, he says, during the Vedic period, can be proved as distinctly as that the inhabitants of Massilia started from Greece. Many of the gods of the Zoroastrians come out as mere reflections and deflections of the primitive and authentic gods of the Veda. Asterisk. If, now, we can prove, and we can do so on the evidence of the Kabbalah and the oldest traditions of the wisdom religion, the philosophy of the old sanctuaries, that all these gods, whether of the Zoroastrians or of the Veda, are but so many personated occult powers of nature, the faithful servants of the adepts of secret wisdom magic, we are on secure ground. Thus, whether we say that Kabbalism and Gnosticism proceeded from Mazdanism or Zoroastrianism, it is all the same, unless we meant the exoteric worship, which we do not. Likewise, and in this sense, we may echo King, the author of the Gnostics, and several other archaeologists, and maintain that both the former proceeded from Buddhism, at once the simplest and most satisfying of philosophies, and which resulted in one of the purest religions of the world. It is only a matter of chronology to decide which of these religions, differing but in external form, is the oldest, therefore the least adulterated. But even this bears but very indirectly, if at all, on the subject we treat of. Already some time before our era, the adepts, except in India, had ceased to congregate in large communities, but whether among the Essenes, or the Neoplatonists, or, again, among the innumerable struggling sects born but to die, the same doctrines, identical in substance and spirit, if not always in form, are encountered. By Buddhism, therefore, we mean that religion signifying literally the doctrine of wisdom, and which by many ages antedates the metaphysical philosophy of Siddhartha Sakyamuni. After 19 centuries of enforced eliminations from the canonical books of every sentence which might put the investigator on the true path, it has become very difficult to show, to the satisfaction of exact science, that the pagan worshippers of Adonis, their neighbors, the Nazarenes and the Pythagorean Essenes, the healing therapeutes, the Ebionites and other sects, were all, with very slight differences, followers of the ancient theurgic mysteries. And yet by analogy and a close study of the hidden sense of their rites and customs, we can trace their kinship. It was given to a contemporary of Jesus to become the means of pointing out to posterity, by his interpretation of the oldest literature of Israel, how deeply the Kabbalistic philosophy agreed in its esotericism with that of the profoundest Greek thinkers. This contemporary, an ardent disciple of Plato and Aristotle, was Philo-Judaeus. While explaining the Mosaic books according to a purely Kabbalistic method, he is the famous Hebrew writer whom Kingsley calls the father of New Platonism. It is evident that Philo's therapeutes are a branch of the Essenes. Their name indicates it: epsilon sigma sigma alpha iota omicron, Asaya, physician. Hence, the contradictions, forgeries, and other desperate expedients to reconcile the prophecies of the Jewish canon with the Galilean nativity and godship. Luke, who was a physician, is designated in the Syriac texts as Asaya, the Essene, or Essene. Josephus and Philo-Judaeus have sufficiently described the sect to leave no doubt in our mind that the Nazarene reformer, after having received his education in their dwellings in the desert, and been duly initiated in the mysteries, preferred the free and independent life of a wandering Nazaria, and so separated or Nazarenized himself from them, thus becoming a traveling therapeut, a Nazaria, a healer. Every therapeut, before quitting his community, had to do the same. Both Jesus and Saint John the Baptist preached the end of the age, which proves their knowledge of the secret computation of the priests and Kabbalists, who with the chiefs of the Essene communities alone had the secret of the duration of the cycles. The latter were Kabbalists and theurgists, they had their mystic books, and predicted future events, says Monk. Dunlap, whose personal researches seem to have been quite successful in that direction, traces the Essenes, Nazarenes, Dosithians and some other sects as having all existed before Christ. They rejected pleasures, despised riches, loved one another, and more than other sects, neglected wedlock, deeming the conquest of the passions to be virtuous, he says. These are all virtues preached by Jesus, and if we are to take the Gospels as a standard of truth, Christ was a metempsychosist or reincarnationist. Again, like these same Essenes, whom we see were Pythagoreans in all their doctrine and habits. Iamblichus asserts that the Samian philosopher spent a certain time at Carmel with them. In his discourses and sermons, Jesus always spoke in parables and used metaphors with his audience. This habit was again that of the Esseneans and the Nazarenes. The Galileans who dwelt in cities and villages were never known to use such allegorical language. Indeed, some of his disciples being Galileans as well as himself, felt even surprised to find him using with the people such a form of expression. "Why speakest thou unto them in parables?" they often inquired. "Because, it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given," was the reply, which was that of an initiate. "Therefore, I speak unto them in parables, because, they seeing, see not, and hearing, they hear not, neither do they understand." Moreover, we find Jesus expressing his thoughts still clearer and in sentences which are purely Pythagorean when, during the Sermon on the Mount, he says, "Give ye not that which is sacred to the dogs. Neither cast ye your pearls before swine. For the swine will tread them under their feet. And the dogs will turn and rend you." Professor A. Wilder, the editor of Taylor's Eleusinian Mysteries, observes a like disposition on the part of Jesus and Paul to classify their doctrines as esoteric and exoteric, the mysteries of the kingdom of God for the apostles, and parables for the multitude. "We speak wisdom," says Paul, "among them that are perfect, or initiated." In the Eleusinian and other mysteries the participants were always divided into two classes, the neophytes and the perfect. The former were sometimes admitted to the preliminary initiation, the dramatic performance of Ceres, or the soul, descending to Hades. But it was given only to the perfect to enjoy and learn the mysteries of the divine Elysium, the celestial abode of the blessed, this Elysium being unquestionably the same as the kingdom of heaven. To contradict or reject the above, would be merely to shut one's eyes to the truth. The narrative of the Apostle Paul, in his second epistle to the Corinthians, 12:3-4, has struck several scholars, well versed in the descriptions of the mystical rites of the initiation given by some classics, as alluding most undoubtedly to the final apopteia. "I knew a certain man whether in body or outside of body, I know not, God knoweth, who was rapt into paradise, and heard things ineffable alpha epsilon tau alpha rho epsilon mu alpha tau alpha, which it is not lawful for a man to repeat." These words have rarely, so far as we know, been regarded by commentators as an allusion to the beatific visions of an initiated seer. But the phraseology is unequivocal. These things which it is not lawful to repeat, are hinted at in the same words, and the reason for it assigned, is the same as that which we find repeatedly expressed by Plato, Proclus, Iamblichus, Herodotus, and other classics. "We speak wisdom only among them who are perfect," says Paul, the plain and undeniable translation of the sentence being, we speak of the profounder, or final, esoteric doctrines of the mysteries, which were denominated wisdom, only among them who are initiated. So in relation to the man who was rapt into paradise and who was evidently Paul himself, the Christian word paradise having replaced that of Elysium. To complete the proof, we might recall the words of Plato, given elsewhere, which show that before an initiate could see the gods in their purest light, he had to become liberated from his body, i.e., to separate his astral soul from it. Apuleius also describes his initiation into the mysteries in the same way: "I approached the confines of death, and, having trodden on the threshold of Proserpina, returned, having been carried through all the elements. In the depths of midnight I saw the sun glittering with a splendid light, together with the infernal and supernal gods, and to these divinities approaching, I paid the tribute of devout adoration." Thus, in common with Pythagoras and other Hierophant reformers, Jesus divided his teachings into exoteric and esoteric. Following faithfully the Pythagorean ways, he never sat at a meal without saying grace. "The priest prays before his meal," says Josephus, describing the Essenes. Jesus also divided his followers into neophytes, brethren, and the perfect, if we may judge by the difference he made between them. But his career, at least as a public rabbi, was of a too short duration to allow him to establish a regular school of his own, and with the exception, perhaps, of John, it does not seem that he had initiated any other apostle. The Gnostic amulets and talismans are mostly the emblems of the apocalyptic allegories. The 7 vowels are closely related to the 7 seals, and the mystic title Abraxas partakes as much of the composition of Shem Ham Pharosh, the holy word or ineffable name, as the name called, the Word of God, that no man knew but he himself, as John expresses it. It would be difficult to escape from the well-adduced proofs that the Apocalypse is the production of an initiated Kabbalist, when this revelation presents whole passages taken from the books of Enoch and Daniel, which latter is in itself an abridged imitation of the former, and when, furthermore, we ascertain that the Ophite Gnostics who rejected the Old Testament entirely, as emanating from an inferior being, Jehovah, accepted the most ancient prophets, such as Enoch, and deduced the strongest support from this book for their religious tenets, the demonstration becomes evident. We will show further how closely related are all these doctrines. Besides, there is the history of Domitian's persecutions of magicians and philosophers, which affords as good a proof as any that John was generally considered a Kabbalist. As the apostle was included among the number, and, moreover, conspicuous, the imperial edict banished him not only from Rome, but even from the continent. It was not the Christians whom, confounding them with the Jews, as some historians will have it, the emperor persecuted, but the astrologers and Kabbalists. The accusations against Jesus of practicing the magic of Egypt were numerous, and at one time universal, in the towns where he was known. The Pharisees, as claimed in the Bible, had been the first to fling it in his face, although Rabbi Wise considers Jesus himself a Pharisee. The Talmud certainly points to James the Just as one of that sect. But these partisans are known to have always stoned every prophet who denounced their evil ways, and it is not on this fact that we base our assertion. These accused him of sorcery, and of driving out devils by Beelzebub, their prince, with as much justice as later the Catholic clergy had to accuse of the same more than one innocent martyr. But Justin Martyr states on better authority that the men of his time who were not Jews asserted that the miracles of Jesus were performed by magical art mu alpha gamma iota kappa epsilon pi eta alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha, the very expression used by the skeptics of those days to designate the feats of thaumaturgy accomplished in the pagan temples. They even ventured to call him a magician and a deceiver of the people, complains the martyr. In the Gospel of Nicodemus, the act of Pilate, the Jews bring the same accusation before Pilate. Did we not tell thee he was a magician? Celsus speaks of the same charge, and as a Neoplatonist believes in it. The Talmudic literature is full of the most minute particulars, and their greatest accusation is that Jesus could fly as easily in the air as others could walk. Saint Austin asserted that it was generally believed that he had been initiated in Egypt, and that he wrote books concerning magic, which he delivered to John. There was a work called Magia Jesu Christi, which was attributed to Jesus himself. In the Clementine recognitions, the charge is brought against Jesus that he did not perform his miracles as a Jewish prophet, but as a magician, i.e., an initiate of the heathen temples. It was usual then, as it is now, among the intolerant clergy of opposing religions, as well as among the lower classes of society, and even among those patricians who, for various reasons, had been excluded from any participation of the mysteries, to accuse, sometimes, the highest hierophants and adepts of sorcery and black magic. So Apuleius, who had been initiated, was likewise accused of witchcraft, and of carrying about him the figure of a skeleton, a potent agent, as it is asserted, in the operations of the black art. But one of the best and most unquestionable proofs of our assertion may be found in the so-called Museo Gregoriano. On the sarcophagus, which is paneled with bas-reliefs representing the miracles of Christ, may be seen the full figure of Jesus, who, in the resurrection of Lazarus, appears beardless and equipped with a wand in the received guise of a necromancer. Whilst the corpse of Lazarus is swathed in bandages exactly as an Egyptian mummy. Had posterity been enabled to have several such representations executed during the 1st century, when the figure, dress, and everyday habits of the reformer were still fresh in the memory of his contemporaries, perhaps the Christian world would be more Christ-like. The dozens of contradictory, groundless, and utterly meaningless speculations about the Son of Man would have been impossible, and humanity would now have but one religion and one God. It is this absence of all proof, the lack of the least positive clue about him whom Christianity has deified, that has caused the present state of perplexity. No pictures of Christ were possible until after the days of Constantine, when the Jewish element was nearly eliminated among the followers of the new religion. The Jews, apostles, and disciples, whom the Zoroastrians and the Parsis had inoculated with a holy horror of any form of images, would have considered it a sacrilegious blasphemy to represent in any way or shape their master. The only authorized image of Jesus, even in the days of Tertullian, was an allegorical representation of the Good Shepherd, which was no portrait, but the figure of a man with a jackal head, like Anubis. On this gem, as seen in the collection of Gnostic amulets, the Good Shepherd bears upon his shoulders the lost lamb. He seems to have a human head upon his neck, but, as King correctly observes, it only seems so to the uninitiated eye. On closer inspection, he becomes the double-headed Anubis, having one head human, the other a jackal's, whilst his girdle assumes the form of a serpent rearing aloft its crested head. This figure, adds the author of the Gnostics, etc., had two meanings, one obvious for the vulgar, the other mystical, and recognizable by the initiated alone. It was perhaps the signet of some chief teacher or apostle. This affords a fresh proof that the Gnostics and early Orthodox Christians were not so wide apart in their secret doctrine. King deduces from a quotation from Epiphanius, that even as late as 400 AD it was considered an atrocious sin to attempt to represent the bodily appearance of Christ. Epiphanius brings it as an idolatrous charge against the Carpocritians that they kept painted portraits, and even gold and silver images, and in other materials, which they pretended to be portraits of Jesus, and made by Pilate after the likeness of Christ. These they keep in secret, along with Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle, and setting them all up together, they worship and offer sacrifices unto them after the Gentiles' fashion. What would the pious Epiphanius say were he to resuscitate and step into St. Peter's Cathedral at Rome? Ambrosius seems also very desperate at the idea that some persons fully credited the statement of Lampridius that Alexander Severus had in his private chapel an image of Christ among other great philosophers. That the pagans should have preserved the likeness of Christ, he exclaims, but the disciples have neglected to do so, is a notion the mind shudders to entertain, much less to believe. All this points undeniably to the fact, that except a handful of self-styled Christians who subsequently won the day, all the civilized portion of the pagans who knew of Jesus honored him as a philosopher, an adept whom they placed on the same level with Pythagoras and Apollonius. Whence such a veneration on their part for a man, were he simply, as represented by the synoptics, a poor, unknown Jewish carpenter from Nazareth? As an incarnated God there is no single record of him on this earth capable of withstanding the critical examination of science, as one of the greatest reformers, an inveterate enemy of every theological dogmatism, a persecutor of bigotry, a teacher of one of the most sublime codes of ethics. Jesus is one of the grandest and most clearly defined figures on the panorama of human history. His age may, with every day, be receding farther and farther back into the gloomy and hazy mists of the past, and his theology based on human fancy and supported by untenable dogmas may, nay, must with every day lose more of its unmerited prestige. Alone the grand figure of the philosopher and moral reformer, instead of growing paler, will become with every century more pronounced and more clearly defined. It will reign supreme and universal only on that day when the whole of humanity recognizes but one Father, the unknown one above, and one brother, the whole of mankind below. In a pretended letter of Lentulus, a senator and a distinguished historian, to the Roman Senate, there is a description of the personal appearance of Jesus. The letter itself, written in horrid Latin, is pronounced a barefaced forgery, but we find therein an expression which suggests many thoughts. Albeit a forgery, it is evident that whosoever invented it has nevertheless tried to follow tradition as closely as possible. The hair of Jesus is represented in it as wavy and curling, flowing down upon his shoulders, and as having a parting in the middle of the head after the fashion of the Nazarenes. This last sentence shows, 1. That there was such a tradition, based on the biblical description of John the Baptist, the Nazaria, and the custom of this section 2. Had Lentulus been the author of this letter, it is difficult to believe that Paul should never have heard of it, and had he known its contents, he would never have pronounced it a shame for men to wear their hair long, thus shaming his Lord and Christ God. 3. If Jesus did wear his hair long and parted in the middle of the forehead, after the fashion of the Nazarenes, as well as John, the only one of his apostles who followed it, then we have one good reason more to say that Jesus must have belonged to the sect of the Nazarenes, and been called Nazaria for this reason and not because he was an inhabitant of Nazareth, for they never wore their hair long. The Nazarite, who separated himself unto the Lord, allowed no razor to come upon his head. He shall be holy, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow, says Numbers 6:5. Samson was a Nazarite, i.e., vowed to the service of God, and in his hair was his strength. No razor shall come upon his head, the child shall be a Nazarite unto God from the womb, Judges 13:5. But the final and most reasonable conclusion to be inferred from this is that Jesus, who was so opposed to all the orthodox Jewish practices, would not have allowed his hair to grow had he not belonged to this sect, which in the days of John the Baptist had already become a heresy in the eyes of the Sanhedrim. The Talmud, speaking of the Nazaria, or the Nazarenes, who had abandoned the world like Hindu yogis or hermits, calls them a sect of physicians, of wandering exorcists, as also does Jervis. They went about the country, living on alms and performing cures. Epiphanius says that the Nazarenes come next in heresy to the Corinthians whether having existed before them or after them, nevertheless synchronous, and then adds that all Christians at that time were equally called Nazarenes. In the very first remark made by Jesus about John the Baptist, we find him stating that he is Elias, which was for to come. This assertion, if it is not a later interpolation for the sake of having a prophecy fulfilled, means again that Jesus was a Kabbalist, unless indeed we have to adopt the doctrine of the French Spiritists and suspect him of believing in reincarnation. Except the Kabbalistic sects of the Essenes, the Nazarenes, the disciples of Simeon ben Ioch, and Hillel, neither the Orthodox Jews, nor the Galileans, believed or knew anything about the doctrine of permutation. And the Sadducees rejected even that of the resurrection. But the author of this Restitutiones was Moses, our master, upon whom be peace. Who was the revolutio, transmigration, of Seth and Hebel, that he might cover the nudity of his father Adam Primus, says the Kabbalah. Thus, Jesus hinting that John was the revolutio, or transmigration of Elias, seems to prove beyond any doubt the school to which he belonged. Until the present day uninitiated Kabbalists and Masons believe permutation to be synonymous with transmigration and metempsychosis. But they are as much mistaken in regard to the doctrine of the true Kabbalists as to that of the Buddhists. True, the Sahar says in one place, all souls are subject to transmigration. Men do not know the ways of the Holy One, blessed be He, they do not know that they are brought before the tribunal, both before they enter this world and after they quit it, and the Pharisees also held this doctrine, as Josephus shows, Antiquities, 1813. Also the doctrine of Gilgal, held to the strange theory of the whirling of the soul, which taught that the bodies of Jews buried far away from the Holy Land, still preserve a particle of soul which can neither rest nor quit them, until it reaches the soil of the promised land. And this whirling process was thought to be accomplished by the soul being conveyed back through an actual evolution of species, transmigrating from the minutest insect up to the largest animal. But this was an exoteric doctrine. We refer the reader to the Kabbalah Denudata of Henry Kunrath. His language, however obscure, may yet throw some light upon the subject. But this doctrine of permutation, or revolutio, must not be understood as a belief in reincarnation. That Moses was considered the transmigration of Abel and Seth, does not imply that the Kabbalists, those who were initiated, at least believed that the identical spirit of either of Adam's sons reappeared under the corporeal form of Moses. It only shows what was the mode of expression they used when hinting at one of the profoundest mysteries of the Oriental Gnosis, one of the most majestic articles of faith of the secret wisdom. It was purposely veiled so as to half conceal and half reveal the truth. It implied that Moses, like certain other godlike men, was believed to have reached the highest of all states on earth. The rarest of all psychological phenomena, the perfect union of the immortal spirit with the terrestrial duad had occurred. The Trinity was complete. A God was incarnate. But how rare such incarnations! That expression, "ye are gods," which, to our biblical students, is a mere abstraction, has for the Kabbalists a vital significance. Each immortal spirit that sheds its radiance upon a human being is a god, the microcosmos of the macrocosmos, part and parcel of the unknown God, the first cause of which it is a direct emanation. It is possessed of all the attributes of its parent source. Among these attributes are omniscience and omnipotence. Endowed with these, but yet unable to fully manifest them while in the body, during which time they are obscured, veiled, limited by the capabilities of physical nature, the thus divinely inhabited man may tower far above his kind, evince a godlike wisdom, and display deific powers, for while the rest of mortals around him are but overshadowed by their divine self, with every chance given to them to become immortal hereafter, but no other security than their personal efforts to win the kingdom of heaven, the so chosen man has already become an immortal while yet on earth. His prize is secured. Henceforth he will live forever in eternal life. Not only he may have dominion over all the works of creation by employing the excellence of the name, the ineffable one, but be higher in this life, not, as Paul is made to say, a little lower than the angels. The ancients never entertained the sacrilegious thought that such perfected entities were incarnations of the one supreme and forever invisible God. No such profanation of the awful majesty entered into their conceptions. Moses and his antitypes and types were to them but complete men, gods on earth, for their gods, divine spirits, had entered unto their hallowed tabernacles, the purified physical bodies. The disembodied spirits of the heroes and sages were termed gods by the ancients. Hence, the accusation of polytheism and idolatry on the part of those who were the first to anthropomorphize the holiest and purest abstractions of their forefathers. The real and hidden sense of this doctrine was known to all the initiates. The Tannim imparted it to their elect ones, the Isarim, in the solemn solitudes of crypts and deserted places. It was one of the most esoteric and jealously guarded, for human nature was the same then as it is now, and the sacerdotal caste as confident as now in the supremacy of its knowledge, and ambitious of ascendancy over the weaker masses, with the difference perhaps that its hierophants could prove the legitimacy of their claims and the plausibility of their doctrines, whereas now, believers must be content with blind faith. While the Kabbalists called this mysterious and rare occurrence of the union of spirit with the mortal charge entrusted to its care, the descent of the angel Gabriel, the latter being a kind of generic name for it, the messenger of life, and the angel Metatron, and while the Nazarenes termed the same Abel Zivo, the delegata sent by the Lord of Celcitude, it was universally known as the anointed spirit. Thus it is the acceptation of this doctrine which caused the Gnostics to maintain that Jesus was a man overshadowed by the Christos or messenger of life, and that his despairing cry from the cross, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, was wrung from him at the instant when he felt that this inspiring presence had finally abandoned him, for as some affirmed his faith had also abandoned him when on the cross. The early Nazarenes, who must be numbered among the Gnostic sects, believing that Jesus was a prophet, held, nevertheless, in relation to him the same doctrine of the divine overshadowing, of certain men of God, sent for the salvation of nations, and to recall them to the path of righteousness. The divine mind is eternal, says the Codex, and it is pure light, and poured out through splendid and immense space, pleroma. It is gene-trix of the eons. But one of them went to matter, chaos, stirring up confused, turbulentos, movements, and by a certain portion of heavenly light fashioned it, properly constituted for use and appearance, but the beginning of every evil. The demiurge, of matter, claimed divine honor. Therefore Christus, the anointed, the prince of the eons, powers, was sent, expeditus, who taking on the person of a most devout Jew, Isu, was to conquer him, but who having laid it, the body, aside, departed on high. We will explain further on the full significance of the name Christos and its mystic meaning. And now, in order to make such passages as the above more intelligible, we will endeavor to define, as briefly as possible, the dogmas in which, with very trifling differences, nearly all the Gnostic sects believed. It is in Ephesus that flourished in those days the greatest college, wherein the abstruse Oriental speculations and the Platonic philosophy were taught in conjunction. It was a focus of the universal secret doctrines, the weird laboratory whence, fashioned in elegant Grecian phraseology, sprang the quintessence of Buddhistic, Zoroastrian, and Chaldean philosophy. Artemis, the gigantic concrete symbol of theosophico-pantheistic abstractions, the great mother multimama, androgyne, and patroness of the Ephesian writings, was conquered by Paul, but although the zealous converts of the apostles pretended to burn all their books on curious arts, tau alpha pi epsilon rho iota epsilon rho gamma alpha, enough of these remained for them to study when their first zeal had cooled off. It is from Ephesus that spread nearly all the gnosis which antagonized so fiercely with the Irenaean dogmas, and still it was Ephesus, with her numerous collateral branches of the great college of the Essenes, which proved to be the hotbed of all the Kabbalistic speculations brought by the Tannim from the captivity. In Ephesus, says Matter, the notions of the Jewish-Egyptian school, and the semi-Persian speculations of the Kabbalists had then recently come to swell the vast conflux of Grecian and Asiatic doctrines, so there is no wonder that teachers should have sprung up there who strove to combine the religion newly preached by the apostle with the ideas there so long established. Had not the Christians burdened themselves with the revelations of a little nation, and accepted the Jehovah of Moses, the Gnostic ideas would never have been termed heresies. Once relieved of their dogmatic exaggerations, the world would have had a religious system based on pure Platonic philosophy, and surely something would then have been gained. Now let us see what are the greatest heresies of the Gnostics. We will select Basilides as the standard for our comparisons, for all the founders of other Gnostic sects group round him, like a cluster of stars borrowing light from their sun. Basilides maintained that he had all his doctrines from the apostle Matthew, and from Peter through Glaucus, the disciple of the latter. According to Eusebius, he published 24 volumes of interpretations upon the Gospels, all of which were burned, a fact which makes us suppose that they contained more truthful matter than the school of Irenaeus was prepared to deny. He asserted that the unknown, eternal, and uncreated Father having first brought forth nous, or mind, the latter emanated from itself the Logos. The Logos, the word of John, emanated in its turn phronesis, or the intelligences, divine human spirits. From phronesis sprung Sophia, or feminine wisdom, and dynamis strength. These were the personified attributes of the mysterious Godhead, the Gnostic quaternion, typifying the 5 spiritual, but intelligible substances, personal virtues, or beings external to the unknown Godhead. This is preeminently a Kabbalistic idea. It is still more Buddhistic. The earliest system of the Buddhistic philosophy which preceded by far Gautama Buddha is based upon the uncreated substance of the unknown, the Adi Buddha. This eternal, infinite monad possesses, as proper to his own essence, 5 acts of wisdom. From these it, by 5 separate acts of dhyan, emitted 5 dhyani Buddhas. These, like Adi Buddha, are quiescent in their system, passive. Neither Adi, nor either of the 5 dhyani Buddhas, were ever incarnated, but 7 of their emanations became avatars, i.e., were incarnated on this earth. Describing the Basilidean system, Irenaeus, quoting the Gnostics, declares as follows. When the uncreated, unnamed Father saw the corruption of mankind, he sent his firstborn nous, into the world, in the form of Christ, for the redemption of all who believe in him, out of the power of those who fabricated the world, the demiurgus, and his 6 sons, the planetary genii. He appeared amongst men as the man, Jesus, and wrought miracles. This Christ did not die in person, but Simon the Cyrenian suffered in his stead, to whom he lent his bodily form, for the divine power, the nous of the eternal Father, is not corporeal, and cannot die. Whoso, therefore, maintains that Christ has died, is still the bondsman of ignorance. Whoso denies the same, he is free, and hath understood the purpose of the Father. Asterisk. So far, and taken in its abstract sense, we do not see anything blasphemous in this system. It may be a heresy against the theology of Irenaeus and Tertullian, but there is certainly nothing sacrilegious against the religious idea itself, and it will seem to every impartial thinker far more consistent with divine reverence than the anthropomorphism of actual Christianity. The Gnostics were called by the Orthodox Christians, doceti, or illusionists, for believing that Christ did not, nor could, suffer death actually in physical body. The later Brahmanical books contain, likewise, much that is repugnant to the reverential feeling and idea of the divinity, and as well as the Gnostics, the Brahmans explain such legends as may shock the divine dignity of the spiritual beings called gods by attributing them to Maya or illusion. A people brought up and nurtured for countless ages among all the psychological phenomena of which the civilized nations read, but reject as incredible and worthless, cannot well expect to have its religious system even understood, let alone appreciated. The profoundest and most transcendental speculations of the ancient metaphysicians of India and other countries, are all based on that great Buddhistic and Brahmanical principle underlying the whole of their religious metaphysics: illusion of the senses. Everything that is finite is illusion, all that which is eternal and infinite is reality. Form, color, that which we hear and feel, or see with our mortal eyes, exists only so far as it can be conveyed to each of us through our senses. The universe for a man born blind does not exist in either form or color, but it exists in its privation, in the Aristotelian sense, and is a reality for the spiritual senses of the blind man. We all live under the powerful dominion of fantasy. Alone the highest and invisible originals emanated from the thought of the unknown are real and permanent beings, forms, and ideas. On earth, we see but their reflections, more or less correct, and ever dependent on the physical and mental organization of the person who beholds them. Ages untold before our era, the Hindu mystic Kapila, who is considered by many scientists as a skeptic, because they judge him with their habitual superficiality, magnificently expressed this idea in the following terms. Man, physical man, counts for so little, that hardly anything can demonstrate to him his proper existence and that of nature. Perhaps, that which we regard as the universe, and the divers beings which seem to compose it, have nothing real, and are but the product of continued illusion maya of our senses. And the modern Schopenhauer, repeating this philosophical idea, 10,000 years old now, says, nature is non-existent, per se. Nature is the infinite illusion of our senses. Kant, Schelling, and other metaphysicians have said the same, and their school maintains the idea. The objects of sense being ever delusive and fluctuating, cannot be a reality. Spirit alone is unchangeable, hence alone is no illusion. This is pure Buddhist doctrine. The religion of the gnosis, knowledge, the most evident offshoot of Buddhism, was utterly based on this metaphysical tenet. Christos suffered spiritually for us, and far more acutely than did the illusionary Jesus while his body was being tortured on the cross. In the ideas of the Christians, Christ is but another name for Jesus. The philosophy of the Gnostics, the initiates and hierophants understood it otherwise. The word Christos, Chi-Rho iota sigma tau omicron sigma, like all Greek words, must be sought in its philological origin, the Sanskrit. In this latter language Chris means sacred, asterisk, and the Hindu deity was named Chris Na, the pure or the sacred, from that. On the other hand, the Greek Christos bears several meanings, as anointed, pure oil, chrism, and others. In all languages, though the synonym of the word means pure or sacred essence, it is the first emanation of the invisible Godhead, manifesting itself tangibly in spirit. The Greek logos, the Hebrew Messiah, the Latin verbum, and the Hindu Viraj, the Son, are identically the same. They represent an idea of collective entities of flames detached from the one eternal center of light. The man who accomplishes pious but interested acts, with the sole object of his salvation, may reach the ranks of the devas, saints, but he who accomplishes, disinterestedly, the same pious acts, finds himself ridden forever of the five elements, of matter. Perceiving the Supreme Soul in all beings and all beings in the Supreme Soul, in offering his own soul in sacrifice, he identifies himself with the being who shines in his own splendor. Manu, Book 12, Slokas 90, 91. Thus, Christos, as a unity, is but an abstraction, a general idea representing the collective aggregation of the numberless spirit entities, which are the direct emanations of the infinite, invisible, incomprehensible first cause, the individual spirits of men, erroneously called the souls. They are the divine sons of God, of which some only overshadow mortal men, but this the majority, some remain forever planetary spirits, and some, the smaller and rare minority, unite themselves during life with some men. Such godlike beings as Gautama Buddha, Jesus, Tisu, Krishna, and a few others had united themselves with their spirits permanently, hence, they became gods on earth. Others, such as Moses, Pythagoras, Apollonius, Plotinus, Confucius, Plato, Iamblichus, and some Christian saints, having at intervals been so united, have taken rank in history as demigods and leaders of mankind. When unburthened of their terrestrial tabernacles, their freed souls, henceforth united forever with their spirits, rejoin the whole shining host, which is bound together in one spiritual solidarity of thought and deed, and called the Anointed. Hence, the meaning of the Gnostics, who, by saying that Christos suffered spiritually for humanity, implied that his divine spirit suffered mostly. Such, and far more elevating, were the ideas of Marcion, the great heresiarch of the 2nd century, as he is termed by his opponents. He came to Rome toward the latter part of the half-century, from AD 139 to 142, according to Tertullian, Irenaeus, Clemens, and most of his modern commentators, such as Bunsen, Tischendorf, Westcott, and many others. Cridner and Schleiermacher agree as to his high and irreproachable personal character, his pure religious aspirations and elevated views. His influence must have been powerful, as we find Epiphanius writing more than 2 centuries later that in his time the followers of Marcion were to be found throughout the whole world. Asterisk. The danger must have been pressing and great indeed, if we are to judge it to have been proportioned with the opprobrious epithets and vituperation heaped upon Marcion by the great African, that patristic Cerberus, whom we find ever barking at the door of the Irenaean dogmas. We have but to open his celebrated refutation of Marcion's antitheses, to acquaint ourselves with the fine fleur of monkeyish abuse of the Christian school, an abuse so faithfully carried through the Middle Ages, to be renewed again in our present day at the Vatican. Now, then, ye hounds, yelping at the God of truth, whom the apostles cast out, to all your questions. These are the bones of contention which ye gnaw, etc. The poverty of the great African's arguments keeps pace with his abuse, remarks the author of Supernatural Religion. There, the Fathers, religious controversy bristles with misstatements, and is turbid with pious abuse. Tertullian was a master of his style, and the vehement vituperation with which he opens and often interlards his work against the impious and sacrilegious Marcion, offers anything but a guarantee of fair and legitimate criticism. How firm these two fathers Tertullian and Epiphanius were on their theological ground, may be inferred from the curious fact that they intemperately both vehemently reproach the beast, Marcion, with erasing passages from the Gospel of Luke which never were in Luke at all. The lightness and inaccuracy, adds the critic, with which Tertullian proceeds, are all the better illustrated by the fact that not only does he accuse Marcion falsely, but he actually defines the motives for which he expunged a passage which never existed. In the same chapter he also similarly accuses Marcion of erasing, from Luke, the saying that Christ had not come to destroy the law and the prophets, but to fulfill them, and he actually repeats the charge on 2 other occasions. Epiphanius also commits the mistake of reproaching Marcion with omitting from Luke what is only found in Matthew. Having so far shown the amount of reliance to be placed in the patristic literature, and it being unanimously conceded by the great majority of biblical critics that what the Fathers fought for was not truth, but their own interpretations and unwarranted assertions, we will now proceed to state what were the views of Marcion, whom Tertullian desired to annihilate as the most dangerous heretic of his day. If we are to believe Hilgenfeld, one of the greatest German biblical critics, then from the critical standing point one must consider the statements of the Fathers of the Church only as expressions of their subjective view, which itself requires proof. Asterisk. We can do no better nor make a more correct statement of facts concerning Marcion than by quoting what our space permits from Supernatural Religion, the author of which bases his assertions on the evidence of the greatest critics, as well as on his own researches. He shows in the days of Marcion two broad parties in the primitive church: one considering Christianity a mere continuation of the law, and dwarfing it into an Israelitish institution, a narrow sect of Judaism, the other representing the glad tidings as the introduction of a new system, applicable to all, and supplanting the Mosaic dispensation of the law by a universal dispensation of grace. These two parties, he adds, were popularly represented in the early church, by the two apostles Peter and Paul, and their antagonism is faintly revealed in the epistle to the Galatians. Marcion, who recognized no other gospels than a few epistles of Paul, who rejected totally the anthropomorphism of the Old Testament, and drew a distinct line of demarcation between the old Judaism and Christianity, viewed Jesus neither as a king, Messiah of the Jews, nor the son of David, who was in any way connected with the law or prophets, but a divine being sent to reveal to man a spiritual religion, wholly new, and a God of goodness and grace hitherto unknown. The Lord God of the Jews in his eyes, the Creator, Demiurgos, was totally different and distinct from the deity who sent Jesus to reveal the divine truth and preach the glad tidings, to bring reconciliation and salvation to all. The mission of Jesus according to Marcion was to abrogate the Jewish Lord, who was opposed to the God and Father of Jesus Christ as matter is to spirit, impurity to purity. Was Marcion so far wrong? Was it blasphemy, or was it intuition, divine inspiration in him to express that which every honest heart yearning for truth, more or less feels and acknowledges? If in his sincere desire to establish a purely spiritual religion, a universal faith based on unadulterated truth, he found it necessary to make of Christianity an entirely new and separate system from that of Judaism, did not Marcion have the very words of Christ for his authority? No man putteth a piece of new cloth into an old garment, for the rent is made worse. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles break, and the wine runneth out, and the bottles perish, but they put new wine into new bottles, and both are preserved. In what particular does the jealous, wrathful, revengeful God of Israel resemble the unknown deity, the God of mercy preached by Jesus, his Father who is in heaven, and the Father of all humanity? This Father alone is the God of spirit and purity, and, to compare him with the subordinate and capricious Sinaitic deity is an error. Did Jesus ever pronounce the name of Jehovah? Did he ever place his Father in contrast with this severe and cruel judge, his God of mercy, love, and justice, with the Jewish genius of retaliation? Never. From that memorable day when he preached his Sermon on the Mount, an immeasurable void opened between his God and that other deity who fulminated his commands from that other Mount Sinai. The language of Jesus is unequivocal, it implies not only rebellion but defiance of the Mosaic Lord God. Ye have heard, he tells us, that it hath been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, but I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. Ye have heard that it hath been said by the same Lord God on Sinai, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you, and persecute you. Matthew v. And now, open Manu and read. Resignation, the action of rendering good for evil, temperance, probity, purity, repression of the senses, the knowledge of the sastras, the holy books, that of the supreme soul, truthfulness and abstinence from anger, such are the 10 virtues in which consists duty. Those who study these 10 precepts of duty, and after having studied them conform their lives thereto, will reach to the supreme condition, Manu, Book 6, Sloka 92. If Manu did not trace these words many thousands of years before the era of Christianity, at least no voice in the whole world will dare deny them a less antiquity than several centuries BC. The same in the case of the precepts of Buddhism. If we turn to the Pratimiksa Sutra and other religious tracts of the Buddhists, we read the 10 following commandments. 1. Thou shalt not kill any living creature. 2. Thou shalt not steal. 3. Thou shalt not break thy vow of chastity. 4. Thou shalt not lie. 5. Thou shalt not betray the secrets of others. 6. Thou shalt not wish for the death of thy enemies. 7. Thou shalt not desire the wealth of others. 8. Thou shalt not pronounce injurious and foul words. 9. Thou shalt not indulge in luxury, sleep on soft beds or be lazy. 10. Thou shalt not accept gold or silver. Asterisk. Good master, what shall I do that I may have eternal life? Asks a man of Jesus. Keep the commandments. Which? Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, is the answer. What shall I do to obtain possession of Bodhi? Knowledge of eternal truth, asks a disciple of his Buddhist master. What way is there to become an upasaka? Keep the commandments. What are they? Thou shalt abstain all thy life from murder, theft, adultery, and lying, answers the master. Identical injunctions are they not? Divine injunctions, the living up to which would purify and exalt humanity. But are they more divine when uttered through one mouth than another? If it is God-like to return good for evil, does the enunciation of the precept by a Nazarene give it any greater force than its enunciation by an Indian, or Tibetan philosopher? We see that the Golden Rule was not original with Jesus, that its birthplace was India. Do what we may, we cannot deny Sakyamuni Buddha a less remote antiquity than several centuries before the birth of Jesus. In seeking a model for his system of ethics, why should Jesus have gone to the foot of the Himalayas rather than to the foot of Sinai, but that the doctrines of Manu and Gautarna harmonized exactly with his own philosophy, while those of Jehovah were to him abhorrent and terrifying. The Hindus taught to return good for evil, but the Jehovistic command was, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Would Christians still maintain the identity of the Father of Jesus and Jehovah, if evidence sufficiently clear could be adduced that the Lord God was no other than the pagan Bacchus, Dionysus? Well, this identity of the Jehovah at Mount Sinai with the god Bacchus is hardly disputable. The name is Yahweh or Iao, according to Theodoret, which is the secret name of the Phoenician mystery god, and it was actually adopted from the Chaldeans, with whom it also was the secret name of the Creator. Wherever Bacchus was worshipped there was a tradition of Nyssa and a cave where he was reared. Bethsan or Scythopolis in Palestine had that designation, so had a spot on Mount Parnassus. But Diodorus declares that Nyssa was between Phoenicia and Egypt. Euripides states that Dionysus came to Greece from India, and Diodorus adds his testimony, Osiris was brought up in Nyssa, in Arabia the Happy, he was the son of Zeus, and was named from his father, nominative Zeus, genitive Dios, and the place Dionysos the Zeus or Jove of Nyssa. This identity of name or title is very significant. In Greece Dionysus was second only to Zeus, and Pindar says, so Father Zeus governs all things, and Bacchus he governs also. But outside of Greece Bacchus was the all-powerful Zagreus, the highest of gods. Moses seems to have worshipped him personally and together with the populace at Mount Sinai, unless we admit that he was an initiated priest, an adept, who knew how to lift the veil which hangs behind all such exoteric worship, but kept the secret. And Moses built an altar, and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi, or Iao Nissi. What better evidence is required to show that the Sinaitic god was indifferently Bacchus, Osiris, and Jehovah? Mr. Sharp appends also his testimony that the place where Osiris was born was Mount Sinai, called by the Egyptians Mount Nissa. The brazen serpent was a Nis, and the month of the Jewish Passover Nisan. If the Mosaic Lord God was the only living God, and Jesus his only Son, how account for the rebellious language of the latter? Without hesitation or qualification he sweeps away the Jewish lex talionis and substitutes for it the law of charity and self-denial. If the Old Testament is a divine revelation, how can the New Testament be? Are we required to believe and worship a deity who contradicts himself every few hundred years? Was Moses inspired, or was Jesus not the Son of God? This is a dilemma from which the theologians are bound to rescue us. It is from this very dilemma that the Gnostics endeavored to snatch the budding Christianity. Justice has been waiting 19 centuries for intelligent commentators to appreciate this difference between the Orthodox Tertullian and the Gnostic Marcion. The brutal violence, unfairness, and bigotry of the great African repulse all who accept his Christianity. How can a god, inquired Marcion, break his own commandments? How could he consistently prohibit idolatry and image worship, and still cause Moses to set up the brazen serpent? How command, "Thou shalt not steal," and then order the Israelites to spoil the Egyptians of their gold and silver? Anticipating the results of modern criticism, Marcion denies the applicability to Jesus of the so-called messianic prophecies. Writes the author of Supernatural Religion, *, the Emmanuel of Isaiah is not Christ, the Virgin, his mother, is simply a young woman, an Alma of the temple, and the sufferings of the servant of God, Isaiah Lee. 13, Lying. 3, are not predictions of the death of Jesus. Chapter 4. Nothing better than those mysteries, by which, from a rough and fierce life, we are polished to gentleness, humanity, kindness, and softened. Cicero. De Legibus, 2, 14. Descend, O Soma, with that stream with which thou lightest up the sun. Soma, a life ocean spread through all, thou fillest creative the sun with beams. Rigveda, 2, 143. The beautiful virgin ascends, with long hair, and she holds 2 ears in her hand, and sits on a seat and feeds a boy as yet little, and suckles him and gives him food. Avanar. It is alleged that the Pentateuch was written by Moses, and yet it contains the account of his own death, Deuteronomy 36, and in Genesis 14:14, the name Dan is given to a city, which Judges 18:29 tells us was only called by that name at that late day, it having previously been known as Laish. Well might Josiah have rent his clothes when he had heard the words of the book of the law, for there was no more of Moses in it than there is of Jesus in the Gospel according to John. We have one fair alternative to offer our theologians, leaving them to choose for themselves, and promising to abide by their decision. Only they will have to admit, either that Moses was an impostor, or that his books are forgeries, written at different times and by different persons, or, again, that they are full of fraudulent interpolations. In either case the work loses all claims to be considered divine revelation. Here is the problem, which we quote from the Bible, the word of the God of truth. And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of God Almighty, but by my name of Jehovah was I not known to them. Exodus 6:3, spake God unto Moses. A very startling bit of information that, when, before arriving at the book of Exodus, we are told in Genesis, XXII 14, that Abraham called the name of that place where the patriarch had been preparing to cut the throat of his only begotten son Jehovah Jireh. Jehovah sees. Which is the inspired text, both cannot be which the forgery. Now, if both Abraham and Moses had not belonged to the same holy group, we might, perhaps, help theologians by suggesting to them a convenient means of escape out of this dilemma. They ought to call the Reverend Jesuit Fathers, especially those who have been missionaries in India, to their rescue. The latter would not be for a moment disconcerted. They would coolly tell us that beyond doubt Abraham had heard the name of Jehovah and borrowed it from Moses. Do they not maintain that it was they who invented the Sanskrit, edited Manu, and composed the greater portion of the Vedas? Marcion maintained, with the other Gnostics, the fallaciousness of the idea of an incarnate God, and therefore denied the corporeal reality of the living body of Christ. His entity was a mere illusion, it was not made of human flesh and blood, neither was it born of a human mother, for his divine nature could not be polluted with any contact with sinful flesh. He accepted Paul as the only apostle preaching the pure gospel of truth, and accused the other disciples of depraving the pure form of the gospel doctrines delivered to them by Jesus, mixing up matters of the law with the words of the Savior. Finally, we may add that modern biblical criticism, which unfortunately became really active and serious only toward the end of the last century, now generally admits that Marcion's text of the only gospel he knew anything about, that of Luke, is far superior and by far more correct than that of our present synoptics. We find in supernatural religion the following, for every Christian, startling sentence: we are, therefore, indebted to Marcion for the correct version even of the Lord's Prayer. If, leaving for the present the prominent founders of Christian sects, we now turn to that of the Ophites, which assumed a definite form about the time of Marcion and the Basilidians, we may find in it the reason for the heresies of all others. Like all other Gnostics, they rejected the Mosaic Bible entirely. Nevertheless, their philosophy, apart from some deductions original with several of the most important founders of the various branches of Gnosticism, was not new. Passing through the Chaldean Kabbalistic tradition, it gathered its materials in the Hermetic books, and pursuing its flight still farther back for its metaphysical speculations, we find it floundering among the tenets of Manu, and the earliest Hindu anti-sacerdotal Genesis. Many of our eminent antiquarians trace the Gnostic philosophies right back to Buddhism, which does not impair in the least either their or our arguments. We repeat again, Buddhism is but the primitive source of Brahmanism. It is not against the primitive Vedas that Gautama protests. It is against the sacerdotal and official state religion of his country, and the Brahmans, who in order to make room for and give authority to the castes, at a later period crammed the ancient manuscripts with interpolated slokas, intended to prove that the castes were predetermined by the Creator by the very fact that each class of men was issued from a more or less noble limb of Brahma. Gautama Buddha's philosophy was that taught from the beginning of time in the impenetrable secrecy of the inner sanctuaries of the pagodas. We need not be surprised, therefore, to find again, in all the fundamental dogmas of the Gnostics, the metaphysical tenets of both Brahmanism and Buddhism. They held that the Old Testament was the revelation of an inferior being, a subordinate divinity, and did not contain a single sentence of their Sophia, the divine wisdom. As to the New Testament, it had lost its purity when the compilers became guilty of interpolations. The revelation of divine truth was sacrificed by them to promote selfish ends and maintain quarrels. The accusation does not seem so very improbable to one who is well aware of the constant strife between the champions of circumcision and the law, and the apostles who had given up Judaism. The Gnostic Ophites taught the doctrine of emanations, so hateful to the defenders of the unity in the Trinity, and vice versa. The unknown deity with them had no name, but his first female emanation was called Bithos or depth. It answered to the Shekinah of the Kabbalists, the veil which conceals the wisdom in the cranium of the highest of the three heads. As the Pythagorean monad, this nameless wisdom was the source of light, and Enoia, or mind, is light itself. The latter was also called the primitive man, like the Adam Kadmon, or ancient Adam of the Kabbalah. Indeed, if man was created after his likeness and in the image of God, then this God was like his creature in shape and figure, hence, he is the primitive man. The first Manu, the one evolved from Svayambhuva, he who exists unrevealed in his own glory, is also, in one sense, the primitive man, with the Hindus. Thus the nameless and the unrevealed, Bithos, his female reflection, and Enoia, the revealed mind proceeding from both, or their son, are the counterparts of the Chaldean first triad as well as those of the Brahmanic Trimurti. We will compare. In all the three systems we see the great first cause as the one, the primordial germ, the unrevealed and grand all, existing through himself. In the Indian pantheon, Brahmazios, the Chaldean, Ilu, Kabbalistic and Soph. In the Ophite, the nameless, or secret name. Whenever the Eternal awakes from its slumber and desires to manifest itself, it divides itself into male and female. It then becomes in every system the double-sex deity, the universal father and mother. In India, Brahma, Nara, male, Nari, female. In Chaldea, Icon or Ensaf, Anu, male, Anata, female. In the Ophite system, nameless spirit, Abrasax, male, Bithas, female. From the union of the two emanates a third, or creative principle, the Son, or the manifested Logos, the product of the divine mind. In India, Virajay, the sun. In Chaldea, Bel, the sun. Ophite system, Ophis, another name for Enoya, the sun. Moreover, each of these systems has a triple male trinity, each proceeding separately through itself from one female deity. So, for instance, in India, the trinity Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, are blended into one, who is Brahma, neuter gender, creating and being created through the Virgin Nari, the mother of perpetual fecundity. In Chaldea, the trinity Anu, Bel, Hoa, or Sin, Samas, Ben, blend into one who is Anu, double-sexed, through the Virgin Mylitta. In the Ophite system, the trinity consisted of the mystery named Sij, Bithas, Enoya. These become one who is Abrasax, from the Virgin Sophia, or Numa, who herself is an emanation of Bithas and the mystery God and emanates through them, Christos. To place it still clearer, the Babylonian system recognizes first the one, Ad, or Ad, who is never named, but only acknowledged in thought as the Hindu Svayambhuva. From this he becomes manifest as Anu or Ana, the one above all monas. Next comes the demiurge called Bel or Elu, who is the active power of the Godhead. The third is the principle of wisdom, he, or Hoa, who also rules the sea and the underworld. Each of these has his divine consort, giving us Anata, Belta, and Davkana. These, however, are only like the Saktis, and not especially remarked by theologists. But the female principle is denoted by Mylitta, the Great Mother, called also Ishtar. So with the three male gods, we have the triad or Trimurti, and with Mylitta added, the Arba or four, Tetractys of Pythagoras, which perfects and potentializes all. Hence, the above given modes of expression. The following Chaldean diagram may serve as an illustration for all others. Triad/Anu, Bel, Hoa. /Mylitta Arba Il, or fourfold God. Become, with the Christians. Trinity/God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, /Mary, or Mother of these three gods since they are one, or, the Christian heavenly Tetractys. Hence, Hebron, the city of the Kabari was called Kirjath Arba, city of the four. The Kabari were Axioros the noble Eros, Axiokersos, the worthy horned one, Axiokersa, Demeter and Cadmiel, Hoa, etc. The Pythagorean 10 denoted the Arba Il or divine four, emblematized by the Hindu lingam, Anu, 1, Bel, 2, Hoa, 3, which makes 6. The triad and Mylitta as 4 make the 10. Though he is termed the primitive man, Enoya, who is like the Egyptian Pimander, the power of the thought divine, the first intelligible manifestation of the divine spirit in material form, he is like the only begotten son of the unknown Father, of all other nations. He is the emblem of the first appearance of the divine presence in his own works of creation, tangible and visible, and therefore comprehensible. The mystery God, or the ever unrevealed deity fecundates through his will Bithas, the unfathomable and infinite depth that exists in silence, Sij, and darkness, for our intellect, and that represents the abstract idea of all nature, the ever-producing cosmos. As neither the male nor female principle, blended into the idea of a double-sex deity in ancient conceptions, could be comprehended by an ordinary human intellect, the theology of every people had to create for its religion a logos, or manifested word, in some shape or other. With the Ophites and other Gnostics who took their models direct from more ancient originals, the unrevealed Bithos and her male counterpart produce Enoia, and the three in their turn produce Sophia, thus completing the tetractys, which will emanate Christos, the very essence of the Father's Spirit. As the unrevealed one, or concealed Logos in its latent state, he has existed from all eternity in the Arba-il, the metaphysical abstraction, therefore, he is one with all others as a unity, the latter, including all, being indifferently termed Enoia, Sig, Silence, Bithos, etc. As the revealed one, he is androgyne, Christos, and Sophia, divine wisdom, who descend into the man Jesus. Both Father and Son are shown by Irenaeus to have loved the beauty, formam, of the primitive woman, who is Bithos depth as well as Sophia, and as having produced conjointly Ophis and Sophia, double-sexed unity again, male and female wisdom, one being considered as the unrevealed Holy Spirit, or elder Sophia the Pneuma the intellectual mother of all things, the other the revealed one, or Ophis, typifying divine wisdom fallen into matter, or God-man Jesus, whom the Gnostic Ophites represented by the serpent, Ophis, fecundated by the divine light of the Father and Son, the highest Spirit and Enoia. Sophia produces in her turn two other emanations, one perfect Christos, the second imperfect Sophia Akamoth, from Hakamoth, simple wisdom, who becomes the mediatrix between the intellectual and material worlds. Christos was the mediator and guide between God, the higher, and everything spiritual in man. Akamoth the younger Sophia held the same duty between the primitive man, Enoia, and matter. What was mysteriously meant by the general term, Christos, we have just explained. Delivering a sermon on the month of Mary, we find the Rev. Dr. Preston, of New York City, expressing the Christian idea of the female principle of the Trinity better and more clearly than we could, and substantially in the spirit of an ancient heathen philosopher. He says that the plan of the redemption made it necessary that a mother should be found, and Mary stands preeminently alone as the only instance when a creature was necessary to the consummation of God's work. We will beg the right to contradict the reverend gentleman. As shown above, thousands of years before our era it was found necessary by all the heathen theogonies to find a female principle, a mother for the triune male principle. Hence, Christianity does not present the only instance of such a consummation of God's work, albeit, as this work shows, there was more philosophy and less materialism, or rather anthropomorphism, in it. But here the Reverend Doctor express heathen thought in Christian ideas. He, God, he says, prepared her, Mary's, virginal and celestial purity, for a mother defiled could not become the mother of the Most High. The Holy Virgin, even in her childhood, was more pleasing than all the cherubim and seraphim, and from infancy to the maturing maidenhood and womanhood she grew more and more pure. By her very sanctity she reigned over the heart of God. When the hour came, the whole court of heaven was hushed, and the Trinity listened for the answer of Mary, for without her consent the world could not have been redeemed. Does it not seem as if we were reading Irenaeus explaining the Gnostic heresy, which taught that the Father and Son loved the beauty, formam, of the celestial Virgin? Or the Egyptian system, of Isis being both wife, sister, and mother of Osiris Horus? With the Gnostic philosophy there were but two, but the Christians have improved and perfected the system by making it completely heathen, for it is the Chaldean Anu Belhoa, merging into Mylitta. Then while this month, of Mary, adds Dr. Preston, begins in the Paschal season, the month when nature decks herself with fruits and flowers, the harbingers of a bright harvest, let us, too, begin for a golden harvest. In this month the dead come up out of the earth, figuring the resurrection, so, when we are kneeling before the altar of the Holy and Immaculate Mary, let us remember that there should come forth from us the bud of promise, the flower of hope, and the imperishable fruit of sanctity. This is precisely the substratum of the pagan thought, which, among other meanings, emblematized by the rites of the resurrection of Osiris, Adonis, Bacchus, and other slaughtered sun gods, the resurrection of all nature in spring, the germination of seeds that had been dead and sleeping during winter, and so were allegorically said to be kept in the underworld, Hades. They are typified by the 3 days passed in hell before his resurrection by Hercules, by Christ, and others. This derivation, or rather heresy, as it is called in Christianity, is simply the Brahmanic doctrine in all its archaic purity. Vishnu, the second personage of the Hindu Trinity, is also the Logos, for he is made subsequently to incarnate himself in Krishna. And Lakshmi, or Lakshmi, who, as in the case of Osiris and Isis, of Ensoph and Sephira, and of Bithas and Enoia, is both his wife, sister, and daughter, through this endless correlation of male and female creative powers in the abstruse metaphysics of the ancient philosophies as Sophia Akamoth. Krishna is the mediator promised by Brahma to mankind, and represents the same idea as the Gnostic Christos. And Lakshmi, Vishnu's spiritual half, is the emblem of physical nature, the universal mother of all the material and revealed forms, the mediatrix and protector of nature, like Sophia Akamoth, who is made by the Gnostics the mediatrix between the great cause and matter, as Christos is the mediator between him and spiritual humanity. This Brahmano-Gnostic tenet is more logical, and more consistent with the allegory of Genesis and the fall of man. When God curses the first couple, he is made to curse also the earth and everything that is on it. The New Testament gives us a Redeemer for the first sin of mankind, which was punished for having sinned, but there is not a word said about a Savior who would take off the unmerit curse from the earth and the animals, which had never sinned at all. Thus the Gnostic allegory shows a greater sense of both justice and logic than the Christian. In the Ophite system, Sophia, the androgyne wisdom, is also the female spirit, or the Hindu female Nari, Narayana, moving on the face of the water's chaos, or future matter. She vivifies it from afar, but not touching the abyss of darkness. She is unable to do so, for wisdom is purely intellectual, and cannot act directly on matter. Therefore, Sophia is obliged to address herself to her supreme parent, but although life proceeds primally from the unseen cause, and his Enoia, neither of them can, any more than herself, have anything to do with the lower chaos in which matter assumes its definite shape. Thus, Sophia is obliged to employ on the task her imperfect emanation, Sophia Akamoth, the latter being of a mixed nature, half spiritual and half material. The only difference between the Ophite cosmogony and that of the St. John Nazarenes is a change of names. We find equally an identical system in the Kabbalah, the Book of Mystery, Liber Mysterii. All the three systems, especially that of the Kabbalists and the Nazarenes, which were the models for the Ophite cosmogony, belong to the pure Oriental Gnosticism. The Codex Nazareus opens with, the Supreme King of Light, Mono, the Great First One, etc., the latter being the emanation of Furho the unknown, formless life. He is the chief of the Aeons, from whom proceed, or shoot forth, 5 refulgent rays of divine light. Mono is Rex Lucis, the Bethusinoia of the Ophites. Unus est Rex Lucis in suo regno, nec ullusque eo altier, nullusque aegis similitudinem ritualrit, nullusque sublatus oculis, viderit coronum qui in aegis capit est. He is the manifested light around the highest of the 3 Kabbalistic heads, the concealed wisdom, from him emanate the 3 lives. Ebelzivo is the revealed Logos, Christos the Apostle Gabriel, and the first legate or messenger of light. If Bithas and Enoia are the Nazarene Mono, then the dual-natured, the semi-spiritual, semi-material Achamoth must be Phtahil when viewed from her spiritual aspect, and if regarded in her grosser nature, she is the Nazarene Spiritus. Phtahil, who is the reflection of his father, Lord Abater, the third life as the elder Sophia is also the third emanation as the newest man. Perceiving his fruitless attempts to create a perfect material world, the Spiritus calls to one of her progeny, the Karaptanos Ildabaoth who is without sense or judgment, blind matter, to unite himself with her to create something definite out of this confused, turbulentos, matter, which task she is enabled to achieve only after having produced from this union with Karaptanos the 7 stellas. Like the 6 sons or genii of the Gnostic Ildabaoth, they then frame the material world. The same story is repeated over again in Sophia Akamoth. Delegated by her purely spiritual parent, the elder Sophia, to create the world of visible forms, she descended into chaos, and, overpowered by the emanation of matter, lost her way. Still ambitious to create a world of matter of her own, she busied herself hovering to and fro about the dark abyss, and imparted life and motion to the inert elements, until she became so hopelessly entangled in matter that, like Fetahil, she is represented sitting immersed in mud, and unable to extricate herself from it, until, by the contact of matter itself, she produces the creator of the material world. He is the Demiurgus, called by the Ophites Ildabaoth, and, as we will directly show, the parent of the Jewish God in the opinion of some sects, and held by others to be the Lord God himself. It is at this point of the Kabbalistic Gnostic cosmogony that begins the Mosaic Bible. Having accepted the Jewish Old Testament as their standard, no wonder that the Christians were forced by the exceptional position in which they were placed through their own ignorance, to make the best of it. The first groups of Christians, whom Renan shows numbering but from 7 to 12 men in each church, belonged unquestionably to the poorest and most ignorant classes. They had and could have no idea of the highly philosophical doctrines of the Platonists and Gnostics, and evidently knew as little about their own newly made-up religion. To these, who if Jews, had been crushed under the tyrannical dominion of the law, as enforced by the elders of the synagogues, and if pagans had been always excluded, as the lower castes are until now in India, from the religious mysteries, the God of the Jews and the Father preached by Jesus were all one. The contentions which reigned from the first years following the death of Jesus, between the two parties, the Pauline and the Petrine, were deplorable. What one did, the other deemed a sacred duty to undo. If the homilies are considered apocryphal, and cannot very well be accepted as an infallible standard by which to measure the animosity which raged between the two apostles, we have the Bible, and the proofs afforded therein are plentiful. So hopelessly entangled seems Irenaeus in his fruitless endeavors to describe, to all outward appearance at least, the true doctrines of the many Gnostic sects of which he treats, and to present them at the same time as abominable heresies, that he either deliberately, or through ignorance, confounds all of them in such a way that few metaphysicians would be able to disentangle them, without the Kabbalah and the Codex as the true keys. Thus, for instance, he cannot even tell the difference between the Stheonites and the Ophites, and tells us that they called the God of all, hominem, a man, and his mind the second man, or the Son of Man. So does Theodoret, who lived more than 2 centuries after Irenaeus, and who makes a sad mess of the chronological order in which the various sects succeeded each other. Neither the Stheonites, a branch of the Jewish Nazarenes, nor the Ophites, a purely Greek sect, have ever held anything of the kind. Irenaeus contradicts his own words by describing in another place the doctrines of Cerinthus, the direct disciple of Simon Magus. He says that Cerinthus taught that the world was not created by the first God, but by a virtue, virtus, or power, an aeon so distant from the first cause that he was even ignorant of him who is above all things. This aeon subjected Jesus, he begot him physically through Joseph from one who was not a virgin, but simply the wife of that Joseph, and Jesus was born like all other men. Viewed from this physical aspect of his nature, Jesus was called the Son of Man. It is only after his baptism, that Christos, the Anointed, descended from the princeliness of above, in the figure of a dove, and then announced the unknown Father through Jesus. If, therefore, Jesus was physically considered as a Son of Man, and spiritually as the Christos, who overshadowed him, how then could the God of all, the unknown Father, be called by the Gnostics Homo, a man, and his mind, Enoia, the second man, or Son of Man? Neither in the Oriental Kabbalah, nor in Gnosticism, was the God of all ever anthropomorphized. It is but the first, or rather the second emanations, for Shekinah, Sephirah, depth, and other first manifested female virtues are also emanations, that are termed primitive men. Thus Adam Kadmon, Enoia, Orsage, the Logoi in short, are the only begotten ones but not the sons of man, which appellation properly belongs to Christos the son of Sophia, the elder, and of the primitive man who produces him through his own vivifying light, which emanates from the source or cause of all, hence the cause of his light also, the unknown Father. There is a great difference made in the Gnostic metaphysics between the first unrevealed Logos and the anointed, who is Christos. Ennoia may be termed, as Philo understands it, the second God, but he alone is the primitive and first man, and by no means the second one, as Theodoret and Irenaeus have it. It is but the inveterate desire of the latter to connect Jesus in every possible way, even in the heresies, with the highest God, that led him into so many falsifications. Such an identification with the unknown God, even of Christos, the anointed, the Ian who overshadowed him, let alone of the man Jesus, never entered the head of the Gnostics nor even of the direct apostles and of Paul, whatever later forgeries may have added. How daring and desperate were many such deliberate falsifications was shown in the first attempts to compare the original manuscripts with later ones. In Bishop Horsley's edition of Sir Isaac Newton's works, several manuscripts on theological subjects were cautiously withheld from publication. The article known as Christ's Descent into Hell, which is found in the later Apostles' Creed, is not to be found in the manuscripts of either the 4th or 6th centuries. It was an evident interpolation copied from the fables of Bacchus and Hercules and enforced upon Christendom as an article of faith. Concerning it, the author of the preface to the catalogue of the manuscripts of the King's Library, Preface, PXXI, remarks, "I wish that the insertion of the article of Christ's descent into hell into the Apostles' Creed could be as well accounted for as the insertion of the said verse, First Epistle of John, v. 7. Now, this verse reads, For there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. This verse, which has been appointed to be read in churches, is now known to be spurious. It is not to be found in any Greek manuscript, save one at Berlin, which was transcribed from some interpolated paraphrase between the lines. In the first and second editions of Erasmus, printed in 1516 and 1519, this allusion to these three heavenly witnesses is omitted, and the text is not contained in any Greek manuscript which was written earlier than the 15th century. It was not mentioned by either of the Greek ecclesiastical writers nor by the early Latin fathers, so anxious to get at every proof in support of their Trinity, and it was omitted by Luther in his German version. Edward Gibbon was early in pointing out its spurious character. Archbishop Newcombe rejected it, and the Bishop of Lincoln expresses his conviction that it is spurious. There are 28 Greek authors, Irenaeus, Clemens, and Athanasius included, who neither quote nor mention it, and 17 Latin writers, numbering among them Augustine, Jerome, Ambrosius, Cyprian, and Pope Eusebius, who appear utterly ignorant of it. It is evident that if the text of the heavenly witnesses had been known from the beginning of Christianity, the ancients would have eagerly seized it, inserted it in their creeds, quoted it repeatedly against the heretics, and selected it for the brightest ornament of every book that they wrote upon the subject of the Trinity. Thus falls to the ground the strongest Trinitarian pillar. Another not less obvious forgery is quoted from Sir Isaac Newton's words by the editor of the Apocryphal New Testament. Newton observes that what the Latins have done to this text, First Epistle of John, v. the Greeks have done to that of St. Paul, Timothy 3:16. 4. By changing omicron into theta, the abbreviation of theta epsilon omicron sigma, God, in the Alexandrian manuscript, from which their subsequent copies were made, they now read, Great is the mystery of godliness, God manifested in the flesh, whereas all the churches, for the first 4 or 5 centuries, and the authors of all the ancient versions, Jerome, as well as the rest, read, Great is the mystery of godliness which was manifested in the flesh. Newton adds, that now that the disputes over this forgery are over, they that read God made manifest in the flesh, instead of the godliness which was manifested in the flesh, think this passage one of the most obvious and pertinent texts for the business. And now we ask again the question, who were the first Christians? Those who were readily converted by the eloquent simplicity of Paul, who promised them, with the name of Jesus, freedom from the narrow bonds of ecclesiasticism. They understood but one thing, they were the children of promise, Galatians 4:28. The allegory of the Mosaic Bible was unveiled to them, the covenant from the Mount Sinai which gendereth to bondage was Agar, Ibid, 24, the old Jewish synagogue, and she was in bondage with her children to Jerusalem, the new and the free, the mother of us all. On the one hand the synagogue and the law which persecuted everyone who dared to step across the narrow path of bigotry and dogmatism, on the other, paganism with its grand philosophical truths concealed from sight, unveiling itself but to the few, and leaving the masses hopelessly seeking to discover who was the God, among this overcrowded pantheon of deities and sub-deities. To others, the apostle of circumcision, supported by all his followers, was promising, if they obeyed the law, a life hereafter, and a resurrection of which they had no previous idea. At the same time he never lost an occasion to contradict Paul without naming him, but indicating him so clearly that it is next to impossible to doubt whom Peter meant. While he may have converted some men, who whether they had believed in the Mosaic resurrection promised by the Pharisees, or had fallen into the nihilistic doctrines of the Sadducees, or had belonged to the polytheistic heathenism of the pagan rabble, had no future after death, nothing but a mournful blank, we do not think that the work of contradiction, carried on so systematically by the two apostles, had helped much their work of proselytism. With the educated thinking classes they succeeded very little, as ecclesiastical history clearly shows. Where was the truth, where the inspired word of God? On the one hand, as we have seen, they heard the apostle Paul explaining that of the two covenants, which things are an allegory, the old one from Mount Sinai, which gendereth unto bondage, was Agar the bondwoman, and Mount Sinai itself answered to Jerusalem, which now is in bondage with her circumcised children, and the new covenant meant Jesus Christ the Jerusalem which is above and free, and on the other Peter, who was contradicting and even abusing him. Paul vehemently exclaims, cast out the bondwoman and her son, the old law and the synagogue. The son of the bondwoman shall not be heir with the son of the free woman. Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free, be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. Behold, I Paul say unto you, that if ye be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing. Galen v2. What do we find Peter writing? Whom does he mean by saying, these who speak great swelling words of vanity? While they promise them liberty, they themselves are servants of corruption, for of whom a man is overcome, of the same is he brought in bondage. For if they have escaped the pollution of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Saviour, they are again entangled therein, and overcome. It had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness, than after they have known it to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. 2nd Epistle. Peter certainly cannot have meant the Gnostics, for they had never seen the holy commandment delivered unto them. Paul had. They never promised any one liberty from bondage, but Paul had done so repeatedly. Moreover, the latter rejects the old covenant, Agar the bondwoman, and Peter holds fast to it. Paul warns the people against the powers and dignities, the lower angels of the Kabbalists, and Peter, as will be shown further, respects them and denounces those who do not. Peter preaches circumcision, and Paul forbids it. Later, when all these extraordinary blunders, contradictions, dissensions, and inventions were forcibly crammed into a frame elaborately executed by the episcopal caste of the new religion, and called Christianity, and the chaotic picture itself cunningly preserved from too close scrutiny by a whole array of formidable church penances and anathemas, which kept the curious back under the false pretense of sacrilege and profanation of divine mysteries, and millions of people had been butchered in the name of the God of mercy. Then came the Reformation. It certainly deserves its name in its fullest paradoxical sense. It abandoned Peter and alleges to have chosen Paul for its only leader. And the apostle who thundered against the old law of bondage, who left full liberty to Christians to either observe the Sabbath or set it aside, who rejects everything anterior to John the Baptist, is now the professed standard bearer of Protestantism, which holds to the old law more than the Jews, imprisons those who view the Sabbath as Jesus and Paul did, and outvies the synagogue of the first century in dogmatic intolerance. But who then were the first Christians, may still be asked. Doubtless the Ebionites, and in this we follow the authority of the best critics. There can be little doubt that the author, of the Clementine Homilies, was a representative of Ebionitic Gnosticism, which had once been the purest form of primitive Christianity. And who were the Ebionites? The pupils and followers of the early Nazarenes, the Kabbalistic Gnostics. In the preface to the Codex Nazareus, the translator says, that also the Nazarenes did not reject. The Eons is natural. For of the Ebionites who acknowledged them, the Eons, these were the instructors. We find, moreover, Epiphanius, the Christian Homer of the heresies, telling us that Ebion had the opinion of the Nazarenes, the form of the Cerinthians, who fable that the world was put together by angels, and the appellation of Christians. An appellation certainly more correctly applied to them than to the Orthodox, so-called, Christians of the school of Irenaeus and the later Vatican. Renan shows the Ebionites numbering among their sect all the surviving relatives of Jesus. John the Baptist, his cousin and precursor, was the accepted savior of the Nazarenes, and their prophet. His disciples dwelt on the other side of the Jordan, and the scene of the baptism of the Jordan is clearly and beyond any question proved by the author of Sod, the son of the man, to have been the site of the Adonis worship. Over the Jordan and beyond the lake dwelt the Nazarenes, a sect said to have existed already at the birth of Jesus, and to have counted him among its number. They must have extended along the east of the Jordan, and southeasterly among the Arabians, Galati 17, 21, 11, and Sabaeans in the direction of Basra, and again, they must have gone far north over the Lebanon to Antioch, also to the northeast to the Nazarian settlement in Beroea, where Saint Jerome found them. In the desert the mysteries of Adonis may have still prevailed, in the mountains Ai Adonai was still a cry. Having been united, conjunctus, to the Nazarenes, each, Ebionite, imparted to the other out of his own wickedness, and decided that Christ was of the seed of a man, writes Epiphanius. And if they did, we must suppose they knew more about their contemporary prophet than Epiphanius 400 years later. Theodoret, as shown elsewhere, describes the Nazarenes as Jews who honor the anointed as a just man, and use the evangel called according to Peter. Jerome finds the authentic and original evangel, written in Hebrew, by Matthew the Apostle Publican, in the library collected at Caesarea, by the martyr Pamphilius. I received permission from the Nazareans, who at Beroea of Syria used this gospel, to translate it, he writes toward the end of the 4th century. In the evangel which the Nazarenes and Ebionites use, adds Jerome, which recently I translated from Hebrew into Greek, and which is called by most persons the genuine Gospel of Matthew, etc. That the apostles had received a secret doctrine from Jesus, and that he himself taught one, is evident from the following words of Jerome, who confessed it in an unguarded moment. Writing to the bishops Chromateus and Heliodorus, he complains that a difficult work is enjoined, since this translation has been commanded me by your felicities, which Saint Matthew himself, the apostle and evangelist, did not wish to be openly written. For if it had not been secret, he, Matthew, would have added to the evangel that which he gave forth was his, but he made up this book sealed up in the Hebrew characters, which he put forth even in such a way that the book, written in Hebrew letters and by the hand of himself, might be possessed by the men most religious, who also, in the course of time, received it from those who preceded them. But this very book they never gave to any one to be transcribed, and its text they related some one way and some another. And he adds further on the same page, and it happened that this book, having been published by a disciple of Manichaeus, named Seleucus, who also wrote falsely the Acts of the Apostles, exhibited matter not for edification, but for destruction, and that this book was approved in a synod which the ears of the church properly refused to listen to. He admits, himself, that the book which he authenticates as being written by the hand of Matthew, a book which, notwithstanding that he translated it twice, was nearly unintelligible to him, for it was arcane or a secret. Nevertheless, Jerome coolly sets down every commentary upon it, except his own, as heretical. More than that, Jerome knew that this original Gospel of Matthew was the expounder of the only true doctrine of Christ, and that it was the work of an evangelist who had been the friend and companion of Jesus. He knew that if of the two Gospels, the Hebrew in question and the Greek belonging to our present Scripture, one was spurious, hence heretical, it was not that of the Nazarenes, and yet, knowing all this, Jerome becomes more zealous than ever in his persecutions of the heretics. Why? Because to accept it was equivalent to reading the death sentence of the established church. The Gospel according to the Hebrews was but too well known to have been the only one accepted for 4 centuries by the Jewish Christians, the Nazarenes, and the Ebionites. And neither of the latter accepted the divinity of Christ. If the commentaries of Jerome on the prophets, his famous Vulgate, and numerous polemical treatises are all as trustworthy as this version of the Gospel according to Matthew, then we have a divine revelation indeed. Why wonder at the unfathomable mysteries of the Christian religion, since it is perfectly human? Have we not a letter written by one of the most respected fathers of the Church to this same Jerome, which shows better than whole volumes their traditionary policy? This is what Saint Gregory of Nazianzen wrote to his friend and confidant Saint Jerome: nothing can impose better on a people than verbiage, the less they understand the more they admire. Our fathers and doctors have often said, not what they thought, but what circumstances and necessity forced them to. But to return to our Sophia Camoth and the belief of the genuine, primitive Christians. After having produced Ilda Baeth, Ilda from, a child, and Baeth from, the egg, or, Baeth, a waste, a desolation, Sophia Camoth suffered so much from the contact with matter, that after extraordinary struggles she escapes at last out of the muddy chaos. Although unacquainted with the pleroma, the region of her mother, she reached the middle space and succeeded in shaking off the material parts which have stuck to her spiritual nature, after which she immediately built a strong barrier between the world of intelligences, spirits, and the world of matter. Ilda Baeth is thus the son of darkness, the creator of our sinful world, the physical portion of it. He follows the example of Bithos and produces from himself 6 stellar spirits, sons. They are all in his own image, and reflections one of the other, which become darker as they successively recede from their father. With the latter, they all inhabit 7 regions disposed like a ladder, beginning under the middle space, the region of their mother, Sophia Camoth, and ending with our earth, the 7th region. Thus they are the genii of the 7 planetary spheres, of which the lowest is the region of our earth, the sphere which surrounds it, our ether. The respective names of these genii of the spheres are Iyov, Jehovah, Sabaoth, Adonai, Eloi, Aureos, Astaphios. The first 4, as everyone knows, are the mystic names of the Jewish Lord God, he being, as C.W. King expresses it, thus degraded by the Ophites into the appellations of the subordinates of the Creator. The 2 last names are those of the genii of fire and water. Ilda Baeth, whom several sects regarded as the god of Moses, was not a pure spirit, he was ambitious and proud, and rejecting the spiritual light of the middle space offered him by his mother Sophia Camoth, he set himself to create a world of his own. Aided by his sons, the 6 planetary genii, he fabricated man, but this one proved a failure. It was a monster, soulless, ignorant, and crawling on all 4s on the ground like a material beast. Ilda Baeth was forced to implore the help of his spiritual mother. She communicated to him a ray of her divine light, and so animated man and endowed him with a soul. And now began the animosity of Ilda Baeth toward his own creature. Following the impulse of the divine light, man soared higher and higher in his aspirations. Very soon he began presenting not the image of his creator Ilda Baeth but rather that of the supreme being, the primitive man, Inoya. Then the Dernergus was filled with rage and envy, and fixing his jealous eye on the abyss of matter, his looks envenomed with passion were suddenly reflected in it as in a mirror. The reflection became animate, and there arose out of the abyss Satan, serpent, ophiomorphos, the embodiment of envy and of cunning. He is the union of all that is most base in matter, with the hate, envy, and craft of a spiritual intelligence. After that, always in spite at the perfection of man, Ildabaoth created the three kingdoms of nature, the mineral, vegetable, and animal, with all evil instincts and properties. Impotent to annihilate the tree of knowledge, which grows in his sphere as in every one of the planetary regions, but bent upon detaching man from his spiritual protectress, Ildabaoth forbade him to eat of its fruit, for fear it should reveal to mankind the mysteries of the superior world. But Sophia Achamoth, who loved and protected the man whom she had animated, sent her own genius Ophies, in the form of a serpent to induce man to transgress the selfish and unjust command. And man suddenly became capable of comprehending the mysteries of creation. Ildabaoth revenged himself by punishing the first pair, for man, through his knowledge, had already provided for himself a companion out of his spiritual and material half. He imprisoned man and woman in a dungeon of matter, in the body so unworthy of his nature, wherein man is still enthralled. But Achamoth protected him still. She established between her celestial region and man, a current of divine light, and kept constantly supplying him with this spiritual illumination. Then follow allegories embodying the idea of dualism, or the struggle between good and evil, spirit and matter, which is found in every cosmogony, and the source of which is again to be sought in India. The types and antitypes represent the heroes of this Gnostic pantheon, borrowed from the most ancient mythopoeic ages. But, in these personages, Ophies and Ophiomorphos, Sophia and Sophia Achamoth, Adam Cadmon and Adam, the planetary genii and the divine eons, we can also recognize very easily the models of our biblical copies, the euhemerized patriarchs. The archangels, angels, virtues, and powers, are all found, under other names, in the Vedas and the Buddhistic system. The Avestic Supreme Being, Zero Anna, or boundless time, is the type of all these Gnostic and Kabbalistic depths, crowns, and even of the Chaldean Ansaf. The six Amshaspans, created through the word of Ormuzd, the firstborn, have their reflections in Bithas and his emanations, and the antitype of Ormuzd and his devs also enter into the composition of Ildabaoth and his six material, though not wholly evil, planetary genii. Achamoth, afflicted with the evils which befall humanity, notwithstanding her protection, beseeches the celestial mother Sophia, her antitype, to prevail on the unknown depth to send down Christos, the son and emanation of the celestial Virgin, to the help of perishing humanity. Ildabaoth and his six sons of matter are shutting out the divine light from mankind. Man must be saved. Ildabaoth had already sent his own agent, John the Baptist, from the race of Seth, whom he protects as a prophet to his people, but only a small portion listened to him, the Nazarenes, the opponents of the Jews, on account of their worshipping Boatunau. Achamoth had assured her son, Ildabaoth, that the reign of Christos would be only temporal, and thus induced him to send the forerunner, or precursor. Besides that, she made him cause the birth of the man Jesus from the Virgin Mary, her own type on earth, for the creation of a material personage could only be the work of the demiurgus, not falling within the province of a higher power. As soon as Jesus was born, Christos, the perfect, uniting himself with Sophia, wisdom and spirituality, descended through the seven planetary regions, assuming in each an analogous form, and concealing his true nature from their genii, while he attracted into himself the sparks of divine light which they retained in their essence. Thus, Christos entered into the man Jesus at the moment of his baptism in the Jordan. From that time Jesus began to work miracles. Before that, he had been completely ignorant of his mission. Ildabaoth, discovering that Christos was bringing to an end his own kingdom of matter, stirred up the Jews against him, and Jesus was put to death. When on the cross, Christos and Sophia left his body and returned to their own sphere. The material body of the man Jesus was abandoned to the earth, but he himself was given a body made up of ether, astral soul. Thenceforward he consisted of merely soul and spirit, which was the reason why the disciples did not recognize him after the resurrection. In this spiritual state of a simulacrum, Jesus remained on earth for 18 months after he had risen. During this last sojourn, he received from Sophia that perfect knowledge, that true gnosis, which he communicated to the very few among the apostles who were capable of receiving the same. Thence, ascending up into the middle space, he sits on the right hand of Ildebaoth, but unperceived by him, and there collects all the souls which shall have been purified by the knowledge of Christ. When he has collected all the spiritual light that exists in matter, out of Ildebaoth's empire, the redemption will be accomplished and the world will be destroyed. Such is the meaning of the reabsorption of all the spiritual light into the pleroma or fullness, whence it originally descended. The foregoing is from the description given by Theodoret and adopted by King in his Gnostics, with additions from Epiphanius and Irenaeus. But the former gives a very imperfect version, concocted partly from the descriptions of Irenaeus, and partly from his own knowledge of the later Ophites, who, toward the end of the 3rd century, had blended already with several other sects. Irenaeus also confounds them very frequently, and the real theogony of the Ophites is given by none of them correctly. With the exception of a change in names, the above given theogony is that of all the Gnostics, and also of the Nazarenes. Ophis is but the successor of the Egyptian Chnuppies, the good serpent with a lion's radiating head, and was held from days of the highest antiquity as an emblem of wisdom, or Thoth, the instructor and savior of humanity, the Son of God. O men, live soberly. Win your immortality, exclaims Hermes, the thrice great Trismegistus. Instructor and guide of humanity, I will lead you on to salvation. Thus the oldest sectarians regarded Ophis, the Agatodaimon, as identical with Christos, the serpent being the emblem of celestial wisdom and eternity, and, in the present case, the antitype of the Egyptian Chnuppi's serpent. These Gnostics, the earliest of our Christian era, held, that the supreme Aeon, having emitted other aeons out of himself, one of them, a female, Pronikos, concupiscence, descended into the chaos, whence, unable to escape, she remained suspended in the mid-space, being too clogged by matter to return above, and not falling lower where there was nothing in affinity with her nature. She then produced her son Ildebaoth, the god of the Jews, who, in his turn, produced 7 aeons, or angels, who created the 7 heavens. In this plurality of heavens the Christians believed from the first, for we find Paul teaching of their existence, and speaking of a man caught up to the 3rd heaven, 2 Cor. 13. From these 7 angels Ildebaoth shut up all that was above him, lest they should know of anything superior to himself. They then created man in the image of their father, but prone and crawling on the earth like a worm. But the heavenly mother, Pronikos, wishing to deprive Ildebaoth of the power with which she had unwittingly endowed him, infused into man a celestial spark, the spirit. Immediately man rose upon his feet, soared in mind beyond the limits of the 7 spheres, and glorified the Supreme Father, him that is above Ildebaoth. Hence, the latter, full of jealousy, cast down his eyes upon the lowest stratum of matter, and begot a potency in the form of a serpent, whom they, the Ophites, call his son. Eve, obeying him as the Son of God, was persuaded to eat of the tree of knowledge. It is a self-evident fact that the serpent of the Genesis, who appears suddenly and without any preliminary introduction, must have been the antitype of the Persian archdavs, whose head is Ashmokh, the 2-footed serpent of lies. If the Bible serpent had been deprived of his limbs before he had tempted woman unto sin, why should God specify as a punishment that he should go upon his belly? Nobody supposes that he walked upon the extremity of his tail. This controversy about the supremacy of Jehovah, between the presbyters and fathers on the one hand, and the Gnostics, the Nazarenes, and all the sects declared heterodox, as a last resort, on the other, lasted till the days of Constantine, and later. That the peculiar ideas of the Gnostics about the genealogy of Jehovah, or the proper place that had to be assigned, in the Christian Gnostic pantheon, to the God of the Jews, were at first deemed neither blasphemous nor heterodox is evident in the difference of opinions held on this question by Clemens of Alexandria, for instance, and Tertullian. The former, who seems to have known of Basilides better than anybody else, saw nothing heterodox or blamable in the mystical and transcendental views of the new reformer. In his eyes, remarks the author of the Gnostics, speaking of Clemens, Basilides was not a heretic, i.e., an innovator as regards the doctrines of the Christian Church, but a mere theosophic philosopher, who sought to express ancient truths under new forms, and perhaps to combine them with the new faith, the truth of which he could admit without necessarily renouncing the old, exactly as is the case with the learned Hindus of our day. Not so with Irenaeus and Tertullian. The principal works of the latter against the heretics were written after his separation from the Catholic Church, when he had ranged himself among the zealous followers of Montanus, and teemed with unfairness and bigoted prejudice. He has exaggerated every Gnostic opinion to a monstrous absurdity, and his arguments are not based on coercive reasoning but simply on the blind stubbornness of a partisan fanatic. Discussing Basilides, the pious, godlike, theosophic philosopher, as Clemens of Alexandria thought him, Tertullian exclaims, after this, Basilides, the heretic, broke loose. He asserted that there is a supreme God, by name Abraxas, by whom mind was created, whom the Greeks call nous. From her emanated the word, from the word, providence, from providence, virtue and wisdom, from these two again, virtues, principalities, and powers were made, thence infinite productions and emissions of angels. Among the lowest angels, indeed, and those that made this world, he sets last of all the God of the Jews, whom he denies to be God himself, affirming that he is but one of the angels. It would be equally useless to refer to the direct apostles of Christ, and show them as holding in their controversies that Jesus never made any difference between his Father and the Lord God of Moses. For the Clementine homilies, in which occur the greatest argumentations upon the subject, as shown in the disputations alleged to have taken place between Peter and Simon the magician, are now also proved to have been falsely attributed to Clement the Roman. This work, if written by an Ebionite as the author of Supernatural Religion declares in common with some other commentators, must have been written either far later than the Pauline period, generally assigned to it, or the dispute about the identity of Jehovah with God, the Father of Jesus, have been distorted by later interpolations. This disputation is in its very essence antagonistic to the early doctrines of the Ebionites. The latter, as demonstrated by Epiphanius and Theodoret, were the direct followers of the Nazarene sect *, the Sabians, the disciples of John. He says, unequivocally, that the Ebionites believed in the aeons, emanations, that the Nazarenes were their instructors, and that each imparted to the other out of his own wickedness. Therefore, holding the same beliefs as the Nazarenes did, an Ebionite would not have given even so much chance to the doctrine supported by Peter in the homilies. The old Nazarenes, as well as the later ones, whose views are embodied in the Codex Nazaraceus, never called Jehovah otherwise than Adonai, Ierbo, the God of the abortive, the Orthodox Jews. They kept their beliefs and religious tenets so secret that even Epiphanius, writing as early as the end of the 4th century, confesses his ignorance as to their real doctrine. Dropping the name of Jesus, says the Bishop of Salamis, they neither call themselves Essenes, nor continue to hold the name of the Jews, nor name themselves Christians, but Nazarenes. The resurrection of the dead is confessed by them. But concerning Christ, I cannot say whether they think him a mere man, or as the truth is, confess that he was born through the holy pneuma from the Virgin. While Simon Magus argues in the homilies from the standpoint of every Gnostic, Nazarenes and Ebionites included, Peter, as a true apostle of circumcision, holds to the old law and, as a matter of course, seeks to blend his belief in the divinity of Christ with his old faith in the Lord God and ex-protector of the chosen people. As the author of Supernatural Religion shows, the epitome, a blending of the other two, probably intended to purge them from heretical doctrine and, together with a great majority of critics, assigns to the homilies, a date not earlier than the end of the 3rd century, we may well infer that they must differ widely with their original, if there ever was one. Simon the magician proves throughout the whole work that the demiurgus, the architect of the world, is not the highest deity, and he bases his assertions upon the words of Jesus himself, who states repeatedly that no man knew the Father. Peter is made in the homilies to repudiate, with a great show of indignation, the assertion that the patriarchs were not deemed worthy to know the Father, to which Simon objects again by quoting the words of Jesus, who thanks the Lord of heaven and earth that what was concealed from the wise he has revealed to babes, proving very logically that according to these very words the patriarchs could not have known the Father. Then Peter argues, in his turn, that the expression, what is concealed from the wise, etc., referred to the concealed mysteries of the creation. This argumentation of Peter, therefore, had it even emanated from the apostle himself, instead of being a religious romance, as the author of supernatural religion calls it, would prove nothing whatever in favor of the identity of the God of the Jews, with the Father of Jesus. At best it would only demonstrate that Peter had remained from first to last an apostle of circumcision, a Jew faithful to his old law, and a defender of the Old Testament. This conversation proves, moreover, the weakness of the cause he defends, for we see in the apostle a man who, although in most intimate relations with Jesus, can furnish us nothing in the way of direct proof that he ever thought of teaching that the all-wise and all-good paternity he preached was the morose and revengeful thunderer of Mount Sinai. But what the homilies do prove, is again our assertion that there was a secret doctrine preached by Jesus to the few who were deemed worthy to become its recipients and custodians. And Peter said, we remember that our Lord and Teacher, as commanding, said to us, guard the mysteries for me, and the sons of my house. Wherefore also he explained to his disciples, privately, the mysteries of the kingdoms of the heavens. If we now recall the fact that a portion of the mysteries of the pagans consisted of the aperita, or secret discourses, that the secret logia or discourses of Jesus contained in the original Gospel according to Matthew, the meaning and interpretation of which Saint Jerome confessed to be a difficult task for him to achieve, were of the same nature, and if we remember, further, that to some of the interior or final mysteries only a very select few were admitted, and that finally it was from the number of the latter that were taken all the ministers of the holy pagan rites, we will then clearly understand this expression of Jesus quoted by Peter, guard the mysteries for me and the sons of my house, i.e., of my doctrine. And, if we understand it rightly, we cannot avoid thinking that this secret doctrine of Jesus, even the technical expressions of which are but so many duplications of the Gnostic and Neoplatonic mystic phraseology, that this doctrine, we say, was based on the same transcendental philosophy of Oriental Gnosis as the rest of the religions of those and earliest days. That none of the later Christian sects, despite their boasting, were the inheritors of it, is evident from the contradictions, blunders, and clumsy repatching of the mistakes of every preceding century by the discoveries of the succeeding one. These mistakes, in a number of manuscripts claimed to be authentic, are sometimes so ridiculous as to bear on their face the evidence of being pious forgeries. Thus, for instance, the utter ignorance of some patristic champions of the very Gospels they claim to defend. We have mentioned the accusation against Marcion by Tertullian and Epiphanius of mutilating the Gospel ascribed to Luke, and erasing from it that which is now proved to have never been in that Gospel at all. Finally, the method adopted by Jesus of speaking in parables, in which he only followed the example of his sect, is attributed in the homilies to a prophecy of Isaiah. Peter is made to remark, for Isaiah said, I will open my mouth in parables, and I will utter things that have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. This erroneous reference to Isaiah of a sentence given in Psalms 2, is found not only in the apocryphal homilies, but also in the Sinaitic Codex. Commenting on the fact in the Supernatural Religion, the author states that Porphyry, in the 3rd century, twit Christians with this erroneous ascription by their inspired evangelist to Isaiah of a passage from a psalm, and reduced the fathers to great straits. Eusebius and Jerome tried to get out of the difficulty by ascribing the mistake to an ignorant scribe, and Jerome even went to the length of asserting that the name of Isaiah never stood after the above sentence in any of the old codices, but that the name of Asaph was found in its place, only ignorant men had removed it. To this, the author again observes that the fact is that the reading Asaph for Isaiah is not found in any manuscript extant, and, although Isaiah has disappeared from all but a few obscure codices, it cannot be denied that the name anciently stood in the text. In the Sinaitic Codex, which is probably the earliest manuscript extant, and which is assigned to the 4th century, he adds, the prophet Isaiah stands in the text by the first hand, but is erased by the second. It is a most suggestive fact that there is not a word in the so-called sacred scriptures to show that Jesus was actually regarded as a god by his disciples. Neither before nor after his death did they pay him divine honors. Their relation to him was only that of disciples and master, by which name they addressed him, as the followers of Pythagoras and Plato addressed their respective masters before them. Whatever words may have been put into the mouths of Jesus, Peter, John, Paul, and others, there is not a single act of adoration recorded on their part, nor did Jesus himself ever declare his identity with his Father. He accused the Pharisees of stoning their prophets, not of deicide. He termed himself the Son of God, but took care to assert repeatedly that they were all the children of God, who was the heavenly Father of all. In preaching this, he but repeated a doctrine taught ages earlier by Hermes, Plato, and other philosophers. Strange contradiction. Jesus, whom we are asked to worship as the one living God, is found, immediately after his resurrection, saying to Mary Magdalene, I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren, and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God. John XX 17. Does this look like identifying himself with his Father? My Father and your Father, my God and your God, implies, on his part, a desire to be considered on a perfect equality with his brethren, nothing more. Theodoret writes, the heretics agree with us respecting the beginning of all things. But they say there is not one Christ, God, but one above, and the other below. And this last formerly dwelt in many, but the Jesus, they at one time say is from God, at another they call him a spirit. This spirit is the Christos, the messenger of life, who is sometimes called the angel Gabriel, in Hebrew, the mighty one of God, and who took with the Gnostics the place of the Logos, while the Holy Spirit was considered life. With the sect of the Nazarenes, though, the Spiritus, or Holy Ghost, had less honor. While nearly every Gnostic sect considered it a female power, whether they called it Bina, Sophia, the divine intellect, with the Nazarene sect it was the female Spiritus, the astral light, the genetrix of all things of matter, the chaos in its evil aspect, made turbido by the demiurge. At the creation of man, it was light on the side of the Father, and it was light, material light, on the side of the Mother. And this is the twofold man, says the Sahar. That day, the last one, will perish the 7 badly disposed Stellas, also the sons of man, who have confessed the Spiritus, the Meshes, false, the Deus, and the mother of the Spiritus shall perish. Jesus enforced and illustrated his doctrines with signs and wonders, and if we lay aside the claims advanced on his behalf by his deifiers, he did but what other Kabbalists did, and only they at that epoch, when, for 2 centuries the sources of prophecy had been completely dried up, and from this stagnation of public miracles had originated the skepticism of the unbelieving sect of the Sadducees. Describing the heresies of those days, Theodoret, who has no idea of the hidden meaning of the word Christos, the anointed messenger, complains that they, the Gnostics, assert that this messenger or delegatus changes his body from time to time, and goes into other bodies, and at each time is differently manifested. And these, the overshadowed prophets, use incantations and invocations of various demons and baptisms in the confession of their principles. They embrace astrology and magic, and the mathematical error, he says. This mathematical error, of which the pious writer complains, led subsequently to the rediscovery of the heliocentric system, erroneous as it may still be, and forgotten since the days of another magician who taught it, Pythagoras. Thus, the wonders of healing and the thumbs of Jesus, which he imparted to his followers, show that they were learning, in their daily communication with him, the theory and practice of the new ethics, day by day, and in the familiar intercourse of intimate friendship. Their faith was progressively developed, like that of all neophytes, simultaneously with the increase of knowledge. We must bear in mind that Josephus, who certainly must have been well informed on the subject, calls the skill of expelling demons a science. This growth of faith is conspicuously shown in the case of Peter, who, from having lacked enough faith to support him while he could walk on the water from the boat to his master, at last became so expert a thaumaturgist, that Simon Magus is said to have offered him money to teach him the secret of healing, and other wonders. And Philip is shown to have become an ethrobat as good as Abaris of Pythagorean memory, but less expert than Simon Magus. Neither in the homilies nor any other early work of the apostles, is there anything to show that either of his friends and followers regarded Jesus as anything more than a prophet. The idea is as clearly established in the Clementines. Except that too much room is afforded to Peter to establish the identity of the Mosaic God with the Father of Jesus, the whole work is devoted to monotheism. The author seems as bitter against polytheism as against the claim to the divinity of Christ. He seems to be utterly ignorant of the Logos, and his speculation is confined to Sophia, the Gnostic wisdom. There is no trace in it of a hypostatic trinity, but the same overshadowing of the Gnostic wisdom, Christos and Sophia, is attributed in the case of Jesus as it is in those of Adam, Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses. These personages are all placed on one level, and called true prophets, and the 7 pillars of the world. More than that, Peter vehemently denies the fall of Adam, and with him, the doctrine of atonement, as taught by Christian theology, utterly falls to the ground, for he combats it as a blasphemy. Peter's theory of sin is that of the Jewish Kabbalists, and even, in a certain way, Platonic. Adam not only never sinned, but, as a true prophet, possessed of the Spirit of God, which afterwards was in Jesus, could not sin. In short, the whole of the work exhibits the belief of the author in the Kabbalistic doctrine of permutation. The Kabbalah teaches the doctrine of transmigration of the Spirit. Mosah is the revolutio of Seth and Hebel. Tell me who it is who brings about the rebirth, the revolutio, is asked of the wise Hermes. God's Son, the only man, through the will of God, is the answer of the heathen. God's Son is the immortal spirit assigned to every human being. It is this divine entity which is the only man, for the casket which contains our soul, and the soul itself, are but half entities, and without its overshadowing both body and astral soul, the two are but an animal duad. It requires a trinity to form the complete man, and allow him to remain immortal at every rebirth, or revolutio, throughout the subsequent and ascending spheres, every one of which brings him nearer to the refulgent realm of eternal and absolute light. God's firstborn, who is the holy veil, the light of lights, it is he who sends the revolutio of the delegatus, for he is the first power, says the Kabbalist. The pneuma, spirit, and the dunamis, power, which is from the God, it is right to consider nothing else than the Logos, who is also first begotten to the God, argues a Christian. Angels and powers are in heaven, says Justin, thus bringing forth a purely Kabbalistic doctrine. The Christians adopted it from the Sahar and the heretical sects, and if Jesus mentioned them, it was not in the official synagogues that he learned the theory, but directly in the Kabbalistic teachings. In the Mosaic books, very little mention is made of them, and Moses, who holds direct communications with the Lord God, troubles himself very little about them. The doctrine was a secret one, and deemed by the Orthodox synagogue heretical. Josephus calls the Essenes heretics, saying, those admitted among the Essenes must swear to communicate their doctrines to no one any otherwise than as he received them himself, and equally to preserve the books belonging to their sect, and the names of the angels. The Sadducees did not believe in angels, neither did the uninitiated Gentiles, who limited their Olympus to gods and demigods, or spirits alone. The Kabbalists and Theurgists hold to that doctrine from time immemorial, and, as a consequence, Plato and Philo-Judaeus after him, followed first by the Gnostics, and then by the Christians. Thus, if Josephus never wrote the famous interpolation forged by Eusebius, concerning Jesus, on the other hand, he has described in the Essenes all the principal features that we find prominent in the Nazarene. When praying, they sought solitude. When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and pray to thy Father which is in secret, Matthew 6:6. Everything spoken by them, Essenes, is stronger than an oath. Swearing is shunned by them, Josephus 2:8-6. But I say unto you, swear not at all. But let your communication be yea, nay, nay, Matthew v 34-37. The Nazarenes, as well as the Essenes and the Therapeutae, believed more in their own interpretations of the hidden sense of the more ancient scriptures, than in the later laws of Moses. Jesus, as we have shown before, felt but little veneration for the commandments of his predecessor, with whom Irenaeus is so anxious to connect him. The Essenes enter into the houses of those whom they never saw previously, as if they were their intimate friends, Josephus 2:8-4. Such was undeniably the custom of Jesus and his disciples. Epiphanius, who places the Ebionite heresy on one level with that of the Nazarenes, also remarks that the Nazarii come next to the Cerinthians, so much vituperated against by Irenaeus. Monk, in his work on Palestine, affirms that there were 4,000 Essenes living in the desert, that they had their mystical books, and predicted the future. The Nabatheans, with very little difference indeed, adhered to the same belief as the Nazarenes and the Sabaeans, and all of them honor John the Baptist more than his successor Jesus. The Persian Izadi say that they originally came to Syria from Busra. They use baptism, and believe in 7 archangels, though paying at the same time reverence to Satan. Their prophet Izd, who flourished long prior to Muhammad, taught that God will send a messenger, and that the latter would reveal to him a book which is already written in heaven from the eternity. The Nabatheans inhabited the Lebanon, as their descendants do to the present day, and their religion was from its origin purely Kabbalistic. Maimonides speaks of them as if he identified them with the Sabaeans. I will mention to thee the writings. Respecting the belief and institutions of the Sabaeans, he says. The most famous is the book The Agriculture of the Nabatheans, which has been translated by Ibn Wahohijah. This book is full of heathenish foolishness. It speaks of the preparations of talismans, the drawing down of the powers of the spirits, magic, demons, and ghouls, which make their abode in the desert. There are traditions among the tribes living scattered about beyond the Jordan, as there are many such also among the descendants of the Samaritans at Damascus, Gaza, and at Naplisa, the ancient Shechem. Many of these tribes have, notwithstanding the persecutions of 18 centuries, retained the faith of their fathers in its primitive simplicity. It is there that we have to go for traditions based on historical truths, however disfigured by exaggeration and inaccuracy, and compare them with the religious legends of the fathers, which they call revelation. Eusebius states that before the siege of Jerusalem the small Christian community comprising members of whom many, if not all, knew Jesus and his apostles personally took refuge in the little town of Pella, on the opposite shore of the Jordan. Surely these simple people, separated for centuries from the rest of the world, ought to have preserved their traditions fresher than any other nations. It is in Palestine that we have to search for the clearest waters of Christianity, let alone its source. The first Christians, after the death of Jesus, all joined together for a time, whether they were Ebionites, Nazarenes, Gnostics, or others. They had no Christian dogmas in those days, and their Christianity consisted in believing Jesus to be a prophet, this belief varying from seeing in him simply a just man, or a holy, inspired prophet, a vehicle used by Christos and Sophia to manifest themselves through. These all united together in opposition to the synagogue and the tyrannical technicalities of the Pharisees, until the primitive group separated in two distinct branches which, we may correctly term the Christian Kabbalists of the Jewish Tannim school, and the Christian Kabbalists of the Platonic Gnosis. The former were represented by the party composed of the followers of Peter, and John, the author of the Apocalypse, the latter ranged with the Pauline Christianity, blending itself, at the end of the 2nd century, with the Platonic philosophy, and engulfing, still later, the Gnostic sects, whose symbols and misunderstood mysticism overflowed the Church of Rome. Amid this jumble of contradictions, what Christian is secure in confessing himself such? In the Old Syriac Gospel according to Luke 3:22, the Holy Spirit is said to have descended in the likeness of a dove. Jesua, full of the sacred Spirit, returned from Jordan, and the Spirit led him into the desert, Old Syriac, Luke 4:1, Tremelius. The difficulty, says Dunlap, was that the Gospels declared that John the Baptist saw the Spirit, the power of God, descend upon Jesus after he had reached manhood, and if the Spirit then first descended upon him, there was some ground for the opinion of the Ebionites and Nazarenes who denied his preceding existence, and refused him the attributes of the Logos. The Gnostics, on the other hand, objected to the flesh, but conceded the Logos. John's Apocalypsis, and the explanations of sincere Christian bishops, like Saint-Sus, who, to the last, adhered to the Platonic doctrines, make us think that the wisest and safest way is to hold to that sincere primitive faith which seems to have actuated the above-named bishop. This best, sincerest, and most unfortunate of Christians, addressing the unknown, exclaims, O Father of the worlds! Father of the eons! Artificer of the gods, it is holy to praise. But Saint-Sus had Hypatia for instructor, and this is why we find him confessing in all sincerity his opinions and profession of faith. The rabble desires nothing better than to be deceived. As regards myself, therefore, I will always be a philosopher with myself, but I must be priest with the people. Holy is God the Father of all being, holy is God, whose wisdom is carried out into execution by his own powers. Holy art thou, who through the Word had created all. Therefore, I believe in thee, and bear testimony, and go into the life and light. Thus speaks Hermes Trismegistus, the heathen divine. What Christian bishop could have said better than that? The apparent discrepancy of the four Gospels as a whole, does not prevent every narrative given in the New Testament however much disfigured having a groundwork of truth. To this, are cunningly adapted details made to fit the later exigencies of the Church. So, propped up partially by indirect evidence, still more by blind faith, they have become, with time, articles of faith. Even the fictitious massacre of the innocents by King Herod has a certain foundation to it, in its allegorical sense. Apart from the now discovered fact that the whole story of such a massacre of the innocents is bodily taken from the Hindu Bhagavad Gita, and Brahmanical traditions, the legend refers, moreover, allegorically, to an historical fact. King Herod is the type of Kansa, the tyrant of Madura, the maternal uncle of Krishna, to whom astrologers predicted that a son of his niece Devki would deprive him of his throne. Therefore he gives orders to kill the male child that is born to her, but Krishna escapes his fury through the protection of Mahadeva, the great god, who causes the child to be carried away to another city, out of Kansa's reach. After that, in order to be sure and kill the right boy, on whom he failed to lay his murderous hands, Kansa has all the male newborn infants within his kingdom killed. Krishna is also worshipped by the Gopas, the shepherds, of the land. Though this ancient Indian legend bears a very suspicious resemblance to the more modern biblical romance, Gaffarel and others attribute the origin of the latter to the persecutions during the Herodian reign of the Kabbalists and the wise men, who had not remained strictly orthodox. The latter, as well as the prophets, were nicknamed the innocents, and the babes, on account of their holiness. As in the case of certain degrees of modern Masonry, The adepts reckoned their grade of initiation by a symbolic age. Thus Saul, who, when chosen king, was a choice and goodly man, and from his shoulders upward was higher than any of the people, is described in Catholic versions, as child of 1 year when he began to reign, which, in its literal sense, is a palpable absurdity. But in 1 Samuel x, his anointing by Samuel and initiation are described, and at verse 6, Samuel uses this significant language. The Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be turned into another man. The phrase above quoted is thus made plain he had received 1 degree of initiation and was symbolically described as a child 1 year old. The Catholic Bible, from which the text is quoted, with charming candor says in a footnote, it is extremely difficult to explain, meaning that Saul was a child of 1 year. But undaunted by any difficulty, the editor, nevertheless, does take upon himself to explain it, and adds, a child of 1 year. That is, he was good and like an innocent child. An interpretation as ingenious as it is pious, and which if it does no good can certainly do no harm. Asterisk. If the explanation of the Kabbalists is rejected, then the whole subject falls into confusion, worse still, for it becomes a direct plagiarism from the Hindu legend. All the commentators have agreed that a literal massacre of young children is nowhere mentioned in history, and that, moreover, an occurrence like that would have made such a bloody page in Roman annals that the record of it would have been preserved for us by every author of the day. Herod himself was subject to the Roman law, and undoubtedly he would have paid the penalty of such a monstrous crime, with his own life. But if, on the one hand, we have not the slightest trace of this fable in history, on the other, we find in the official complaints of the synagogue abundant evidence of the persecution of the initiates. The Talmud also corroborates it. The Jewish version of the birth of Jesus is recorded in the Sefer Toldos Jeshu in the following words. Mary, having become the mother of a son, named Jehoshua, and the boy growing up, she entrusted him to the care of the Rabbi Elhanan, and the child progressed in knowledge, for he was well gifted with spirit and understanding. Rabbi Jehoshua, son of Parachiah, continued the education of Jehoshua, Jesus, after Elhanan, and initiated him in the secret knowledge, but the king, Janus, having given orders to slay all the initiates, Jehoshua ben Parachiah, fled to Alexandria, in Egypt, taking the boy with him. While in Alexandria, continues the story, they were received in the house of a rich and learned lady, personified Egypt. Young Jesus found her beautiful, notwithstanding a defect in her eyes, and declared so to his master. Upon hearing this, the latter became so angry that his pupil should find in the land of bondage anything good, that he cursed him and drove the young man from his presence. Then follow a series of adventures told in allegorical language, which show that Jesus supplemented his initiation in the Jewish Kabbalah with an additional acquisition of the secret wisdom of Egypt. When the persecution ceased, they both returned to Judea. Asterisk. The real grievances against Jesus are stated by the learned author of Tela Igna Satani, the fiery darts of Satan, to be 2 in number. First, that he had discovered the great mysteries of their temple, by having been initiated in Egypt, and 2d, that he had profaned them by exposing them to the vulgar, who misunderstood and disfigured them. This is what they say. There exists, in the sanctuary of the living God, a cubical stone, on which are sculptured the holy characters, the combination of which gives the explanation of the attributes and powers of the incommunicable name. This explanation is the secret key of all the occult sciences and forces in nature. It is what the Hebrews call the Sham Hamparash. This stone is watched by 2 lions of gold, who roar as soon as it is approached. The gates of the temple were never lost sight of, and the door of the sanctuary opened but once a year, to admit the high priest alone. But Jesus, who had learned in Egypt the great secrets at the initiation, forged for himself invisible keys, and thus was enabled to penetrate into the sanctuary unseen. He copied the characters on the cubical stone, and hid them in his thigh, after which, emerging from the temple, he went abroad and began astounding people with his miracles. The dead were raised at his command, the lepers and the obsessed were healed. He forced the stones which lay buried for ages at the bottom of the sea to rise to the surface until they formed a mountain, from the top of which he preached. The Sefer Toldos states further that, unable to displace the cubical stone of the sanctuary, Jesus fabricated one of clay, which he showed to the nations and passed it off for the true cubical stone of Israel. This allegory, like the rest of them in such books, is written inside and outside. It has its secret meaning, and ought to be read two ways. The Kabbalistic books explain its mystical meaning. Further, the same Talmudist says, in substance, the following: Jesus was thrown in prison, and kept there 40 days, then flogged as a seditious rebel, then stoned as a blasphemer in a place called Lud, and finally allowed to expire upon a cross. All this, explains Levi, because he revealed to the people the truths which they, the Pharisees, wished to bury for their own use. He had divined the occult theology of Israel, had compared it with the wisdom of Egypt, and found thereby the reason for a universal religious synthesis. However cautious one ought to be in accepting anything about Jesus from Jewish sources, it must be confessed that in some things they seem to be more correct in their statements, whenever their direct interest in stating facts is not concerned, than our good but too jealous fathers. One thing is certain: James, the brother of the Lord, is silent about the resurrection. He terms Jesus nowhere Son of God, nor even Christ God. Once only, speaking of Jesus, he calls him the Lord of glory, but so do the Nazarenes when writing about their prophet Hanan bar Zachariah, or John, son of Zacharias, Saint John Baptist. Their favorite expressions about their prophet are the same as those used by James when speaking of Jesus. A man of the seed of a man, messenger of life, of light, my Lord Apostle, King sprung of light, and so on. Have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory, etc., says James in his epistle, 2:1, presumably addressing Christ as God. Peace to thee, my Lord, John Abio Sabo, Lord of glory. Says the Codex Nazareus, 2:19, known to address but a prophet. Ye have condemned and killed the just, says James, v6. Hanan, John, is the just one, he comes in the way of justice, says Matthew, XXI 32, Syriac text. James does not even call Jesus Messiah, in the sense given to the title by the Christians, but alludes to the Kabbalistic King Messiah, who is Lord of Sabaoth, v4, and repeats several times that the Lord will come, but identifies the latter nowhere with Jesus. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Be patient, for the coming of the Lord draweth nigh, v7, 8. And he adds, take, my brethren, the prophet, Jesus, who has spoken in the name of the Lord for an example of suffering, affliction, and of patience. Though in the present version the word prophet stands in the plural, yet this is a deliberate falsification of the original, the purpose of which is too evident. James, immediately after having cited the prophets as an example, adds, behold, ye have heard of the patience of Job, and have seen the end of the Lord. Thus combining the examples of these two admirable characters, and placing them on a perfect equality. But we have more to adduce in support of our argument. Did not Jesus himself glorify the prophet of the Jordan? What went ye out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. Verily, I say unto you, among them that are born of women there hath not risen a greater than John the Baptist. And of whom was he who spoke thus born? It is but the Roman Catholics who have changed Mary, the mother of Jesus, into a goddess. In the eyes of all other Christians she was a woman, whether his own birth was immaculate or otherwise. According to strict logic, then, Jesus confessed John greater than himself. Note how completely this matter is disposed of by the language employed by the angel Gabriel when addressing Mary, blessed art thou among women. These words are unequivocal. He does not adore her as the mother of God, nor does he call her goddess, he does not even address her as virgin, but he calls her woman, and only distinguishes her above other women as having had better fortune, through her purity. The Nazarenes were known as Baptists, Sabians, and John's Christians. Their belief was that the Messiah was not the Son of God, but simply a prophet who would follow John. Yohanan, the son of the Abo Sabo Zachariah, shall say to himself, whoever will believe in my justice and my baptism shall be joined to my association, he shall share with me the seat which is the abode of life, of the supreme Mono, and of living fire. Codex Nazareus, 2, p. 115. Origen remarks there are some who said of John, the Baptist, that he was the anointed, Christus. The angel Raziel of the Kabbalists is the angel Gabriel of the Nazarenes, and it is the latter who is chosen of all the celestial hierarchy by the Christians to become the messenger of the Annunciation. The genius sent by the Lord of Celtitude is Ebelzivo, whose name is also called Gabriel Legatus. Paul must have had the sect of the Nazarenes in mind when he said, and last of all he, Jesus, was seen of me also, as of one born out of due time, 1 Corinth 15:8, thus reminding his listeners of the expression usual to the Nazarenes, who termed the Jews the abortions, or born out of time. Paul prides himself of belonging to a heresy. When the metaphysical conceptions of the Gnostics, who saw in Jesus the Logos and the Anointed, began to gain ground, the earliest Christians separated from the Nazarenes, who accused Jesus of perverting the doctrines of John, and changing the baptism of the Jordan. Directly, says Milman, as it, the gospel, got beyond the borders of Palestine, and the name of Christ had acquired sanctity and veneration in the eastern cities, he became a kind of metaphysical impersonation, while the religion lost its purely moral cast and assumed the character of a speculative theogony. The only half-original document that has reached us from the primitive apostolic days, is the Logia of Matthew. The real, genuine doctrine has remained in the hands of the Nazarenes, in this Gospel of Matthew containing the secret doctrine, the sayings of Jesus, mentioned by Papias. These sayings were, no doubt, of the same nature as the small manuscripts placed in the hands of the neophytes, who were candidates for the initiations into the mysteries, and which contained the aperita, the revelations of some important rites and symbols. For why should Matthew take such precautions to make them secret were it otherwise? Primitive Christianity had its grip, passwords, and degrees of initiation. The innumerable Gnostic gems and amulets are weighty proofs of it. It is a whole symbolical science. The Kabbalists were the first to embellish the universal logos, with such terms as light of light, the messenger of life and light, and we find these expressions adopted in toto by the Christians, with the addition of nearly all the Gnostic terms such as pleroma, fullness, archons, eons, etc. As to the firstborn, the first, and the only begotten, these are as old as the world. Origen shows the word logos as existing among the Brachmanes. The Brachmanes say that the God is light, not such as one sees, nor such as the sun and fire, but they have the God logos, not the articulate, the logos of the gnosis, through whom the highest mysteries of the gnosis are seen by the wise. The Acts and the Fourth Gospel teem with Gnostic expressions. The Kabbalistic, God's firstborn emanated from the Most High, together with that which is the spirit of the anointing, and again they called him the anointed of the highest, are reproduced in spirit and substance by the author of the Gospel according to John. That was the true light, and the light shineth in darkness. And the Word was made flesh. And his fullness, pleroma, have all we received, etc. John IETSEQ. The Christ, then, and the Logos existed ages before Christianity. The Oriental Gnosis was studied long before the days of Moses, and we have to seek for the origin of all these in the archaic periods of the primeval Asiatic philosophy. Peter's second epistle and Jude's fragment, preserved in the New Testament, show by their phraseology that they belong to the Kabbalistic Oriental Gnosis, for they use the same expressions as did the Christian Gnostics who built a part of their system from the Oriental Kabbalah. Presumptuous are they, the Ophites, self-willed, they are not afraid to speak evil of dignities, says Peter, 2d Epistle 2:10, the original model for the later abuse of Tertullian and Irenaeus. Likewise, even as Sodom and Gomorrah, also these filthy dreamers defile the flesh, despise dominion, and speak evil of dignities, says Jude, repeating the very words of Peter, and thereby expressions consecrated in the Kabbalah. Dominion is the empire, the 10th of the Kabbalistic Sephiroth. The powers and dignities are the subordinate genii of the archangels and angels of the Sahar. These emanations are the very life and soul of the Kabbalah and Zoroastrianism, and the Talmud itself, in its present state, is all borrowed from the Zendavesta. Therefore, by adopting the views of Peter, Jude, and other Jewish apostles, the Christians have become but a dissenting sect of the Persians, for they do not even interpret the meaning of all such powers as the true Kabbalists do. Paul's warning his converts against the worshipping of angels, shows how well he appreciated, even so early as his period, the dangers of borrowing from a metaphysical doctrine the philosophy of which could be rightly interpreted but by its well-learned adherents, the Magi and the Jewish Tannim. Let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshipping of angels, intruding into those things which he hath not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind, is a sentence laid right at the door of Peter and his champions. In the Talmud, Michael is prince of water, who has 7 inferior spirits subordinate to him. He is the patron, the guardian angel of the Jews, as Daniel informs us, v. 21, and the Greek Ophites, who identified him with their Ophiomorphos, the personified creation of the envy and malice of Ildabaoth, the Demiurgus, creator of the material world, and undertook to prove that he was also Samuel, the Hebrew prince of the evil spirits, or Persian devs, were naturally regarded by the Jews as blasphemers. But did Jesus ever sanction this belief in angels except in so far as hinting that they were the messengers and subordinates of God? And here the origin of the later splits between Christian beliefs is directly traceable to these two early contradictory views. Paul, believing in all such occult powers in the world unseen, but ever present, says, "Ye walked according to the aeon of this world, according to the archon, Ildabaoth, the demiurge, that has the domination of the air, and we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the dominations, the powers, the lords of darkness, the mischievousness of spirits in the upper regions." This sentence, "Ye were dead in sin and error, for ye walked according to the archon, or Ildabaoth, the god and creator of matter of the Ophites," shows unequivocally that, first, Paul, notwithstanding some dissensions with the more important doctrines of the Gnostics, shared more or less their cosmogonical views on the emanations, and 2d, that he was fully aware that this demiurge, whose Jewish name was Jehovah, was not the God preached by Jesus. And now, if we compare the doctrine of Paul with the religious views of Peter and Jude, we find that, not only did they worship Michael, the archangel, but that also they reverenced Satan, because the latter was also, before his fall, an angel. This they do quite openly, and abuse the Gnostics for speaking evil of him. No one can deny the following: Peter, when denouncing those who are not afraid to speak evil of dignities, adds immediately, whereas angels, which are greater in power and might, bring not railing accusations against them, the dignities, before the Lord. 2:11. Who are the dignities? Jude, in his general epistle, makes the word as clear as day. The dignities are the devils. Complaining of the disrespect shown by the Gnostics to the powers and dominions, Jude argues in the very words of Peter, and yet, Michael, the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, "The Lord rebuke thee." I9. Is this plain enough? If not, then we have the Kabbalah to prove who were the dignities. Considering that Deuteronomy tells us that the Lord himself buried Moses in a valley of Moab, Thirsiv 6, and no man knoweth of his sepulchre unto this day, this biblical lapsus linguae of Jude gives a strong coloring to the assertions of some of the Gnostics. They claimed but what was secretly taught by the Jewish Kabbalists themselves, to wit, that the highest supreme God was unknown and invisible, the King of Light is a closed eye, that Ildabaoth, the Jewish second Adam, was the real demiurge, and that Iao, Adonai, Sabaoth, and Eloi were the quaternary emanation which formed the unity of the God of the Hebrews Jehovah. Moreover, the latter was also called Michael and Samael by them, and regarded but as an angel, several removes from the Godhead. In holding to such a belief, the Gnostics countenanced the teachings of the greatest of the Jewish doctors, Hillel, and other Babylonian divines. Josephus shows the great deference of the official synagogue in Jerusalem to the wisdom of the schools of Central Asia. The colleges of Sara, Pumbeditha, and Nahaidia were considered the headquarters of esoteric and theological learning by all the schools of Palestine. The Chaldean version of the Pentateuch, made by the well-known Babylonian divine, Onkelos, was regarded as the most authoritative of all, and it is according to this learned rabbi that Hillel and other Tannim after him held that the being who appeared to Moses in the burning bush, on Mount Sinai, and who finally buried him, was the angel of the Lord, Memro, and not the Lord himself, and that he whom the Hebrews of the Old Testament mistook for Iaha was but his messenger, one of his sons, or emanations. All this establishes but one logical conclusion, namely, that the Gnostics were by far the superiors of the disciples, in point of education and general information, even in a knowledge of the religious tenets of the Jews themselves. While they were perfectly well versed in the Chaldean wisdom, the well-meaning, pious, but fanatical as well as ignorant disciples, unable to fully understand or grasp the religious spirit of their own system, were driven in their disputations to such convincing logic as the use of brute beasts, sows, dogs, and other epithets so freely bestowed by Peter. Since then, the epidemic has reached the apex of the sacerdotal hierarchy. From the day when the founder of Christianity uttered the warning, that he who shall say to his brother, "Thou fool," shall be in danger of hell-fire, all who have passed as its leaders, beginning with the ragged fishermen of Galilee, and ending with the jeweled pontiffs, have seemed to vie with each other in the invention of opprobrious epithets for their opponents. So we find Luther passing a final sentence on the Catholics, and exclaiming that the Papists are all asses, put them in whatever form you like, whether they are boiled, roasted, baked, fried, skinned, hashed, they will be always the same asses. Calvin called the victims he persecuted, and occasionally burned, malicious barking dogs, full of bestiality and insolence, base corrupters of the sacred writings, etc. Dr. Warburton terms the popish religion an impious farce, and Monseigneur Dupanloup asserts that the Protestant Sabbath service is the devil's mass, and all clergymen are thieves and ministers of the devil. The same spirit of incomplete inquiry and ignorance has led the Christian Church to bestow on its most holy apostles, titles assumed by their most desperate opponents, the heretics and Gnostics. So we find, for instance, Paul termed the vase of election vas electionis, a title chosen by Manes, the greatest heretic of his day in the eyes of the Church, Manes meaning, in the Babylonian language, the chosen vessel or receptacle. So with the Virgin Mary. They were so little gifted with originality, that they copied from the Egyptian and Hindu religions their several apostrophes to their respective virgin mothers. The juxtaposition of a few examples will make this clear. Hindu. Litany of Our Lady Nari, Virgin, also Devanaki. 1 Holy Nari Mariamma, Mother of Perpetual Fecundity. 2 Mother of an Incarnated God Vishnu, Devanaki. 3 Mother of Christna. 4 Eternal Virginity Kenyabhava. 5 Mother Pure Essence, Akasa. 6 Virgin Most Chaste Kenya. 7 Mother Taumatra, of the 5 virtues or elements. 8 Virgin Trigona, of the 3 elements, power or richness, love, and mercy. 9 Mirror of Supreme Conscience Ahankara. 10 Wise Mother Sarasvati. 11 Virgin of the White Lotus, Padma or Kamala. 12 Womb of Gold Hyrania. 13 Celestial Light Lakshmi. 14 Ditto. 15 Queen of Heaven, and of the Universe Sakti. 16 Mother Soul of all beings Paramatma. 17 Devanaki is conceived without sin, and immaculate herself. According to the Brahmanic fancy. Egyptian. Litany of Our Lady Isis, Virgin. 1 Holy Isis, Universal Mother Muth. 2 Mother of God Zethur. 3 Mother of Horus. 4 Virgo Generatrix Neith. 5 Mother Soul of the Universe Enoch. 6 Virgin Sacred Earth Isis. 7 Mother of all the virtues Thme, with the same qualities. 8 Illustrious Isis, most powerful, merciful, just. Book of the Dead. 9 Mirror of Justice and Truth Thme. 10 Mysterious Mother of the World Buto, Secret Wisdom. 11 Sacred Lotus. 12 Sistrum of Gold. 13 Astarte, Syrian, Astaroth, Jewish. 14 Argua of the Moon. 15 Queen of Heaven, and of the Universe Sithi. 16 Model of all Mothers Athor. 17 Isis is a Virgin Mother. Roman Catholic. Litany of Our Lady of Loreto, Virgin. 1 Holy Mary, Mother of Divine Grace. 2 Mother of God. 3 Mother of Christ. 4 Virgin of Virgins. 5 Mother of Divine Grace. 6 Virgin most chaste. 7 Mother most pure. Mother undefiled. Mother inviolate. Mother most amiable. Mother most admirable. 8 Virgin most powerful. Virgin most merciful. Virgin most faithful. 9 Mirror of Justice. 10 Seat of Wisdom. 11 Mystical Rose. 12 House of Gold. 13 Morning Star. 14 Ark of the Covenant. 15 Queen of Heaven. 16 Mater Dolorosa. 17 Mary conceived without sin. In accordance with later orders. If the Virgin Mary has her nuns, who are consecrated to her and bound to live in chastity, so had Isis her nuns in Egypt, as Vesta had hers at Rome, and the Hindu Nari, mother of the world hers. The virgins consecrated to her cultus the Devadasi of the temples, who were the nuns of the days of old, lived in great chastity, and were objects of the most extraordinary veneration, as the holy women of the goddess. Would the missionaries and some travelers reproachfully point to the modern Devadasis, or Nach girls? For all response, we would beg them to consult the official reports of the last quarter century, cited in Chapter 2, as to certain discoveries made at the raising of convents in Austria and Italy. Thousands of infants' skulls were exhumed from ponds, subterranean vaults, and gardens of convents. Nothing to match this was ever found in heathen lands. Christian theology, getting the doctrine of the archangels and angels directly from the Oriental Kabbalah, of which the Mosaic Bible is but an allegorical screen, ought at least to remember the hierarchy invented by the former for these personified emanations. The hosts of the cherubim and seraphim, with which we generally see the Catholic Madonnas surrounded in their pictures, belong, together with the Elohim and Beni Elohim of the Hebrews, to the third Kabbalistic world, Jezira. This world is but one remove higher than Asia, the fourth and lowest world, in which dwell the grossest and most material beings, the Qlipoth, who delight in evil and mischief, and whose chief is Belial. Explaining, in his way, of course, the various heresies of the first 2 centuries, Irenaeus says, our heretics hold that Propator is known but to the only begotten Son, that is to the mind, the nous. It was the Valentinians, the followers of the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, Valentinus, who held that there was a perfect Ion, who existed before Bythos, or Buthon, the depth, called Propator. This is again Kabbalistic, for in the Sahar of Simon ben Iok, we read the following: Senior occultatus est et absconditus, microprosopus manifestus est, et non manifestus, Rosenroth, the Sahar Liber Mysteries, 4:1. In the religious metaphysics of the Hebrews, the highest one is an abstraction, he is without form or being, with no likeness with anything else. And even Philo calls the Creator, the Logos who stands next God, the second God. The second God who is his wisdom. God is nothing, he is nameless, and therefore called Ein Sof, the word and meaning nothing. But if, according to the older Jews, Jehovah is the God, and he manifested himself several times to Moses and the prophets, and the Christian Church anathematized the Gnostics who denied the fact. How comes it, then, that we read in the fourth Gospel that no man hath seen God at any time, but the only begotten Son? He hath declared him. The very words of the Gnostics, in spirit and substance. This sentence of St. John, or rather whoever wrote the Gospel now bearing his name, floors all the Petrine arguments against Simon Magus, without appeal. The words are repeated and emphasized in chapter 6, not that any man hath seen the Father, save he which is of God, he, Jesus, hath seen the Father. 46, the very objection brought forward by Simon in the homilies. These words prove that either the author of the fourth evangel had no idea of the existence of the homilies, or that he was not John, the friend and companion of Peter, whom he contradicts point blank with this emphatic assertion. Be it as it may, this sentence, like many more that might be profitably cited, blends Christianity completely with the Oriental Gnosis, and hence with the Kabbalah. While the doctrines, ethical code, and observances of the Christian religion were all appropriated from Brahmanism and Buddhism, its ceremonials, vestments, and pageantry were taken bodily from Lamaism. The Romish monastery and nunnery are almost servile copies of similar religious houses in Tibet and Mongolia, and interested explorers of Buddhist lands, when obliged to mention the unwelcome fact, have had no other alternative left them but, with an anachronism unsurpassed in recklessness, to charge the offense of plagiarism upon the religious system their own mother church had despoiled. This makeshift has served its purpose and had its day. The time has at last come when this page of history must be written. Chapter V. Learn to know all, but keep thyself unknown. Gnostic. Maxim. There is one God supreme over all gods, diviner than mortals, whose form is not like unto man's, and as unlike his nature. But vain mortals imagine that gods like themselves are begotten, with human sensations, and voice, and corporeal members. Xenophanes. Clem. Al. Strom, v. 14, 110. Tychiades. Can you tell me the reason, Philocles, why most men desire to lie, and delight not only to speak fictions themselves, but give busy attention to others who do? Philocles. There be many reasons, Tychiades, which compel some to speak lies, because they see 'tis profitable. A. Dialogue of Lucian. Spartan. Is it to thee, or to God, that I must confess? Priest. To God. Spartan. Then, man, stand back. Plutarch. Remarkable Lacedaemonian sayings. We will now give attention to some of the most important mysteries of the Kabbalah, and trace their relations to the philosophical myths of various nations. In the oldest Oriental Kabbalah, the deity is represented as three circles in one, shrouded in a certain smoke or chaotic exhalation. In the preface to the Sahar, which transforms the three primordial circles into three heads, over these is described an exhalation or smoke, neither black nor white, but colorless and circumscribed within a circle. This is the unknown essence. The origin of the Jewish image may, perhaps, be traced to Hermes Pimander, the Egyptian Logos, who appears within a cloud of a humid nature, with the smoke escaping from it. In the Sahar the highest god is, as we have shown in the preceding chapter, and as in the case of the Hindu and Buddhist philosophies, a pure abstraction, whose objective existence is denied by the latter. It is Hakama, the supreme wisdom, that cannot be understood by reflection, and that lies within and without the cranium of long face, Sephira, the uppermost of the three heads. It is the boundless and the infinite Ensof, the no-thing. The three heads, superposed above each other, are evidently taken from the three mystic triangles of the Hindus, which also superpose each other. The highest head contains the Trinity in chaos, out of which springs the manifested Trinity. Ensof, the unrevealed forever, who is boundless and unconditioned, cannot create, and therefore it seems to us a great error to attribute to him a creative thought, as is commonly done by the interpreters. In every cosmogony the supreme essence is passive, if boundless, infinite, and unconditioned, it can have no thought nor idea. It acts not as the result of volition, but in obedience to its own nature, and according to the fatality of the law of which it is itself the embodiment. Thus, with the Hebrew Kabbalists, Ein Sof is non-existent, for it is incomprehensible to our finite intellects, and therefore cannot exist to our minds. Its first emanation was Sephira, the crown. When the time for an active period had come, then was produced a natural expansion of this divine essence from within outwardly, obedient to eternal and immutable law, and from this eternal and infinite light, which to us is darkness, was emitted a spiritual substance. This was the first Sephiroth, containing in herself the other 9 Sephiroth, or intelligences. In their totality and unity they represent the archetypal man, Adam Kadmon, the Pyro-Omicron Tau-Omicron Gamma-Omicron Nu-Omicron, who in his individuality or unity is yet dual, or bisexual, the Greek Digimus, for he is the prototype of all humanity. Thus we obtain 3 trinities, each contained in a head. In the first head, or face, the 3-faced Hindu Trimurti, we find Sephira, the first androgyne, at the apex of the upper triangle, emitting Hakama, or wisdom, a masculine and active potency also called Ya, and Bina, or intelligence, a female and passive potency, also represented by the name Jehovah. These 3 form the first trinity or face of the Sephiroth. This triad emanated Hesed, or mercy, a masculine active potency, also called El, from which emanated Gebera, or justice, also called Eloha, a feminine passive potency. From the union of these 2 was produced Tifereth, beauty, clemency, the spiritual son, known by the divine name Elohim, and the second triad, face, or head, was formed. These emanating, in their turn, the masculine potency Netzah, firmness, or Jehovah Sabaoth, who issued the feminine passive potency Hod, splendor, or Elohim Sabaoth, the 2 produced Jesed, foundation, who is the mighty living one El Chai, thus yielding the third trinity or head. The 10th Sephiroth is rather a duad, and is represented on the diagrams as the lowest circle. It is Malchuth or kingdom, and Shekinah, also called Adonai, and cherubim among the angelic hosts. The first head is called the intellectual world, the second head is the sensuous, or the world of perception, and the third is the material or physical world. Before he gave any shape to the universe, says the Kabbalah, before he produced any form, he was alone without any form and resemblance to anything else. Who, then, can comprehend him, how he was before the creation, since he was formless? Hence, it is forbidden to represent him by any form, similitude, or even by his sacred name, by a single letter, or a single point. The aged of the aged, the unknown of the unknown, has a form, and yet no form. He has a form whereby the universe is preserved, and yet has no form, because he cannot be comprehended. When he first assumed a form, in Sephira, his first emanation, he caused 9 splendid lights to emanate from it. Asterisk. And now we will turn to the Hindu esoteric cosmogony and definition of him who is, and yet is not. From him who is, from this immortal principle which exists in our minds but cannot be perceived by the senses, is born Purusha, the divine male and female, who became Narayana, or the divine spirit moving on the water. Svayambhuva, the unknown essence of the Brahmans, is identical with Ein Sof, the unknown essence of the Kabbalists. As with the latter, the ineffable name could not be pronounced by the Hindus, under the penalty of death. In the ancient primitive trinity of India, that which may be certainly considered as pre-Vedic, the germ which fecundates the mother principle, the mundane egg, or the universal womb, is called Nara, the Spirit, or the Holy Ghost, which emanates from the primordial essence. It is like Sephira, the oldest emanation, called the primordial point, and the white head, for it is the point of divine light appearing from within the fathomless and boundless darkness. In Manu it is Nara, or the Spirit of God, which moves on Ayana, chaos, or place of motion, and is called Narayana, or moving on the waters. In Hermes, the Egyptian, we read, in the beginning of the time there was naught in the chaos. But when the verbum, issuing from the void like a colorless smoke, makes its appearance, then this verbum moved on the humid principle. And in Genesis we find, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, chaos. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. In the Kabbalah, the emanation of the primordial passive principle, Sephira, by dividing itself into two parts, active and passive, emits Chokmah wisdom and Bina Jehovah, and in conjunction with these two acolytes, which complete the Trinity, becomes the creator of the abstract universe, the physical world being the production of later and still more material powers. In the Hindu cosmogony, Svayambhuva emits Nara and Nari, its bisexual emanation, and dividing its parts into two halves, male and female, these fecundate the mundane egg, within which develops Brahma, or rather Virajay, the creator. The starting point of the Egyptian mythology, says Champollion, is a triad. Namely, Neph, Neith, Enta, and Ammon, the male, the father, Muth, the female and mother, and Khans, the son. The 10 Sephiroth are copies taken from the 10 Prajapatis created by Virajay, called the Lords of all beings, and answering to the biblical patriarchs. Justin Martyr explains some of the heresies of the day, but in a very unsatisfactory manner. He shows, however, the identity of all the world religions at their starting points. The first beginning opens invariably with the unknown and passive deity, producing from himself a certain active power or virtue, rational, which is sometimes called wisdom, sometimes the Son, very often God, Angel, Lord, and Logos. The latter is sometimes applied to the very first emanation, but in several systems it proceeds from the first androgyne or double ray produced at the beginning by the unseen. Philo depicts this wisdom as male and female. But though its first manifestation had a beginning, for it proceeded from Ulam, Ion, time, the highest of the eons, when emitted from the fathers, it had remained with him before all creations, for it is part of him. Therefore, Philo-Judaeus calls Adam Kadmon mind, the Anoia of Bithos in the Gnostic system. The mind, let it be named Adam. Strictly speaking, it is difficult to view the Jewish book of Genesis otherwise than as a chip from the trunk of the mundane tree of universal cosmogony, rendered in Oriental allegories. As cycle succeeded cycle, and one nation after another came upon the world stage to play its brief part in the majestic drama of human life, each new people evolved from ancestral traditions its own religion, giving it a local color, and stamping it with its individual characteristics. While each of these religions had its distinguishing traits, by which, were there no other archaic vestiges, the physical and psychological status of its creators could be estimated, all preserved a common likeness to one prototype. This parent cult was none other than the primitive wisdom religion. The Israelitish scriptures are no exception. Their national history, if they can claim any autonomy before the return from Babylon, and were anything more than migratory septs of Hindu pariahs, cannot be carried back a day beyond Moses, and if this ex-Egyptian priest must, from theological necessity, be transformed into a Hebrew patriarch, we must insist that the Jewish nation was lifted with that smiling infant out of the bulrushes of Lake Moeris. Abraham, their alleged father, belongs to the universal mythology. Most likely he is but one of the numerous aliases of Zerun, Saturn, the king of the Golden Age, who is also called the Old Man, emblem of time. It is now demonstrated by Assyriologists that in the old Chaldean books Abraham is called Zerun, or Zerban, meaning one very rich in gold and silver, and a mighty prince. He is also called Zerwin and Zarman, a decrepit old man. The ancient Babylonian legend is that Xisuthros, Hasisidra of the tablets, or Xisuthros, sailed with his ark to Armenia, and his son Sim became supreme king. Pliny says that Sim was called Zeruin, and Sim is Shem. In Hebrew, his name writes Imgiu 2-217, Shem a sign. Assyria is held by the ethnologists to be the land of Shem, and Egypt called that of Ham. Shem, in the 10th chapter of Genesis, is made the father of all the children of Eber, of Elam, Ulam or Elam, and Ashur, Assur or Assyria. The Nephilim, or fallen men, Gebers, mighty men spoken of in Genesis 6:4, come from Ulam, men of Shem. Even Ophir, which is evidently to be sought for in the India of the days of Hiram, is made a descendant of Shem. The records are purposely mixed up to make them fit into the frame of the Mosaic Bible. But Genesis, from its first verse down to the last, has naught to do with the chosen people, it belongs to the world's history. Its appropriation by the Jewish authors in the days of the so-called restoration of the destroyed books of the Israelites, by Ezra, proves nothing, and, until now, has been self-propped on an alleged divine revelation. It is simply a compilation of the universal legends of the universal humanity. Bunsen says that in the Chaldean tribe immediately connected with Abraham, we find reminiscences of dates disfigured and misunderstood, as genealogies of single men, or indications of epochs. The Abrahamic recollections go back at least 3 millennia beyond the grandfather of Jacob. Asterisk. Alexander Polyhistor says that Abraham was born at Camarina or Uriah, a city of soothsayers, and invented astronomy. Josephus claims the same for Terah, Abraham's father. The Tower of Babel was built as much by the direct descendants of Shem as by those of the accursed Ham and Canaan, for the people in those days were one, and the whole earth was of one language, and Babel was simply an astrological tower, and its builders were astrologers and adepts of the primitive wisdom religion, or, again, what we term secret doctrine. The Beroshian Sibyl says, before the tower, Zeruan, Titan, and Japetos governed the earth. Zeruan wished to be supreme, but his 2 brothers resisted, when their sister, Estleek, intervened and appeased them. It was agreed that Zeruan should rule, but his male children should be put to death, and strong Titans were appointed to carry this into effect. Sar, circle, Saros, is the Babylonian god of the sky. He is also Assaros or Ashur, the son of Shem, and 00 Anna, the chakra, or wheel, boundless time. Hence, as the first step taken by Zoroaster, while founding his new religion, was to change the most sacred deities of the Sanskrit Veda into names of evil spirits, in his Zen scriptures, and even to reject a number of them, we find no traces in the Avesta of Chakra, the symbolic circle of the sky. Elam, another of the sons of Shem, is Ulam and refers to an order or cycle of events. In Ecclesiastes 3:11, it is termed world. In Ezekiel XXVI 20, of old time. In Genesis 3:22, the word stands as forever, and in chapter 9:16, eternal. Finally, the term is completely defined in Genesis 6:4, in the following words: there were Nephilim, giants, fallen men, or titans, on the earth. The word is synonymous with Ian, Alpha Iota Omicron Nu. In Proverbs 8:23, it reads, I was effused from Ulam, from Ras, wisdom. By this sentence, the wise king Kabbalist refers to one of the mysteries of the human spirit, the immortal crown of the man Trinity. While it ought to read as above, and be interpreted Kabbalistically to mean that the I, or my eternal, immortal ego, the spiritual entity, was effused from the boundless and nameless eternity, through the creative wisdom of the unknown God, it reads in the canonical translation, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. Which is unintelligible nonsense, without the Kabbalistic interpretation. When Solomon is made to say that I was from the beginning, while, as yet, he, the supreme deity, had not made the earth nor the highest part of the dust of the world. I was there, and when he appointed the foundations of the earth. Then I was by him, as one brought up with him. What can the Kabbalist mean by the I, but his own divine spirit, a drop effused from that eternal fountain of light and wisdom, the universal spirit of the deity? The thread of glory emitted by En Sof from the highest of the 3 Kabbalistic heads, through which all things shine with light, the thread which makes its exit through Adam Primus, is the individual spirit of every man. I was daily his, En Sof's, delight, rejoicing always before him. And my delights were with the sons of men, adds Solomon, in the same chapter of the Proverbs. The immortal spirit delights in the sons of men, who, without this spirit, are but dualities, physical body and astral soul, or that life principle which animates even the lowest of the animal kingdom. But, we have seen that the doctrine teaches that the spirit cannot unite itself with that man in whom matter and the grossest propensities of his animal soul will be ever crowding it out. Therefore, Solomon, who is made to speak under the inspiration of his own spirit, that possesses him for the time being, utters the following words of wisdom: Hearken unto me, my son, the dual man, blessed are they who keep my ways. Blessed is the man that heareth me, watching daily at my gates. For whoso findeth me, findeth life, and shall obtain favor of the Lord. But he that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul, and loves death. Proverbs 7:1-36. This chapter, as interpreted, is made by some theologians, like everything else, to apply to Christ, the Son of God, who states repeatedly, that he who follows him obtains eternal life, and conquers death. But even in its distorted translation it can be demonstrated that it referred to anything but to the alleged Savior. Were we to accept it in this sense, then, the Christian theology would have to return, nolens volens, to Averroism and Buddhism, to the doctrine of emanation, in short, for Solomon says, I was effused from Ulam and Razit, both of which are a part of the deity, and thus Christ would not be, as their doctrine claims, God himself, but only an emanation of him, like the Christos of the Gnostics. Hence, the meaning of the personified Gnostic aeon, the word signifying cycles or determined periods in the eternity and at the same time, representing a hierarchy of celestial beings spirits. Thus Christ is sometimes termed the eternal aeon. But the word eternal is erroneous in relation to the aeons. Eternal is that which has neither beginning nor end, but the emanations or aeons, although having lived as absorbed in the divine essence from the eternity, when once individually emanated, must be said to have a beginning. They may be therefore endless in this spiritual life, never eternal. These endless emanations of the one first cause, all of which were gradually transformed by the popular fancy into distinct gods, spirits, angels, and demons, were so little considered immortal, that all were assigned a limited existence. And this belief, common to all the peoples of antiquity, to the Chaldean Magi as well as to the Egyptians and even in our day held by the Brahmanists and Buddhists, most triumphantly evidences the monotheism of the ancient religious systems. This doctrine calls the life period of all the inferior divinities, one day of Parabrahma. After a cycle of 14 milliards, 320 millions of human years, the tradition says the Trinity itself, with all the lesser divinities, will be annihilated, together with the universe, and cease to exist. Then another universe will gradually emerge from the pralaya, dissolution, and men on earth will be enabled to comprehend Svayambhuva as he is. Alone, this primal cause will exist forever, in all his glory, filling the infinite space. What better proof could be adduced of the deep reverential feeling with which the heathen regard the one supreme eternal cause of all things visible and invisible? This is again the source from which the ancient Kabbalists derived identical doctrines. If the Christians understood Genesis in their own way, and, if accepting the texts literally, they enforced upon the uneducated masses the belief in a creation of our world out of nothing, and moreover assigned to it a beginning, it is surely not the Tannim, the sole expounders of the hidden meaning contained in the Bible, who are to be blamed. No more than any other philosophers had they ever believed either in spontaneous, limited, or ex nihilo creations. The Kabbalah has survived to show that their philosophy was precisely that of the modern Nepal Buddhists, the Svabhavikas. They believed in the eternity and the indestructibility of matter, and hence in many prior creations and destructions of worlds, before our own. There were old worlds which perished. From this we see that the Holy One, blessed be his name, had successively created and destroyed sundry worlds, before he created the present world, and when he created this world he said, "This pleases me, the previous ones did not please me." Moreover, they believed, again like the Svabhavikas, now termed atheists, that everything proceeds, is created, from its own nature, and that once that the first impulse is given by that creative force inherent in the self-created substance, or sephira, everything evolves out of itself, following its pattern, the more spiritual prototype which precedes it in the scale of infinite creation. The indivisible point which has no limit, and cannot be comprehended, for it is absolute, expanded from within, and formed a brightness which served as a garment, a veil, to the indivisible points. It, too, expanded from within. Thus, everything originated through a constant upheaving agitation, and thus finally the world originated. In the later Zoroastrian books, after that Darius had restored both the worship of Ormuzd and added to it the purer Magianism of the primitive secret wisdom, of which, as the inscription tells us, he was himself a hierophant, we see again reappearing the Ziruana, or boundless time, represented by the Brahmans in the chakra, or a circle, that we see figuring on the uplifted finger of the principal deities. Further on, we will show the relation in which it stands to the Pythagorean, mystical numbers, the first and the last, which is a 0, 0, and to the greatest of the mystery gods Iao. The identity of the symbol alone, in all the old religions, is sufficient to show their common descent from one primitive faith. This term of boundless time, which can be applied but to the one who has neither beginning nor end, is called by the Zoroastrians Ziruan-Akarin, because he has always existed. His glory, they say, is too exalted, his light too resplendent for either human intellect or mortal eyes to grasp and see. His primal emanation is eternal light which, from having been previously concealed in darkness, was called out to manifest itself, and thus was formed Ormuzd, the king of life. He is the firstborn of boundless time, but like his own antitype, or pre-existing spiritual idea, has lived within primitive darkness from all eternity. His logos created the pure intellectual world. After the lapse of 3 grand cycles *, he created the material world in 6 periods. The 6 Amshaspans, or primitive spiritual men, whom Ormuzd created in his own image, are the mediators between this world and himself. Mitras is an emanation of the Logos and the chief of the 28 Ists, who are the tutelary angels over the spiritual portion of mankind, the souls of men. The Farers are infinite in number. They are the ideas, or rather the ideal conceptions of things, which formed themselves in the mind of Ormuzd or Ahura Mazda before he willed them to assume a concrete form. They are what Aristotle terms privations of forms and substances. The religion of Zarathustra, as he is always called in the Avesta, is one from which the ancient Jews have the most borrowed. In one of the Yashts, Ahura Mazda, the Supreme, gives to the seer as one of his sacred names, Am I am, and in another place, Am I yet am I am that I am, as Jehovah is alleged to have given it to Moses. This cosmogony, adopted with a change of names in the rabbinical Kabbalah, found its way, later, with some additional speculations of Manes, the half-Magus, half-Platonist, into the great body of Gnosticism. The real doctrines of the Basilidians, Valentinians, and the Marcionites cannot be correctly ascertained in the prejudiced and calumnious writings of the Fathers of the Church, but rather in what remains of the works of the Bardesancians, known as the Nazarenes. It is next to impossible, now that all their manuscripts and books are destroyed, to assign to any of these sects its due part in dissenting views. But there are a few men still living who have preserved books and direct traditions about the Ophites, although they care little to impart them to the world. Among the unknown sects of Mount Lebanon and Palestine, the truth has been concealed for more than 1,000 years. And their diagram of the Ophite scheme differs with the description of it given by Origen, and hence with the diagram of matter. The Kabbalistic Trinity is one of the models of the Christian one. The ancient, whose name be sanctified, is with 3 heads, but which make only one. Tria capita exculpa sunt, unum intra alterum, et alterum supra alterum. 3 heads are inserted in one another, and one over the other. The first head is the concealed wisdom, sapientia abscondita. Under this head is the ancient, Pythagorean monad, the most hidden of mysteries, a head which is no head, caput quod non est caput, no one can know what that is in this head. No intellect is able to comprehend this wisdom. This Senior Sanctissimus is surrounded by the three heads. He is the eternal light of the wisdom, and the wisdom is the source from which all the manifestations have begun. These three heads, included in one head, which is no head, and these three are bent down, overshadow, short face, the sun, and through them all things shine with light. And Soph emits a thread from El or Al, the highest God of the Trinity, and the light follows the thread and enters, and passing through makes its exit through Adam Primus, Cadman, who is concealed until the plan for arranging, statum dispositionis, is ready. It threads through him from his head to his feet, and in him, in the concealed Adam, is the figure of a man. Whoso wishes to have an insight into the sacred unity, let him consider a flame rising from a burning coal or a burning lamp. He will see first a twofold light, a bright white, and a black or blue light. The white light is above, and ascends in a direct light, while the blue, or dark light, is below, and seems as the chair of the former, yet both are so intimately connected together that they constitute only one flame. The seat, however, formed by the blue or dark light, is again connected with the burning matter which is under it again. The white light never changes its color, it always remains white, but various shades are observed in the lower light, whilst the lowest light, moreover, takes two directions. Above, it is connected with the white light, and below with the burning matter. Now, this is constantly consuming itself, and perpetually ascends to the upper light, and thus everything merges into a single unity. Such were the ancient ideas of the Trinity in the unity, as an abstraction. Man, who is the microcosmos of the macrocosmos, or of the archetypal heavenly man, Adam Cadman, is likewise a trinity, for he is body, soul, and spirit. All that is created by the ancient of the ancients can live and exist only by a male and a female, says the Sahar. He alone, to whom no one can say, thou, for he is the spirit of the white head in whom the three heads are united, is uncreated. Out of the subtle fire, on one side of the white head, and of the subtle air, on the other, emanates Shekinah, his veil, the femininized Holy Ghost. This air, says Idra Rabbah, is the most occult, occultissimus, attribute of the Ancient of the Days. The Ancienter of the Ancienter is the concealed of the concealed. All things are himself, and himself is concealed on every way. The cranium of the white head has no beginning, but its end has a shining reflection and a roundness which is our universe. They regard, says Clanker, the firstborn as man and wife, in so far as his light includes in itself all other lights, and in so far as his spirit of life or breath of life includes all other life spirits in itself. The Kabbalistic Shekinah answers to the Ophite Sophia. Properly speaking, Adam Cadman is the Bithos, but in this emanation system, where everything is calculated to perplex and place an obstacle to inquiry, he is the source of light, the first primitive man, and at the same time Enoia, the thought of Bithos, the depth, for he is Poemander. The Gnostics, as well as the Nazarenes, allegizing on the personification, said that the first and second man loved the beauty of Sophia, Sephora, the first woman, and thus the Father and the Son fecundated the heavenly woman and, from primal darkness procreated the visible light. Sephora is the invisible, or spiritual light, whom they called the anointed Christum, or King Messiah. This Christus is the atom of dust before his fall, with the spirit of the Adonai, his father, and Shekinah Adonai, his mother, upon him, for Adam Primus is Adon, Adonai, or Adonis. The primal existence manifests itself by its wisdom, and produces the intelligible logos, all visible creation. This wisdom was venerated by the Ophites under the form of a serpent. So far we see that the first and second life are the two Adams, or the first and the second man. In the former lies Eva, or the yet unborn spiritual Eve, and she is within Adam Primus, for she is a part of himself, who is androgyne. The Eva of dust, she who will be called in Genesis the mother of all that live, is within Adam the second. And now, from the moment of its first manifestation, the Lord Mono, the unintelligible wisdom, disappears from the scene of action. It will manifest itself only as Shekinah, the grace, for the corona is the innermost light of all lights, and hence it is darkness's own substance. Asterisk. In the Kabbalah, Shekinah is the ninth emanation of Sephirah, which contains the whole of the 10 Sephiroth within herself. She belongs to the third triad and is produced together with Malchuth or kingdom, of which she is the female counterpart. Otherwise she is held to be higher than any of these, for she is the divine glory, the veil, or garment, of En Sof. The Jews, whenever she is mentioned in the Targum, say that she is the glory of Jehovah, which dwelt in the tabernacle, manifesting herself like a visible cloud. The glory rested over the mercy seat in the Sanctum Sanctorum. In the Nazarene or Bardisanian system, which may be termed the Kabbalah within the Kabbalah, the Ancient of Days Antiquus Altus, who is the father of the Demiurgus of the universe, is called the third life, or Abator, and he is the father of Fethahil, who is the architect of the visible universe, which he calls into existence by the powers of his genii, at the order of the greatest, the Abator answering to the Father of Jesus in the later Christian theology. These two superior lives then, are the crown within which dwells the greatest Firho. Before any creature came into existence the Lord Firho existed. This one is the first life, formless and invisible, in whom the living spirit of life exists, the highest grace. The two are one from eternity, for they are the light and the cause of the light. Therefore, they answer to the Kabbalistic concealed wisdom, and to the concealed Shekinah the Holy Ghost. This light, which is manifested, is the garment of the heavenly concealed, says Idra Sutta. And the heavenly man is the superior Adam. No one knows his paths except Macroprosopus, Longface, the superior active God. Not as I am written will I be read, in this world my name will be written Jehovah and read Adonai, say the rabbins, very correctly. Adonai is the Adam Kadmon, he is father and mother both. By this double mediatorship the spirit of the ancient descends upon the Microprosopus, short face, or the Adam of Eden. And the Lord God breathes into his nostrils the breath of life. When the woman separates herself from her androgyne, and becomes a distinct individuality, the first story is repeated over again. Both the Father and Son, the two Adams, love her beauty, and then follows the allegory of the temptation and fall. It is in the Kabbalah, as in the Ophite system, in which both the Ophis and the Ophiomorphos are emanations emblematized as serpents, the former representing eternity, wisdom, and spirit, as in the Chaldean magism of aspic worship and wisdom doctrine in the olden times, and the latter cunning, envy, and matter. Both spirit and matter are serpents, and Adam Kadmon becomes the Ophis who tempts himself man and woman to taste of the tree of good and evil, in order to teach them the mysteries of spiritual wisdom. Light tempts darkness, and darkness attracts light, for darkness is matter, and the highest light shines not in its tenebrae. With knowledge comes the temptation of the Ophiomorphos, and he prevails. The dualism of every existing religion is shown forth by the fall. I have gotten a man from the Lord, exclaims Eve, when the dualism, Cain, and Abel evil and good is born. And the Adam knew Hawa, his woman, Astu, and she became pregnant and bore Kin, and she said, Kinatai ace Yava I have gained or obtained a husband, even Yava is, ace man. Cum arbori picatai deus crevit seculum. And now we will compare this system with that of the Jewish Gnostics the Nazarenes, as well as with other philosophies. The Ishaman, the pleroma, or the boundless circle within which lie all forms, is the thought of the power divine. It works in silence, and suddenly light is begotten by darkness. It is called the second life, and this one produces, or generates the third. This third light is the father of all things that live, as Eua is the mother of all that live. He is the creator who calls inert matter into life, through his vivifying spirit, and, therefore, is called the Ancient of the World. Abator is the Father who creates the first Adam, who creates in his turn the second. A bather opens a gate and walks to the dark water, chaos, and looking down into it, the darkness reflects the image of himself. And lo! A son is formed, the Logos or Demiurge, Fithahil, who is the builder of the material world, is called into existence. According to the Gnostic dogma, this was the Metatron, the Archangel Gabriel, or messenger of life, or, as the biblical allegory has it, the androgynous Adam Kadmon again, the Son, who, with his Father's Spirit, produces the anointed, or Adam before his fall. When Svayambhuva, the Lord who exists through himself, feels impelled to manifest himself, he is thus described in the Hindu sacred books. Having been impelled to produce various beings from his own divine substance, he first manifested the waters which developed within themselves a productive seed. The seed became a germ bright as gold, blazing like the luminary with 1,000 beams, and in that egg he was born himself, in the form of Brahma, the great principle of all the beings, Manu, Book I, Slokas 8, 9. The Egyptian Neph, or Chnuppies, divine wisdom, represented by a serpent, produces an egg from his mouth, from which issues the. In this case the represents the universal germ, as well as Brahma, who is of the neuter gender, when the final A has a diaeresis on it, otherwise it becomes simply one of the names of the deity. The former was the model of the 3 lives of the Nazarenes, as that of the Kabbalistic faces, Pharisipha, which, in its turn, furnished the model for the Christian trinity of Irenaeus and his followers. The egg was the primitive matter which served as a material for the building of the visible universe. It contained, as well as the Gnostic pleroma, the Kabbalistic Shekinah, the man and wife, the spirit and life, whose light includes all other lights or life spirits. This first manifestation was symbolized by a serpent, which is at first divine wisdom, but, falling into generation, becomes polluted. The is the heavenly man, the Egyptian Adam Kadmon, or Christ, who, in conjunction with the female Holy Ghost, the Zoe, produces the 5 elements, air, water, fire, earth, and ether, the latter being a servile copy from the Buddhist deity, and his 5 dhyana Buddhas, as we have shown in the preceding chapter. The Hindu Swayambhuvanara develops from himself the mother principle, enclosed within his own divine essence Nari, the immortal virgin, who, when impregnated by his spirit, becomes Tanmatra, the mother of the 5 elements air, water, fire, earth, and ether. Thus may be shown how from the Hindu cosmogony all others proceed. Nor von Rosenroth, busying himself with the interpretation of the Kabbalah, argues that, in this first state, of secret wisdom, the infinite God himself can be understood as Father, of the New Covenant. But the light being let down by the infinite through a canal into the primal Adam, or Messiah, and joined with him, can be applied to the name Son. And the influx emitted down from him, the Son, to the lower parts, of the universe, can be applied to the character of the Holy Ghost. Sophia Kamoth, the half-spiritual, half-material life, which vivifies the inert matter in the depths of chaos, is the Holy Ghost of the Gnostics, and the Spiritus, female, of the Nazarenes. She is, be it remembered, the sister of Christos, the perfect emanation, and both are children or emanations of Sophia, the purely spiritual and intellectual daughter of Bithos, the depth. For the elder Sophia is Shekinah, the face of God, God's Shekinah, which is his image. Asterisk. The son Zeuspalus, or Sol Mitra, is an image of the Father, an emanation from the supreme light, says Movers. He passed for creator. Philosophers say the first air is anima mundi. But the garment, Shekinah, is higher than the first air, since it is joined closer to the Ein Sof, the boundless. Thus Sophia is Shekinah, and Sophia Kamoth the anima mundi, the astral light of the Kabbalists, which contains the spiritual and material germs of all that is. For the Sophia Kamoth, like Eve, of whom she is the prototype, is the mother of all that live. There are 3 trinities in the Nazarene system as well as in the Hindu philosophy of the ante and early Vedic period. While we see the few translators of the Kabbalah, the Nazarene Codex, and other abstruse works, hopelessly floundering amid the interminable pantheon of names, unable to agree as to a system in which to classify them, for the one hypothesis contradicts and overturns the other, we can but wonder at all this trouble, which could be so easily overcome. But even now, when the translation, and even the perusal of the ancient Sanskrit has become so easy as a point of comparison, they would never think it possible that every philosophy, whether Semitic, Hamitic, or Turanian, as they call it, has its key in the Hindu sacred works. Still facts are there, and facts are not easily destroyed. Thus, while we find the Hindu Trimurti triply manifested as Nara, or Parapuracha, Agni, Brahma, the Father; Nari, Mariama, Vaya, Vishnu, the Mother; Virajay, Brahma, Surya, Shiva, the Son; and the Egyptian Trinity as follows: Neph, or Amun, Osiris, Ra, Horus, the Father; Mot, or Mut, Isis, the Mother; Khans, Horus, Maloli, the Son. The Nazarene system runs: Furho, Ishaman, Mono, Abater, the Father; Chaos, Dark Water, Spiritus, Female, Netubtu, the Mother; Fetahil, Ledio, Lord Jordan, the Son. The first is the concealed or non-manifested Trinity, a pure abstraction. The other the active, or the one revealed in the results of creation, proceeding out of the former its spiritual prototype. The third is the mutilated image of both the others, crystallized in the form of human dogmas, which vary according to the exuberance of the national materialistic fancy. The Supreme Lord of splendor and of light, luminous and refulgent, before which no other existed, is called Corona, the crown; Lord Furho, the unrevealed life which existed in the former from eternity; and Lord Jordan the Spirit, the living water of grace. He is the one through whom alone we can be saved, and thus he answers to the Shekinah, the spiritual garment of Ensaf, or the Holy Ghost. These three constitute the Trinity abscondido. The second Trinity is composed of the three lives. The first is the similitude of Lord Furho, through whom he has proceeded forth, and the second Furho is the King of Light, Mono, Rex Lucis. He is the heavenly life and light, and older than the architect of heaven and earth. The second life is Ishaman, Pleroma, the vase of election, containing the visible thought of the I Ordinus Maximus, the type, or its intelligible reflection, the prototype of the living water, who is the spiritual Jordan. Third life, which is produced by the other two, is Abater, the parent, or father. This is the mysterious and decrepit aged of the aged, the ancient senum sui obtagiantum et grandivum mundi. This latter third life is the father of the demiurge Fetahil, the creator of the world, whom the Ophites call Ildabaoth, though Fetahil is the only begotten one, the reflection of the Father, Abater, who begets him by looking into the dark water, but the Lord Mono, the Lord of loftiness, the Lord of all genii, is higher than the Father. In this Kabbalistic codex one is purely spiritual, the other material. So, for instance, while Abater's only begotten one is the genius Fetahil, the creator of the physical world, Lord Mono, the Lord of Celsitude, who is the son of him, who is the father of all who preach the gospel, produces also an only begotten one, the Lord Lateo, a just Lord. He is the Christos, the anointed, who pours out the grace of the invisible Jordan, the spirit of the highest crown. In the Arcanum, in the assembly of splendor, lighted by Mono, to whom the scintillas of splendor owe their origin, the genii who live in light rose, they went to the visible Jordan, and flowing water. They assembled for a council, and called forth the only begotten Son of an imperishable image, and who cannot be conceived by reflection, Lebdeo, the just Lord, and sprung from Lebdeo, the just Lord, whom the life had produced by his word. Mono is the chief of the seven aeons, who are Mono, Rex Lucis, Aer Xivo, Ignis Vivus, Lux, Vita, Aqua Viva, the living water of baptism, the genius of the Jordan, and Ipsa Vita, the chief of the 6 genii, which form with him the mystic 7. The Nazarene Manu is simply the copy of the Hindu first Manu, the emanation of Manu Swayambhuva, from whom evolve in succession the 6 other Manas, types of the subsequent races of men. We find them all represented by the apostle Kabbalist John in the 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God, and in the 7 angels bearing the 7 vials. Again in Fethahil we recognize the original of the Christian doctrine. In the revelation of Jonas Theologos it is said, I turned and saw in the midst of the 7 candlesticks one like unto the Son of Man. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire. And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. I 13, 14, 15. John here repeats, as is well known, the words of Daniel and Ezekiel. The Ancient of Days, whose hair was white as pure wool, etc. And the appearance of a man above the throne, and the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about. The fire being the glory of the Lord. Fethahil is son of the man, the third life, and his upper part is represented as white as snow, while standing near the throne of the living fire he has the appearance of a flame. All these apocalyptic visions are based on the description of the white head of the Sahar, in whom the Kabbalistic Trinity is united. The white head, which conceals in its cranium the spirit, and which is environed by subtle fire. The appearance of a man is that of Adam Kadmon, through which passes the thread of light represented by the fire. Fethahil is the Vir Novissimus, the newest man, the son of Abator, the latter being the man, or the third life, now the third personage of the Trinity. John sees one like unto the Son of Man, holding in his right hand 7 stars, and standing between 7 golden candlesticks, Revelation I. Fethahil takes his stand on high, according to the will of his Father, the highest Eon, who has 7 scepters, and 7 genii, who astronomically represent the 7 planets or stars. He stands shining in the garment of the Lords, resplendent by the agency of the genii. He is the son of his father, life, and his mother, spirit, or light. The Logos is represented in the Gospel according to John as one in whom was life, and the life was the light of men. I4. Fethahil is the demiurge, and his father created the visible universe of matter through him. In the Epistle of Paul to the Ephesians, 3:9, God is said to have created all things by Jesus. In the Codex the parent life says, Arise, go, our Son first begotten, ordained for all creatures. As the living Father hath sent me, says Christ, God sent his only begotten Son that we might live. Finally, having performed his work on earth, Fethahil reascends to his father Abator. Et qui, relicto quem procrevit mundo, ad Abator suum patram contendit, my Father sent me. I go to the Father, repeats Jesus. Laying aside the theological disputes of Christianity which try to blend together the Jewish creator of the first chapter of Genesis with the Father of the New Testament, Jesus states repeatedly of his Father that he is in secret. Surely he would not have so termed the ever-present Lord God of the Mosaic books, who showed himself to Moses and the patriarchs, and finally allowed all the elders of Israel to look on himself. When Jesus is made to speak of the temple at Jerusalem as of his Father's house, he does not mean the physical building, which he maintains he can destroy and then again rebuild in 3 days, but of the temple of Solomon, the wise Kabbalist, who indicates in his Proverbs that every man is the temple of God, or of his own divine spirit. This term of the Father who is in secret, we find used as much in the Kabbalah as in the Codex Nazareus, and elsewhere. No one has ever seen the wisdom concealed in the cranium, and no one has beheld the depth, Bithos. Simon, the magician, preached one Father unknown to all. We can trace this appellation of a secret God still farther back. In the Kabbalah the Son of the concealed Father who dwells in light and glory, is the Anointed, the Siranpin, who unites in himself all the Sephiroth, he is Christos, or the heavenly man. It is through Christ that the Pneuma, or the Holy Ghost, creates all things, Ephesians 3:9, and produces the four elements, air, water, fire, and earth. This assertion is unquestionable, for we find Irenaeus basing on this fact his best argument for the necessity of there being four Gospels. There can be neither more nor fewer than four, he argues. For as there are four quarters of the world, and four general winds, kappa alpha theta omicron lambda iota kappa alpha pi nu epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau alpha. It is right that she, the Church, should have four pillars. From which it is manifest that the Word, the Maker of all, he who sitteth upon the cherubim. As David says, supplicating his advent, thou that sittest between the cherubim, shine forth. For the cherubim also are four-faced, and their faces are symbols of the working of the Son of God. Asterisk. We will not stop to discuss at length the special holiness of the four-faced cherubim, although we might, perhaps, show their origin in all the ancient pagodas of India, in the vihans, or vehicles, of their chief gods, as likewise we might easily attribute the respect paid to them to the Kabbalistic wisdom, which, nevertheless, the Church rejects with great horror. But, we cannot resist the temptation to remind the reader that he may easily ascertain the several significances attributed to these cherubs by reading the Kabbalah. When the souls are to leave their abode, says the Sahar, holding to the doctrine of the pre-existence of souls in the world of emanations, each soul separately appears before the Holy King, dressed in a sublime form, with the features in which it is to appear in this world. It is from this sublime form that the image proceeds, Sahar, 3, p. 104 ab. Then it goes on to say that the types or forms of these faces are four in number, those of the angel or man, of the lion, the bull, and the eagle. Furthermore, we may well express our wonder that Irenaeus should not have reinforced his argument for the four Gospels by citing the whole pantheon of the four-armed Hindu gods. Ezekiel, in representing his four animals, now called cherubim, as types of the four symbolical beings, which, in his vision support the throne of Jehovah, had not far to go for his models. The Chaldeo-Babylonian protecting genii were familiar to him, the said Alap or Chirub, cherubim, the bull, with the human face, the Nirgal, human-headed lion, Auster the Sphinx man, and the Nathga, with its eagle's head. The religion of the masters, the idolatrous Babylonians and Assyrians, was transferred almost bodily into the revealed scripture of the captives, and from thence came into Christianity. Already, we find Ezekiel addressed by the likeness of the glory of the Lord, as Son of Man. This peculiar title is used repeatedly throughout the whole book of this prophet, which is as Kabbalistic as the roll of a book which the glory causes him to eat. It is written within and without, and its real meaning is identical with that of the Apocalypse. It appears strange that so much stress should be laid on this peculiar appellation, said to have been applied by Jesus to himself, when, in the symbolical or Kabbalistic language, a prophet is so addressed. It is as extraordinary to see Irenaeus indulging in such graphic descriptions of Jesus as to show him, the Maker of all, sitting upon a cherubim, unless he identifies him with Shekinah, whose usual place was among the cherubs of the mercy seat. We also know that the cherubim and seraphim are titles of the old serpent, the orthodox devil, the seraphs being the burning or fiery serpents, in Kabbalistic symbolism. The 10 emanations of Adam Kadmon, called the Sephiroth, have all emblems and titles corresponding to each. So, for instance, the last two are victory, or Jehovah Sabaoth, whose symbol is the right column of Solomon, the pillar Jachin, while glory is the left pillar, or Boaz, and its name is the old serpent, and also seraphim and cherubim. Asterisk. The Son of Man is an appellation which could not be assumed by anyone but a Kabbalist. Except, as shown above, in the Old Testament, it is used but by one prophet, Ezekiel, the Kabbalist. In their mysterious and mutual relations, the eons or Sephiroth are represented in the Kabbalah by a great number of circles, and sometimes by the figure of a man, which is symbolically formed out of such circles. This man is Siranpin, and the 243 numbers of which his figure consists relate to the different orders of the celestial hierarchy. The original idea of this figure, or rather the model, may have been taken from the Hindu Brahma, and the various castes typified by the several parts of his body, as King suggests in his Gnostics. In one of the grandest and most beautiful cave temples at Ellora, Nasik, dedicated to Vishvakarma, son of Brahma, is a representation of this god and his attributes. To one acquainted with Ezekiel's description of the likeness of 4 living creatures, every one of which had 4 faces and the hands of a man under its wings, etc., this figure at Ellora must certainly appear absolutely biblical. Brahma is called the father of man, as well as Jupiter and other highest gods. It is in the Buddhistic representations of Mount Meru, called by the Burmese Myenmo, and by the Siamese Sinaru, that we find one of the originals of the Adam Kadmon, Siranpan, the heavenly man, and of all the eons, Sephiroth, powers, dominions, thrones, virtues, and dignities of the Kabbalah. Between 2 pillars, which are connected by an arch, the keystone of the latter is represented by a crescent. This is the domain in which dwells the supreme wisdom of Adi Buddha, the supreme and invisible deity. Beneath this highest central point comes the circle of the direct emanation of the unknown, the circle of Brahma with some Hindus, of the first avatar of Buddha, according to others. This answers to Adam Kadmon and the 10 Sephiroth. 9 of the emanations are encircled by the 10th, and occasionally represented by pagodas, each of which bears a name which expresses one of the chief attributes of the manifested deity. Then below come the 7 stages, or heavenly spheres, each sphere being encircled by a sea. These are the celestial mansions of the Devatas, or gods, each losing somewhat in holiness and purity as it approaches the earth. Then comes Meru itself, formed of numberless circles within 3 large ones, typifying the Trinity of man, and for one acquainted with the numerical value of the letters in biblical names, like that of the great beast, or that of Mitra Mu Iota Theta Rho Alpha Alpha Beta Rho Alpha Chi Alpha, and others, it is an easy matter to establish the identity of the Meru gods with the emanations or Sephiroth of the Kabbalists. Also the genii of the Nazarenes, with their special missions, are all found on this most ancient mythos, a most perfect representation of the symbolism of the secret doctrine, as taught in archaic ages. King gives a few hints, though doubtless too insufficient to teach anything important, for they are based upon the calculations of Bishop Newton ** as to this mode of finding out mysteries in the value of letters. However, we find this great archaeologist, who has devoted so much time and labor to the study of Gnostic gems, corroborating our assertion. He shows that the entire theory is Hindu, and points out that the Durga, or female counterpart of each Asiatic god, is what the Kabbalists term active virtue in the celestial hierarchy, a term which the Christian fathers adopted and repeated, without fully appreciating, and the meaning of which the later theology has utterly disfigured. But to return to Meru. The whole is surrounded by the Maha Samat, or the Great Sea, the astral light and ether of the Kabbalists and scientists, and within the central circles appears the likeness of a man. He is the Achaduth of the Nazarenes, the twofold unity, or the androgyne man, the heavenly incarnation, and a perfect representation of Siranpan, short face, the son, of Arak Anpan, long face. This likeness is now represented in many Lama series by Gautama Buddha, the last of the incarnated avatars. Still lower, under the Meru, is the dwelling of the great Naga, who is called Raja Naga, the king serpent, the serpent of Genesis, the Gnostic Aphiz, and the goddess of the earth, Bhumai Nari, or Yama, who waits upon the great dragon, for she is Eve, the mother of all that live. Still lower is the 8th sphere, the infernal regions. The uppermost regions of Brahma are surrounded by the sun, moon, and planets, the 7 stellas of the Nazarenes, and just as they are described in the Codex. The 7 impostor daemons who deceive the sons of Adam. The name of one is Soul, of another Spiritus Venereus, Astro, of the third Nebu, Mercurius, a false messiah. The name of a 4th is Sin Luna, the 5th is Chiun, Saturnus, the 6th, Belzeus, the 7th, Nerig Mars. Then there are 7 lives procreated, 7 good stellas, which are from Kabarzio, and are those bright ones who shine in their own form and splendor that pours from on high. At the gate of the house of life the throne is fitly placed for the Lord of splendor, and there are 3 habitations. The habitations of the Trimurti, the Hindu Trinity, are placed beneath the keystone the golden crescent, in the representation of Meru. And there was under his feet, of the God of Israel, as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, Exodus XXIV 10. Under the crescent is the heaven of Brahma, all paved with sapphires. The paradise of Indra is resplendent with 1,000 suns, that of Shiva, Saturn, is in the northeast, his throne is formed of lapis lazuli and the floor of heaven is of fervid gold. When he sits on the throne he blazes with fire up to the loins. At Hardwar, during the fair, in which he is more than ever Mahadeva, the highest god, the attributes and emblems sacred to the Jewish Lord God, may be recognized one by one in those of Shiva. The Binlang stone, sacred to this Hindu deity, is an unhewn stone like the Beth-el, consecrated by the patriarch Jacob, and set up by him for a pillar, and like the latter Binlang is anointed. We need hardly remind the student that the linga, the emblem sacred to Shiva and whose temples are modeled after this form, is identical in shape, meaning, and purpose with the pillars set up by the several patriarchs to mark their adoration of the Lord God. In fact, one of these patriarchal lithoi might even now be carried in the Civitic processions of Calcutta, without its Hebrew derivation being suspected. The 4 arms of Shiva are often represented with appendages like wings, he has 3 eyes and a 4th in the crescent, obtained by him at the churning of the ocean, as Panchamukti Shiva has 4 heads. In this god we recognize the description given by Ezekiel, in the 1st chapter of his book, of his vision, in which he beholds the likeness of a man in the 4 living creatures, who had 4 faces, 4 wings, who had 1 pair of straight feet, which sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And their rings were full of eyes round about them 4. It is the throne and heaven of Shiva that the prophet describes in saying, "And there was the likeness of a throne as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And I saw as the color of amber, gold, as the appearance of fire around about. From his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward, I saw as it were the appearance of fire," Ezekiel I-27. "And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace," Revelation I-15. As for their faces, one had the face of a cherub, and the face of a lion. They also had the face of an ox and the face of an eagle, Ezekiel I-10, X-14. This fourfold appearance which we find in the 2 cherubims of gold on the 2 ends of the ark, these symbolic 4 faces being adopted, moreover, later, one by each evangelist, as may be easily ascertained from the pictures of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, prefixed to their respective Gospels in the Roman Vulgate and Greek Bibles. Taught, the great god of the Phoenicians, says Sanconiathon, to express the character of Saturn or Cronus, made his image having 4 eyes. 2 before, 2 behind, open and closed, and 4 wings, 2 expanded, 2 folded. The eyes denote that the god sees in sleep, and sleeps in waking, the position of the wings that he flies in rest, and rests in flying. The identity of Saturn with Shiva is corroborated still more when we consider the emblem of the latter, the Damara, which is an hourglass, to show the progress of time, represented by this god in his capacity of a destroyer. The bull Nardi, the Vihan of Shiva and the most sacred emblem of this god, is reproduced in the Egyptian Apis, and in the bull created by Ormuzd and killed by Ahriman. The religion of Zoroaster, all based upon the secret doctrine, is found held by the people of Eretine. It was the religion of the Persians when they conquered the Assyrians. From thence it is easy to trace the introduction of this emblem of life represented by the bull, in every religious system. The College of the Magians had accepted it with the change of dynasty. Daniel is described as a rabbi, the chief of the Babylonian astrologers and magi, therefore we see the Assyrian little bulls and the attributes of Shiva reappearing under a hardly modified form in the cherubs of the Talmudistic Jews, as we have traced the bull Apis in the sphinxes or cherubs of the Mosaic Ark, and as we find it several thousand years later in the company of one of the Christian evangelists, Luke. Whoever has lived in India long enough to acquaint himself even superficially with the native deities, must detect the similarity between Jehovah and other gods besides Shiva. As Saturn, the latter was always held in great respect by the Talmudists. He was held in reverence by the Alexandrian Kabbalists as the direct inspirer of the law and the prophets. One of the names of Saturn was Israel, and we will show, in time, his identity in a certain way with Abram, which movers and others hinted at long since. Thus it cannot be wondered at if Valentinus, Basilides, and the Ophite Gnostics placed the dwelling of their Ildabaoth, also a destroyer as well as a creator, in the planet Saturn, for it was he who gave the law in the wilderness and spoke through the prophets. If more proof should be required, we will show it in the testimony of the canonical Bible itself. In Amos the Lord pours vials of wrath upon the people of Israel. He rejects their burnt offerings and will not listen to their prayers, but inquires of Amos, Have ye offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But ye have borne the tabernacles of your Moloch and Chiun your images, the star of your God. V 25:26. Who are Moloch and Chiun but Baal Saturn Shiva, and Chiun, Kivin, the same Saturn whose star the Israelites had made to themselves. There seems no escape in this case, all these deities are identical. The same in the case of the numerous logoi. While the Zoroastrian Sojiash is framed on that of the 10th Brahmanical avatar, and the 5th Buddha of the followers of Gautama, and we find the former, after having passed part and parcel into the Kabbalistic system of King Messiah, reflected in the Apostle Gabriel of the Nazarenes, and Abel Zivo, the legatus, sent on earth by the Lord of Selcitude and Light. All of these Hindu and Persian, Buddhist and Jewish, the Christos of the Gnostics and the Philonine logos are found combined in the Word made flesh of the fourth Gospel. Christianity includes all these systems, patched and arranged to meet the occasion. Do we take up the Avesta, we find there the dual system so prevalent in the Christian scheme. The struggle between Ahriman, darkness, and Ormuzd, light, has been going on in the world continually since the beginning of time. When the worst arrives and Ahriman will seem to have conquered the world and corrupted all mankind, then will appear the Savior of mankind, Sojiash. He will come seated upon a white horse and followed by an army of good genii equally mounted on milk-white steeds. And this we find faithfully copied in the Revelation, I saw heaven opened, and beheld a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, Revelation 19:11-14. Sojiash himself is but a later Persian permutation of the Hindu Vishnu. The figure of this god may be found unto this day representing him as the Savior, the Preserver, the preserving Spirit of God, in the temple of Rama. The picture shows him in his 10th incarnation, the Kalki avatar, which is yet to come as an armed warrior mounted upon a white horse. Waving over his head the sword destruction, he holds in his other hand a discus, made up of rings encircled in one another, an emblem of the revolving cycles or great ages, for Vishnu will thus appear but at the end of the Kali Yuga, answering to the end of the world expected by our Adventists. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword. On his head were many crowns, Revelation 19:12. Vishnu is often represented with several crowns superposed on his head. And I saw an angel standing on the sun, 17. The white horse is the horse of the sun. Sojiash, the Persian savior, is also born of a virgin, and at the end of days he will come as a redeemer to regenerate the world, but he will be preceded by two prophets, who will come to announce him. Hence the Jews who had Moses and Elias, are now waiting for the Messiah. Then comes the general resurrection, when the good will immediately enter into this happy abode, the regenerated earth, and Ahriman and his angels, the devils, and the wicked, be purified by immersion in a lake of molten metal. Henceforward, all will enjoy unchangeable happiness, and, headed by Sojiash, ever sing the praises of the Eternal One. The above is a perfect repetition of Vishnu in his 10th avatar, for he will then throw the wicked into the infernal abodes in which, After purifying themselves, they will be pardoned, even those devils which rebelled against Brahma, and were hurled into the bottomless pit by Shiva, as also the blessed ones will go to dwell with the gods, over the Mount Meru. Having thus traced the similarity of views respecting the Logos, Metatron, and Mediator, as found in the Kabbalah and the Codex of the Christian Nazarenes and Gnostics, the reader is prepared to appreciate the audacity of the patristic scheme to reduce a purely metaphysical figure into concrete form, and make it appear as if the finger of prophecy had from time immemorial been pointing down the vista of ages to Jesus as the coming Messiah. A theomythos intended to symbolize the coming day, near the close of the great cycle, when the glad tidings from heaven should proclaim the universal brotherhood and common faith of humanity. The day of regeneration was violently distorted into an accomplished fact. Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God, says Jesus. Is this the language of a God? Of the second person in the Trinity, who is identical with the first? And if this Messiah, or Holy Ghost of the Gnostic and pagan trinities, had come in his person, what did he mean by distinguishing between himself the Son of Man, and the Holy Ghost? And whosoever shall speak a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him, but unto him that blasphemeth against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven, he says. And how account for the marvelous identity of this very language, with the precepts enunciated, centuries before, by the Kabbalists and the pagan initiates? The following are a few instances out of many. No one of the gods, no man, or Lord, can be good, but only God alone, says Hermes. To be a good man is impossible, God alone possesses this privilege, repeats Plato, with a slight variation. Asterisk. 6 centuries before Christ, the Chinese philosopher Confucius said that his doctrine was simple and easy to comprehend, Lun Yu, chapter 5, 15. To which one of his disciples added, the doctrine of our master consists in having an invariable correctness of heart, and in doing toward others as we would that they should do to us. Jesus of Nazareth, a man approved of God among you by miracles, exclaims Peter, long after the scene of Calvary. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John, says the fourth Gospel, thus placing the Baptist on an equality with Jesus. John the Baptist, in one of the most solemn acts of his life, that of baptizing Christ, thinks not that he is going to baptize a God, but uses the word man. This is he of whom I said, after me cometh a man. Speaking of himself, Jesus says, you seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth, which I have heard of God. Even the blind man of Jerusalem, healed by the great thaumaturgist, full of gratitude and admiration for his benefactor, in narrating the miracle does not call Jesus God, but simply says, a man that is called Jesus, made clay. We do not close the list for lack of other instances and proofs, but simply because what we now say has been repeated and demonstrated by others, many times before us. But there is no more incurable evil than blind and unreasoning fanaticism. Few are the men who, like Dr. Priestley, have the courage to write, we find nothing like divinity ascribed to Christ before Justin Martyr, AD 141, who, from being a philosopher, became a Christian. Muhammad appeared nearly 600 years after the presumed deicide. The Greco-Roman world was still convulsed with religious dissensions, withstanding all the past imperial edicts and forcible Christianization. While the Council of Trent was disputing about the Vulgate, the unity of God quietly superseded the Trinity, and soon the Mahometans outnumbered the Christians. Why? Because their prophet never sought to identify himself with Allah. Otherwise, it is safe to say, he would not have lived to see his religion flourish. Till the present day Mahometanism has made and is now making more proselytes than Christianity. Buddha Siddhartha came as a simple mortal, centuries before Christ. The religious ethics of this faith are now found to far exceed in moral beauty anything ever dreamed of by the Tertullians and Augustines. The true spirit of Christianity can alone be fully found in Buddhism, partially, it shows itself in other heathen religions. Buddha never made of himself a god, nor was he deified by his followers. The Buddhists are now known to far outnumber Christians, they are enumerated at nearly 500 million. While cases of conversion among Buddhists, Brahmanists, Mohammedans, and Jews become so rare as to show how sterile are the attempts of our missionaries, atheism and materialism spread their gangrenous ulcers and gnaw every day deeper at the very heart of Christianity. There are no atheists among heathen populations, and those few among the Buddhists and Brahmans who have become infected with materialism may always be found to belong to large cities densely thronged with Europeans, and only among educated classes. Truly, says Bishop Kidder, were a wise man to choose his religion from those who profess it, perhaps Christianity would be the last religion he would choose. In an able little pamphlet from the pen of the popular lecturer, J. M. Peebles, M.D., the author quotes, from the London Athenaeum, an article in which are described the welfare and civilization of the inhabitants of Yarkand and Kashgar, who seem virtuous and happy. Gracious heavens! Fervently exclaims the honest author, who himself was once a Universalist clergyman, grant to keep Christian missionaries away from happy and heathen Tartary. Asterisk. From the earliest days of Christianity, when Paul upbraided the Church of Corinth for a crime as is not so much as named among the Gentiles that one should have his father's wife, and for their making a pretext of the Lord's Supper for debauch and drunkenness, 1 Corinthians, v. 1, the profession of the name of Christ has ever been more a pretext than the evidence of holy feeling. However, a correct form of this verse is, everywhere the lewd practice among you is heard about, such a lewd practice as is nowhere among the heathen nations, even the having or marrying of the father's wife. The Persian influence would seem to be indicated in this language. The practice existed nowhere among the nations, except in Persia, where it was esteemed especially meritorious. Hence, too, the Jewish stories of Abraham marrying his sister, Nahor, his niece, Amram his father's sister, and Judah his son's widow, whose children appear to have been legitimate. The Aryan tribes esteemed endogamic marriages, while the Tartars and all barbarous nations required all alliances to be exogamous. There was but one apostle of Jesus worthy of that name, and that was Paul. However disfigured were his epistles by dogmatic hands before being admitted into the canon, his conception of the great and divine figure of the philosopher who died for his idea can still be traced in his addresses to the various Gentile nations. Only, he who would understand him better yet must study the Philonine logos reflecting now and then the Hindu sabda, logos, of the Mimamsa school. As to the other apostles, those whose names are prefixed to the Gospels, we cannot well believe in their veracity when we find them attributing to their master miracles surrounded by circumstances, recorded, if not in the oldest books of India, at least in such as antedated Christianity, and in the very phraseology of the traditions. Who, in his days of simple and blind credulity, but marveled at the touching narrative given in the Gospels according to Mark and Luke of the resurrection of the daughter of Jairus. Who has ever doubted its originality? And yet the story is copied entirely from the Haripurana, and is recorded among the miracles attributed to Krishna. We translate it from the French version. The king Angas Huna caused the betrothal of his daughter, the beautiful Kalavati, with the young son of Vamadeva, the powerful king of Antarvedi, named Govinda, to be celebrated with great pomp. But as Kalavati was amusing herself in the groves with her companions, she was stung by a serpent and died. Angas Huna tore his clothes, covered himself with ashes, and cursed the day when he was born. Suddenly, a great rumor spread through the palace, and the following cries were heard, 1,000 times repeated, Pasaya Pitaram, Pasaya Gurum. The father, the master. Then Krishna approached, smiling, leaning on the arm of Arjuna. Master, cried Angas Huna, casting himself at his feet, and sprinkling them with his tears, see my poor daughter, and he showed him the body of Kalavati, stretched upon a mat. Why do you weep? Replied Krishna, in a gentle voice. Do you not see that she is sleeping? Listen to the sound of her breathing, like the sigh of the night wind which rustles the leaves of the trees. See, her cheeks resuming their color, her eyes, whose lids tremble as if they were about to open, her lips quiver as if about to speak. She is sleeping, I tell you, and hold. See, she moves, Kalavati. Rise and walk. Hardly had Christna spoken, when the breathing, warmth, movement, and life returned little by little, into the corpse, and the young girl, obeying the injunction of the demigod, rose from her couch and rejoined her companions. But the crowd marveled and cried out, "This is a god, since death is no more for him than sleep." Asterisk. All such parables are enforced upon Christians, with the addition of dogmas which, in their extraordinary character, leave far behind them the wildest conceptions of heathenism. The Christians, in order to believe in a deity, have found it necessary to kill their God, that they themselves should live. And now, the supreme, unknown one, the Father of grace and mercy, and his celestial hierarchy are managed by the Church as though they were so many theatrical stars and supernumeraries under salary. 6 centuries before the Christian era, Xenophanes had disposed of such anthropomorphism by an immortal satire, recorded and preserved by Clement of Alexandria. There is one God supreme, whose form is not like unto man's, and as unlike his nature. But vain mortals imagine that gods like themselves are begotten, with human sensations, and voice, and corporeal members. So if oxen or lions had hands and could work in man's fashion, and trace out with chisel or brush their conception of Godhead, then would horses depict gods like horses, and oxen like oxen, each kind the divine with its own form and nature endowing. And here Vyasa, the poet pantheist of India, who, for all the scientists can prove, may have lived, as Jack Elliott has it, some 15,000 years ago, discoursing on Maya, the illusion of the senses. All religious dogmas only serve to obscure the intelligence of man. Worship of divinities, under the allegories of which, is hidden respect for natural laws, drives away truth to the profit of the basest superstitions, Vyasamaya. It was given to Christianity to paint us God Almighty after the model of the Kabbalistic abstraction of the Ancient of Days. From old frescoes on cathedral ceilings, Catholic missals, and other icons and images, we now find him depicted by the poetic brush of Gustave Doré. The awful, unknown majesty of him, whom no heathen dared to reproduce in concrete form, is figuring in our own century in Doré's illustrated Bible. Treading upon clouds that float in mid-air, darkness and chaos behind him and the world beneath his feet, a majestic old man stands, his left hand gathering his flowing robes about him, and his right raised in the gesture of command. He has spoken the word, and from his towering person streams an effulgence of light, the Shekinah. As a poetic conception, the composition does honor to the artist, but does it honor God? Better, the chaos behind him, than the figure itself, for there, at least, we have a solemn mystery. For our part, we prefer the silence of the ancient heathens. With such a gross, anthropomorphic, and, as we conceive, blasphemous representation of the first cause, who can feel surprised at any iconographic extravagance in the representation of the Christian Christ, the apostles, and the putative saints? With the Catholics, Saint Peter becomes quite naturally the janitor of heaven, and sits at the door of the celestial kingdom, a ticket-taker to the Trinity. In a religious disturbance which recently occurred in one of the Spanish-American provinces, there were found upon the bodies of some of the killed, passports signed by the bishop of the diocese and addressed to Street Peter, bidding him admit the bearer as a true son of the Church. It was subsequently ascertained that these unique documents were issued by the Catholic prelate just before his deluded parishioners went into the fight at the instigation of their priests. In their immoderate desire to find evidence for the authenticity of the New Testament, the best men, the most erudite scholars even among Protestant divines, but too often fall into deplorable traps. We cannot believe that such a learned commentator as Canon Westcott could have left himself in ignorance as to Talmudistic and purely Kabbalistic writings. How then is it that we find him quoting, with such serene assurance as presenting striking analogies to the Gospel of St. John, passages from the work of the pastor of Hermas, which are complete sentences from the Kabbalistic literature? The view which Hermes gives of Christ's nature and work is no less harmonious with apostolic doctrine, and it offers striking analogies to the Gospel of St. John. He, Jesus, is a rock higher than the mountains, able to hold the whole world, ancient, and yet having a new gate. He is older than creation, so that he took counsel with the Father about the creation which he made. No one shall enter in unto him otherwise than by his Son. Asterisk. Now while as the author of supernatural religion well proves there is nothing in this which looks like a corroboration of the doctrine taught in the fourth Gospel, he omits to state that nearly everything expressed by the pseudo-Hermes in relation to his parabolic conversation with the Lord is a plain quotation, with repeated variations, from the Sahar and other Kabbalistic books. We may as well compare, so as to leave the reader in no difficulty to judge for himself. God, says Hermes, planted the vineyard, that is, he created the people and gave them to his Son, and the Son himself cleansed their sins, etc. i.e., the Son washed them in his blood, in commemoration of which Christians drink wine at the communion. In the Kabbalah it is shown that the Aged of the Aged, or Longface, plants a vineyard, the latter typifying mankind, and a vine, meaning life. The spirit of King Messiah is, therefore, shown as washing his garments in the wine from above, from the creation of the world. Adam, or Adam is blood. The life of the flesh is in the blood, nephesh soul, Leviticus 17. And Adam Kadmon is the only begotten. Noah also plants a vineyard, the allegorical hotbed of future humanity. As a consequence of the adoption of the same allegory, we find it reproduced in the Nazarene Codex. 7 vines are procreated, which spring from Iokabarziva, and Furho, or Parcha, Rabba waters them. When the blessed will ascend among the creatures of light, they shall see Iavarzivo, Lord of life, and the first vine. These Kabbalistic metaphors are thus naturally repeated in the Gospel according to John 15:1. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. In Genesis 6, the dying Jacob is made to say, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, the lion's whelp, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh, comes. Binding his colt unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine, he washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. Shiloh is King Messiah, as well as the Shiloh in Ephraim, which was to be made the capital and the place of the sanctuary. In the Targum of Onkelos, the Babylonian, the words of Jacob read, until the King Messiah shall come. The prophecy has failed in the Christian as well as in the Kabbalistico-Jewish sense. The scepter has departed from Judah, whether the Messiah has already or will come, unless we believe, with the Kabbalists, that Moses was the first Messiah, who transferred his soul to Joshua Jesus. Says Hermes, and, in the middle of the plain, he showed me a great white rock, which had risen out of the plain, and the rock was higher than the mountains, rectangular, so as to be able to hold the whole world, but that rock was old, having a gate hewn out of it, and the hewing out of the gate seemed to me to be recent. In the Sahar, we find, to 40,000 superior worlds the white of the skull of his head, of the most sacred ancient in absconditus, is extended. When Seer, the first reflection and image of his Father, the Ancient of the Ancient, will, through the mystery of the 70 names of Metatron, descend into Ezra, the third world, he will open a new gate. The Spiritus Decisorius will cut and divide the garment, Shekinah, into 2 parts. At the coming of King Messiah, from the sacred cubical stone of the temple a white light will be arising during 40 days. This will expand, until it encloses the whole world. At that time King Messiah will allow himself to be revealed, and will be seen coming out of the gate of the Garden of Odan, Eden. He will be revealed in the land Galil. When he has made satisfaction for the sins of Israel, he will lead them on through a new gate to the seat of judgment. At the gate of the house of life, the throne is prepared for the Lord of splendor. Further on, the commentator introduces the following quotation, this rock and this gate are the Son of God. How, Lord, I said, is the rock old and the gate new? Listen, he said, and understand, thou ignorant man. The Son of God is older than all of his creation, so that he was a counselor with the Father in his works of creation, and for this is he old. Now, these two assertions are not only purely Kabbalistic, without even so much as a change of expression, but Brahmanical and pagan likewise. Vidi virum excellentum celi terri conditor natu majorum. I have seen the most excellent, superior, man, who is older by birth than the maker of heaven and earth, says the Kabbalistic Codex. The Eleusinian Dionysus, whose particular name was Iacchos, Iaha, the god from whom the liberation of souls was expected, was considered older than the demiurge. At the mysteries of the Anthesteria at the lakes, the Limni, after the usual baptism by purification of water, the Mysti were made to pass through to another door, gate, and one particularly for that purpose, which was called the gate of Dionysus, and that of the purified. In the Sahar, the Kabbalists are told that the workmaster, the demiurge, said to the Lord, "Let us make man after our image." In the original texts of the first chapter of Genesis, it stands, and the Elohim, translated as the Supreme God, who are the highest gods or powers, said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." In the Vedas, Brahma holds counsel with Parabrahma, as to the best mode to proceed to create the world. Canon Westcott, quoting Hermes, shows him asking, "And why is the gate new, Lord?" I said, "Because," he replied, "he was manifested at the last of the days of the dispensation, for this cause the gate was made new, in order that they who shall be saved might enter by it into the kingdom of God." There are two peculiarities worthy of note in this passage. To begin with, it attributes to the Lord a false statement of the same character as that so emphasized by the Apostle John, and which brought, at a later period, the whole of the Orthodox Christians, who accepted the apostolic allegories as literal, to such inconvenient straits. Jesus, as Messiah, was not manifested at the last of the days, for the latter are yet to come, notwithstanding a number of divinely inspired prophecies, followed by disappointed hopes, as a result, to testify to his immediate coming. The belief that the last times had come, was natural, when once the coming of King Messiah had been acknowledged. The second peculiarity is found in the fact that the prophecy could have been accepted at all, when even its approximate determination is a direct contradiction of Mark, who makes Jesus distinctly state that neither the angels, nor the Son himself, know of that day or that hour. We might add that, as the belief undeniably originated with the Apocalypse, it ought to be a self-evident proof that it belonged to the calculations peculiar to the Kabbalists and the pagan sanctuaries. It was the secret computation of a cycle, which, according to their reckoning, was ending toward the latter part of the 1st century. It may also be held as a corroborative proof, that the Gospel according to Mark, as well as that ascribed to John, and the Apocalypse, were written by men, of whom neither was sufficiently acquainted with the other. The Logos was first definitely called Petra, rock, by Philo. The word, moreover, as we have shown elsewhere, means, in Chaldee and Phoenician, interpreter. Justin Martyr calls him, throughout his works, angel, and makes a clear distinction between the Logos and God the Creator. The Word of God is his Son. And he is also called angel and apostle, for he declares whatever we ought to know, interprets, and is sent to declare whatever is disclosed. Adon inferior is distributed into its own paths, into 32 sides of paths, yet it is not known to any one but Seer. But no one knows the superior Adon nor his paths, except that long-faced the Supreme God. Seer is the Nazarene genius, who is called Ebal Zivo, and Gabriel Legatus also Apostle Gabriel. The Nazarenes held with the Kabbalists that even the Messiah who was to come did not know the superior Adon, the concealed deity, no one except the Supreme God, thus showing that above the supreme intelligible deity, there is one still more secret and unrevealed. Seeranpin is the third God, while Logos, according to Philo-Judaeus, is the second one. This is distinctly shown in the Codex. The false Messiah shall say, I am Deus, son of Deus, my Father sent me here. I am the first legate, I am Ebelzivo, I am come from on high. But distrust him, for he will not be Ebelzivo. Ebelzivo will not permit himself to be seen in this age. Hence the belief of some Gnostics that it was not Ebelzivo, Archangel Gabriel, who overshadowed Mary, but Ildebaoth, who formed the material body of Jesus, Christos uniting himself with him only at the moment of baptism in the Jordan. Can we doubt Nork's assertion that the Bereshith Rabbah, the oldest part of the Midrash Rabbath, was known to the Church Fathers in a Greek translation? But if, on the one hand, they were sufficiently acquainted with the different religious systems of their neighbors to have enabled them to build a new religion alleged to be distinct from all others, their ignorance of the Old Testament itself, let alone the more complicated questions of Grecian metaphysics, is now found to have been deplorable. So, for instance, in Matthew XXVII 9f, the passage from Zechariah 11, 12, 13, is attributed to Jeremiah, says the author of Supernatural Religion. In Mark I2, a quotation from Malachi 3, 1, is ascribed to Isaiah. In 1 Corinthians 2, 9, a passage is quoted as Holy Scripture, which is not found in the Old Testament at all, but which is taken, as Origen and Jerome state, from an apocryphal work, the Revelation of Elias, Origen, Tract XXXV, and the passage is similarly quoted by the so-called Epistle of Clement to the Corinthians, Thirsiv. How reliable are the pious fathers in their explanations of divers heresies may be illustrated in the case of Epiphanius, who mistook the Pythagorean sacred tetrad, called in the Valentinian Gnosis, Kol Arbas, for a heretic leader. What with the involuntary blunders, and deliberate falsifications of the teachings of those who differed in views with them, the canonization of the mythological Ora Placida, Gentle Breeze, into a pair of Christian martyrs St. Ora and Saint Placida, the deification of a spear and a cloak, under the names of SS. Longimus and Amphibolus, and the patristic quotations from prophets, of what was never in those prophets at all, one may well ask in blank amazement whether the so-called religion of Christ has ever been other than an incoherent dream, since the death of the great Master. So malicious do we find the Holy Fathers in their unrelenting persecution of pretended heresies, that we see them telling, without hesitation, the most preposterous untruths, and inventing entire narratives, the better to impress their own otherwise unsupported arguments upon ignorance. If the mistake in relation to the tetrad had at first originated as a simple consequence of an unpremeditated blunder of Hippolytus, the explanations of Epiphanius and others who fell into the same absurd error have a less innocent look. When Hippolytus gravely denounces the great heresy of the tetrad, Kol Arbas, and states that the imaginary Gnostic leader is, Kol Arbasus, who endeavors to explain religion by measures and numbers, we may simply smile. But when Epiphanius, with abundant indignation, elaborates upon the theme, which is heresy 15, and pretending to be thoroughly acquainted with the subject, adds, a certain Heraclean follows after Colarbasus, which is heresy 16, then he lays himself open to the charge of deliberate falsification. If this zealous Christian can boast so unblushingly of having caused by his information 70 women, even of rank, to be sent into exile, through the seductions of some in whose number he had himself been drawn into joining their sect, he has left us a fair standard by which to judge him. C.W. King remarks, very aptly, on this point, that it may reasonably be suspected that this worthy renegade had in this case saved himself from the fate of his fellow religionists by turning evidence against them, on the opening of the persecution. And thus, one by one, perished the Gnostics, the only heirs to whose share had fallen a few stray crumbs of the unadulterated truth of primitive Christianity. All was confusion and turmoil during these first centuries, till the moment when all these contradictory dogmas were finally forced upon the Christian world, and examination was forbidden. For long ages it was made a sacrilege, punishable with severe penalties, often death, to seek to comprehend that which the Church had so conveniently elevated to the rank of divine mystery. But since biblical critics have taken upon themselves to set the house in order, the cases have become reversed. Pagan creditors now come from every part of the globe to claim their own, and Christian theology begins to be suspected of complete bankruptcy. Such is the sad result of the fanaticism of the Orthodox sects, who, to borrow an expression of the author of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, never were, like the Gnostics, the most polite, the most learned, and most wealthy of the Christian name. And, if not all of them smelt garlic, as Renan will have it, on the other hand, none of these Christian saints have ever shrunk from spilling their neighbor's blood, if the views of the latter did not agree with their own. And so all our philosophers were swept away by the ignorant and superstitious masses. The Philhellethians, the lovers of truth, and their eclectic school, perished, and there, where the young Hypatia had taught the highest philosophical doctrines, and where Ammonius Saccas had explained that the whole which Christ had in view was to reinstate and restore to its primitive integrity the wisdom of the ancients, to reduce within bounds the universally prevailing dominion of superstition, and to exterminate the various errors that had found their way into the different popular religions, there, we say, freely raved the iota pi omicron lambda omicron iota of Christianity. No more precepts from the mouth of the God-taught philosopher, but others expounded by the incarnation of a most cruel, fiendish superstition. If thy father, wrote Saint Jerome, lies down across thy threshold, if thy mother uncovers to thine eyes the bosom which suckled thee, trample on thy father's lifeless body, trample on thy mother's bosom, and, with eyes unmoistened and dry, fly to the Lord who calleth thee. This sentence is equalled, if not outrivaled, by this other, pronounced in a like spirit. It emanates from another father of the early church, the eloquent Tertullian, who hopes to see all the philosophers in the Gehenna fire of hell. What shall be the magnitude of that scene? How shall I laugh? How shall I rejoice? How shall I triumph when I see so many illustrious kings who were said to have mounted into heaven, groaning with Jupiter, their god, in the lowest darkness of hell? Then shall the soldiers who have persecuted the name of Christ burn in more cruel fire than any they had kindled for the saints. These murderous expressions illustrate the spirit of Christianity till this day. But do they illustrate the teachings of Christ? By no means. As Eliphas Levi says, the God in the name of whom we would trample on our mother's bosom we must see in the hereafter, a hell gaping widely at his feet, and an exterminating sword in his hand. Moloch burned children but a few seconds, it was reserved to the disciples of a God who is alleged to have died to redeem humanity on the cross, to create a new Moloch whose burning stake is eternal. That this spirit of true Christian love has safely crossed 19 centuries and rages now in America, is fully instanced in the case of the rabid Moody, the revivalist, who exclaims, "I have a son, and no one but God knows how I love him, but I would see those beautiful eyes dug out of his head tonight, rather than see him grow up to manhood and go down to the grave without Christ and without hope." To this an American paper, of Chicago, very justly responds, "This is the spirit of the Inquisition, which we are told is dead." If Moody in his zeal would dig out the eyes of his darling son, to what lengths may he not go with the sons of others, whom he may love less? It is the spirit of Loyola, gibbering in the 19th century, and prevented from lighting the faggot flame and heating red-hot the instruments of torture only by the arm of law. Chapter 6. The curtains of yesterday drop down, the curtains of tomorrow roll up, but yesterday and tomorrow both are. Sartre. Resartus, natural supernaturalism. May we not then be permitted to examine the authenticity of the Bible? Which since the 2nd century has been put forth as the criterion of scientific truth. To maintain itself in a position so exalted, it must challenge human criticism. Conflict between religion and science. One kiss of Nara upon the lips of Nari and all nature wakes. Veena. Snatai, a Hindu poet. We must not forget that the Christian Church owes its present canonical Gospels, and hence its whole religious dogmatism, to the Sorte Sanctorum. Unable to agree as to which were the most divinely inspired of the numerous Gospels extant in its time, the mysterious Council of Nicaea concluded to leave the decision of the puzzling question to miraculous intervention. This Nicene Council may well be called mysterious. There was a mystery, first, in the mystical number of its 318 bishops, on which Barnabas, 8:11, 12, 13, lays such a stress. Added to this, there is no agreement among ancient writers as to the time and place of its assembly, nor even as to the bishop who presided. Notwithstanding the grandiloquent eulogium of Constantine, Sabinus, the bishop of Heraclea, affirms that except Constantine, the emperor, and Eusebius Pamphilus, these bishops were a set of illiterate, simple creatures, that understood nothing, which is equivalent to saying that they were a set of fools. Such was apparently the opinion entertained of them by Pappus, who tells us of the bit of magic resorted to decide which were the true Gospels. In his Synodicon to that council, Pappus says, having promiscuously put all the books that were referred to the council for determination under a communion table in a church, they, the bishops, besought the Lord that the inspired writings might get upon the table, while the spurious ones remained underneath, and it happened accordingly. But we are not told who kept the keys of the council chamber overnight. On the authority of ecclesiastical eyewitnesses, therefore, we are at liberty to say that the Christian world owes its word of God to a method of divination, for resorting to which the Church subsequently condemned unfortunate victims as conjurers, enchanters, magicians, witches, and vaticinators, and burnt them by thousands. In treating of this truly divine phenomenon of the self-sorting manuscripts, the Fathers of the Church say that God Himself presides over the sorts. As we have shown elsewhere, Augustine confesses that he himself used this sort of divination. But opinions, like revealed religions, are liable to change. That which for nearly 1500 years was imposed on Christendom as a book, of which every word was written under the direct supervision of the Holy Ghost, of which not a syllable, nor a comma could be changed without sacrilege, is now being retranslated, revised, corrected, and clipped of whole verses, in some cases of entire chapters. And yet, as soon as the new edition is out, its doctors would have us accept it as a new revelation of the 19th century, with the alternative of being held as an infidel. Thus, we see that, no more within than without its precincts, is the infallible Church to be trusted more than would be reasonably convenient. The forefathers of our modern divines found authority for the sorts in the verse where it is said, "The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord," and now, their direct heirs hold that the whole disposing thereof is of the devil. Perhaps, they are unconsciously beginning to endorse the doctrine of the Syrian bard Sinesh, that the actions of God, as well as of man, are subject to necessity. It was no doubt, also, according to strict necessity that the Neoplatonists were so summarily dealt with by the Christian mob. In those days, the doctrines of the Hindu naturalists and antediluvian Puranists were forgotten, if they ever had been known at all, to any but a few philosophers, and Mr. Darwin, with his modern discoveries, had not even been mentioned in the prophecies. In this case the law of the survival of the fittest was reversed. The Neoplatonists were doomed to destruction from the day when they openly sided with Aristotle. At the beginning of the 4th century crowds began gathering at the door of the academy where the learned and unfortunate Hypatia expounded the doctrines of the divine Plato and Plotinus, and thereby impeded the progress of Christian proselytism. She too successfully dispelled the mist hanging over the religious mysteries invented by the Fathers, not to be considered dangerous. This alone would have been sufficient to imperil both herself and her followers. It was precisely the teachings of this pagan philosopher, which had been so freely borrowed by the Christians to give a finishing touch to their otherwise incomprehensible scheme, that had seduced so many into joining the new religion, and now the Platonic light began shining so inconveniently bright upon the pious patchwork, as to allow everyone to see whence the revealed doctrines were derived. But there was a still greater peril. Hypatia had studied under Plutarch, the head of the Athenian school, and had learned all the secrets of theurgy. While she lived to instruct the multitude, no divine miracles could be produced before one who could divulge the natural causes by which they took place. Her doom was sealed by Cyril, whose eloquence she eclipsed, and whose authority, built on degrading superstitions, had to yield before hers, which was erected on the rock of immutable natural law. It is more than curious that Cave, the author of the Lives of the Fathers, should find it incredible that Cyril sanctioned her murder on account of his general character. A saint who will sell the gold and silver vessels of his church, and then, after spending the money, lie at his trial, as he did, may well be suspected of anything. Besides, in this case, the church had to fight for her life, to say nothing of her future supremacy. Alone, the hated and erudite pagan scholars, and the no less learned Gnostics, held in their doctrines the hitherto concealed wires of all these theological marionettes. Once the curtain should be lifted, the connection between the old pagan and the new Christian religions would be exposed, and then, what would have become of the mysteries into which it is sin and blasphemy to pry? With such a coincidence of the astronomical allegories of various pagan myths with the dates adopted by Christianity for the Nativity, Crucifixion, and Resurrection, and such an identity of rites and ceremonies, what would have been the fate of the new religion, had not the Church, under the pretext of serving Christ, got rid of the two well-informed philosophers? To guess what, if the coup d'état had then failed, might have been the prevailing religion in our own century would indeed be a hard task. But, in all probability, the state of things which made of the Middle Ages a period of intellectual darkness, which degraded the nations of the Occident, and lowered the European of those days almost to the level of a Papuan savage could not have occurred. The fears of the Christians were but too well founded, and their pious zeal and prophetic insight was rewarded from the very first. In the demolition of the Serapeum, after the bloody riot between the Christian mob and the pagan worshippers had ended with the interference of the emperor, a Latin cross, of a perfect Christian shape, was discovered hewn upon the granite slabs of the adytum. This was a lucky discovery, indeed, and the monks did not fail to claim that the cross had been hallowed by the pagans in a spirit of prophecy. At least, so Zomen, with an air of triumph, records the fact. But, archaeology and symbolism, those tireless and implacable enemies of clerical false pretenses, have found in the hieroglyphics of the legend running around the design, at least a partial interpretation of its meaning. According to King and other numismatists and archaeologists, the cross was placed there as the symbol of eternal life. Such a tau, or Egyptian cross, was used in the Bacchic and Eleusinian mysteries. Symbol of the dual generative power, it was laid upon the breast of the initiate, after his new birth was accomplished, and the mysти had returned from their baptism in the sea. It was a mystic sign that his spiritual birth had regenerated and united his astral soul with his divine spirit, and that he was ready to ascend in spirit to the blessed abodes of light and glory, the Eleusinia. The tau was a magic talisman at the same time as a religious emblem. It was adopted by the Christians through the Gnostics and Kabbalists, who used it largely, as their numerous gems testify, and who had the tau, or handled cross, from the Egyptians, and the Latin cross from the Buddhist missionaries, who brought it from India, where it can be found until now, 2 or 3 centuries BC. The Assyrians, Egyptians, ancient Americans, Hindus, and Romans had it in various, but very slight modifications of shape. Till very late in the medieval ages, it was considered a potent spell against epilepsy and demoniacal possession, and the signet of the living God, brought down in St. John's vision by the angel ascending from the east to seal the servants of our God in their foreheads, was but the same mystic tau, the Egyptian cross. In the painted glass of St. Dionysius, France, this angel is represented as stamping the sign on the forehead of the elect. The legend reads, Signte. In King's Gnostics, the author reminds us that this mark is commonly borne by Saint Anthony, an Egyptian recluse. What the real meaning of the tau was, is explained to us by the Christian Saint John, the Egyptian Hermes, and the Hindu Brahmans. It is but too evident that, with the apostle, at least, it meant the ineffable name, as he calls this signet of the living God. A few chapters further on, the Father's name written in their foreheads. The Brahmatma, the chief of the Hindu initiates, had on his headgear 2 keys, symbol of the revealed mystery of life and death, placed cross-like, and, in some Buddhist pagodas of Tartary and Mongolia, the entrance of a chamber within the temple, generally containing the staircase which leads to the inner dagoba, and the porticos of some prakata are ornamented with a cross formed of 2 fishes, and as found on some of the zodiacs of the Buddhists. We should not wonder at all at learning that the sacred device in the tombs in the catacombs, at Rome, the vesica piscis, was derived from the said Buddhist zodiacal sign. How general must have been that geometrical figure in the world symbols, may be inferred from the fact that there is a Masonic tradition that Solomon's temple was built on 3 foundations, forming the triple Tau, or 3 crosses. In its mystical sense, the Egyptian cross owes its origin, as an emblem, to the realization by the earliest philosophy of an androgynous dualism of every manifestation in nature, which proceeds from the abstract ideal of a likewise androgynous deity, while the Christian emblem is simply due to chance. Had the Mosaic law prevailed, Jesus should have been lapidated. The crucifix was an instrument of torture, and utterly common among Romans as it was unknown among Semitic nations. It was called the tree of infamy. It is but later that it was adopted as a Christian symbol, but, during the first 2 decades, the apostles looked upon it with horror. It is certainly not the Christian cross that John had in mind when speaking of the signet of the living God, but the mystic Tau, the Tetragrammaton, or mighty name, which, on the most ancient Kabbalistic talismans, was represented by the 4 Hebrew letters composing the Holy Word. The famous Lady Ellenborough, known among the Arabs of Damascus, and in the desert, after her last marriage, as Hanum Mejawi, had a talisman in her possession, presented to her by a Druze from Mount Lebanon. It was recognized by a certain sign on its left corner, to belong to that class of gems which is known in Palestine as a messianic amulet, of the 2nd or 3rd century, BC. It is a green stone of a pentagonal form, at the bottom is engraved a fish, higher, Solomon's seal, and still higher, the 4 Chaldee letters Jod, He, Va, He, Iaho, which form the name of the deity. These are arranged in quite an unusual way, running from below upward, in reversed order, and forming the Egyptian Tau. Around these there is a legend which, as the gem is not our property, we are not at liberty to give. The Tau, in its mystical sense, as well as the crux ansata, is the tree of life. It is well known, that the earliest Christian emblems before it was ever attempted to represent the bodily appearance of Jesus were the lamb, the good shepherd, and the fish. The origin of the latter emblem, which has so puzzled the archaeologists, thus becomes comprehensible. The whole secret lies in the easily ascertained fact that, while in the Kabbalah, the King Messiah is called interpreter, or revealer of the mystery, and shown to be the 5th emanation, in the Talmud for reasons we will now explain the Messiah is very often designated as Dag, or the fish. This is an inheritance from the Chaldees, and relates as the very name indicates to the Babylonian Dagon, the man-fish, who was the instructor and interpreter of the people, to whom he appeared. Abarbanel explains the name, by stating that the sign of his, Messiah's, coming is the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in the sign Pisces. Therefore, as the Christians were intent upon identifying their Christos with the Messiah of the Old Testament, they adopted it so readily as to forget that its true origin might be traced still farther back than the Babylonian Dagon. How eagerly and closely the ideal of Jesus was united, by the early Christians, with every imaginable Kabbalistic and pagan tenet, may be inferred from the language of Clemens, of Alexandria, addressed to his brother co-religionists. When they were debating upon the choice of the most appropriate symbol to remind them of Jesus, Clemens advised them in the following words: "Let the engraving upon the gem of your ring be either a dove, or a ship running before the wind, the arga, or a fish." Was the good father, when writing this sentence, laboring under the recollection of Joshua, son of Nun, called Jesus in the Greek and Slavonian versions, or had he forgotten the real interpretation of these pagan symbols? Joshua, son of Nun, or nave, navies, could have with perfect propriety adopted the image of a ship, or even of a fish, for Joshua means Jesus, son of the fish god, but it was really too hazardous to connect the emblems of Venus, Astarte, and all the Hindu goddesses the Arga, dove, and fish with the immaculate birth of their god. This looks very much as if in the early days of Christianity but little difference was made between Christ, Bacchus, Apollo, and the Hindu Krishna, the incarnation of Vishnu, with whose first avatar the symbol of the fish originated. In the Hari Purana, in the Bhagavad Gita, as well as in several other books, the god Vishnu is shown as having assumed the form of a fish with a human head, in order to reclaim the Vedas lost during the deluge. Having enabled Visvamitra to escape with all his tribe in the ark, Vishnu, pitying weak and ignorant humanity, remained with them for some time. It was this god who taught them to build houses, cultivate the land, and to thank the unknown deity whom he represented, by building temples and instituting a regular worship, and, as he remained half fish, half man, all the time, at every sunset he used to return to the ocean, wherein he passed the night. It is he, says the sacred book, who taught men, after the diluvium, all that was necessary for their happiness. One day he plunged into the water and returned no more, for the earth had covered itself again with vegetation, fruit, and cattle. But he had taught the Brahmas the secret of all things, Hari Purana. So far, we see in this narrative the double of the story given by the Babylonian Beresis about Owens, the fish man, who is no other than Vishnu unless, indeed, we have to believe that it was Chaldea which civilized India. We say again, we desire to give nothing on our sole authority. Therefore we cite Jack Elliott, who, however criticized and contradicted on other points, and however loose he may be in the matter of chronology, though even in this he is nearer right than those scientists who would have all Hindu books written since the Council of Nicaea, at least cannot be denied the reputation of a good Sanskrit scholar. And he says, while analyzing the word Owen, or Owens, that O in Sanskrit is an interjection expressing an invocation, as O, Svayambhuva, O, God, etc., and an is a radical, signifying in Sanskrit a spirit, a being, and, we presume, what the Greeks meant by the word daemon, a semi-god. What an extraordinary antiquity, he remarks, this fable of Vishnu, disguised as a fish, gives to the sacred books of the Hindus, especially in presence of the fact that the Vedas and Manu reckon more than 25,000 years of existence, as proved by the most serious as the most authentic documents. Few peoples, says the learned Halid, have their annals more authentic or serious than the Hindus. Asterisk. We may, perhaps, throw additional light upon the puzzling question of the fish symbol by reminding the reader that according to Genesis the first created of living beings, the first type of animal life, was the fish. And the Elohim said, Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life. And God created great whales. And the morning and the evening were the fifth day. Jonah is swallowed by a big fish, and is cast out again 3 days later. This the Christians regard as a premonition of the 3 days sepulture of Jesus which preceded his resurrection, though the statement of the 3 days is as fanciful as much of the rest, and adopted to fit the well-known threat to destroy the temple and rebuild it again in 3 days. Between his burial and alleged resurrection there intervened but 1 day, the Jewish Sabbath, as he was buried on Friday evening and rose to life at dawn on Sunday. However, whatever other circumstance may be regarded as a prophecy, the story of Jonah cannot be made to answer the purpose. Big fish is Cetus, the Latinized form of Keto Kappa Epsilon Tau Omicron, and Keto is Dagon, Poseidon, the female gender of it being Keton Atargatis, the Syrian goddess, and Venus, of Ascalon. The figure or bust of Derketo or Astarte was generally represented on the prow of the ships. Jonah, the Greek Iona, or dove sacred to Venus, fled to Jaffa, where the god Dagon, the man-fish, was worshipped, and dared not go to Nineveh, where the dove was revered. Hence, some commentators believe that when Jonah was thrown overboard and was swallowed by a fish, we must understand that he was picked up by one of these vessels, on the prow of which was the figure of Keto. But the Kabbalists have another legend, to this effect. They say that Jonah was a runaway priest from the temple of the goddess where the dove was worshipped, and desired to abolish idolatry and institute monotheistic worship. That, caught near Jaffa, he was held prisoner by the devotees of Dagon in one of the prison cells of the temple, and that it is the strange form of the cell which gave rise to the allegory. In the collection of Mos de Garcia, a Portuguese Kabbalist, there is a drawing representing the interior of the temple of Dagon. In the middle stands an immense idol, the upper portion of whose body is human, and the lower fish-like. Between the belly and the tail is an aperture which can be closed like the door of a closet. In it the transgressors against the local deity were shut up until further disposal. The drawing in question was made from an old tablet covered with curious drawings and inscriptions in Old Phoenician characters, describing this Venetian oubliette of biblical days. The tablet itself was found in an excavation a few miles from Jaffa. Considering the extraordinary tendency of Oriental nations for puns and allegories, is it not barely possible that the big fish by which Jonah was swallowed was simply the cell within the belly of Dagon? It is significant that this double appellation of Messiah and Dag, fish, of the Talmudists, should so well apply to the Hindu Vishnu, the preserving spirit, and the second personage of the Brahmanic Trinity. This deity, having already manifested itself, is still regarded as the future savior of humanity, and is the selected Redeemer, who will appear at its 10th incarnation or avatar, like the Messiah of the Jews, to lead the blessed onward, and restore to them the primitive Vedas. At his first avatar, Vishnu is alleged to have appeared to humanity, in form like a fish. In the temple of Rama, there is a representation of this god which answers perfectly to that of Dagon, as given by Beresis. He has the body of a man issuing from the mouth of a fish, and holds in his hands the lost Veda. Vishnu, moreover, is the water god, in one sense, the logos of the Parabrahm, for as the three persons of the manifested Godhead constantly interchange their attributes, we see him in the same temple represented as reclining on the seven-headed serpent, Ananta, eternity, and moving, like the Spirit of God, on the face of the primeval waters. Vishnu is evidently the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists, for Adam is the Logos or the first anointed, as Adam second is the King Messiah. Lakshmi, or Lakshmi, the passive or feminine counterpart of Vishnu, the creator and the preserver, is also called Adamaya. She is the mother of the world, Damitri, the Venus Aphrodite of the Greeks, also Isis and Eve. While Venus is born from the sea foam, Lakshmi springs out from the water at the churning of the sea. When born, she is so beautiful that all the gods fall in love with her. The Jews, borrowing their types wherever they could get them, made their first woman after the pattern of Lakshmi. It is curious that Viracaka, the supreme being in Peru, means, literally translated, foam of the sea. Eugene Bourneuf, the great authority of the French school, announces his opinion in the same spirit. We must learn one day, he observes, that all ancient traditions disfigured by emigration and legend, belong to the history of India. Such is the opinion of Colebrook, Inman, King, Jacqueliot, and many other Orientalists. We have said above, that, according to the secret computation peculiar to the students of the hidden science, Messiah is the fifth emanation, or potency. In the Jewish Kabbalah, where the 10 Sephiroth emanate from Adam Kadmon, placed below the crown, he comes fifth. So in the Gnostic system, so in the Buddhistic, in which the fifth Buddhamethri will appear at his last advent to save mankind before the final destruction of the world. If Vishnu is represented in his forthcoming and last appearance as the 10th avatar or incarnation, it is only because every unit held as an androgyne manifests itself doubly. The Buddhists who reject this dual-sexed incarnation reckon but 5. Thus, while Vishnu is to make his last appearance in his 10th, Buddha is said to do the same in his 5th incarnation. Asterisk. The better to illustrate the idea, and show how completely the real meaning of the avatars, known only to the students of the secret doctrine, was misunderstood by the ignorant masses, we elsewhere give the diagrams of the Hindu and Chaldeo-Kabbalistic avatars and emanations. This basic and true fundamental stone of the secret cycles, shows on its very face, that far from taking their revealed Vedas and Bible literally, the Brahmin pundits, and the Tanam the scientists and philosophers of the pre-Christian epochs speculated on the creation and development of the world quite in a Darwinian way, both anticipating him and his school in the natural selection of species, gradual development and transformation. We advise everyone tempted to enter an indignant protest against this affirmation to read more carefully the books of Manu, even in the incomplete translation of Sir William Jones, and the more or less careless one of Jack Elliott. If we compare the Sankhoniathon Phoenician cosmogony, and the record of Beresis with the Bhagavata and Manu, we will find enunciated exactly the same principles as those now offered as the latest developments of modern science. We have quoted from the Chaldean and Phoenician records in our first volume. We will now glance at the Hindu books. When this world had issued out of darkness, the subtle elementary principles produced the vegetal seed which animated first the plants. From the plants, life passed into fantastical bodies which were born in the illus of the waters. Then, through a series of forms and various animals, it reached man. He, man, before becoming such, will pass successively through plants, worms, insects, fish, serpents, tortoises, cattle, and wild animals. Such is the inferior degree. Such, from Brahma down to the vegetables, are declared the transmigrations which take place in this world. In the Sankhoniathonian cosmogony, men are also evolved out of the illus of the chaos, and the same evolution and transformation of species are shown. And now we will leave the rostrum to Mr. Darwin. I believe that animals have descended from at most only 4 or 5 progenitors. Again, I should infer from analogy that probably all the organic beings which have ever lived on this earth, have descended from some one primordial form. I view all beings, not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited. In short, they lived in the Sankhoniathonian chaos, and in the illus of Manu. Vyasa and Kapila go still farther than Darwin and Manu. They see in Brahma but the name of the universal germ. They deny the existence of a first cause, and pretend that everything in nature found itself developed only in consequence of material and fatal forces, says Jack Elliott. Correct as may be this latter quotation from Kapila, it demands a few words of explanation. Jack Elliott repeatedly compares Kapila and Vedavyasa with Pyrrho and Litra. We have nothing against such a comparison with the Greek philosopher, but we must decidedly object to any with the French Comtist. We find it an unmerit fling at the memory of the great Aryan sage. Nowhere does this prolific writer state the repudiation by either ancient or modern Brahmans of God the unknown, universal spirit, nor does any other Orientalist accuse the Hindus of the same, however perverted the general deductions of our savants about Buddhistic atheism. On the contrary, Jack Elliott states more than once that the learned pundits and educated Brahmans have never shared the popular superstitions, and affirms their unshaken belief in the unity of God and the soul's immortality, although most assuredly neither Kapila, nor the initiated Brahmans, nor the followers of the Vedanta school would ever admit the existence of an anthropomorphic creator, a first cause in the Christian sense. Jack Elliott, in his Indo-European and African traditions, is the first to make an onslaught on Professor Muller, for remarking that the Hindu gods were masks without actors, names without being, and not beings without names. Quoting, in support of his argument, numerous verses from the sacred Hindu books, he adds, "Is it possible to refuse to the author of these stanzas a definite and clear conception of the divine force, of the unique being, master and sovereign of the universe? Were the altars then built to a metaphor?" Asterisk. The latter argument is perfectly just, so far as Max Muller's negation is concerned. But we doubt whether the French rationalist understands Kapila's and Vyasa's philosophy better than the German philologist does the theological twaddle, as the latter terms the Atharva Veda. Professor Muller and Jack Elliott may have ever so great claims to erudition, and be ever so familiar with Sanskrit and other ancient Oriental languages, but both lack the key to the 1001 mysteries of the old secret doctrine and its philosophy. Only, While the German philologist does not even take the trouble to look into this magical and theological twaddle, we find the French Indianis never losing an opportunity to investigate. Moreover, he honestly admits his incompetency to ever fathom this ocean of mystical learning. In its existence he not only firmly believes, but throughout his works he incessantly calls the attention of science to its unmistakable traces at every step in India. Still, though the learned pundits and Brahmins, his revered masters of the pagodas of Vilnor and Kilambram in the Carnatic, as it seems, positively refuse to reveal to him the mysteries of the magical part of the Agraukata Parikshai, and of Brahmatma's triangle, he persists in the honest declaration that everything is possible in Hindu metaphysics, even to the Kapila and Vyasa systems having been hitherto misunderstood. M. Jakalayat weakens his assertion immediately afterward with the following contradiction. We were one day inquiring of a Brahmin of the pagoda of Kilambram, who belonged to the skeptical school of the naturalists of Vyasa, whether he believed in the existence of God. He answered us, smiling, Aham eva param Brahma, I am myself a God. What do you mean by that? I mean that every being on earth, however humble, is an immortal portion of the immortal matter. The answer is one which would suggest itself to every ancient philosopher, Kabbalist and Gnostic, of the early days. It contains the very spirit of the Delphic and Kabbalistic commandment, for esoteric philosophy solved, ages ago, the problem of what man was, is, and will be. If persons believing the Bible verse which teaches that the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, reject at the same time the idea that every atom of this dust, as every particle of this living soul, contains God within itself, then we pity the logic of that Christian. He forgets the verses which precede the one in question. God blesses equally every beast of the field and every living creature, in the water as in the air, and he endows them all with life, which is a breath of his own spirit, and the soul of the animal. Humanity is the Adam Kadmon of the unknown, his microcosm, and his only representative on earth, and every man is a god on earth. We would ask this French scholar, who seems so familiar with every sloka of the books of Manu, and other Vedic writers, the meaning of the sentence so well known to him. Plants and vegetation reveal a multitude of forms because of their precedent actions, they are surrounded by darkness, but are nevertheless endowed with an interior soul, and feel equally pleasure and pain. Manu, Book I. If the Hindu philosophy teach the presence of a degree of soul in the lowest forms of vegetable life, and even in every atom in space, how is it possible that it should deny the same immortal principle to man? And if it once admit the immortal spirit in man, how can it logically deny the existence of the parent source, I will not say the first, but the eternal cause? Neither rationalists nor sensualists, who do not comprehend Indian metaphysics, should estimate the ignorance of Hindu metaphysicians by their own. The grand cycle, as we have heretofore remarked, includes the progress of mankind from its germ in the primordial man of spiritual form to the deepest depth of degradation he can reach, each successive step in the descent being accompanied by a greater strength and grossness of the physical form than its precursor, and ends with the flood. But while the grand cycle, or age, is running its course, 7 minor cycles are passed, each marking the evolution of a new race out of the preceding one, on a new world. And each of these races, or grand types of humanity, breaks up into subdivisions of families, and they again into nations and tribes, as we see the earth's inhabitants subdivided today into Mongols, Caucasians, Indians, etc. Before proceeding to show by diagrams the close resemblance between the esoteric philosophies of all the ancient peoples, however geographically remote from each other, it will be useful to briefly explain the real ideas which underlie all those symbols and allegorical representations and have hitherto so puzzled the uninitiated commentators. Better than anything, it may show that religion and science were closer knit than twins in days of old, that they were one in two and two in one from the very moment of their conception. With mutually convertible attributes, science was spiritual and religion was scientific. Like the androgyne man of the first chapter of Genesis, male and female, passive and active, created in the image of the Elohim. Omniscience developed omnipotency, the latter called for the exercise of the former, and thus the giant had dominion given him over all the four kingdoms of the world. But, like the second Adam, these androgynes were doomed to fall and lose their powers as soon as the two halves of the duality separated. The fruit of the tree of knowledge gives death without the fruit of the tree of life. Man must know himself before he can hope to know the ultimate genesis even of beings and powers less developed in their inner nature than himself. So with religion and science, united two in one, they were infallible, for the spiritual intuition was there to supply the limitations of physical senses. Separated, exact science rejects the help of the inner voice, while religion becomes merely dogmatic theology. Each is but a corpse without a soul. The esoteric doctrine, then, teaches, like Buddhism and Brahmanism, and even the persecuted Kabbalah, that the one infinite and unknown essence exists from all eternity, and in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu, these conditions are called the day and the night of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhavikas, or philosophers of the oldest school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate but upon the active condition of this essence, which they call Svabhavit, and deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theology and modern scientists, for neither of the two are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow of no other God than the personified secondary powers which have blindly worked out the visible universe, and which became with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Svabhavikas as the positivists of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the one eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation for any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being, yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism, except those who were bent upon his destruction. Upon inaugurating an active period, says the secret doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence, from within outwardly, occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law, and the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed, and darkness, solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the deep. To use a metaphor which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the unknown essence produces the world, and an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series which had no beginning and will have no end. Thus we are enabled to build our theories solely on the visible manifestations of the deity, on its objective natural phenomena. To apply to these creative principles the term God is puerile and absurd. One might as well call by the name of Benvenuto Cellini the fire which fuses the metal, or the air that cools it when it is run in the mold. If the inner and ever concealed spiritual, and to our minds abstract, essence within these forces can ever be connected with the creation of the physical universe, it is but in the sense given to it by Plato. It may be termed, at best, the framer of the abstract universe which developed gradually in the divine thought within which it had lain dormant. In Chapter 8, we will attempt to show the esoteric meaning of Genesis, and its complete agreement with the ideas of other nations. The 6 days of creation will be found to have a meaning little suspected by the multitude of commentators, who have exercised their abilities to the full extent in attempting to reconcile them by turns with Christian theology and unchristian geology. Disfigured as the Old Testament is, yet in its symbolism is preserved enough of the original in its principal features to show the family likeness to the cosmogonies of older nations than the Jews. We here give the diagrams of the Hindu and the Chaldeo-Jewish cosmogonies. The antiquity of the diagram of the former may be inferred from the fact that many of the Brahmanical pagodas are designed and built on this figure, called the Sri Ayantara. And yet we find the highest honors paid to it by the Jewish and medieval Kabbalists, who call it Solomon's seal. It will be quite an easy matter to trace it to its origin, once we are reminded of the history of the king Kabbalist and his transaction with King Hiram and Ophir, the country of peacocks, gold, and ivory, for which land we have to search in Old India. Explanation of the two diagrams. Representing the chaotic and the formative periods, before and after our universe began to be evolved. From the esoteric Brahmanical, Buddhistic, and Chaldean standpoints, which agree in every respect with the evolutionary theory of modern science. The Hindu doctrine. The upper triangle contains the ineffable name. It is the Ahum to be pronounced only mentally, under penalty of death. The unrevealed Parabrahma, the passive principle, the absolute and unconditioned Mukta, which cannot enter into the condition of a creator, as the latter, in order to think, will, and plan, must be bound and conditioned, Bada, hence, in one sense, be a finite being. This, Parabrahma, was absorbed in the non-being, imperceptible, without any distinct attribute, non-existent for our senses. He was absorbed in his, to us, eternal, to himself, periodical, sleep, for it was one of the nights of Brahma. Therefore he is not the first but the eternal cause. He is the soul of souls, whom no being can comprehend in this state. But he who studies the secret mantras and comprehends the Vach, the spirit or hidden voice of the mantras, the active manifestation of the latent force, will learn to understand him in his revealed aspect. The Chaldean doctrine. The upper triangle contains the ineffable name. It is En Sof, the boundless, the infinite, whose name is known to no one but the initiated, and could not be pronounced aloud under the penalty of death. No more than Parabrahma can En Sof create, for he is in the same condition of non-being as the former. He is non-existent so long as he lies in his latent or passive state within Ulam, the boundless and termless time. As such he is not the creator of the visible universe, neither is he the or, light. He will become the latter when the period of creation shall have compelled him to expand the force within himself, according to the law of which he is the embodiment and essence. Whosoever acquaints himself with the Merkaba and the Lagash, secret speech or incantation, will learn the secret of secrets. Both this and En Sof, in their first manifestation of light, emerging from within darkness, may be summarized in the Svabhavit, the eternal and the uncreated self-existing substance which produces all, while everything which is of its essence produces itself out of its own nature. The space around the upper triangle. When the night of Brahma was ended, and the time came for the self-existent to manifest itself by revelation, it made its glory visible by sending forth from its essence an active power, which, female at first, subsequently becomes the space around the upper triangle. When the active period had arrived, En Sof sent forth from within his own eternal essence, Sephira, the active power, called the primordial point, and the crown, Keter. It is only through her that the unbounded wisdom could androgyne. It is Utti, the infinite, the boundless, or rather the unbounded. Utti is the mother of all the gods, and Utti is the Father and the Son. Who will give us back to the great Utti, that I may see Father and Mother? It is in conjunction with the latter female force, that the divine but latent thought produces the great deep water. Water is born from a transformation of light. And from a modification of the water is born the earth, says Manu, Book I. Ye are born of Utti from the water, you who are born of the earth, hear yet all my call. In this water, or primeval chaos, the infinite androgyne, which, with the eternal cause, forms the first abstract triad, rendered by Ahum, deposited the germ of universal life. It is the mundane egg, in which took place the gestation of Purusha, or the manifested Brahma. The germ which fecundated the mother principle, the water, is called Nara, the divine spirit or Holy Ghost, and the waters themselves, are an emanation of the former, Nari, while the spirit which brooded over it is called Narayana. In that egg, the great power sat inactive a whole year of the Creator, at the close of which, by his thought alone, he caused the egg to divide itself. The upper half became heaven, the lower, the waters are called Nara, because they were the production of Nara, the Spirit of God, institutes of Manu, I10. Give a concrete form to his abstract thought. Two sides of the upper triangle, the right side and the base, are composed of unbroken lines, the third, the left side, is dotted. It is through the latter that emerges Sephira. Spreading in every direction, she finally encompasses the whole triangle. In this emanation of the female active principle from the left side of the mystic triangle, is foreshadowed the creation of Eve from Adam's left rib. Adam is the microcosm of the macrocosm, and is created in the image of the Elohim. In the tree of life the triple triad is disposed in such a manner that the three male Sephiroth are on the right, the three female on the left, and the four uniting principles in the center. From the invisible dew falling from the higher head Sephira creates primeval water, or chaos taking shape. It is the first step toward the solidification of spirit, which through various modifications will produce earth. *b It requires earth and water to make a living soul, says Moses. When Sephira emerges like an active power from within the latent deity, she is earth, both yet in their ideal, not their manifested form. Thus, this second triad, only another name for the first one, never pronounced aloud, and which is the real pre-Vedic and primordial secret Trimurti, consisted of Nara, Father Heaven; Nari, Mother Earth; Virajay, the Sun or Universe. The Trimurti, comprising Brahma, the Creator, Vishnu, the Preserver, and Shiva, the Destroyer and Regenerator, belongs to a later period. It is an anthropomorphic afterthought, invented for the more popular comprehension of the uninitiated masses. The Dikshita, the initiate, knew better. Thus, also, the profound allegory under the colors of a ridiculous fable, given in the Itarita Brahmana * which resulted in the representations in some temples of Brahmnara, assuming the form of a bull, and his daughter, Uttinari, that of a heifer, contains the same metaphysical idea as the fall of man, or that of the spirit into generation matter. The all-pervading divine spirit embodied under the symbols of heaven, the sun, and heat, fire, the correlation of cosmic forces fecundates matter or nature, the daughter of spirit. And Parabrahma himself has to submit to and bear the penance of the curses of the other gods, Elohim, for such an incest. See corresponding column. According to the immutable, and, therefore, fatal law, both Nara and Nari are mutually father and mother, as well as father and daughter. Matter, through infinite transformation, is the gradual product of spirit. The unification of one eternal supreme cause required such a correlation, and if nature be female, when she assumes the office of a creator, she becomes a male, hence, she is androgyne. She is the father and mother Utti, of the Hindu cosmogony. After brooding over the deep, the Spirit of God produces its own image in the water, the universal womb, symbolized in Manu by the golden egg. In the Kabbalistic cosmogony, heaven and earth are personified by Adam Kadmon and the second Adam. The first ineffable triad, contained in the abstract idea of the three heads, was a mystery name. It was composed of En Soph, Sephira, and Adam Kadmon, the protogonas, the latter being identical with the former, when bisexual. *b. In every triad there is a male, a female, and an androgyne. Adam Sephira is the crown, Keter. It sets itself to the work of creation, by first producing Chakma, male wisdom, a masculine active potency, represented by Ya, or the wheels of creation, from which proceeds Bina, intelligence, female and passive potency, which is Jehovah, whom we find in the Bible figuring as the Supreme. But this Jehovah is not the Kabbalistic Jodhsheva. The binary is the fundamental cornerstone of Gnosis. As the binary is the unity multiplying itself and self-creating, the Kabbalists show the unknown passive Ein Sof, as emanating from himself, Sephira, which, becoming visible light, is said to produce Adam Kadmon. But, in the hidden sense, Sephira and Adam are one and the same light, only latent and active, invisible and visible. The second Adam, as the human tetragram, produces in his turn Eve, out of his side. It is this second triad, with which the Kabbalists have hitherto dealt, hardly hinting at the supreme and ineffable one, and never committing anything to writing. All knowledge concerning the latter was imparted orally. It is the second Adam, then, who is the unity represented by Jod, emblem of the Kabbalistic male principle, and, at the same time, he is Chokmah, wisdom, while Bina or Jehovah is Eve, the first. The product or effect of that cause, in its turn it has to be fecundated by the same divine ray which produced nature itself. The most absurd cosmogonical allegories, if analyzed without prejudice, will be found built on strict and logical necessarian. Being was born from not being, says a verse in the Rig Veda. The first being had to become androgyne and finite, by the very fact of its creation as a being. And thus even the sacred Trimurti, containing Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva will have an end when the night of Parabrahma succeeds the present day, or period of universal activity. The second, or rather the first, triad as the highest one is a pure abstraction as the intellectual world. The Vach which surrounds it is a more definite transformation of Utti. Besides its occult significance in the secret mantram, Vach is personified as the active power of Brahma proceeding from him. In the Vedas she is made to speak of herself as the supreme and universal soul. I bore the Father on the head of the universal mind, and my origin is in the midst of the ocean, and therefore do I pervade all beings. Originating all beings, I pass like the breeze, Holy Ghost. I am above this heaven, beyond this earth, and what is the great one that am I? Literally, Vach is speech, the power of awakening, through the metrical arrangement contained in the number and syllables of the mantras, corresponding powers in the invisible world. In the sacrificial mysteries Vach stirs up the Brahma, Brahmajanvati, or the power lying latent at the bottom of every magical operation. It existed from eternity as the Ajna, its latent form, lying dormant in Brahma from no beginning, and proceeded forth from him as Vach, the active power. It is the key to the Traividya. Chokmah issuing from Ketur, or the androgyne, Adam Kadmon, and the second, Bina, from Chokmah. If we combine with Jod the three letters which form the name of Eve, we will have the divine tetragram pronounced Ievoheva, Adam and Eve, Jehovah, male and female, or the idealization of humanity embodied in the first man. Thus is it that we can prove that, while the Jewish Kabbalists, in common with their initiated masters, the Chaldeans and the Hindus, adored the supreme and unknown God, in the sacred silence of their sanctuaries, the ignorant masses of every nation were left to adore something which was certainly less than the eternal substance of the Buddhists, the so-called atheists. As Brahma, the deity manifested in the mythical Manu, or the first man, born of Svayambhuva, or the self-existent, is finite, so Jehovah, embodied in Adam and Eve, is but a human God. He is the symbol of humanity, a mixture of good with a portion of unavoidable evil, of spirit fallen into matter. In worshipping Jehovah, we simply worship nature, as embodied in man, half spiritual and half material. At best, we are pantheists, when not fetish worshippers, like the idolatrous Jews, who sacrificed on high places, in groves, to the personified male and female principle, ignorant of Iao, the supreme secret name of the mysteries. Shekinah is the Hindu Vach, and praised in the same terms as the latter. Though shown in the Kabbalistic tree of life as proceeding from the ninth Sephiroth, yet Shekinah is the veil of Ein Sof, and the garment of Jehovah. The veil, for it succeeded for long ages in concealing the real supreme God, the universal spirit, and masking Jehovah, the exoteric deity, made the Christians accept him as the father of the initiated Jesus. Yet the Kabbalists, as well as the Hindu Dikshita, know the power of the Shekinah or Vach, and call it the secret wisdom. The triangle played a prominent part in the religious symbolism of every great nation, for everywhere it represented the three great principles: spirit, force, and matter, or the active, male, passive, female, and the dual or correlative principle which partakes of both and binds the two together. It was the Arba or mystic. The thrice sacred science which teaches the aegis, the sacrificial mysteries. Asterisk. Having done with the unrevealed triad, and the first triad of the Sephiroth, called the intellectual world, little remains to be said. In the great geometrical figure which has the double triangle in it, the central circle represents the world within the universe. The double triangle belongs to one of the most important, if it is not in itself the most important, of the mystic figures in India. It is the emblem of the Trimurti 3 in 1. The triangle with its apex upward indicates the male principle, downward the female, the two typifying, at the same time, spirit and matter. This world within the infinite universe is the microcosm within the macrocosm, as in the Jewish Kabbalah. It is the symbol of the womb of the universe, the terrestrial egg, whose archetype is the golden mundane egg. It is from within this spiritual bosom of Mother Nature that proceed all the great saviors of the universe, the avatars of the invisible deity. Of him who is and yet is not, from the not being, eternal cause, is born the being Purusha, says Manu, the legislator. Purusha is the divine male, the second god, and the avatar, or the logos of Parabrahma and his divine son, who in his turn produced Virajay, the son, or the ideal type of the universe. Virajay begins the work of creation by producing the 10 Prajapati, the lords of all beings. According to the doctrine of Manu, the universe is subjected to a periodical and never-ending succession of creations and dissolutions, which periods of creation are named Manvantara. It is the germ, which the divine spirit produced from its own substance, which never perishes in the being, for it becomes the soul of being, and at the period of pralaya, dissolution, it returns to absorb itself again into the divine spirit, which itself rests from all eternity. 4. *BTHE Mystery Gods, the Kabari, summarized in the unity of one supreme deity. It is found in the Egyptian pyramids, whose equal sides tower up until lost in one crowning point. In the Kabbalistic diagram, the central circle of the Brahmanical figure is replaced by the cross, the celestial perpendicular and the terrestrial horizontal baseline. But the idea is the same. Adam Kadmon is the type of humanity as a collective totality within the unity of the creative God and the universal spirit. Within Svayambhuva, the self-existent, Institute of Manu, Book I. As we have shown, neither the Svabhavikas, Buddhist philosophers, nor the Brahmans believe in a creation of the universe ex nihilo, but both believe in the prakriti, the indestructibility of matter. The evolution of species, and the successive appearance of various new types is very distinctly shown in Manu. From earth, heat, and water, are born all creatures, whether animate or inanimate, produced by the germ which the divine spirit drew from its own substance. Thus has Brahma established the series of transformations from the plant up to man, and from man up to the primordial essence. Among them each succeeding being, or element, acquires the quality of the preceding, and in as many degrees as each of them is advanced, with so many properties is it said to be endowed. Manu, Book I, Sloka 20. Asterisk. This, we believe, is the veritable theory of the modern evolutionists. Of him who is formless, the non-existent, also the eternal, but not first cause, is born the heavenly man. But after he created the form of the heavenly man, he used it as a vehicle wherein to descend, says the Kabbalah. Thus Adam Kadmon is the avatar of the concealed power. After that the heavenly Adam creates or engenders by the combined power of the Sephiroth, the earthly Adam. The work of creation is also begun by Sephira in the creation of the 10 Sephiroth, who are the Prajapatis of the Kabbalah, for they are likewise the lords of all beings. The Sahar asserts the same. According to the Kabbalistic doctrine there were old worlds, see Idra Sutta, Sahar, 3, p. 292b. Everything will return someday to that from which it first proceeded. All things of which this world consists, spirit as well as body, will return to their principle, and the roots from which they proceeded. Sahar, 2, 218b. The Kabbalists also maintain the indestructibility of matter, albeit their doctrine is shrouded still more carefully than that of the Hindus. The creation is eternal, and the universe is the garment, or the veil of God Shekinah, and the latter is immortal and eternal as him within whom it has ever existed. Every world is made after the pattern of its predecessor, and each more gross and material than the preceding one. In the Kabbalah all were called sparks. Finally, our present grossly materialistic world was formed. In the Chaldean account of the period which preceded the genesis of our world, Beresis speaks of a time when there existed nothing but darkness, and an abyss of waters, filled with hideous monsters, produced of a twofold principle. These were creatures in which were combined the limbs of every species of animals. In addition to these fishes, reptiles, serpents, with other monstrous animals, which assumed each other's shape and countenance. *b. In the first book of Manu, we read, "Know that the sum of 1,000 divine ages, composes the totality of one day of Brahma, and that one night is equal to that day. 1,000 divine ages is equal to 4,320,000,000 of human years, in the Brahmanical calculations. At the expiration of each night, Brahma, who has been asleep, awakes, and through the sole energy of the motion causes to emanate from himself the spirit, which in its essence is, and yet is not. Prompted by the desire to create, the spirit, first of the emanations, operates the creation and gives birth to ether, which the sages consider as having the faculty of transmitting sound. Ether begets air whose property is tangible, and which is necessary to life. Through a transformation of the air, light is produced. From air and light, which begets heat, water is formed, and the water is the womb of all the living germs. Throughout the whole immense period of progressive creation, covering 4,320,000,000 years, ether, air, water, and fire, heat, are constantly forming matter under the never-ceasing impulse of the Spirit, or the unrevealed God who fills up the whole creation, for he is in all, and all is in him. This computation, which was secret and which is hardly hinted at even now, led Higgins into the error of dividing every 10 ages into 6,000 years. Had he added a few more ciphers to his sums he might have come nearer to a correct explanation of the neuroses, or secret cycles. *. In the Sefer Jezirah, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently repeated the words of Manu. In it, the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute, and emitted from itself the Spirit. One is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be his name, who liveth forever. Voice, Spirit, and Word, this is the Holy Spirit, and this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Fathers. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. First from one emanated number 2, or air, the creative element, and then number 3, water, proceeded from the air, ether or fire complete the mystic 4, the Arba'il. When the concealed of the concealed wanted to reveal himself, he first made a point, primordial point, or the first Sephira, air, or Holy Ghost, shaped it into a sacred form, the 10 Sephiroth, or the heavenly man, and covered it with a rich and splendid garment, that is the world. He maked the wind his messengers, flaming fire his servants, says the Jezirah, showing the cosmical character of the later euhemerized angels, and that the Spirit permeates every minutest atom of the cosmos. When the cycle of creation is run down, the energy of the manifested Word is weakening. He alone, the unconceivable, is unchangeable, ever latent, but the creative force, though also eternal, as it has been in the former from no beginning, yet must be subject to periodical cycles of activity and rest, as it had a beginning in one of its aspects, when it first emanated, therefore must also have an end. Thus, the evening succeeds the day, and the night of the deity approaches. Brahma is gradually falling asleep. In one of the books of Sahar, we read the following. As Moses was keeping a vigil on Mount Sinai, in company with the deity, who was concealed from his sight by a cloud, he felt a great fear overcome him and suddenly asked, Lord, where art thou? Sleepest thou, O Lord? And the Spirit answered him, I never sleep. Were I to fall asleep for a moment before my time, all the creation would crumble into dissolution in one instant. And Vimadevamodli describes the night of Brahma, or the second period of the divine unknown existence, thus. Strange noises are heard, proceeding from every point. These are the precursors of the night of Brahma. Dusk rises at the horizon and the sun passes away behind the 30th degree of Makara, sign of the zodiac, and will reach no more the sign of the Minas, zodiacal Pisces, or fish. The gurus of the pagodas appointed to watch the Ras chakra, zodiac, may now break their circle and instruments, for they are henceforth useless. Gradually light pales, heat diminishes, uninhabitable spots multiply on the earth, the air becomes more and more rarefied, the springs of waters dry up, the great rivers see their waves exhausted, the ocean shows its sandy bottom, and plants die. Men and animals decrease in size daily. Life and motion lose their force, planets can hardly gravitate in space, they are extinguished one by one, like a lamp which the hand of the chakra, servant, neglects to replenish. Surya, the sun, flickers and goes out, matter falls into dissolution, pralaya, and Brahma merges back into Dhyas, the unrevealed God, and his task being accomplished, he falls asleep. Another day is past, night sets in and continues until the future dawn. And now again re-enter into the golden egg of his thought, the germs of all that exist, as the divine Manu tells us. During his peaceful rest, the animated beings, endowed with the principles of action, cease their functions, and all feeling, manas, becomes dormant. When they are all absorbed in the Supreme Soul, this soul of all the beings sleeps in complete repose, till the day when it resumes its form, and awakes again from its primitive darkness. Asterisk. If we now examine the 10 mythical avatars of Vishnu, we find them recorded in the following progression. 1. Matsya avatar, as a fish. It will also be his 10th and last avatar, at the end of the Kali Yuga. 2. Kurma avatar, as a tortoise. 3. Varha, as a boar. 4. Narasingh, as a man-lion, last animal stage. 5. Vamuna, as a dwarf, first step toward the human form. 6. Parasurama, as a hero, but yet an imperfect man. 7. Ramachandra, as the hero of Ramayana. Physically a perfect man, his next of kin, friend and ally Hanuma, the monkey god. The monkey endowed with speech. 8. Krishna avatar, the son of the Virgin Devanagai, or Devki, one formed by God, or rather by the manifested deity Vishnu, who is identical with Adam Kadmon. Krishna is also called Kanya, the son of the Virgin. 9. Gautama Buddha, Siddhartha, or Sakyamuni. The Buddhists reject this doctrine of their Buddha being an incarnation of Vishnu. 10. This avatar has not yet occurred. It is expected in the future, like the Christian Advent, the idea of which was undoubtedly copied from the Hindu. When Vishnu appears for the last time he will come as a savior. According to the opinion of some Brahmans he will appear himself under the form of the horse Kalki. Others maintain that he will be mounting it. This horse is the envelope of the spirit of evil, and Vishnu will mount it, invisible to all, till he has conquered it for the last time. The Kalki Avataram, or the last incarnation, divides Brahmanism into 2 sects. That of the Vainava refuses to recognize the incarnations of their god Vishnu in animal forms literally. They claim that these must be understood as allegorical. In this diagram of avatars we see traced the gradual evolution and transformation of all species out of the ante-Silurian mud of Darwin and the Ilus of Sanconiathon and Berossus. Beginning with the Azoic time, corresponding to the Ilus in which Brahma implants the creative germ, we pass through the Paleozoic and Mesozoic times, covered by the first and second incarnations as the fish and tortoise, and the Cenozoic, which is embraced by the incarnations in the animal and semi-human forms of the boar and man-lion, and we come to the fifth and crowning geological period, designated as the era of mind, or age of man, whose symbol in the Hindu mythology is the dwarf, the first attempt of nature at the creation of man. In this diagram we should follow the main idea, not judge the degree of knowledge of the ancient philosophers by the literal acceptance of the popular form in which it is presented to us in the grand epical poem of Mahabharata and its chapter the Bhagavad Gita. Even the four ages of the Hindu chronology contain a far more philosophical idea than appears on the surface. It defines them according to both the psychological or mental and the physical states of man during their period. Krita Yuga, the Golden Age, the Age of Joy, or spiritual innocence of man; Treta Yuga, the Age of Silver, or that of Fire, the period of supremacy of man and of giants and of the sons of God; Dwapara Yuga, the Age of Bronze, a mixture already of purity and impurity, spirit and matter, the Age of Doubt; and at last our own, the Kali Yuga, or Age of Iron, of darkness, misery, and sorrow. In this age, Vishnu had to incarnate himself in Krishna, in order to save humanity from the goddess Kali, consort of Shiva, the all-annihilating the goddess of death, destruction, and human misery. Kali is the best emblem to represent the fall of man, the falling of spirit into the degradation of matter, with all its terrific results. We have to rid ourselves of Kali before we can ever reach moksha, or nirvana, the abode of blessed peace and spirit. With the Buddhists the last incarnation is the fifth. When Maitri Buddha comes, then our present world will be destroyed, and a new and a better one will replace it. The four arms of every Hindu deity are the emblems of the four preceding manifestations of our earth from its invisible state, while its head typifies the fifth and last Kalki avatar, when this would be destroyed, and the power of Bud wisdom, with the Hindus, of Brahma, will be again called into requisition to manifest itself as a logos to create the future world. In this diagram, the male gods typify spirit in its deific attributes while their female counterparts, the Sakti, represent the active energies of these attributes. The Durga, active virtue, is a subtle, invisible force, which answers to Shekinah, the garment of Ensaf. She is the Sakti through which the passive eternal calls forth the visible universe from its first ideal conception. Every one of the three personages of the exoteric Trimurti are shown as using their Sakti as a Vihan, vehicle. Each of them is for the time being the form which sits upon the mysterious wagon of Ezekiel. Nor do we see less clearly carried out in this succession of avatars, the truly philosophical idea of a simultaneous spiritual and physical evolution of creatures and man. From a fish the progress of this dual transformation carries on the physical form through the shape of a tortoise, a boar, and a man-lion, and then, appearing in the dwarf of humanity, it shows Parasurama physically, a perfect, spiritually, an undeveloped entity, until it carries mankind personified by one godlike man, to the apex of physical and spiritual perfection, a God on earth. In Krishna and the other saviors of the world we see the philosophical idea of the progressive dual development understood and as clearly expressed in the Sahar. The heavenly man, who is the protogonas, Tikkun, the firstborn of God, or the universal form and idea, engenders Adam. Hence the latter is God born in humanity, and endowed with the attributes of all the 10 Sephiroth. These are, wisdom, intelligence, justice, love, beauty, splendor, firmness, etc. They make him the foundation or basis, the mighty living one, and the crown of creation, thus placing him as the Alpha and Omega to reign over the kingdom Malchuth. Man is both the import and the highest degree of creation, says the Sahar. As soon as man was created, everything was complete, including the upper and nether worlds, for everything is comprised in man. He unites in himself all forms. 3, p. 48a. But this does not relate to our degenerated mankind, it is only occasionally that men are born who are the types of what man should be, and yet is not. The first races of men were spiritual, and their protoplastic bodies were not composed of the gross and material substances of which we see them composed nowadays. The first men were created with all the faculties of the deity, and powers far transcending those of the angelic host, for they were the direct emanations of Adam Kadmon, the primitive man, the macrocosm, while the present humanity is several degrees removed even from the earthly Adam, who was the microcosm, or the little world. Seer Enpan, the mystical figure of the man, consists of 243 numbers, and we see in the circles which follow each other that it is the angels which emanated from the primitive man, not the Sephiroth from angels. Hence, man was intended from the first to be a being of both a progressive and retrogressive nature. Beginning at the apex of the divine cycle, he gradually began receding from the center of light, acquiring at every new and lower sphere of being, worlds each inhabited by a different race of human beings, a more solid physical form and losing a portion of his divine faculties. In the fall of Adam we must see, not the personal transgression of man, but simply the law of the dual evolution. Adam, or man, begins his career of existences by dwelling in the Garden of Eden, dressed in the celestial garment, which is a garment of heavenly light, Sahar, 229b, but when expelled he is clothed by God, or the eternal law of evolution or necessarian, with coats of skin. But even on this earth of material degradation in which the divine spark, soul, a coruscation of the spirit, was to begin its physical progression in a series of imprisonments from a stone up to a man's body if he but exercise his will and call his deity to his help, man can transcend the powers of the angel. Know ye not that we shall judge angels? Asks Paul, 1 Corinthians 6:3. The real man is the soul, spirit, teaches the Sahar. The mystery of the earthly man is after the mystery of the heavenly man. The wise can read the mysteries in the human face, 2:76a. This is still another of the many sentences by which Paul must be recognized as an initiate. For reasons fully explained, we give far more credit for genuineness to certain epistles of the apostles, now dismissed as apocryphal, than to many suspicious portions of the Acts. And we find corroboration of this view in the epistle of Paul to Seneca. In this message Paul styles Seneca my respected master, while Seneca terms the apostle simply brother. No more than the true religion of Judaic philosophy can be judged by the absurdities of the exoteric Bible, have we any right to form an opinion of Brahmanism and Buddhism by their nonsensical and sometimes disgusting popular forms. If we only search for the true essence of the philosophy of both Manu and the Kabbalah, we will find that Vishnu is, as well as Adam Kadmon, the expression of the universe itself, and that his incarnations are but concrete and various embodiments of the manifestations of this stupendous whole. I am the soul, O Arjuna. I am the soul which exists in the heart of all beings, and I am the beginning and the middle, and also the end of existing things, says Vishnu to his disciple, in Bhagavad Gita, chx. p. 71. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I am the first and the last, says Jesus to John, Revelation I6, 17. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are a trinity in a unity, and, like the Christian Trinity, they are mutually convertible. In the esoteric doctrine they are one and the same manifestation of Him whose name is too sacred to be pronounced, and whose power is too majestic and infinite to be imagined. Thus by describing the avatars of one, all others are included in the allegory, with a change of form but not of substance. It is out of such manifestations that emanated the many worlds that were, and that will emanate the one which is to come. Coleman, followed in it by other Orientalists, presents the seventh avatar of Vishnu in the most caricatured way. Apart from the fact that the Ramayana is one of the grandest epic poems in the world, the source and origin of Homer's inspiration, this avatar conceals one of the most scientific problems of our modern day. The learned Brahmans of India never understood the allegory of the famous war between men, giants, and monkeys, otherwise than in the light of the transformation of species. It is our firm belief that were European academicians to seek for information from some learned native Brahmans, instead of unanimously and incontinently rejecting their authority, and were they, like Jacoliot against whom they have nearly all arrayed themselves to seek for light in the oldest documents scattered about the country in pagodas, they might learn strange but not useless lessons. Let anyone inquire of an educated Brahmin the reason for the respect shown to monkeys, the origin of which feeling is indicated in the story of the valorous feats of Hanuma, the generalissimo and faithful ally of the hero of Ramayana, and he would soon be disabused of the erroneous idea that the Hindus accord deific honors to a monkey god. He would, perhaps, learn were the Brahmin to judge him worthy of an explanation that the Hindu sees in the ape but what Manu desired he should, the transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a bastard branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter. He might learn, further, that in the eyes of the educated heathen the spiritual or inner man is one thing, and his terrestrial, physical casket another. That physical nature, the great combination of physical correlations of forces ever creeping on toward perfection, has to avail herself of the material at hand. She models and remodels as she proceeds, and finishing her crowning work in man, presents him alone as a fit tabernacle for the overshadowing of the divine spirit. But the latter circumstance does not give man the right of life and death over the animals lower than himself in the scale of nature, or the right to torture them. Quite the reverse. Besides being endowed with the soul of which every animal, and even plant, is more or less possessed, man has his immortal rational soul, or nous, which ought to make him at least equal in magnanimity to the elephant, who treads so carefully, lest he should crush weaker creatures than himself. It is this feeling which prompts Brahmin and Buddhist alike to construct hospitals for sick animals, and even insects, and to prepare refuges wherein they may finish their days. It is this same feeling, again, which causes the Jain sectarian to sacrifice one half of his lifetime to brushing away from his path the helpless, crawling insects, rather than recklessly deprive the smallest of life, and it is again from this sense of highest benevolence and charity toward the weaker, however abject the creature may be, that they honor one of the natural modifications of their own dual nature, and that later the popular belief in metempsychosis arose. No trace of the latter is to be found in the Vedas, and the true interpretation of the doctrine, discussed at length in Manu and the Buddhistic sacred books, having been confined from the first to the learned sacerdotal castes, the false and foolish popular ideas concerning it need occasion no surprise. Upon those who, in the remains of antiquity, see evidence that modern times can lay small claim to originality, it is common to charge a disposition to exaggerate and distort facts. But the candid reader will scarcely aver that the above is an example in point. There were evolutionists before the day when the mythical Noah is made, in the Bible, to float in his ark, and the ancient scientists were better informed, and had their theories more logically defined than the modern evolutionists. Plato, Anaxagoras, Pythagoras, the Eleatic schools of Greece, as well as the old Chaldean sacerdotal colleges, all taught the doctrine of the dual evolution, the doctrine of the transmigration of souls referring only to the progress of man from world to world, after death here. Every philosophy worthy of the name, taught that the spirit of man, if not the soul, was pre-existent. The Essenes, says Josephus, believed that the souls were immortal, and that they descended from the ethereal spaces to be chained to bodies. In his turn, Philo-Judaeus says, the air is full of them, of souls, those which are nearest the earth, descending to be tied to mortal bodies. Pi alpha lambda iota nu delta rho omicron mu omicron upsilon sigma iota nu alpha upsilon theta iota, return to other bodies, being desirous to live in them. In the Sahar, the soul is made to plead her freedom before God, Lord of the universe. I am happy in this world, and do not wish to go into another world, where I shall be a handmaid, and be exposed to all kinds of pollutions. The doctrine of fatal necessity, the everlasting immutable law, is asserted in the answer of the deity, against thy will thou becomest an embryo, and against thy will thou art born. Light would be incomprehensible without darkness, to make it manifest by contrast, good would be no good without evil, to show the priceless nature of the boon, and so, personal virtue could claim no merit, unless it had passed through the furnace of temptation. Nothing is eternal and unchangeable, save the concealed deity. Nothing that is finite, whether because it had a beginning, or must have an end, can remain stationary. It must either progress or recede, and a soul which thirsts after a reunion with its spirit, which alone confers upon it immortality, must purify itself through cyclic transmigrations, onward toward the only land of bliss and eternal rest, called in the Sahar, the palace of love, in the Hindu religion, moksha, among the Gnostics, the pleroma of eternal light, and by the Buddhists, nirvana. The Christian calls it the kingdom of heaven, and claims to have alone found the truth, whereas he has but invented a new name for a doctrine which is coeval with man. The proof that the transmigration of the soul does not relate to man's condition on this earth after death, is found in the Sahar, notwithstanding the many incorrect renderings of its translators. All souls which have alienated themselves in heaven from the Holy One, blessed be his name, have thrown themselves into an abyss at their very existence, and have anticipated the time when they are to descend on earth. Come and see when the soul reaches the abode of love. The soul could not bear this light, but for the luminous mantle which she puts on. For, just as the soul, when sent to this earth, puts on an earthly garment to preserve herself here, so she receives above a shining garment, in order to be able to look without injury into the mirror, whose light proceeds from the Lord of light. Moreover, the Sahar teaches that the soul cannot reach the abode of bliss, unless she has received the holy kiss, or the reunion of the soul with the substance from which she emanated, spirit. All souls are dual, and, while the latter is a feminine principle, the spirit is masculine. While imprisoned in body, man is a trinity, unless his pollution is such as to have caused his divorce from the spirit. Woe to the soul which prefers to her divine husband, spirit, the earthly wedlock with her terrestrial body, records a text of the Book of the Keys. These ideas on the transmigrations and the Trinity of man, were held by many of the early Christian fathers. It is the jumble made by the translators of the New Testament and ancient philosophical treatises between soul and spirit, that has occasioned the many misunderstandings. It is also one of the many reasons why Buddha, Plotinus, and so many other initiates are now accused of having longed for the total extinction of their soul's absorption unto the deity, or reunion with the universal soul, meaning, according to modern ideas, annihilation. The animal soul must, of course, be disintegrated of its particles, before it is able to link its purer essence forever with the immortal spirit. But the translators of both the Acts and the Epistles, who laid the foundation of the kingdom of heaven, and the modern commentators on the Buddhist Sutra of the foundation of the kingdom of righteousness, have muddled the sense of the great apostle of Christianity, as of the great reformer of India. The former have smothered the word psi upsilon chi iota kappa omicron, so that no reader imagines it to have any relation with soul, and with this confusion of soul and spirit together, Bible readers get only a perverted sense of anything on the subject, and the interpreters of the latter have failed to understand the meaning and object of the Buddhist 4 degrees of dhyana. In the writings of Paul, the entity of man is divided into a trine flesh, psychical existence or soul, and the overshadowing and at the same time interior entity or spirit. His phraseology is very definite, when he teaches the anastasis, or the continuation of life of those who have died. He maintains that there is a psychical body which is sown in the corruptible, and a spiritual body that is raised in incorruptible substance. The first man is of the earth earthy, the second man from heaven. Even James, 3:15, identifies the soul by saying that its wisdom descendeth not from the above but is terrestrial, psychical, demoniacal, see Greek text. Plato, speaking of the soul, psyche, observes that when she allies herself to the nous, divine substance, a god, as psyche is a goddess, she does everything aright and felicitously, but the case is otherwise when she attaches herself to Anoia. What Plato calls nous, Paul terms the spirit, and Jesus makes the heart what Paul says of the flesh. The natural condition of mankind was called in Greek alpha pi omicron sigma tau alpha sigma iota alpha, the new condition alpha nu alpha sigma tau alpha sigma iota. In Adam came the former, death, in Christ the latter, resurrection, For it is he who first publicly taught mankind the noble path to eternal life, as Gautama pointed the same path to nirvana. To accomplish both ends there was but one way, according to the teachings of both. Poverty, chastity, contemplation, or inner prayer, contempt for wealth and the elusive joys of this world. Enter on this path and put an end to sorrow. Verily the path has been preached by me, who have found out how to quench the darts of grief. You yourselves must make the effort. The Buddhas are only preachers. The thoughtful who enter the path are freed from the bondage of the deceiver, Mara. Asterisk. Enter ye in at the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction. Follow me. Every one that heareth these sayings and doth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man. Matthew 7 and 8. I can of mine own self do nothing. John v 30. The care of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches, choke the word. Matthew 13:22, say the Christians, and it is only by shaking off all delusions that the Buddhist enters on the path which will lead him away from the restless tossing waves of the ocean of life, and take him to the calm city of peace, to the real joy and rest of nirvana. The Greek philosophers are alike made misty instead of mystic by their two learned translators. The Egyptians revered the divine spirit, the one only one, as Nout. It is most evident that it is from that word that Anaxagoras borrowed his denominative nous, or, as he calls it, nu omicron upsilon alpha upsilon tau omicron kappa alpha tau epsilon, the mind or spirit self-potent, the alpha rho. 0x63c. C eta epsilon tau epsilon kappa iota nu epsilon sigma epsilon omicron. All things, says he, were in chaos, then came nous and introduced order. He also denominated this nous the one that ruled the many. In his idea nous was God, and the logos was man, the emanation of the former. The external powers perceived phenomena, the nous alone recognized noumena or subjective things. This is purely Buddhistic and esoteric. Here Socrates took his clue and followed it, and Plato after him, with the whole world of interior knowledge. Where the old Ionico-Italian world culminated in Anaxagoras, the new world began with Socrates and Plato. Pythagoras made the soul a self-moving unit, with three elements, the nous, the phrin, and the thumos, the latter two, shared with the brutes, the former only, being his essential self. So the charge that he taught transmigration is refuted. He taught no more than Gautama Buddha ever did, whatever the popular superstition of the Hindu rabble made of it after his death. Whether Pythagoras borrowed from Buddha, or Buddha from somebody else, matters not, the esoteric doctrine is the same. The Platonic school is even more distinct in enunciating all this. The real selfhood was at the basis of all. Socrates therefore taught that he had a daimonion, a spiritual something which put him in the road to wisdom. He himself knew nothing, but this put him in the way to learn all. Plato followed him with a full investigation of the principles of being. There was an agathon, supreme God, who produced in his own mind a paradigma of all things. He taught that in man was the immortal principle of the soul, a mortal body, and a separate mortal kind of soul, which was placed in a separate receptacle of the body from the other. The immortal part was in the head, Timaeus 19, XX, the other in the trunk, Sliv. Nothing is plainer than that Plato regarded the interior man as constituted of two parts, one always the same, formed of the same entity as deity, and one mortal and corruptible. Plato and Pythagoras, says Plutarch, distribute the soul into two parts, the rational, noetic, and irrational, agnoia, that part of the soul of man which is rational, is eternal, for though it be not God, yet it is the product of an eternal deity, but that part of the soul which is divested of reason, agnoia, does. Man, says Plutarch, is compound, and they are mistaken who think him to be compounded of two parts only. For they imagine that the understanding is a part of the soul, but they err in this no less than those who make the soul to be a part of the body, for the understanding, nous, as far exceeds the soul, as the soul is better and diviner than the body. Now this composition of the soul, psi upsilon chi epsilon, with the understanding, nu omicron upsilon sigma, makes reason, and with the body, passion, of which the one is the beginning or principle of pleasure and pain, and the other of virtue and vice. Of these three parts conjoined and compacted together, the earth has given the body, the moon the soul, and the sun the understanding to the generation of man. Now of the deaths we die, the one makes man two of three, and the other, one of, out of, two. The former is in the region and jurisdiction of Demeter, whence the name given to the mysteries tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota nu resembled that given to death, tau epsilon lambda epsilon upsilon tau alpha nu. The Athenians also heretofore called the deceased sacred to Demeter. As for the other death, it is in the moon or region of Persephone. And as with the one the terrestrial, so with the other the celestial Hermes doth dwell. This suddenly and with violence plucks the soul from the body, but Proserpina mildly and in a long time disjoins the understanding from the soul. For this reason she is called monogenes, only begotten, or rather begetting one alone, for the better part of man becomes alone when it is separated by her. Now both the one and the other happens thus according to nature. It is ordained by faith that every soul, whether with or without understanding, nu omicron upsilon sigma, when gone out of the body, should wander for a time, though not all for the same, in the region lying between the earth and moon. For those that have been unjust and dissolute suffer there the punishment due to their offences, but the good and virtuous are there detained till they are purified, and have, by expiation, purged out of them all the infections they might have contracted from the contagion of the body, as if from foul health, living in the mildest part of the air, called the meadows of Hades, where they must remain for a certain prefixed and appointed time. And then, as if they were returning from a wandering pilgrimage or long exile into their country, they have a taste of joy, such as they principally receive who are initiated into sacred mysteries, mixed with trouble, admiration, and each one's proper and peculiar hope. The daemonium of Socrates was this nu omicron upsilon sigma, mind, spirit, or understanding of the divine in it. The nu omicron upsilon sigma of Socrates, says Plutarch, was pure and mixed itself with the body no more than necessity required. Every soul hath some portion of nu omicron upsilon sigma, reason, a man cannot be a man without it, but as much of each soul as is mixed with flesh and appetite is changed and through pain or pleasure becomes irrational. Every soul doth not mix herself after one sort, some plunge themselves into the body, and so, in this life their whole frame is corrupted by appetite and passion, others are mixed as to some part, but the purer part nous still remains without the body. It is not drawn down into the body, but it swims above and touches, overshadows, the extremest part of the man's head. It is like a cord to hold up and direct the subsiding part of the soul, as long as it proves obedient and is not overcome by the appetites of the flesh. The part that is plunged into the body is called soul. But the incorruptible part is called the nous, and the vulgar think it is within them, as they likewise imagine the image reflected from a glass to be in that glass. But the more intelligent, who know it to be without, call it a daemon, a god, a spirit. The soul, like to a dream, flies quick away, which it does not immediately, as soon as it is separated from the body, but afterward, when it is alone and divided from the understanding, nous. The soul being molded and formed by the understanding, nous, and itself molding and forming the body, by embracing it on every side, receives from it an impression and form, so that although it be separated both from the understanding and the body, it nevertheless so retains still its figure and resemblance for a long time, that it may, with good right, be called its image. And of these souls the moon is the element, because souls resolve into her, as the bodies of the deceased do into earth. Those, indeed, who have been virtuous and honest, living a quiet and philosophical life, without embroiling themselves in troublesome affairs, are quickly resolved, because, being left by the nous, understanding, and no longer using the corporeal passions, they incontinently vanish away. We find even Irenaeus, that untiring and mortal enemy of every Grecian and heathen heresy, explain his belief in the Trinity of man. The perfect man, according to his views, consists of flesh, soul, and spirit. Carne, anima, spiritu, altero quidem figurant, spiritu, altero quod formator, carne. Id vero quod inter hec est duo, est anima, qui aliquando subsequens spiritum elevator abio, aliquando autem consentiens carni interinas concupiscentias, Irenaeus v. 1. And Origen, in his 6th epistle to the Romans, says, there is a threefold partition of man, the body, or flesh, the lowest part of our nature, on which the old serpent by original sin inscribed the law of sin, and by which we are tempted to vile things, and as oft as we are overcome by temptations are joined fast to the devil, the spirit, in or by which we express the likeness of the divine nature in which the very best Creator, from the archetype of his own mind, engraved with his finger. That is, his spirit, the eternal law of honesty, by this we are joined, conlutenated, to God and made one with God. In the third, the soul mediates between these, which, as in a factious republic, cannot but join with one party or the other, is solicited this way and that and is at liberty to choose the side to which it will adhere. If, renouncing the flesh, it betakes itself to the party of the spirit, it will itself become spiritual, but if it cast itself down to the cupidities of the flesh, it will degenerate itself into body. Plato, in Laws X, defines soul as the motion that is able to move itself. Soul is the most ancient of all things, and the commencement of motion. Soul was generated prior to body, and body is posterior and secondary, as being, according to nature, ruled over by the ruling soul. The soul which administers all things that are moved in every way, administers likewise the heavens. Soul then leads everything in heaven, and on earth, and in the sea, by its movements, the names of which are, to will, to consider, to take care of, to consult, to form opinions true and false, to be in a state of joy, sorrow, confidence, fear, hate, love, together with all such primary movements as are allied to these. Being a goddess herself, she ever takes as an ally Nous, a god, and disciplines all things correctly and happily, but when with Anoia not Nous it works out everything the contrary. In this language, as in the Buddhist texts, the negative is treated as essential existence. Annihilation comes under a similar exegesis. The positive state, is essential being but no manifestation as such. When the spirit, in Buddhistic parlance, entered nirvana, it lost objective existence but retained subjective. To objective minds this is becoming absolute nothing, to subjective, no thing, nothing to be displayed to sense. These rather lengthy quotations are necessary for our purpose. Better than anything else, they show the agreement between the oldest pagan philosophies not assisted by the light of divine revelation, to use the curious expression of labole in relation to Buddha, and the early Christianity of some fathers. Both pagan philosophy and Christianity, however, owe their elevated ideas on the soul and spirit of man and the unknown deity to Buddhism and the Hindu Manu. No wonder that the Manichaeans maintained that Jesus was a permutation of Gautama, that Buddha, Christ, and Mani were one and the same person, for the teachings of the former two were identical. It was the doctrine of old India that Jesus held to when preaching the complete renunciation of the world and its vanities in order to reach the kingdom of heaven, nirvana, where men neither marry nor are given in marriage, but live like the angels. It is the philosophy of Siddhartha Buddha again that Pythagoras expounded, when asserting that the ego, nu omicron upsilon sigma, was eternal with God, and that the soul only passed through various stages, Hindu rupalokas, to arrive at the divine excellence. Meanwhile the thumas returned to the earth, and even the phren was eliminated. Thus the metempsychosis was only a succession of disciplines through refuge heavens, called by the Buddhists Zion, to work off the exterior mind, to rid the nous of the phren, or soul, the Buddhist Vijnanaskandaya, that principle that lives from karma and the skandhas, groups. It is the latter, the metaphysical personations of the deeds of man, whether good or bad, which, after the death of his body, incarnate themselves, so to say, and form their many invisible but never dying compounds into a new body, or rather into an ethereal being, the double of what man was morally. It is the astral body of the Kabbalist and the incarnated deeds which form the new sentient self as his ahankara, the ego, self-consciousness, given to him by the sovereign master, the breath of God, can never perish, for it is immortal per se as a spirit, hence the sufferings of the newly born self till he rids himself of every earthly thought, desire, and passion. We now see that the four mysteries of the Buddhist doctrine have been as little understood and appreciated as the wisdom hinted at by Paul, and spoken among them that are perfect, initiated, the mystery wisdom which none of the archons of this world knew. The fourth degree of the Buddhist dhyana, the fruit of samadhi, which leads to the utmost perfection, to vaikundam, a term correctly rendered by Bernuk in the verb perfected, is wholly misunderstood by others, as well as in himself. Defining the condition of dhyana, Saint Hilaire argues thus. Finally, having attained the fourth degree, the ascetic possesses no more this feeling of beatitude, however obscure it may be. He has also lost all memory. He has reached impassibility, as near a neighbor of nirvana as can be. However, this absolute impassibility does not hinder the ascetic from acquiring, at this very moment, omniscience and the magical power, a flagrant contradiction, about which the Buddhists no more disturb themselves than about so many others. And why should they, when these contradictions are, in fact, no contradictions at all? It ill behooves us to speak of contradictions in other people's religions, when those of our own have bred, besides the three great conflicting bodies of Romanism, Protestantism, and the Eastern Church, 1,001 most curious smaller sects. However it may be, we have here a term applied to one and the same thing by the Buddhist holy mendicants and Paul, the Apostle. When the latter says, "If so be that I might attain the resurrection from among the dead, the nirvana, not as though I had already attained, or were already perfect, initiated," he uses an expression common among the initiated Buddhists. When a Buddhist ascetic has reached the fourth degree, he is considered a rahat. He produces every kind of phenomena by the sole power of his freed spirit. A rahat, say the Buddhists, is one who has acquired the power of flying in the air, becoming invisible, commanding the elements, and working all manner of wonders, commonly, and as erroneously, called mippo, miracles. He is a perfect man, a demigod. A god he will become when he reaches nirvana, for, like the initiates of both testaments, the worshippers of Buddha know that they are gods. Genuine Buddhism, overleaping the barrier between finite and infinite mind, urges its followers to aspire, by their own efforts, to that divine perfectibility of which it teaches that man is capable, and by attaining which man becomes a god, says Brian Houghton Hodgson. Dreary and sad were the ways, and blood-covered the tortuous paths by which the world of the Christians was driven to embrace the Iranian and Usbean Christianity. And yet, unless we accept the views of the ancient pagans, what claim has our generation to having solved any of the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven? What more does the most pious and learned of Christians know of the future destiny and progress of our immortal spirits than the heathen philosopher of old, or the modern pagan beyond the Himalaya? Can he even boast that he knows as much, although he works in the full blaze of divine revelation? We have seen a Buddhist holding to the religion of his fathers, both in theory and practice, and, however blind may be his faith, however absurd his notions on some particular doctrinal points, later engraftings of an ambitious clergy, yet in practical works his Buddhism is far more Christ-like in deed and spirit than the average life of our Christian priests and ministers. The fact alone that his religion commands him to honor his own faith, but never slander that of other people, is sufficient. It places the Buddhist Lama immeasurably higher than any priest or clergyman who deems it his sacred duty to curse the heathen to his face, and sentence him and his religion to eternal damnation. Christianity becomes every day more a religion of pure emotionalism. The doctrine of Buddha is entirely based on practical works. A general love of all beings, human and animal, is its nucleus. A man who knows that unless he toils for himself he has to starve, and understands that he has no scapegoat to carry the burden of his iniquities for him, is 10 times as likely to become a better man than one who is taught that murder, theft, and profligacy can be washed in one instant as white as snow, if he but believes in a God who, to borrow an expression of Volney, once took food upon earth, and is now himself the food of his people. Chapter 7. Of the tenets of the Druzes, nothing authentic has ever come to light. The popular belief amongst their neighbors is, that they adore an idol in the form of a calf. King. The Gnostics and their remains. O ye lords of truth without fault, who are forever cycling for eternity, save me from the annihilation of this region of the two truths. Egyptian. Ritual of the dead. Pythagoras correctly regarded the ineffable name of God as the key to the mysteries of the universe. Pancoast. Blue and red light. In the next 2 chapters we shall notice the most important of the Christian secret sects, the so-called heresies which sprang into existence between the 1st and 4th centuries of our era. Glancing rapidly at the Ophites and Nazarenes, we shall pass to their scions which yet exist in Syria and Palestine, under the name of Druzes of Mount Lebanon, and near Basra or Basora, in Persia, under that of Mendeans, or disciples of St. John. All these sects have an immediate connection with our subject, for they are of Kabbalistic parentage and have once held to the secret wisdom religion, recognizing as the one supreme, the mystery God of the ineffable name. Noticing these numerous secret societies of the past, we will bring them into direct comparison with several of the modern. We will conclude with a brief survey of the Jesuits, and of that venerable nightmare of the Roman Catholic Church, modern Freemasonry. All of these modern as well as ancient fraternities present Freemasonry accepted were and are more or less connected with magic practically, as well as theoretically, and, every one of them Freemasonry not accepted was and still is accused of demonolatry, blasphemy, and licentiousness. Our object is not to write the history of either of them, but only to compare these sorely abused communities with the Christian sects, past and present, and then, taking historical facts for our guidance, to defend the secret science as well as the men who are its students and champions against any unjust imputation. One by one the tide of time engulfed the sects of the early centuries, until of the whole number only one survived in its primitive integrity. That one still exists, still teaches the doctrine of its founder, still exemplifies its faith in works of power. The quicksands which swallowed up every other outgrowth of the religious agitation of the times of Jesus, with its records, relics, and traditions, proved firm ground for this. Driven from their native land, its members found refuge in Persia, and today the anxious traveler may converse with the direct descendants of the disciples of John, who listened, on the Jordan's shore, to the man sent from God, and were baptized and believed. This curious people, numbering 30,000 or more, are miscalled Christians of St. John, but in fact should be known by their old name of Nazarenes, or their new one of Mendeans. To term them Christians, is wholly unwarranted. They neither believe in Jesus as Christ, nor accept his atonement, nor adhere to his church, nor revere its holy scriptures. Neither do they worship the Jehovah God of the Jews and Christians, a circumstance which of course proves that their founder, John the Baptist, did not worship him either. And if not, what right has he to a place in the Bible, or in the portrait gallery of Christian saints? Still further, if Pharaoh was his God, and he was a man sent by God, he must have been sent by Lord Pharaoh, and in his name baptized and preached. Now, if Jesus was baptized by John, the inference is that he was baptized according to his own faith. Therefore, Jesus too, was a believer in Pharaoh, or Pharaoh, as they call him, a conclusion that seems the more warranted by his silence as to the name of his father. And why should the hypothesis that Pharaoh is but one of the many corruptions of Pho or Fo, as the Tibetans and Chinese call Buddha, appear ridiculous? In the north of Nepal, Buddha is more often called Fo than Buddha. The Book of Mahavansa shows how early the work of Buddhistic proselytism began in Nepal, and history teaches that Buddhist monks crowded into Syria and Babylon in the century preceding our era, and that Buddhasp, Bodhisattva, the alleged Chaldean, was the founder of Sabaism or baptism. Asterisk. What the actual Baptists, El-Mu'tazila, or Nazarenes, do believe, is fully set forth in other places, for they are the very Nazarenes of whom we have spoken so much, and from whose codex we have quoted. Persecuted and threatened with annihilation, they took refuge in the Nestorian body, and so allowed themselves to be arbitrarily classed as Christians, but as soon as opportunity offered, they separated, and now, for several centuries have not even nominally deserved the appellation. That they are, nevertheless, so called by ecclesiastical writers, is perhaps not very difficult to comprehend. They know too much of early Christianity to be left outside the pale, to bear witness against it with their traditions, without the stigma of heresy and backsliding being fastened upon them to weaken confidence in what they might say. But where else can science find so good a field for biblical research as among this too neglected people? No doubt of their inheritance of the Baptists' doctrine, their traditions are without a break. What they teach now, their forefathers taught at every epoch where they appear in history. They are the disciples of that John who is said to have foretold the advent of Jesus, baptized him, and declared that the latchet of his shoe he, John, was not worthy to unloose. As they too the messenger and the Messiah stood in the Jordan, and the elder was consecrating the younger his own cousin, too, humanly speaking the heavens opened and God himself, in the shape of a dove, descended in a glory upon his beloved Son. How then, if this tale be true, can we account for the strange infidelity which we find among these surviving Nazarenes? So far from believing Jesus the only begotten Son of God, they actually told the Persian missionaries, who, in the 17th century, first discovered them to Europeans, that the Christ of the New Testament was a false teacher, and that the Jewish system, as well as that of Jesus, came from the realm of darkness. Who knows better than they? Where can more competent living witnesses be found? Christian ecclesiastics would force upon us an anointed Savior heralded by John, and the disciples of this very Baptist, from the earliest centuries, have stigmatized this ideal personage as an impostor, and his putative father, Jehovah, a spurious god, the Ildabaoth of the Ophites. Unlucky for Christianity will be the day when some fearless and honest scholar shall persuade their elders to let him translate the contents of their secret books and compile their hoary traditions. It is a strange delusion that makes some writers think that the Nazarenes have no other sacred literature, no other literary relics than 4 doctrinal works, and that curious volume full of astrology and magic which they are bound to peruse at the sunset hour, on every Soul's Day, Sunday. This search after truth leads us, indeed, into devious ways. Many are the obstacles that ecclesiastical cunning has placed in the way of our finding the primal source of religious ideas. Christianity is on trial, and has been, ever since science felt strong enough to act as public prosecutor. A portion of the case we are drafting in this book. What of truth is there in this theology? Through what sects has it been transmitted? Whence was it primarily derived? To answer, we must trace the history of the world religion, alike through the secret Christian sects as through those of other great religious subdivisions of the race, for the secret doctrine is the truth, and that religion is nearest divine that has contained it with least adulteration. Our search takes us hither and thither, but never aimlessly do we bring sects widely separated in chronological order, into critical juxtaposition. There is one purpose in our work to be kept constantly in view: the analysis of religious beliefs, and the definition of their descent from the past to the present. What has most blocked the way is Roman Catholicism, and not until the secret principles of this religion are uncovered can we comprehend the iron staff upon which it leans to steady its now tottering steps. We will begin with the Ophites, Nazarenes, and the modern Druzes. The personal views of the author, as they will be presented in the diagrams, will be most decidedly at variance with the prejudiced speculations of Irenaeus, Theodoret, and Epiphanius, the sainted renegade, who sold his brethren, inasmuch as they will reflect the ideas of certain Kabbalists in close relations with the mysterious Druzes of Mount Lebanon. The Syrian Ocals, or spiritualists, as they are sometimes termed, are in possession of a great many ancient manuscripts and gems, bearing upon our present subject. The first scheme, that of the Ophites from the very start, as we have shown, varies from the description given by the Fathers, inasmuch as it makes Bathos or depth, a female emanation, and assigns her a place answering to that of Pleroma, only in a far superior region, whereas, the Fathers assure us that the Gnostics gave the name of Bathos to the first cause. As in the Kabbalistic system, it represents the boundless and infinite void within which is concealed in darkness the unknown primal motor of all. It envelopes him like a veil. In short, we recognize again the Shekinah of the Ein Sof. Alone, the name of Iota Alpha Omicron, IAO, marks the upper center, or rather the presumed spot where the unknown one may be supposed to dwell. Around the IAO, runs the legend, kappa epsilon mu epsilon kappa epsilon iota lambda alpha mu alpha beta rho alpha sigma alpha chi. The eternal son of Razax, the central spiritual son of all the Kabbalists, represented in some diagrams of the latter by the circle of Tifereth. From this region of unfathomable depth, issues forth a circle formed of spirals, which, in the language of symbolism, means a grand cycle, kappa upsilon kappa lambda omicron sigma, composed of smaller ones. Coiled within, so as to follow the spirals, lies the serpent emblem of wisdom and eternity, the dual androgyne, the cycle representing Inoia or the divine mind, and the serpent the agathodaimon, Ophis the shadow of the light. Both were the logoi of the Ophites, or the unity as logos manifesting itself as a double principle of good and evil, for, according to their views, these two principles are immutable, and existed from all eternity, as they will ever continue to exist. This symbol accounts for the adoration by the sect of the serpent, as the Savior, coiled either around the sacramental loaf or a tau. As a unity, Inoia and Ophis are the logos. When separated, one is the tree of life, spiritual, the other, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, we find Ophis urging the first human couple, the material production of Ildabaoth, but which owed its spiritual principle to Sophia Kamoth, to eat of the forbidden fruit, although Ophis represents divine wisdom. The serpent, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life, are all symbols transplanted from the soil of India. The Arasamaram, the banyan tree, so sacred with the Hindus, since Vishnu, during one of his incarnations, reposed under its mighty shade, and there taught humanity philosophy and sciences, is called the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. Under the protective umbrage of this king of the forests, the gurus teach their pupils their first lessons on immortality and initiate them in the mysteries of life and death. The Javalim of the sacerdotal college are said, in the Chaldean tradition, to have taught the sons of men to become like one of them. To the present day Fashu, who lives in his Famayu, or temple of Buddha, on the top of Khao Long Sang, the great mountain, produces his greatest religious miracles under a tree called in Chinese Sung Ming Shu, or the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, for ignorance is death, and knowledge alone gives immortality. This marvelous display takes place every 3 years, when an immense concourse of Chinese Buddhists assemble in pilgrimage at the holy place. Ildabaoth, the son of darkness, and the creator of the material world, was made to inhabit the planet Saturn, which identifies him still more with the Jewish Jehovah, who was Saturn himself, according to the Ophites, and is by them denied his Sinaitic name. From Ildabaoth emanate 6 spirits, who respectively dwell with their father in the 7 planets. These are Saba or Mars, Adonai Sol, or the Sun, Evo the Moon, Eloi Jupiter, Astaphoe Mercury, spirit of water, and Aureos Venus, spirit of fire. In their functions and description as given, these 7 planets are identical with the Hindu Saptaloka, the 7 places or spheres, or the superior and inferior worlds, for they represent the Kabbalistic 7 spheres. With the Ophites, they belong to the lower spheres. The monograms of these Gnostic planets are also Buddhistic, the latter differing, albeit slightly, from those of the usual astrological houses. In the explanatory notes which accompany the diagram, the names of Cerinthius, the disciple of Simon Magus, of Menander, and of certain other Gnostics, whose names are not to be met with in the patristic writings, are often mentioned, such as Parcha, Furho, for instance. The author of the diagram claims, moreover, for his sect, the greatest antiquity, bringing forward, as a proof, that their forefathers were the builders of all the Draconcha temples, even of those beyond the great waters. He asserts that the Just One, who was the mouthpiece of the eternal Aeon, Christos, himself sent his disciples into the world, placing them under the double protection of Sage, silence, the Logos, and Ophis, the Agatodamon. The author alludes no doubt, to the favorite expression of Jesus, be wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. On the diagram, Ophis is represented as the Egyptian Nupes or Neph, called Draconcha. He appears as a serpent standing erect on its tail, with a lion's head, crowned and radiated, and bearing on the point of each ray one of the 7 Greek vowels, symbol of the 7 celestial spheres. This figure is quite familiar to those who are acquainted with the Gnostic gems, and is borrowed from the Egyptian Hermetic books. The description given in the Revelation, of one like unto the Son of Man, with his 7 stars, and who is the Logos, is another form of Ophis. The Nazarene diagram, except in a change of names, is identical with that of the Gnostics, who evidently borrowed their ideas from it, adding a few appellations from the Basilidian and Valentinian systems. To avoid repetition, we will now simply present the two in parallel. Thus, we find that, in the Nazarene cosmogony, the names of their powers and genii stand in the following relations to those of the Gnostics. Nazarene. First Trinity. Lord Furho, the life which is no life, the supreme God. The cause which produces the light, or the Logos in abscondido. The water of Jordanus Maximus, the water of life, or Ajar, the feminine principle. Unity in a Trinity, enclosed within the Ishamon. Second Trinity. The manifestation of the first. One Lord Mono, the King of life and light, Rex Lucis. First life, or the primitive man. 2 Lord Jordan, manifestation or emanation of Jordan Maximus, the waters of grace. Second life. 3 The superior Father Abator. Third life. This Trinity produces also a duad, Lord Lethoio, and Fithahil, the genius, the former, a perfect emanation, the latter, imperfect. Gnostic Ophide. First unity in a Trinity. Iao, the ineffable name of the unknown deity Abraxas, and the eternal spiritual Sunday. Unity enclosed within the depth, Bithos, feminine principle, the boundless circle, within which lie all ideal forms. From this unity emanates the Second Trinity. Idem. 1 Enoia mind. 2 Ophis, the Agatodamon. 3 Sophia androgyne wisdom, who, in her turn fecundated with the divine light, produces Christos and Sophia Akamoth, one perfect, the other imperfect, as an emanation. Lord Jordan, the Lord of all Jordans, manifests Nedab faith without works. Asterisk. Sophia Akamoth emanates Ildabaoth, the demiurge, who produces material and soulless creation. Works without faith, or grace. Asterisk. Moreover, the Ophite 7 planetary genii, who emanated one from the other, are found again in the Nazarene religion, under the name of the 7 impostor daemons, or stellas, who will deceive all the sons of Adam. These are Soul, Spiritus Venereus, Holy Spirit, in her material aspect, the mother of the 7 badly disposed stellas, answering to the Gnostic Achamoth, Nebu, or Mercury, a false messiah, who will deprave the ancient worship of God, Sin, or Luna, or Shuril, Kiun, Kevin, or Saturn, Bel Jupiter, and the 7th, Nerig, Mars, Codex Nazareus, p. 57. The Christos of the Gnostics is the chief of the 7 Aeons, St. John's 7 spirits of God. The Nazarenes have also their 7 genii or good Aeons, whose chief is Rex Lucis, Mono, their Christos. The Saptarishis, the 7 sages of India, inhabit the Saptapura, or the 7 celestial cities. What less or more do we find in the universal ecclesia, until the days of the Reformation, and in the Roman Popish Church after the separation. We have compared the relative value of the Hindu cosmogony, the Chaldeo-Zoroastrian, Jewish Kabbalah, and that of the so-termed heretics. A correct diagram of the Judaico-Christian religion, to enforce which on the heathen who have furnished it, or expended such great sums every year, would still better prove the identity of the two, but we lack space and are also spared the necessity of proving what is already thoroughly demonstrated. In the Ophite gems of King, Gnostics, we find the name of Iao repeated, and often confounded with that of Evo, while the latter simply represents one of the genii antagonistic to Abraxas. In order that these names may not be taken as identical with the name of the Jewish Jehovah, we will at once explain this word. It seems to us surpassingly strange that so many learned archaeologists should have so little insisted that there was more than one Jehovah, and disclaimed that the name originated with Moses. Iao is certainly a title of the Supreme Being, and belongs partially to the ineffable name, but it neither originated with nor was it the sole property of the Jews. Even if it had pleased Moses to bestow the name upon the tutelar spirit, the alleged protector and national deity of the chosen people of Israel, there is yet no possible reason why other nationalities should receive him as the highest and one living God. But we deny the assumption altogether. Besides, there is the fact that Yahweh or Iao was a mystery name from the beginning, and never came into use before King David. Anterior to his time, few or no proper names were compounded with Ia or Yah. It looks rather as though David, being a sojourner among the Tyrians and Philistines, 2 Samuel, brought thence the name of Jehovah. He made Zadok high priest, from whom came the Zadokites or Sadducees. He lived and ruled first at Hebron, Habiron, or Kebair town, where the rites of the 4 mystery gods were celebrated. Neither David nor Solomon recognized either Moses or the law of Moses. They aspired to build a temple to, like the structures erected by Hiram to Hercules and Venus, Adon, and Astarte. Says first, the very ancient name of God, Yahweh, written in the Greek iota alpha omicron, appears, apart from its derivation, to have been an old mystic name of the supreme deity of the Shemites. Hence it was told to Moses when initiated at Horeb the cave, under the direction of Jethro, the Kenite or Canaanite priest of Midian. In an old religion of the Chaldeans, whose remains are to be found amongst the Neoplatonists, the highest divinity enthroned above the 7 heavens, representing the spiritual light principle, Nous, and also conceived as Dernergus, was called Iota Alpha Omicron, who was, like the Hebrew Yahweh, mysterious and unmentionable, and whose name was communicated to the initiated. The Phoenicians had a supreme god whose name was trilateral and secret, and he was Iota Alpha Omicron. But while first insists that the name has a Semitic origin, there are other scholars who trace it farther than he does, and look back beyond the classification of the Caucasians. In Sanskrit we have Ya and Jaya, or Jaa and Jaga, and this throws light on the origin of the famous festival of the car of Jagannath, commonly called Jaggernath. Jave means he who is, and Dr. Spiegel traces even the Persian name of God, Ahura, to the root A, which in Sanskrit is pronounced as, to breathe, and Asu, became, therefore, in time, synonymous with spirit. Rawlinson strongly supports the opinion of an Aryan or Vedic influence on the early Babylonian mythology. We have given, a few pages back, the strongest possible proofs of the identity of Vishnu with Dagon. The same may be adduced for the title of Iota Alpha Omicron, and its Sanskrit root traced in every country. Jew or Jovis is the oldest Latin name for God. As male he is Jupiter, or Jew, the father, Pitar being Sanskrit for father, as feminine, Juno or Jew, the comforter being the Phoenician word for rest and comfort. Professor Max Muller shows that although Dios, sky, does not occur as a masculine in the ordinary Sanskrit, yet it does occur in the Veda, and thus bears witness to the early Aryan worship of Dios, the Greek Zeus, the Veda. To grasp the real and primitive sense of the term Iota Alpha Omicron, and the reason of its becoming the designation for the most mysterious of all deities, we must search for its origin in the figurative phraseology of all the primitive people. We must first of all go to the most ancient sources for our information. In one of the books of Hermes, for instance, we find him saying that the number 10 is the mother of the soul, and that the life and light are therein united. For the number 1, 1, is born from the spirit, and the number 10, 10, from matter. The unity has made the 10 the unity. The Kabbalistic gematria, one of the methods for extracting the hidden meaning from letters, words, and sentences, is arithmetical. It consists in applying to the letters of a word the sense they bear as numbers, in outward shape as well as in their individual sense. Moreover, by the themura, another method used by the Kabbalists, any word could be made to yield its mystery out of its anagram. Thus, we find the author of Sefer Jezira saying, 1 or 2 centuries before our era, 1, the spirit of the Elohim of lives. So again, in the oldest Kabbalistic diagrams, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as wheels or circles, and Adam Kadmon, the primitive man, as an upright pillar. Wheels and seraphim and the holy creatures, Chiath, says Rabbi Akiba. Asterisk in another system of the same branch of the symbolical Kabbalah, called Athbak, which arranges the letters of the alphabet by pairs in 3 rows, all the couples in the first row bear the numerical value 10, and in the system of Simeon ben Shada, the uppermost couple, the most sacred of all, is preceded by the Pythagorean cipher, 1 and a naught, or 0, 10. If we can once appreciate the fact that, among all the peoples of the highest antiquity, the most natural conception of the first cause manifesting itself in its creatures, and that to this they could not but ascribe the creation of all, was that of an androgyne deity, that the male principle was considered the vivifying invisible spirit, and the female, Mother Nature, we shall be enabled to understand how that mysterious cause came at first to be represented, in the picture writings, perhaps, as the combination of the alpha and omega of numbers, a decimal, then as IAO, a trilateral name, containing in itself a deep allegory. IAO, in such a case, would etymologically considered mean the breath of life, generated or springing forth between an upright male and an egg-shaped female principle of nature, for, in Sanskrit, as means to be, to live or exist, and originally it meant to breathe. From it, says Max Muller, in its original sense of breathing, the Hindus formed Asu, breath, and Ajura, the name of God, whether it meant the breathing one or the giver of breath. It certainly meant the latter. In Hebrew, and Ea mean life. Cornelius Agrippa, in his treatise on the preeminence of woman, shows that the word Eve suggests comparison with the mystic symbols of the Kabbalists, the name of the woman having affinity with the ineffable Tetragrammaton, the most sacred name of the divinity. Ancient names were always consonant with the things they represented. In relation to the mysterious name of the deity in question, the hitherto inexplicable hint of the Kabbalists as to the efficacy of the letter H, which Abram took away from his wife Sarah and put into the middle of his own name, becomes clear. It may perhaps be argued, by way of objection, that it is not ascertained as yet at what period of antiquity the knot occurs for the first time in Indian manuscripts or inscriptions. Be that as it may, the case presents circumstantial evidence of too strong a character not to carry a conviction of probability with it. According to Max Muller, the 2 words cipher and 0, which are in reality but 1, are sufficient to prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. Asterisk cipher is the Arabic sifrin, and means empty, a translation of the Sanskrit name of the Natsanya, he says. The Arabs had their figures from Hindustan, and never claimed the discovery for themselves. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius's geometry, composed in the 6th century, to find in the Pythagorean numerals the 1 and the naught, as the first and final cipher. And Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean mode Radus, says that the numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphical symbols, by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things. Now, if the most ancient Indian manuscripts show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, Max Muller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of the Sanskrit numerals. In them on the other hand we have records as ancient to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India, and we find Professor Max Muller corroborating this statement, at least so far as allowing the Neo-Pythagoreans to have been the first teachers of ciphering among the Greeks and Romans, that they, at Alexandria, or in Syria, became acquainted with the Indian figures, and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus, our figures. This cautious allowance implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with but 9 figures. So that we might reasonably answer that although we possess no certain proof that the decimal notation was known to Pythagoras, who lived on the very close of the Archaic Ages, we yet have sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers, as given by Boethius, were known to the Pythagoreans, even before Alexandria was built. This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature, and amount to 10 in all. This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries BC, for Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. Besides, as we have remarked above, the representations of the archaic deities, on the walls of the temples, are of themselves quite suggestive enough. So, for instance, Vishnu is represented in the Kurmavatara, his second avatar, as a tortoise sustaining a circular pillar, on which the semblance of himself, Maya, or the illusion, sits with all his attributes. Hebrews. While one hand holds a flower, another a club, the third a shell, the fourth, generally the upper one, or at the right holds on his forefinger, extended as the cipher one, the chakra, or discus, which resembles a ring, or a wheel, and might be taken for the knot. In his first avatar, the Matsyavatam, when emerging from the fish's mouth, he is represented in the same position. Asterisk the 10-armed Durga of Bengal, the 10-headed Ravana, the giant, Parvati as Durga, Indra and Indrani, are found with this attribute, which is a perfect representation of the Maypole. The holiest of the temples among the Hindus, are those of Jagannath. This deity is worshipped equally by all the sects of India, and Jagannath is named the Lord of the world. He is the god of the mysteries, and his temples, which are most numerous in Bengal, are all of a pyramidal form. There is no other deity which affords such a variety of etymologies as Ayaho, nor a name which can be so variously pronounced. It is only by associating it with the Masortic points that the later rabbins succeeded in making Jehovah read Adonai or Lord. Philobiblos spells it in Greek letters iota epsilon upsilon omicron ievo. Theodoret says that the Samaritans pronounced it Iobi, Yava, and the Jews Yaho, which would make it as we have shown Iao. Diodorus states that among the Jews they relate that Moses called the god iota alpha omicron dot. It is on the authority of the Bible itself, therefore, that we maintain that before his initiation by Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses had never known the word Iaho. The future deity of the sons of Israel calls out from the burning bush and gives his name as I am that I am, and specifies carefully that he is the Lord God of the Hebrews, Exodus 3:18, not of the other nations. Judging him by his own acts, throughout the Jewish records, we doubt whether Christ himself, had he appeared in the days of the Exodus, would have been welcomed by the irascible Sinaitic deity. However, the Lord God, who becomes, on his own confession, Jehovah only in the 6th chapter of Exodus, verse 3, finds his veracity put to a startling test in Genesis XXII. 14, in which revealed passage Abraham builds an altar to Jehovah Jireh. It would seem, therefore, but natural to make a difference between the mystery god Iota Alpha Omicron, adopted from the highest antiquity by all who participated in the esoteric knowledge of the priests, and his phonetic counterparts, whom we find treated with so little reverence by the Ophites and other Gnostics. Once having burdened themselves like the Azazel of the wilderness with the sins and iniquities of the Jewish nation, it now appears hard for the Christians to have to confess that those whom they thought fit to consider the chosen people of God their sole predecessors in monotheism were, till a very late period, as idolatrous and polytheistic as their neighbors. The shrewd Talmudists have escaped the accusation for long centuries by screening themselves behind the Masortic invention. But, as in everything else, truth was at last brought to light. We know now that Iho must be read Iaha and Ea, not Jehovah. Ea of the Hebrews is plainly the Iakos, Bacchus, of the mysteries, the god from whom the liberation of souls was expected. Dionysus, Iakos, Iaha, Ea. Aristotle then was right when he said, Jo was Oromasdes and Ahriman Pluto, for the god of heaven, Ahura Mazda, rides on a chariot which the horse of the sun follows. And Dunlap quotes Psalm 4, which reads, Praise him by his name Iak, who rides upon the heavens, as on a horse. And then shows that the Arabs represented Iok, Iak, by a horse. The horse of the sun, Dionysus. Ea is a softening of Iak, he explains. Ch and h interchange, so s softens to h. The Hebrews express the idea of life both by a ch and an h, as Kayach, to be, Haya, to be, Iak, God of life, Ea, I am. Well then may we repeat these lines of Ausonius. Ogygia calls me Bacchus, Egypt thinks me Osiris. The Museans name me Phanax, the Indi consider me Dionysus. The Roman mysteries call me Liber, the Arabian race Adonis. And the chosen people Adoni and Jehovah we may add. How little the philosophy of the old secret doctrine was understood, is illustrated in the atrocious persecutions of the Templars by the Church, and in the accusation of their worshipping the devil under the shape of the goat Baphomet. Without going into the old Masonic mysteries, there is not a Mason of those we mean who do know something but has an idea of the true relation that Baphomet bore to Azaz, the scapegoat of the wilderness, whose character and meaning are entirely perverted in the Christian translations. This terrible and venerable name of God, says Lancy, librarian to the Vatican, through the pen of biblical glossars, has been a devil, a mountain, a wilderness, and a he-goat. In Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, the author very correctly remarks that this word should be divided into Azaz and El, for it signifies God of victory, but is here used in the sense of author of death, in contrast to Jehovah, the author of life. The latter received a dead goat as an offering. The Hindu Trinity is composed of three personages, which are convertible into one. The Trimurti is one, and in its abstraction indivisible, and yet we see a metaphysical division taking place from the first, and while Brahma, though collectively representing the three, remains behind the scenes, Vishnu is the life-giver, the creator, and the preserver, and Shiva is the destroyer, and the death-giving deity. Death to the life-giver, life to the death-dealer. The symbolical antithesis is grand and beautiful, says Glidden. Deus est daemon in verses of the Kabbalists now becomes clear. It is but the intense and cruel desire to crush out the last vestige of the old philosophies by perverting their meaning, for fear that their own dogmas should not be rightly fathered on them, which impels the Catholic Church to carry on such a systematic persecution in regard to Gnostics, Kabbalists, and even the comparatively innocent Masons. Alas, alas! How little has the divine seed, scattered broadcast by the hand of the meek Judean philosopher, thrived or brought forth fruit. He, who himself had shunned hypocrisy, warned against public prayer, showing such contempt for any useless exhibition of the same, could he but cast his sorrowful glance on the earth, from the regions of eternal bliss, would see that this seed fell neither on sterile rock nor by the wayside. Nay, it took deep root in the most prolific soil, one enriched even to plethora with lies and human gore. For, if the truth of God hath more abounded, through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner? Naively inquires Paul, the best and sincerest of all the apostles. And he then adds, let us do evil, that good may come. Romans 3:7, 8. This is a confession which we are asked to believe as having been a direct inspiration from God. It explains, if it does not excuse, the maxim adopted later by the Church that it is an act of virtue to deceive and lie, when by such means the interests of the Church might be promoted. a maxim applied in its fullest sense by that accomplished professor in forgery, the Armenian Eusebius, or yet, that innocent-looking Bible kaleidoscopist Irenaeus. And these men were followed by a whole army of pious assassins, who, in the meanwhile, had improved upon the system of deceit, by proclaiming that it was lawful even to kill, when by murder they could enforce the new religion. Theophilus, that perpetual enemy of peace and virtue, as the famous bishop was called, Cyril, Athanasius, the murderer of Arius, and a host of other canonized saints, were all but too worthy successors of Saint Constantine, who drowned his wife in boiling water, butchered his little nephew, murdered, with his own pious hand, two of his brothers-in-law, killed his own son Crispus, bled to death several men and women, and smothered in a well an old monk. However, we are told by Eusebius that this Christian emperor was rewarded by a vision of Christ himself, bearing his cross, who instructed him to march to other triumphs, inasmuch as he would always protect him. It is under the shade of the imperial standard, with its famous sign, in hoc signo vinces, that visionary Christianity, which had crept on since the days of Irenaeus, arrogantly proclaimed its rights in the full blaze of the sun. The Labarum had most probably furnished the model for the true cross, which was miraculously, and agreeably to the imperial will, found a few years later. Nothing short of such a remarkable vision, impiously doubted by some severe critics Dr. Lardner for one and a fresh miracle to match, could have resulted in the finding of a cross where there had never before been one. Still, we have either to believe the phenomenon or dispute it at the risk of being treated as infidels, and this, notwithstanding that upon a careful computation we would find that the fragments of the true cross had multiplied themselves even more miraculously than the 5 loaves in the invisible bakery, and the 2 fishes. In all cases like this, where miracles can be so conveniently called in, there is no room for dull fact. History must step out that fiction may step in. If the alleged founder of the Christian religion is now, after the lapse of 19 centuries, preached more or less unsuccessfully however in every corner of the globe, we are at liberty to think that the doctrines attributed to him would astonish and dismay him more than anyone else. A system of deliberate falsification was adopted from the first. How determined Irenaeus was to crush truth and build up a church of his own on the mangled remains of the 7 primitive churches mentioned in the Revelation, may be inferred from his quarrel with Ptolemaeus. And this is again a case of evidence against which no blind faith can prevail. Ecclesiastical history assures us that Christ's ministry was but of 3 years' duration. There is a decided discrepancy on this point between the first 3 synoptics and the 4th Gospel, but it was left for Irenaeus to show to Christian posterity that so early as AD 180, the probable time when this father wrote his works against heresies, even such pillars of the Church as himself either knew nothing certain about it, or deliberately lied and falsified dates to support their own views. So anxious was the worthy father to meet every possible objection against his plans, that no falsehood, no sophistry, was too much for him. How are we to understand the following, and who is the falsifier in this case? The argument of Ptolemaeus was that Jesus was too young to have taught anything of much importance, adding that Christ preached for 1 year only, and then suffered in the 12th month. In this Ptolemaeus was very little at variance with the Gospels. But Irenaeus, carried by his object far beyond the limits of prudence, from a mere discrepancy between 1 and 3 years, makes it 10 and even 20 years. Destroying his, Christ's, whole work, and robbing him of that age which is both necessary and more honorable than any other, that more advanced age, I mean, during which also, as a teacher, he excelled all others. And then, having no certain data to furnish, he throws himself back on tradition, and claims that Christ had preached for over 10 years. Book 2, c. 22, pages 4, 5. In another place he makes Jesus 50 years old. But we must proceed in our work of showing the various origins of Christianity, as also the sources from which Jesus derived his own ideas of God and humanity. The Koinobai lived in Egypt, where Jesus passed his early youth. They were usually confounded with the Therapeutae, who were a branch of this widely spread society. Such is the opinion of Godfrey Higgins and de Ribald. After the downfall of the principal sanctuaries, which had already begun in the days of Plato, the many different sects, such as the Gymnosophists and the Magi, from whom Clearchus very erroneously derives the former, the Pythagoreans, the Sufis, and the Rashis of Kashmir, instituted a kind of international and universal Freemasonry, among their esoteric societies. These Rashis, says Higgins, are the Esseneans, Carmelites, or Nazarites of the Temple. That occult science known by ancient priests under the name of regenerating fire, says Father Ribald. A science that for more than 3,000 years was the peculiar possession of the Indian and Egyptian priesthood, into the knowledge of which Moses was initiated at Heliopolis, where he was educated, and Jesus among the Essenean priests of Egypt or Judea, and by which these two great reformers, particularly the latter, wrought many of the miracles mentioned in the scriptures. Plato states that the mystic Magian religion, known under the name of Macagistia, is the most uncorrupted form of worship in things divine. Later, the mysteries of the Chaldean sanctuaries were added to it by one of the Zoroasters and Darius Hystaspes. The latter completed and perfected it still more with the help of the knowledge obtained by him from the learned ascetics of India, whose rites were identical with those of the initiated Magi. Ammian, in his history of Julian's Persian expedition, gives the story by stating that one day Hystaspes, as he was boldly penetrating into the unknown regions of Upper India, had come upon a certain wooded solitude, the tranquil recesses of which were occupied by those exalted sages, the Brahmanes, or shamans. Instructed by their teaching in the science of the motions of the world and of the heavenly bodies, and in pure religious rites, he transfused them into the creed of the Magi. The latter, coupling these doctrines with their own peculiar science of foretelling the future, have handed down the whole through their descendants to succeeding ages. It is from these descendants that the Sufis, chiefly composed of Persians and Syrians, acquired their proficient knowledge in astrology, medicine, and the esoteric doctrine of the ages. The Sufi doctrine, says C.W. King, involved the grand idea of one universal creed which could be secretly held under any profession of an outward faith, and, in fact, took virtually the same view of religious systems as that in which the ancient philosophers had regarded such matters. The mysterious Druzes of Mount Lebanon are the descendants of all these. Solitary Copts, earnest students scattered hither and thither throughout the sandy solitudes of Egypt, Arabia, Petria, Palestine, and the impenetrable forests of Abyssinia, though rarely met with, may sometimes be seen. Many and various are the nationalities to which belong the disciples of that mysterious school, and many the side shoots of that one primitive stock. The secrecy preserved by these sub-lodges, as well as by the one and supreme Great Lodge, has ever been proportionate to the activity of religious persecutions, and now, in the face of the growing materialism, their very existence is becoming a mystery. But it must not be inferred, on that account, that such a mysterious brotherhood is but a fiction, not even a name, though it remains unknown to this day. Whether its affiliates are called by an Egyptian, Hindu, or Persian name, it matters not. Persons belonging to one of these sub-brotherhoods have been met by trustworthy, and not unknown persons, besides the present writer, who states a few facts concerning them, by the special permission of one who has a right to give it. In a recent and very valuable work on secret societies, K.R.H. Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, we find the learned author himself, an honorary member of the Canongate Kilwinning Lodge, No. 2, Scotland, and a Mason not likely to be imposed upon, stating the following, under the head, Hermetic Brothers of Egypt. An occult fraternity, which has endured from very ancient times, having a hierarchy of officers, secret signs and passwords, and a peculiar method of instruction in science, religion, and philosophy. If we may believe those who, at the present time, profess to belong to it, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, the art of invisibility, and the power of communication directly with the ultramundane life, are parts of the inheritance they possess. The writer has met with only 3 persons who maintain the actual existence of this body of religious philosophers, and who hinted that they themselves were actually members. There was no reason to doubt the good faith of these individuals apparently unknown to each other, and men of moderate competence, blameless lives, austere manners, and almost ascetic in their habits. They all appeared to be men of 40 to 45 years of age, and evidently of vast erudition. Their knowledge of language is not to be doubted. They never remained long in any one country, but passed away without creating notice. Asterisk. Another of such sub-brotherhoods is the sect of the Patris, in India. Known by name, now that Jack Elliott has brought it into public notice, it yet is more arcane, perhaps, than the brotherhood that Mr. Mackenzie names the Hermetic Brothers. What Jack Elliott learned of it, was from fragmentary manuscripts delivered to him by Brahmans, who had their reasons for doing so, we must believe. The Agraukata Parikshai gives certain details about the association, as it was in days of old, and, when explaining mystic rites and magical incantations, explains nothing at all, so that the mystic Lom, Elrum, Sh Hrum, and Shorim Ramayanamangha, remain, for the mystified writer, as much a puzzle as ever. To do him justice, though, he fully admits the fact, and does not enter upon useless speculations. Whoever desires to assure himself that there now exists a religion which has baffled, for centuries, the impudent inquisitiveness of missionaries, and the persevering inquiry of science, let him violate, if he can, the seclusion of the Syrian Druzes. He will find them numbering over 80,000 warriors, scattered from the plain east of Damascus to the western coast. They covet no proselytes, shun notoriety, keep friendly as far as possible with both Christians and Mohammedans, respect the religion of every other sect or people, but will never disclose their own secrets. Vainly do the missionaries stigmatize them as infidels, idolaters, brigands, and thieves. Neither threat, bribe, nor any other consideration will induce a Druze to become a convert to dogmatic Christianity. We have heard of 2 in 50 years, and both have finished their careers in prison, for drunkenness and theft. They proved to be real Druzes, said one of their chiefs, in discussing the subject. There never was a case of an initiated Druze becoming a Christian. As to the uninitiated, they are never allowed to even see the sacred writings, and none of them have the remotest idea where these are kept. There are missionaries in Syria who boast of having in their possession a few copies. The volumes alleged to be the correct expositions from these secret books, such as the translation by Pétis de la Croix, in 1701, from the works presented by Nasr Allah to the French king, are nothing more than a compilation of secrets, known more or less to every inhabitant of the southern ranges of Lebanon and Anti-Libanus. They were the work of an apostate dervish, who was expelled from the sect Hanafi, for improper conduct, the embezzlement of the money of widows and orphans. The Expose de la Religion de Druzes, in 2 volumes, by Sylvester de Sacy, 1828, is another network of hypotheses. A copy of this work was to be found, in 1870, on the window-sill of one of their principal holoi, or place of religious meeting. To the inquisitive question of an English traveller, as to their rites, the Okel, a venerable old man, who spoke English as well as French, opened the volume of de Sacy, and, offering it to his interlocutor, remarked, with a benevolent smile, "Read this instructive and truthful book, I could explain to you neither better nor more correctly the secrets of God and our blessed Hamsa, than it does." The traveller understood the hint. Mackenzie says they settled at Lebanon about the 10th century, and seemed to be a mixture of Kurds, Mardi Arabs, and other semi-civilized tribes. Their religion is compounded of Judaism, Christianity, and Mohammetanism. They have a regular order of priesthood and a kind of hierarchy. There is a regular system of passwords and signs. 12 months probation, to which either sex is admitted, preceded initiation. We quote the above only to show how little even persons as trustworthy as Mr. Mackenzie really know of these mystics. Mosheim, who knows as much, or we should rather say as little, as any others, is entitled to the merit of candidly admitting that their religion is peculiar to themselves, and is involved in some mystery. We should say it was rather that their religion exhibits traces of Magianism and Gnosticism is natural, as the whole of the Ophite esoteric philosophy is at the bottom of it. But the characteristic dogma of the Druzes is the absolute unity of God. He is the essence of life, and although incomprehensible and invisible, is to be known through occasional manifestations in human form. Like the Hindus, they hold that he was incarnated more than once on earth. Hamsa was the precursor of the last manifestation to be, the 10th avatar, not the inheritor of Hakam, who is yet to come. Hamsa was the personification of the universal wisdom. Bohedin in his writings calls him Messiah. The whole number of his disciples, or those who at different ages of the world have imparted wisdom to mankind, which the latter as invariably have forgotten and rejected in course of time, is 164, 164, the Kabbalistic SDK. Therefore, their stages or degrees of promotion after initiation are 5, the first 3 degrees are typified by the 3 feet of the candlestick of the inner sanctuary, which holds the light of the 5 elements, the last 2 degrees, the most important and terrifying in their solemn grandeur belonging to the highest orders, and the whole 5 degrees emblematically represent the said 5 mystic elements. The 3 feet are the holy application, the opening, and the phantom, says one of their books, on man's inner and outer soul, and his body, a phantom, a passing shadow. The body, or matter, is also called the rival, for he is the minister of sin, the devil ever creating dissensions between the heavenly intelligence, spirit, and the soul, which he tempts incessantly. Their ideas on transmigration are Pythagorean and Kabbalistic. The spirit, or Mimi, the divine soul, was in Elijah and John the Baptist, and the soul of Jesus was that of Hamsa, that is to say, of the same degree of purity and sanctity. Until their resurrection, by which they understand the day when the spiritual bodies of men will be absorbed into God's own essence and being, the nirvana of the Hindus, the souls of men will keep their astral forms, except the few chosen ones who, from the moment of their separation from their bodies, begin to exist as pure spirits. The life of man they divide into soul, body, and intelligence, or mind. It is the latter which imparts and communicates to the soul the divine spark from its Hamsa, Christos. They have 7 great commandments which are imparted equally to all the uninitiated, and yet, even these well-known articles of faith have been so mixed up in the accounts of outside writers, that, in one of the best cyclopedias of America, Appleton's, they are garbled after the fashion that may be seen in the comparative tabulation below, the spurious and the true order parallel. Correct version of the commandments as imparted orally by the teachers. 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. Toleration, right given to all men and women to freely express their opinions on religious matters, and make the latter subservient to reason. 4. Respect to all men and women according to their character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees. 6. Chastity of body, mind, and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. Garbled version reported by the Christian missionaries and given in pretended expositions. 1. 2. Truth in words, meaning in practice, only truth to the religion and to the initiated, it is lawful to act and to speak falsehood to men of another creed. 2. 7. Mutual help, watchfulness, and protection. 3. To renounce all other religions. 4. To be separate from infidels of every kind, not externally but only in heart. 5. 1. Recognize God's eternal unity. 6. 5. Satisfied with God's acts. 7. 5. Resigned to God's will. As will be seen, the only expose in the above is that of the great ignorance, perhaps malice, of the writers who, like Sylvester de Sacchi, undertake to enlighten the world upon matters concerning which they know nothing. Chastity, honesty, meekness, and mercy, are thus the 4 theological virtues of all Druzes, besides several others demanded from the initiates: murder, theft, cruelty, covetousness, slander, the 5 sins, to which several other sins are added in the sacred tablets, but which we must abstain from giving. The morality of the Druzes is strict and uncompromising. Nothing can tempt one of these Lebanon Unitarians to go astray from what he is taught to consider his duty. Their ritual being unknown to outsiders, their would-be historians have hitherto denied them one. Their Thursday meetings are open to all, but no interloper has ever participated in the rites of initiation which take place occasionally on Fridays in the greatest secrecy. Women are admitted to them as well as men, and they play a part of great importance at the initiation of men. The probation, unless some extraordinary exception is made, is long and severe. Once, in a certain period of time, a solemn ceremony takes place, during which all the elders and the initiates of the highest 2 degrees start out for a pilgrimage of several days to a certain place in the mountains. They meet within the safe precincts of a monastery said to have been erected during the earliest times of the Christian era. Outwardly one sees but old ruins of a once grand edifice, used, says the legend, by some Gnostic sects as a place of worship during the religious persecutions. The ruins above ground, however, are but a convenient mask, the subterranean chapel, halls, and cells, covering an area of ground far greater than the upper building, while the richness of ornamentation, the beauty of the ancient sculptures, and the gold and silver vessels in this sacred resort, appear like a dream of glory, according to the expression of an initiate. As the lamaseries of Mongolia and Tibet are visited upon grand occasions by the holy shadow of Lord Buddha, so here, during the ceremonial, appears the resplendent ethereal form of Hamsa, the Blessed, which instructs the faithful. The most extraordinary feats of what would be termed magic take place during the several nights that the convocation lasts, and one of the greatest mysteries faithful copy of the past is accomplished within the discreet bosom of our Mother Earth, not an echo, nor the faintest sound, not a glimmer of light betrays without the grand secret of the initiates. Hamsa, like Jesus, was a mortal man, and yet Hamsa and Christos are synonymous terms as to their inner and hidden meaning. Both are symbols of the nous, the divine and higher soul of man, his spirit. The doctrine taught by the Druzes on that particular question of the duality of spiritual man, consisting of one soul mortal, and another immortal, is identical with that of the Gnostics, the older Greek philosophers, and other initiates. Outside the East we have met one initiate, and only one, who, for some reasons best known to himself, does not make a secret of his initiation into the Brotherhood of Lebanon. It is the learned traveler and artist, Professor A. L. Rawson, of New York City. This gentleman has passed many years in the East, 4 times visited Palestine, and has traveled to Mecca. It is safe to say that he has a priceless store of facts about the beginnings of the Christian Church, which none but one who had had free access to repositories closed against the ordinary traveler could have collected. Professor Rawson, with the true devotion of a man of science, noted down every important discovery he made in the Palestinian libraries, and every precious fact orally communicated to him by the mystics he encountered, and some day they will see the light. He has most obligingly sent us the following communication, which, as the reader will perceive, fully corroborates what is above written from our personal experience about the strange fraternity incorrectly styled the Druzes. 34, Bond Street, New York, June 6, 1877. Your note, asking me to give you an account of my initiation into a secret order among the people commonly known as Druzes, in Mount Lebanon, was received this morning. I took, as you are fully aware, an obligation at that time to conceal within my own memory the greater part of the mysteries, with the most interesting parts of the instructions, so that what is left may not be of any service to the public. Such information as I can rightfully give, you are welcome to have and use as you may have occasion. The probation in my case was, by special dispensation, made 1 month, during which time I was shadowed by a priest, who served as my cook, guide, interpreter, and general servant, that he might be able to testify to the fact of my having strictly conformed to the rules in diet, ablutions, and other matters. He was also my instructor in the text of the ritual, which we recited from time to time for practice, in dialogue, or in song, as it may have been. Whenever we happened to be near a Druze village, on a Thursday, we attended the open meetings, where men and women assembled for instruction and worship, and to expose to the world generally their religious practices. I was never present at a Friday close meeting before my initiation, nor do I believe anyone else, man or woman, ever was, except by collusion with a priest, and that is not probable, for a false priest forfeits his life. The practical jokers among them sometimes fool a too curious Frank by a sham initiation, especially if such a one is suspected of having some connection with the missionaries at Beirut or elsewhere. The initiates include both women and men, and the ceremonies are of so peculiar a nature that both sexes are required to assist in the ritual and work. The furniture of the prayer house and of the vision chamber is simple, and except for convenience may consist of but a strip of carpet. In the Grey Hall, the place is never named, and is underground, not far from Beit ed-Din. There are some rich decorations and valuable pieces of ancient furniture, the work of Arab silversmiths 5 or 6 centuries ago, inscribed and dated. The day of initiation must be a continual fast from daylight to sunset in winter, or 6 o'clock in summer, and the ceremony is from beginning to end a series of trials and temptations, calculated to test the endurance of the candidate under physical and mental pressure. It is seldom that any but the young man or woman succeeds in winning all the prizes, since nature will sometimes exert itself in spite of the most stubborn will, and the neophyte fail of passing some of the tests. In such a case the probation is extended another year, when another trial is had. Among other tests of the neophyte's self-control are the following: choice pieces of cooked meat, savory soup, pilau, and other appetizing dishes, with sherbet, coffee, wine, and water, are set, as if accidentally, in his way, and he is left alone for a time with the tempting things. To a hungry and fainting soul the trial is severe. But a more difficult ordeal is when the 7 priestesses retire, all but one, the youngest and prettiest, and the door is closed and barred on the outside, after warning the candidate that he will be left to his reflections, for half an hour. Wearied by the long-continued ceremonial, weak with hunger, parched with thirst, and a sweet reaction coming after the tremendous strain to keep his animal nature in subjection, this moment of privacy and of temptation is brimful of peril. The beautiful young Vestal, timidly approaching, and with glances which lend a double magnetic allurement to her words, begs him in low tones to bless her. Woe to him if he does. 100 eyes see him from secret peepholes, and only to the ignorant neophyte is there the appearance of concealment and opportunity. There is no infidelity, idolatry, or other really bad feature in the system. They have the relics of what was once a grand form of nature worship, which has been contracted under a despotism into a secret order, hidden from the light of day, and exposed only in the smoky glare of a few burning lamps, in some damp cave or chapel underground. The chief tenets of their religious teachings are comprised in 7 tablets, which are these, to state them in general terms. 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. The law of toleration as to all men and women in opinion. 4. Respect for all men and women as to character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees as to fate. 6. Chastity of body and mind and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. These tenets are not printed or written. Another set is printed or written to mislead the unwary, but with these we are not concerned. The chief results of the initiation seem to be a kind of mental illusion or sleep-waking, in which the neophyte saw, or thought he saw, the images of people who were known to be absent, and in some cases thousands of miles away. I thought, or perhaps it was my mind at work, I saw friends and relatives that I knew at the time were in New York State, while I was then in Lebanon. How these results were produced I cannot say. They appeared in a dark room, when the guide was talking, the company singing in the next chamber, and near the close of the day, when I was tired out with fasting, walking, talking, singing, robing, unrobing, seeing a great many people in various conditions as to dress and undress, and with great mental strain in resisting certain physical manifestations that result from the appetites when they overcome the will, and in paying close attention to the passing scenes, hoping to remember them so that I may have been unfit to judge of any new and surprising phenomena, and more especially of those apparently magical appearances which have always excited my suspicion and distrust. I know the various uses of the magic lantern, and other apparatus, and took care to examine the room where the visions appeared to me the same evening, and the next day, and several times afterwards, and knew that, in my case, there was no use made of any machinery or other means besides the voice of the guide and instructor. On several occasions afterward, when at a great distance from the chamber, the same or similar visions were produced, as, for instance, in Hornstein's Hotel at Jerusalem. A daughter-in-law of a well-known Jewish merchant in Jerusalem is an initiated sister, and can produce the visions almost at will on anyone who will live strictly according to the rules of the order for a few weeks, more or less, according to their nature, as gross or refined, etc. I am quite safe in saying that the initiation is so peculiar that it could not be printed so as to instruct one who had not been worked through the chamber. So it would be even more impossible to make an expose of them than of the Freemasons. The real secrets are acted and not spoken, and require several initiated persons to assist in the work. It is not necessary for me to say how some of the notions of that people seem to perpetuate certain beliefs of the ancient Greeks, as, for instance, the idea that a man has two souls, and many others, for you probably were made familiar with them in your passage through the upper and lower chamber. If I am mistaken in supposing you an initiate, please excuse me. I am aware that the closest friends often conceal that sacred secret from each other, and even husband and wife may live, as I was informed in Deir el-Kamar was the fact, in one family there for 20 years together, and yet neither know anything of the initiation of the other. You, undoubtedly, have good reasons for keeping your own counsel. Yours truly, A. L. Rawson. Before we close the subject, we may add that if a stranger asks for admission to a Thursday meeting, he will never be refused. Only, if he is a Christian, the Okul will open a Bible and read from it, and if a Mohammedan, he will hear a few chapters of the Quran, and the ceremony will end with this. They will wait until he is gone, and then, shutting well the doors of their convent, take to their own rites and books, passing for this purpose into their subterranean sanctuaries. The Druzes remain, even more than the Jews, a peculiar people, says Colonel Churchill, one of the few fair and strictly impartial writers. They marry within their own race, they are rarely if ever converted, they adhere tenaciously to their traditions, and they baffle all efforts to discover their cherished secrets. The bad name of that caliph whom they claim as their founder is fairly compensated by the pure lives of many whom they honor as saints, and by the heroism of their feudal leaders. And yet the Druzes may be said to belong to one of the least esoteric of secret societies. There are others far more powerful and learned, the existence of which is not even suspected in Europe. There are many branches belonging to the Great Mother Lodge which, mixed up with certain communities, may be termed secret sects within other sects. One of them is the sect commonly known as that of Laganisastra. It reckons several thousand adepts who are scattered about in small groups in the south of the Deccan, India. In the popular superstition, this sect is dreaded on account of its great reputation for magic and sorcery. The Brahmans accuse its members of atheism and sacrilege, for none of them will consent to recognize the authority of either the Vedas or Manu, except so far as they conform to the versions in their possession, and which they maintain are professedly the only original texts. The Laganisastra have neither temples nor priests, but, twice a month, every member of the community has to absent himself from home for 3 days. Popular rumor, originated among their women, ascribes such absences to pilgrimages performed to their places of fortnightly resort. In some secluded mountainous spots, unknown and inaccessible to other sects, hidden far from sight among the luxurious vegetation of India, they keep their bungalows, which look like small fortresses, encircled as they are by lofty and thick walls. These, in their turn, are surrounded by the sacred trees called asonata, and intimul erasamaram. These are the sacred groves, the originals of those of Egypt and Greece, whose initiates also built their temples within such groves inaccessible to the profane. Asterisk. It will not be found without interest to see what Mr. John Yarker, Jr., has to say on some modern secret societies among the Orientals. The nearest resemblance to the Brahmanical mysteries is probably found in the very ancient paths of the dervishes, which are usually governed by 12 officers, the oldest court superintending the others by right of seniority. Here the master of the court is called sheikh, and has his deputies, caliphs, or successors, of which there may be many, as, for instance, in the brevet degree of a master mason. The order is divided into at least 4 columns, pillars, or degrees. The first step is that of humanity, which supposes attention to the written law, and annihilation in the sheikh. The second is that of the path, in which the murid, or disciple, attains spiritual powers and self-annihilation into the peer or founder of the path. The third stage is called knowledge, and the murid is supposed to become inspired, called annihilation into the prophet. The fourth stage leads him even to God, when he becomes a part of the deity and sees him in all things. The first and second stages have received modern subdivisions, as integrity, virtue, temperance, benevolence. After this the sheikh confers upon him the grade of caliph, or honorary master, for in their mystical language, the man must die before the saint can be born. It will be seen that this kind of mysticism is applicable to Christ as founder of a path. To this statement, the author adds the following on the Betash dervishes, who often initiated the Yanizaris. They wear a small marble cube spotted with blood. Their ceremony is as follows: before reception a year's probation is required, during which false secrets are given to test the candidate. He has 2 godfathers and is divested of all medals and even clothing. From the wool of a sheep a cord is made for his neck, and a girdle for his loins. He is led into the center of a square room, presented as a slave, and seated upon a large stone with 12 escallops. His arms are crossed upon his breast, his body inclined forward, his right toes extended over his left foot. After various prayers he is placed in a particular manner, with his hand in a peculiar way in that of the sheikh, who repeats a verse from the Quran. Those who on giving thee their hand swear to thee an oath, swear it to God. The hand of God is placed in their hand. Whoever violates this oath, will do so to his hurt, and to whoever remains faithful God will give a magnificent reward. Placing the hand below the chin is their sign, perhaps in memory of their vow. All use the double triangles. The Brahmans inscribe the angles with their trinity, and they possess also the Masonic sign of distress as used in France. Asterisk. From the very day when the first mystic found the means of communication between this world and the worlds of the invisible host, between the sphere of matter and that of pure spirit, he concluded that to abandon this mysterious science to the profanation of the rabble was to lose it. An abuse of it might lead mankind to speedy destruction. It was like surrounding a group of children with explosive batteries, and furnishing them with matches. The first self-made adept initiated but a select few, and kept silence with the multitudes. He recognized his God and felt the great being within himself. The Atman, the Self, the mighty Lord and Protector, once that man knew him as the I Am, the Ego Sum, the Am I, showed his full power to him who could recognize the still small voice. From the days of the primitive man described by the first Vedic poet, down to our modern age, there has not been a philosopher worthy of that name, who did not carry in the silent sanctuary of his heart the grand and mysterious truth. If initiated, he learned it as a sacred science; if otherwise, then, like Socrates repeating to himself, as well as to his fellow men, the noble injunction, O man, know thyself, he succeeded in recognizing his God within himself. Ye are gods, the King Psalmist tells us, and we find Jesus reminding the scribes that the expression, ye are gods, was addressed to other mortal men, claiming for himself the same privilege without any blasphemy. And, as a faithful echo, Paul, while asserting that we are all the temple of the living God, cautiously adds, that after all these things are only for the wise, and it is unlawful to speak of them. Therefore, we must accept the reminder, and simply remark that even in the tortured and barbarous phraseology of the Codex Nazareus, we detect throughout the same idea. Like an undercurrent, rapid and clear, it runs without mixing its crystalline purity with the muddy and heavy waves of dogmatism. We find it in the Codex, as well as in the Vedas, in the Avesta, as in the Abhidharma, and in Kapala's Sankhya Sutras not less than in the fourth Gospel. We cannot attain the kingdom of heaven, unless we unite ourselves indissolubly with our Rex Lucis, the Lord of splendor and of light, our immortal God. We must first conquer immortality and take the kingdom of heaven by violence, offered to our material selves. The first man is of the earth earthy, the second man is from heaven. Behold, I show you a mystery, says Paul, 1 Corinthians 15:47. In the religion of Sakyamuni, which learned commentators have delighted so much of late to set down as purely nihilistic, the doctrine of immortality is very clearly defined, notwithstanding the European or rather Christian ideas about nirvana. In the sacred Jaina books, of Patuna, the dying Gautama Buddha is thus addressed: arise into nirvana, from this decrepit body into which thou hast been sent. Ascend into thy former abode, O blessed Avatar. This seems to us the very opposite of nihilism. If Gautama is invited to reascend into his former abode, and this abode is nirvana, then it is incontestable that Buddhistic philosophy does not teach final annihilation. As Jesus is alleged to have appeared to his disciples after death, so to the present day is Gautama believed to descend from nirvana. And if he has an existence there, then this state cannot be a synonym for annihilation. Gautama, no less than all other great reformers, had a doctrine for his elect and another for the outside masses, though the main object of his reform consisted in initiating all, so far as it was permissible and prudent to do, without distinction of castes or wealth, to the great truths hitherto kept so secret by the selfish Brahmanical class. Gautama Buddha it was whom we see the first in the world's history, moved by that generous feeling which locks the whole humanity within one embrace, inviting the poor, the lame, and the blind to the king's festival table, from which he excluded those who had hitherto sat alone, in haughty seclusion. It was he, who, with a bold hand, first opened the door of the sanctuary to the pariah, the fallen one, and all those afflicted by man clothed in gold and purple, often far less worthy than the outcast to whom their finger was scornfully pointing. All this did Siddhartha 6 centuries before another reformer, as noble and as loving, though less favored by opportunity, in another land. If both, aware of the great danger of furnishing an uncultivated populace with the double-edged weapon of knowledge which gives power, left the innermost corner of the sanctuary in the profoundest shade, who, that is acquainted with human nature, can blame them for it? But while one was actuated by prudence, the other was forced into such a course. Gautama left the esoteric and most dangerous portion of the secret knowledge untouched, and lived to the ripe old age of 80, with the certainty of having taught the essential truths, and having converted to them 1/3 of the world. Jesus promised his disciples the knowledge which confers upon man the power of producing far greater miracles than he ever did himself, and he died, leaving but a few faithful men, only halfway to knowledge, to struggle with the world to which they could impart but what they half knew themselves. Later, their followers disfigured truth still more than they themselves had done. It is not true that Gautama never taught anything concerning a future life, or that he denied the immortality of the soul. Ask any intelligent Buddhist his ideas on nirvana, and he will unquestionably express himself, as the well-known Wang Qinfu, the Chinese orator, now traveling in this country, did in a recent conversation with us about Nyepang, nirvana. This condition, he remarked, we all understand to mean a final reunion with God, coincident with the perfection of the human spirit by its ultimate disembarrassment of matter. It is the very opposite of personal annihilation. Nirvana means the certitude of personal immortality in spirit, not in soul, which, as a finite emanation, must certainly disintegrate its particles, a compound of human sensations, passions, and yearning for some objective kind of existence, before the immortal spirit of the ego is quite freed, and henceforth secure against further transmigration in any form. And how can man ever reach the state so long as the upadana, that state of longing for life, more life, does not disappear from the sentient being, from the ahankara clothed, however, in a sublimated body? It is the upadana or the intense desire which produces will, and it is will which develops force, and the latter generates matter, or an object having form. Thus the disembodied ego, through this sole undying desire in him, unconsciously furnishes the conditions of his successive self-procreations in various forms, which depend on his mental state and karma, the good or bad deeds of his preceding existence, commonly called merit and demerit. This is why the Master recommended to his mendicants the cultivation of the 4 degrees of dhyana, the noble path of the 4 truths, i.e., that gradual acquirement of stoical indifference for either life or death, that state of spiritual self-contemplation during which man utterly loses sight of his physical and dual individuality, composed of soul and body, and uniting himself with his third and higher immortal self, the real and heavenly man merges, so to say, into the divine essence, whence his own spirit proceeded like a spark from the common hearth. Thus the Arhat, the holy mendicant, can reach nirvana while yet on earth, and his spirit, totally freed from the trammels of the psychical, terrestrial, devilish wisdom, as James calls it, and being in its own nature omniscient and omnipotent, can on earth, through the sole power of his thought, produce the greatest of phenomena. It is the missionaries in China and India, who first started this falsehood about Nyepang, or Nyepana, nirvana, says Wang Qinfu. Who can deny the truth of this accusation after reading the works of the Abbé Dubois, for instance? A missionary who passes 40 years of his life in India, and then writes that the Buddhists admit of no other God but the body of man, and have no other object but the satisfaction of their senses, utters an untruth which can be proved on the testimony of the laws of the Talapoins of Siam and Burma, laws, which prevail unto this very day, and which sentence Asahan, or Punghai, a learned man, from the Sanskrit Pundit, as well as a simple Talapoin, to death by decapitation, for the crime of unchastity. No foreigner can be admitted into their kyams, or viharas, monasteries, and yet there are French writers, otherwise impartial and fair, who, speaking of the great severity of the rules to which the Buddhist monks are subjected in these communities, and without possessing one single fact to corroborate their skepticism, bluntly say, that notwithstanding the great laudations bestowed upon them, Talapoins, by certain travelers, merely on the strength of appearances, I do not believe at all in their chastity. Asterisk. Fortunately for the Buddhist Talapoins, Lamas, Sahans, Upasampadas, and even Samniras, they have popular records and facts for themselves, which are weightier than the unsupported personal opinion of a Frenchman, born in Catholic lands, whom we can hardly blame for having lost all faith in clerical virtue. When a Buddhist monk becomes guilty, which does not happen once in a century, perhaps, of criminal conversation, he has neither a congregation of tender-hearted members, whom he can move to tears by an eloquent confession of his guilt, nor a Jesus, on whose overburdened, long-suffering bosom are flung, as in a common Christian dust-box, all the impurities of the race. No Buddhist transgressor can comfort himself with visions of a Vatican, within whose sin-encompassing walls black is turned into white, murderers into sinless saints, and golden or silvery lotions can be bought at the confessional to cleanse the tardy penitent of greater or lesser offenses against God and man. Except a few impartial archaeologists, who trace a direct Buddhistic element in Gnosticism, as in all those early short-lived sects, we know of very few authors, who, in writing upon primitive Christianity, have accorded to the question its due importance. Have we not facts enough to, at least, suggest some interest in that direction? Do we not learn that, as early as in the days of Plato, there were Brahmans-read Buddhist, Samanins, Saman or shaman missionaries in Greece, and that, at one time, they had overflowed the country? Does not Pliny show them established on the shores of the Dead Sea, for thousands of ages? After making every necessary allowance for the exaggeration, we still have several centuries BC left as a margin. And is it possible that their influence should not have left deeper traces in all these sects than is generally thought? We know that the Jaina sect claims Buddhism as derived from its tenets that Buddhism existed before Siddhartha, better known as Gautama Buddha. The Hindu Brahmins who, by the European Orientalists, are denied the right of knowing anything about their own country, or understanding their own language and records better than those who have never been in India, on the same principle as the Jews are forbidden, by the Christian theologians, to interpret their own scriptures. The Brahmins, we say, have authentic records. And these show the incarnation from the Virgin Avani of the first Buddha divine light as having taken place more than some thousands of years BC, on the island of Ceylon. The Brahmins reject the claim that it was an avatar of Vishnu, but admit the appearance of a reformer of Brahmanism at that time. The story of the Virgin Avani and her divine son, Sakyamuni, is recorded in one of the sacred books of the Sinhalese Buddhists, the Nirdhasa, and the Brahmanic chronology fixes the great Buddhistic revolution and religious war, and the subsequent spread of Sakyamuni's doctrine in Tibet, China, Japan, and other places at 4620 years BC. It is clear that Gautama Buddha, the son of the king of Kapilavastu, and the descendant of the first Sakya, through his father, who was of the Kshatriya, or warrior caste, did not invent his philosophy. Philanthropist by nature, his ideas were developed and matured while under the tuition of Tirthankara, the famous guru of the Jaina sect. The latter claim the present Buddhism as a diverging branch of their own philosophy, and themselves, as the only followers of the first Buddha who were allowed to remain in India, after the expulsion of all other Buddhists, probably because they had made a compromise, and admitted some of the Brahmanic notions. It is, to say the least, curious, that three dissenting and inimical religions, like Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Jainism, should agree so perfectly in their traditions and chronology, as to Buddhism, and that our scientists should give a hearing but to their own unwarranted speculations and hypotheses. If the birth of Gautama may, with some show of reason, be placed at about 600 BC, then the preceding Buddhas ought to have some place allowed them in chronology. The Buddhas are not gods, but simply individuals overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, the divine ray. Or is it because, unable to extricate themselves from the difficulty by the help of their own researches only, our Orientalists prefer to obliterate and deny the whole, rather than accord to the Hindus the right of knowing something of their own religion and history? Strange way of discovering truths. The common argument adduced against the Jaina claim, of having been the source of the restoration of ancient Buddhism, that the principal tenet of the latter religion is opposed to the belief of the Jainas, is not a sound one. Buddhists, say our Orientalists, deny the existence of a supreme being, the Jainas admit one, but protest against the assumption that he can ever interfere in the regulation of the universe. We have shown in the preceding chapter that the Buddhists do not deny any such thing. But if any disinterested scholar could study carefully the Jaina literature, in their thousands of books preserved, or shall we say hidden, in Rajputana, Jaisalmer, at Pathan, and other places, and especially if he could but gain access to the oldest of their sacred volumes, he would find a perfect identity of philosophical thought, if not of popular rites, between the Jainas and the Buddhists. The Adi Buddha and Adinatha, or Adiswara, are identical in essence and purpose. And now, if we trace the Jainas back, with their claims to the ownership of the oldest cave temples, those superb specimens of Indian architecture and sculpture, and their records of an almost incredible antiquity, we can hardly refuse to view them in the light which they claim for themselves. We must admit, that in all probability they are the only true descendants of the primitive owners of old India, dispossessed by those conquering and mysterious hordes of white-skinned Brahmans whom, in the twilight of history, we see appearing at the first as wanderers in the valleys of Jumna and Ganges. The books of the Sarawaks, the only descendants of the Arhatas or earliest Jainas, the naked forest hermits of the days of old, might throw some light, perhaps, on many a puzzling question. But will our European scholars, so long as they pursue their own policy, ever have access to the right volumes? We have our doubts about this. Ask any trustworthy Hindu how the missionaries have dealt with those manuscripts which unluckily fell into their hands, and then see if we can blame the natives for trying to save from desecration the gods of their fathers. To maintain their ground, Irenaeus and his school had to fight hard with the Gnostics. Such, also, was the lot of Eusebius, who found himself hopelessly perplexed to know how the Essenes should be disposed of. The ways and customs of Jesus and his apostles exhibited too close a resemblance to the sect to allow the fact to pass unexplained. Eusebius tried to make people believe that the Essenes were the first Christians. His efforts were thwarted by Philo-Judaeus, who wrote his historical account of the Essenes and described them with the minutest care, long before there had appeared a single Christian in Palestine. But, if there were no Christians, there were Christians long before the era of Christianity, and the Essenes belonged to the latter as well as to all other initiated brotherhoods, without even mentioning the Christ Knights of India. Lepsius shows that the word Nofre means Christos, good, and that one of the titles of Osiris, An-Nofre, must be translated the goodness of God made manifest. The worship of Christ was not universal at this early date, explains Mackenzie, by which I mean that Christolatry had not been introduced, but the worship of Christos the good principle had preceded it by many centuries, and even survived the general adoption of Christianity, as shown on monuments still in existence. Again, we have an inscription which is pre-Christian on an epitaphial tablet, Spawn. Miscellaneous Arid, Ant, X18. 2. Upsilon Alpha. 0x63c. C eta iota nu tau eta epsilon lambda alpha rho iota sigma alpha iota omicron nu delta epsilon mu omicron sigma iota epsilon epsilon rho omicron sigma. 0x43c. C eta rho epsilon sigma tau epsilon. 0x43c. C eta alpha iota rho epsilon, and Rossi, Roma Soterranea, Tome I Toph XXI, gives us another example from the Catacombs A. Elia Crest, in Pace. And, Chris, as Jacoliot shows, means in Sanskrit sacred. The meritorious stratagems of the trustworthy Eusebius thus proved lost labor. He was triumphantly detected by Basnage, who, says Gibbon, examined with the utmost critical accuracy the curious treatise of Philo, which describes the Therapeutae, and found that by proving it was composed as early as the time of Augustus, he has demonstrated, in spite of Eusebius and a crowd of modern Catholics, that the Therapeutae were neither Christians nor monks. As a last word, the Christian Gnostics sprang into existence toward the beginning of the 2nd century, and just at the time when the Essenes most mysteriously faded away, which indicated that they were the identical Essenes, and moreover pure Christists, viz., they believed and were those who best understood what one of their own brethren had preached. In insisting that the letter iota, mentioned by Jesus in Matthew, v18, indicated a secret doctrine in relation to the 10 eons, it is sufficient to demonstrate to a Kabbalist that Jesus belonged to the Freemasonry of those days, for I, which is iota in Greek, has other names in other languages, and is, as it was among the Gnostics of those days, a password, meaning the scepter of the Father, in Eastern brotherhoods which exist to this very day. But in the early centuries these facts, if known, were purposely ignored, and not only withheld from public notice as much as possible, but vehemently denied whenever the question was forced upon discussion. The denunciations of the Fathers were rendered bitter in proportion to the truth of the claim which they endeavored to refute. It comes to this, writes Irenaeus, complaining of the Gnostics, they neither consent to scripture nor tradition. And why should we wonder at that, when even the commentators of the 19th century, with nothing but fragments of the Gnostic manuscripts to compare with the voluminous writings of their calumniators, have been enabled to detect fraud on nearly every page? How much more must the polished and learned Gnostics, with all their advantages of personal observation and knowledge of fact, have realized the stupendous scheme of fraud that was being consummated before their very eyes? Why should they accuse Celsus of maintaining that their religion was all based on the speculations of Plato, with the difference that his doctrines were far more pure and rational than theirs, when we find Sprengel, 17 centuries later, writing the following, not only did they, the Christians, think to discover the dogmas of Plato in the books of Moses, but, moreover, they fancied that, by introducing Platonism into Christianity, they would elevate the dignity of this religion and make it more popular among the nations. They introduced it so well, that not only was the Platonic philosophy selected as a basis for the Trinity, but even the legends and mythical stories which had been current among the admirers of the great philosopher as a time-honored custom required in the eyes of his posterity such an allegorical homage to every hero worthy of deification were revamped and used by the Christians. Without going so far as India, did they not have a ready model for the miraculous conception, in the legend about Parikshan, Plato's mother? In her case it was also maintained by popular tradition that she had immaculately conceived him, and that the god Apollo was his father. Even the Annunciation by an angel to Joseph in a dream, the Christians copied from the message of Apollo to Ariston, Parikshan's husband, that the child to be born from her was the offspring of that god. So, too, Romulus was said to be the son of Mars, by the Virgin Rhea Silvia. It is generally held by all the symbolical writers that the Ophites were found guilty of practicing the most licentious rites during their religious meetings. The same accusation was brought against the Manichaeans, the Carpocritians, the Polychaeans, the Albigenses, in short, against every Gnostic sect which had the temerity to claim the right to think for itself. In our modern days, the 160 American sects and the 125 sects of England are not so often troubled with such accusations. Times are changed, and even the once all-powerful clergy have to either bridle their tongues or prove their slanderous accusations. We have carefully looked over the works of such authors as Payne Knight, C. W. King, and Olshausen, which treat of our subject. We have reviewed the bulky volumes of Irenaeus, Tertullian, Sozomen, Theodoret, and in none but those of Epiphanius have we found any accusation based upon direct evidence of an eyewitness. They say, some say, we have heard - such are the general and indefinite terms used by the patristic accusers. Alone Epiphanius, whose works are invariably referred to in all such cases, seems to chuckle with delight whenever he couches a lance. We do not mean to take upon ourselves to defend the sects which inundated Europe at the 11th century, and which brought to light the most wonderful creeds. We limit our defense merely to those Christian sects whose theories were usually grouped under the generic name of Gnosticism. These are those which appeared immediately after the alleged crucifixion, and lasted till they were nearly exterminated under the rigorous execution of the Constantinian law. The greatest guilt of these were their syncretistic views, for at no other period of the world's history had truth a poorer prospect of triumph than in those days of forgery, lying, and deliberate falsification of facts. But before we are forced to believe the accusations, may we not be permitted to inquire into the historical characters of their accusers? Let us begin by asking, upon what ground does the Church of Rome build her claim of supremacy for her doctrines over those of the Gnostics? Apostolic succession, undoubtedly. The succession traditionally instituted by the direct Apostle Peter. But what if this prove a fiction? Clearly, the whole superstructure supported upon this one imaginary stilt would fall in a tremendous crash. And when we do inquire carefully, we find that we must take the word of Irenaeus alone for it of Irenaeus, who did not furnish one single valid proof of the claim which he so audaciously advanced, and who resorted for that to endless forgeries. He gives authority neither for his dates nor his assertions. This Smyrniote worthy has not even the brutal but sincere faith of Tertullian, for he contradicts himself at every step, and supports his claims solely on acute sophistry. Though he was undoubtedly a man of the shrewdest intellect and great learning, he fears not, in some of his assertions and arguments, to even appear an idiot in the eyes of posterity, so long as he can carry the situation. Twit and cornered at every step by his not less acute and learned adversaries, the Gnostics, he boldly shields himself behind blind faith, and in answer to their merciless logic falls upon imaginary tradition invented by himself. Reber wittily remarks, as we read his misapplications of words and sentences, we would conclude that he was a lunatic if we did not know that he was something else. Asterisk. So boldly mendacious does this Holy Father prove himself in many instances, that he is even contradicted by Eusebius, more cautious if not more truthful than himself. He is driven to that necessity in the face of unimpeachable evidence. So, for instance, Irenaeus asserts that Papias, bishop of Hierapolis, was a direct hearer of St. John, and Eusebius is compelled to show that Papias never pretended to such a claim, but simply stated that he had received his doctrine from those who had known John. In one point, the Gnostics had the best of Irenaeus. They drove him, through mere fear of inconsistency, to the recognition of their Kabbalistic doctrine of atonement. Unable to grasp it in its allegorical meaning, Irenaeus presented, with Christian theology as we find it in its present state of original sin versus Adam, a doctrine which would have filled Peter with pious horror if he had been still alive. The next champion for the propagation of apostolic succession is Eusebius himself. Is the word of this Armenian father any better than that of Irenaeus? Let us see what the most competent critics say of him. And before we turn to modern critics at all, we might remind the reader of the scurrilous terms in which Eusebius is attacked by George Syncellus, the vice-patriarch of Constantinople, 8th century, for his audacious falsification of the Egyptian chronology. The opinion of Socrates, an historian of the 5th century, is no more flattering. He fearlessly charges Eusebius with perverting historical dates, in order to please the Emperor Constantine. In his chronographic work, before proceeding to falsify the synchronistic tables himself, in order to impart to scriptural chronology a more trustworthy appearance, Syncellus covers Eusebius with the choicest of monkeyish Billingsgate. Baron Bunsen has verified the justness if not justified the politeness of this abusive reprehension. His elaborate researches in the rectification of the Egyptian list of chronology, by Manetho, led him to confess that throughout his work, the bishop of Caesarea had undertaken, in a very unscrupulous and arbitrary spirit, to mutilate history. Eusebius, he says, is the originator of that systematic theory of synchronisms which has so often subsequently maimed and mutilated history in its Procrustean bed. To this the author of the intellectual development of Europe adds, among those who have been the most guilty of this offense, the name of the celebrated Eusebius, the bishop of Caesarea, should be designated. It will not be amiss to remind the reader that it is the same Eusebius who is charged with the interpolation of the famous paragraph concerning Jesus, which was so miraculously found, in his time, in the writings of Josephus, the sentence in question having till that time remained perfectly unknown. Renaud, in his Life of Jesus, expresses a contrary opinion. I believe, says he, the passage respecting Jesus to be authentic. It is perfectly in the style of Josephus, and, if this historian had made mention of Jesus, it is thus that he must have spoken of him. Begging this eminent scholar's pardon, we must again contradict him. Laying aside his cautious if, we will merely show that though the short paragraph may possibly be genuine, and perfectly in the style of Josephus, its several parentheses are most palpably later forgeries, and if Josephus had made any mention of Christ at all, it is not thus that he would have spoken of him. The whole paragraph consists of but a few lines, and reads, At this time was Iasus, a wise man, if, at least, it is right to call him a man. Alpha nu deltaro alpha, for he was a doer of surprising works, and a teacher of such men as receive the truths with pleasure. This was the anointed. And, on an accusation by the first men among us, having been condemned by Pilate to the cross, they did not stop loving him who loved them. For he appeared to them on the third day alive, and the divine prophets having said these and many other wonderful things concerning him. This paragraph, of 16 lines in the original, has 2 unequivocal assertions and 1 qualification. The latter is expressed in the following sentence, if, at least, it is right to call him a man. The unequivocal assertions are contained in this is the anointed, and in that Jesus appeared to them on the third day alive. History shows us Josephus as a thorough, uncompromising, stiff-necked, Orthodox Jew, though he wrote for the pagans. It is well to observe the false position in which these sentences would have placed a true-born Jew, if they had really emanated from him. Their Messiah was then and is still expected. The Messiah is the anointed, and vice versa. And Josephus is made to admit that the first men among them have accused and crucified their Messiah and anointed. No need to comment any further upon such a preposterous incongruity, even though supported by so ripe a scholar as Renan. As to that patristic firebrand, Tertullian, whom de Musso apotheosizes in company with his other demigods, he is regarded by Royce, Bauer, and Schweigler, in quite a different light. The untrustworthiness of statement and inaccuracy of Tertullian, says the author of Supernatural Religion, are often apparent. Royce characterizes his Christianism as âpre, insolent, brutal, feraler. It is without unction and without charity, sometimes even without loyalty, when he finds himself confronted with opposition. If, remarks this author, in the 2nd century all parties except certain Gnostics were intolerant, Tertullian was the most intolerant of all. The work begun by the early fathers was achieved by the sophomorical Augustine. His supertranscendental speculations on the Trinity, his imaginary dialogues with the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the disclosures and covert allusions about his ex-brethren, the Manicheans, have led the world to load Gnosticism with opprobrium, and have thrown into a deep shadow the insulted majesty of the one God, worshipped in reverential silence by every heathen. And thus is it that the whole pyramid of Roman Catholic dogmas rests not upon proof, but upon assumption. The Gnostics had cornered the Fathers too cleverly, and the only salvation of the latter was a resort to forgery. For nearly 4 centuries, the great historians nearly contemporary with Jesus had not taken the slightest notice either of his life or death. Christians wondered at such an unaccountable omission of what the Church considered the greatest events in the world's history. Eusebius saved the battle of the day. Such are the men who have slandered the Gnostics. The first and most unimportant sect we hear of is that of the Nicolaitans, of whom John, in the Apocalypse, makes the voice in his vision say that he hates their doctrine. These Nicolaitans were the followers, however, of Nicholas of Antioch, one of the 7 chosen by the 12 to make distribution from the common fund to the proselytes at Jerusalem, Acts 2:44, 45, 6:1-5, hardly more than a few weeks, or perhaps months, after the crucifixion, and a man of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom, verse 3. Thus it would appear that the Holy Ghost and wisdom from on high, were no more a shield against the accusation of heresy than though they had never overshadowed the chosen ones of the apostles. It would be but too easy to detect what kind of heresy it was that offended, even had we not other and more authentic sources of information in the Kabbalistic writings. The accusation and the precise nature of the abomination are stated in the 2nd chapter of the book of Revelation, verses 14, 15. The sin was merely marriage. John was a virgin. Several of the fathers assert the fact on the authority of tradition. Even Paul, the most liberal and high-minded of them all, finds it difficult to reconcile the position of a married man with that of a faithful servant of God. There is also a difference between a wife and a virgin. The latter cares for the things of the Lord, and the former only for how she may please her husband. If any man think that he behaveth uncomely towards his virgin, let them marry. Nevertheless, he that standeth steadfast in his heart, and hath power over his own will, and hath so decreed, that he will keep his virgin, doth well. So that he who marries doth well. But he that giveth her not in marriage doth better. Art thou loosed from a wife? He asks, seek not a wife. 27. And remarking that according to his judgment, both will be happier if they do not marry, he adds, as a weighty conclusion, and I think also that I have the Spirit of God. 40. Far from this spirit of tolerance are the words of John. According to his vision there are but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth, and these are they which were not defiled with women, for they were virgins. This seems conclusive, For except Paul there is not one of these primitive Nazari, there set apart and vowed to God, who seemed to make a great difference between sin within the relationship of legal marriage, and the abomination of adultery. With such views and such narrow-mindedness, it was but natural that these fanatics should have begun by casting this iniquity as a slur in the faces of brethren, and then bearing on progressively with their accusations. As we have already shown, it is only Epiphanius whom we find giving such minute details as to the Masonic grips and other signs of recognition among the Gnostics. He had once belonged to their number, and therefore it was easy for him to furnish particulars. Only how far the worthy bishop is to be relied upon is a very grave question. One need fathom human nature but very superficially to find that there seldom was yet a traitor, a renegade, who, in a moment of danger turned state's evidence, who would not lie as remorselessly as he betrayed. Men never forgive or relent toward those whom they injure. We hate our victims in proportion to the harm we do them. This is a truth as old as the world. On the other hand, it is preposterous to believe that such persons as the Gnostics, who, according to Gibbon, were the wealthiest, proudest, most polite, as well as the most learned of the Christian name, were guilty of the disgusting, libidinous actions of which Epiphanius delights to accuse them. Were they even like that set of tattered Malians, almost naked, with fierce looks, that Lucian describes as Paul's followers, we would hesitate to believe such an infamous story. How much less probable then that men who were Platonists, as well as Christians, should have ever been guilty of such preposterous rites. Payne Knight seems never to suspect the testimony of Epiphanius. He argues that if we make allowance for the willing exaggerations of religious hatred, and consequent popular prejudice, the general conviction that these sectarians had rites and practices of a licentious character appears too strong to be entirely disregarded. If he draws an honest line of demarcation between the Gnostics of the first 3 centuries and those medieval sects whose doctrines rather closely resembled modern communism, we have nothing to say. Only, we would beg every critic to remember that if the Templars were accused of that most abominable crime of applying the holy kiss to the root of Baphomet's tail, Saint Augustine is also suspected, and on very good grounds, too, of having allowed his community to go somewhat astray from the primitive way of administering the holy kiss at the feast of the Eucharist. The holy bishop seems quite too anxious as to certain details of the lady's toilet for the kiss to be of a strictly orthodox nature. Wherever there lurks a true and sincere religious feeling, there is no room for worldly details. Considering the extraordinary dislike exhibited from the first by Christians to all manner of cleanliness, we cannot enough wonder at such a strange solicitude on the part of the holy bishop for his female parishioners, unless, indeed, we have to excuse it on the ground of a lingering reminiscence of Manichaean rites. It would be hard, indeed, to blame any writer for entertaining such suspicions of immorality as those above noticed, when the records of many historians are at hand to help us to make an impartial investigation. Heretics are accused of crimes in which the Church has more or less openly indulged even down to the beginning of our century. In 1233 Pope Gregory IX issued 2 bulls against the steeding earths for various heathen and magical practices, and the latter, as a matter of course, were exterminated in the name of Christ and his Holy Mother. In 1282 a parish priest of Inverkeithing, named John, performed rites on Easter Day by far worse than magical. Collecting a crowd of young girls, he forced them to enter into divine ecstasies and bacchanalian fury, dancing the old Amazonian circle dance around the figure of the heathen god of the gardens. Notwithstanding that upon the complaint of some of his parishioners he was cited before his bishop, he retained his benefice because he proved that such was the common usage of the country. The Waldenses, those earliest Protestants, were accused of the most unnatural horrors, burned, butchered, and exterminated for calumnies heaped upon them by their accusers. Meanwhile the latter, in open triumph, forming their heathen processions of Corpus Christi, with emblems modelled on those of Baal Peor and Osiris, and every city in southern France carrying, in yearly processions on Easter days, loaves and cakes fashioned like the so much decried emblems of the Hindu Sivites and Vishnites, as late as 1825. Deprived of their old means for slandering Christian sects whose religious views differ from their own, it is now the turn of the heathen, Hindus, Chinese, and Japanese, to share with the ancient religions the honor of having cast in their teeth denunciations of their libidinous religions. Without going far for proofs of equal if not surpassing immorality, we would remind Roman Catholic writers of certain bas-reliefs on the doors of St. Peter's Cathedral. They are as brazen-faced as the door itself, but less so than any author, who, knowing all this, feigns to ignore historical facts. A long succession of popes have reposed their pastoral eyes upon these brazen pictures of the vilest obscenity, through those many centuries, without ever finding the slightest necessity for removing them. Quite the contrary, for we might name certain popes and cardinals who made it a lifelong study to copy these heathen suggestions of nature gods, in practice as well as in theory. In Polish Podolaya there was some years ago, in a Roman Catholic church, a statue of Christ, in black marble. It was reputed to perform miracles on certain days, such as having its hair and beard grow in the sight of the public, and indulging in other less innocent wonders. This show was finally prohibited by the Russian government. When in 1585 the Protestants took Embrun, department of the Upper Alps, they found in the churches of this town relics of such a character, that, as the chronicle expresses it, old Huguenot soldiers were seen to blush, several weeks after, at the bare mention of the discovery. In a corner of the church of Saint Fiacre, near Monceaux, in France, there was, and it still is there, if we mistake not, a seat called the Chair of Saint Fiacre, which had the reputation of conferring fecundity upon barren women. A rock in the vicinity of Athens, not far from the so-called tomb of Socrates, is said to be possessed of the same virtue. When, some 20 years since, the Queen Amelia, perhaps in a merry moment, was said to have tried the experiment, there was no end of most insulting abuse heaped upon her, by a Catholic padre, on his way through Syria to some mission. The Queen, he declared, was a superstitious heretic, an abominable witch, Jezebel using magic arts. Much more the zealous missionary would doubtless have added, had he not found himself, right in the middle of his vituperations, landed in a pool of mud, outside the window. The virtuous elocutionist was forced to this unusual transit by the strong arm of a Greek officer, who happened to enter the room at the right moment. There never was a great religious reform that was not pure at the beginning. The first followers of Buddha, as well as the disciples of Jesus, were all men of the highest morality. The aversion felt by the reformers of all ages to vice under any shape, is proved in the cases of Sakyamuni, Pythagoras, Plato, Jesus, St. Paul, Ammonius Saccas. The great Gnostic leaders, if less successful, were not less virtuous in practice nor less morally pure. Marcion, Basilides, Valentinus, were renowned for their ascetic lives. The Nicolaitans, who, if they did not belong to the great body of the Ophites, were numbered among the small sects which were absorbed in it at the beginning of the 2nd century, owe their origin, as we have shown, to Nicholas of Antioch, a man of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom. How absurd the idea that such men would have instituted libidinous rites! As well accuse Jesus of having promoted the similar rites which we find practiced so extensively by the medieval Orthodox Christians behind the secure shelter of monastic walls. If, however, we are asked to credit such an accusation against the Gnostics, an accusation transferred with tenfold acrimony, centuries later, to the unfortunate heads of the Templars, why should we not believe the same of the Orthodox Christians? Minucius Felix states that the first Christians were accused by the world of inducing, during the ceremony of the perfect Passover, each neophyte, on his admission, to plunge a knife into an infant concealed under a heap of flour, the body then serving for a banquet to the whole congregation. After they had become the dominant party, they, the Christians, transferred this charge to their own dissenters. The real crime of heterodoxy is plainly stated by John in his epistles and gospel. He that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh, is a deceiver and an antichrist, 2 Epistle 7. In his previous epistle, he teaches his flock that there are two trinities, 7, 8, in short, the Nazarene system. The inference to be drawn from all this is, that the made-up and dogmatic Christianity of the Constantinian period is simply an offspring of the numerous conflicting sects, half-castes themselves, born of pagan parents. Each of these could claim representatives converted to the so-called Orthodox body of Christians. And, as every newly born dogma had to be carried out by the majority of votes, every sect colored the main substance with its own hue, till the moment when the emperor enforced this revealed alia patria, of which he evidently did not himself understand a word, upon an unwilling world as the religion of Christ. Wearied in the vain attempt to sound this fathomless bog of international speculations, unable to appreciate a religion based on the pure spirituality of an ideal conception, Christendom gave itself up to the adoration of brutal force as represented by a church backed up by Constantine. Since then, among the thousand rites, dogmas, and ceremonies copied from paganism, the Church can claim but one invention as thoroughly original with her, namely, the doctrine of eternal damnation, and one custom, that of the anathema. The pagans rejected both with horror. An execration is a fearful and grievous thing, says Plutarch. Wherefore, the priestess at Athens was commended for refusing to curse Alcibiades, for desecration of the mysteries, when the people required her to do it, for, she said, that she was a priestess of prayers and not of curses. Asterisk. Deep researches would show, says Renan, that nearly everything in Christianity is mere baggage brought from the pagan mysteries. The primitive Christian worship is nothing but a mystery. The whole interior police of the Church, the degrees of initiation, the command of silence, and a crowd of phrases in the ecclesiastical language, have no other origin. The revolution which overthrew paganism seems at first glance an absolute rupture with the past. But the popular faith saved its most familiar symbols from shipwreck. Christianity introduced, at first, so little change into the habits of private and social life, that with great numbers in the 4th and 5th centuries it remains uncertain whether they were pagans or Christians. Many seem even to have pursued an irresolute course between the two worships. Speaking further of art, which formed an essential part of the ancient religion, he says that it had to break with scarce one of its traditions. Primitive Christian art is really nothing but pagan art in its decay, or in its lower departments. The Good Shepherd of the Catacombs in Rome is a copy from the Aristeus, or from the Apollonomius, which figure in the same posture on the pagan sarcophagi, and still carries the flute of Pan in the midst of the 4 half-naked seasons. On the Christian tombs of the cemetery of St. Calixtus, Orpheus charms the animals. Elsewhere, the Christ as Jupiter Pluto, and Mary as Proserpina, receive the souls that Mercury, wearing the broad-brimmed hat and carrying in his hand the rod of the soul guide, Psychopompus, brings to them, in presence of the 3 fates. Pegasus, the symbol of the apotheosis, Psyche, the symbol of the immortal soul, heaven, personified by an old man, the river Jordan, and victory, figure on a host of Christian monuments. As we have elsewhere shown, the primitive Christian community was composed of small groups scattered about and organized in secret societies, with passwords, grips, and signs. To avoid the relentless persecutions of their enemies, they were obliged to seek safety and hold meetings in deserted catacombs, the fastnesses of mountains, and other safe retreats. Like disabilities were naturally encountered by each religious reform at its inception. From the very first appearance of Jesus and his 12 disciples, we see them congregating apart, having secure refuges in the wilderness, and among friends in Bethany, and elsewhere. Were Christianity not composed of secret communities, from the start, history would have more facts to record of its founder and disciples than it has. How little Jesus had impressed his personality upon his own century, is calculated to astound the inquirer. Renan shows that Philo, who died toward the year 50, and who was born many years earlier than Jesus, living all the while in Palestine while the glad tidings were being preached all over the country, according to the Gospels, had never heard of him. Josephus, the historian, who was born 3 or 4 years after the death of Jesus, mentions his execution in a short sentence, and even those few words were altered by a Christian hand, says the author of the Life of Jesus. Writing at the close of the 1st century, when Paul, the learned propagandist, is said to have founded so many churches, and Peter is alleged to have established the apostolic succession, which the Ireneo-Eusebian chronology shows to have already included 3 bishops of Rome, Josephus, the painstaking enumerator and careful historian of even the most unimportant sects, entirely ignores the existence of a Christian sect. Suetonius, secretary of Adrian, writing in the 1st quarter of the 2nd century, knows so little of Jesus or his history as to say that the Emperor Claudius banished all the Jews, who were continually making disturbances, at the instigation of one Christus, meaning Christ, we must suppose. The Emperor Adrian himself, writing still later, was so little impressed with the tenets or importance of the new sect, that in a letter to Servianus he shows that he believes the Christians to be worshippers of Serapis. In the 2nd century, says C.W. King, the syncretistic sects that had sprung up in Alexandria, the very hotbed of Gnosticism, found out in Serapis a prophetic type of Christ as the Lord and Creator of all, and Judge of the living and the dead. Thus, while the pagan philosophers had never viewed Serapis, or rather the abstract idea which was embodied in him, as otherwise than a representation of the anima mundi, the Christians anthropomorphized the Son of God and his Father, finding no better model for him than the idol of a pagan myth. There can be no doubt, remarks the same author, that the head of Serapis, marked, as the face is, by a grave and pensive majesty, supplied the first idea for the conventional portraits of the Savior. In the notes taken by a traveler whose episode with the monks on Mount Athos we have mentioned elsewhere, we find that, during his early life, Jesus had frequent intercourse with the Essenes belonging to the Pythagorean school, and known as the Koinobai. We believe it rather hazardous on the part of Renan to assert so dogmatically, as he does, that Jesus ignored the very name of Buddha, of Zoroaster, of Plato, that he had never read a Greek nor a Buddhistic book, although he had more than one element in him, which, unawares to himself, proceeded from Buddhism, Parsism, and the Greek wisdom. This is conceding half a miracle, and allowing as much to chance and coincidence. It is an abuse of privilege, when an author, who claims to write historical facts, draws convenient deductions from hypothetical premises, and then calls it a biography, a life of Jesus. No more than any other compiler of legends concerning the problematical history of the Nazarene prophet, has Renan 1 inch of secure foothold upon which to maintain himself, nor can anyone else assert a claim to the contrary, except on inferential evidence. And yet, while Renan has not one solitary fact to show that Jesus had never studied the metaphysical tenets of Buddhism and Parsism, or heard of the philosophy of Plato, his opponents have the best reasons in the world to suspect the contrary. When they find that 1. All his sayings are in a Pythagorean spirit, when not verbatim repetitions, 2. His code of ethics is purely Buddhistic, 3. His mode of action and walk in life, Essene, and 4. His mystical mode of expression, his parables and his ways, those of an initiate, whether Grecian, Chaldean, or Magian, for the perfect, who spoke the hidden wisdom, were of the same school of archaic learning the world over, it is difficult to escape from the logical conclusion that he belonged to that same body of initiates. It is a poor compliment paid the Supreme, this forcing upon him 4 Gospels, in which, contradictory as they often are, there is not a single narrative, sentence, or peculiar expression, whose parallel may not be found in some older doctrine or philosophy. Surely, the Almighty, were it but to spare future generations their present perplexity, might have brought down with him, at his first and only incarnation on earth, something original, something that would trace a distinct line of demarcation between himself and the score or so of incarnate pagan gods, who had been born of virgins, had all been saviors, and were either killed, or otherwise sacrificed themselves for humanity. Too much has already been conceded to the emotional side of the story. What the world needs is a less exalted, but more faithful view of a personage, in whose favor nearly half of Christendom has dethroned the Almighty. It is not the erudite, world-famous scholar, whom we question for what we find in his Vita Jesus, nor is it one of his historical statements. We simply challenge a few unwarranted and untenable assertions that have found their way past the emotional narrator, into the otherwise beautiful pages of the work, a life built altogether on mere probabilities, and yet that of one who, if accepted as an historical personage, has far greater claims upon our love and veneration, fallible as he is with all his greatness, than if we figure him as an omnipotent God. It is but in the latter character that Jesus must be regarded by every reverential mind as a failure. Notwithstanding the paucity of old philosophical works now extant, we could find no end of instances of perfect identity between Pythagorean, Hindu, and New Testament sayings. There is no lack of proofs upon this point. What is needed is a Christian public that will examine what will be offered, and show common honesty in rendering its verdict. Bigotry has had its day, and done its worst. We need not be frightened, says Professor Muller, if we discover traces of truth, traces even of Christian truth, among the sages and lawgivers of other nations. After reading the following philosophical aphorisms, who can believe that Jesus and Paul had never read the Grecian and Indian philosophers? Sentences from Sixtus, the Pythagorean, and other heathen. 1. Possess not treasures, but those things which no one can take from you. 2. It is better for a part of the body which contains purulent matter, and threatens to infect the whole, to be burnt, than to continue so in another state, life. 3. You have in yourself something similar to God, and therefore use yourself as the temple of God. 4. The greatest honor which can be paid to God, is to know and imitate his perfection. 5. What I do not wish men to do to me, I also wish not to do to men. Analects of Confucius, p. 76, see Max Muller's The Works of Confucius. 6. The moon shines even in the house of the wicked, Manu. 7. They who give, have things given to them, those who withhold, have things taken from them, Ibid. 8. Purity of mind alone sees God, Ibid. Still a popular saying in India. Verses from the New Testament. 1. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal, Matthew 6:19. 2. And if thy hand offend thee, cut it off, it is better for thee to enter unto life maimed, than go to hell, etc. Mark 9:43. 3. Know ye not ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. 1 Corinthians 3:16. 4. That ye may be the children of your Father, which is in heaven, be ye perfect even as your Father is perfect, Matthew v. 45-48. 5. Do ye unto others as ye would that others should do to you. 6. He maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust, Matthew v. 45. 7. Whosoever hath, to him shall be given. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away, Matthew 13:12. 8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God, Matthew v. 8. Plato did not conceal the fact that he derived his best philosophical doctrines from Pythagoras, and that himself was merely the first to reduce them to systematic order, occasionally interweaving with them metaphysical speculations of his own. But Pythagoras himself got his recondite doctrines, first from the descendants of Machus, and later, from the Brahmans of India. He was also initiated into the mysteries among the hierophants of Thebes, the Persian and Chaldean Magi. Thus, step by step do we trace the origin of most of our Christian doctrines to Middle Asia. Drop out from Christianity the personality of Jesus, so sublime, because of its unparalleled simplicity, and what remains? History and comparative theology echo back the melancholy answer, a crumbling skeleton formed of the oldest pagan myths. While the mythical birth and life of Jesus are a faithful copy of those of the Brahmanical Krishna, his historical character of a religious reformer in Palestine is the true type of Buddha in India. In more than one respect their great resemblance in philanthropic and spiritual aspirations, as well as external circumstances is truly striking. Though the son of a king, While Jesus was but a carpenter, Buddha was not of the high Brahmanical caste by birth. Like Jesus, he felt dissatisfied with the dogmatic spirit of the religion of his country, the intolerance and hypocrisy of the priesthood, their outward show of devotion, and their useless ceremonials and prayers. As Buddha broke violently through the traditional laws and rules of the Brahmans, so did Jesus declare war against the Pharisees, and the proud Sadducees. What the Nazarene did as a consequence of his humble birth and position, Buddha did as a voluntary penance. He traveled about as a beggar, and again like Jesus later in life he sought by preference the companionship of publicans and sinners. Each aimed at a social as well as at a religious reform, and giving a death blow to the old religions of his countries, each became the founder of a new one. The reform of Buddha, says Max Muller, had originally much more of a social than of a religious character. The most important element of Buddhist reform has always been its social and moral code, not its metaphysical theories. That moral code is one of the most perfect which the world has ever known. And he whose meditations had been how to deliver the soul of man from misery and the fear of death, had delivered the people of India from a degrading thraldom and from priestly tyranny. Further, the lecturer adds that were it otherwise, Buddha might have taught whatever philosophy he pleased, and we should hardly have heard his name. The people would not have minded him, and his system would only have been a drop in the ocean of philosophic speculation by which India was deluged at all times. Asterisk. The same with Jesus. While Philo, whom Renan calls Jesus's elder brother, Hillel, Shammai, and Gamaliel, are hardly mentioned, Jesus has become a god. And still, pure and divine as was the moral code taught by Christ, it never could have borne comparison with that of Buddha, but for the tragedy of Calvary. That which helped forward the deification of Jesus was his dramatic death, the voluntary sacrifice of his life, alleged to have been made for the sake of mankind, and the later convenient dogma of the atonement, invented by the Christians. In India, where life is valued as of no account, the crucifixion would have produced little effect, if any. In a country whereas all the Indianists are well aware religious fanatics set themselves to dying by inches, in penances lasting for years, where the most fearful mace rations are self-inflicted by fakirs, where young and delicate widows, in a spirit of bravado against the government, as much as out of religious fanaticism, mount the funeral pile with a smile on their face, where, to quote the words of the great lecturer, men in the prime of life throw themselves under the car of Juggernath, to be crushed to death by the idol they believe in, where the plaintiff who cannot get redress starves himself to death at the door of his judge, where the philosopher who thinks he has learned all which this world can teach him, and who longs for absorption into the deity, quietly steps into the Ganges, in order to arrive at the other shore of existence. In such a country even a voluntary crucifixion would have passed unnoticed. In Judea, and even among braver nations than the Jews, the Romans and the Greeks, where every one clung more or less to life, and most people would have fought for it with desperation, the tragical end of the great reformer was calculated to produce a profound impression. The names of even such minor heroes as Mutius Scaevola, Horatius Cockles, the mother of the Gracchi, and others, have descended to posterity, and, during our school days, as well as later in life, their histories have awakened our sympathy and commanded a reverential admiration. But, can we ever forget the scornful smile of certain Hindus, at Benares, when an English lady, the wife of a clergyman, tried to impress them with the greatness of the sacrifice of Jesus, in giving his life for us? Then, for the first time the idea struck us how much the pathos of the great drama of Calvary had to do with subsequent events in the foundation of Christianity. Even the imaginative Renan was moved by this feeling to write in the last chapter of his Vita Jesus, a few pages of singular and sympathetic beauty. Apollonius, a contemporary of Jesus of Nazareth, was, like him, an enthusiastic founder of a new spiritual school. Perhaps less metaphysical and more practical than Jesus, less tender and perfect in his nature, he nevertheless inculcated the same quintessence of spirituality, and the same high moral truths. His great mistake was to confine them too closely to the higher classes of society. While to the poor and the humble Jesus preached peace on earth and goodwill to men, Apollonius was the friend of kings, and moved with the aristocracy. He was born among the latter, and himself a man of wealth, while the Son of Man, representing the people, had not where to lay his head. Nevertheless, the two miracle workers exhibited striking similarity of purpose. Still earlier than Apollonius had appeared Simon Magus, called the great power of God. His miracles are both more wonderful, more varied, and better attested than those either of the apostles or of the Galilean philosopher himself. Materialism denies the fact in both cases, but history affirms. Apollonius followed both, and how great and renowned were his miraculous works in comparison with those of the alleged founder of Christianity, as the Kabbalists claim. We have history again, and Justin Martyr, to corroborate. Asterisk. Like Buddha and Jesus, Apollonius was the uncompromising enemy of all outward show of piety, all display of useless religious ceremonies and hypocrisy. If, like the Christian Savior, the sage of Tyana had by preference sought the companionship of the poor and humble, and if instead of dying comfortably, at over 100 years of age, he had been a voluntary martyr, proclaiming divine truth from a cross, his blood might have proved as efficacious for the subsequent dissemination of spiritual doctrines as that of the Christian Messiah. The calumnies set afloat against Apollonius were as numerous as they were false. So late as 18 centuries after his death he was defamed by Bishop Douglas in his work against miracles. In this the Right Reverend Bishop crushed himself against historical facts. If we study the question with a dispassionate mind, we will soon perceive that the ethics of Gautama Buddha, Plato, Apollonius, Jesus, Ammonius Saccas, and his disciples, were all based on the same mystic philosophy. That all worshipped one God, whether they considered him as the Father of humanity, who lives in man as man lives in him, or as the incomprehensible creative principle, all led God-like lives. Ammonius, speaking of his philosophy, taught that their school dated from the days of Hermes, who brought his wisdom from India. It was the same mystical contemplation throughout, as that of the yogin, the communion of the Brahman with his own luminous self, the Atman. And this Hindu term is again Kabbalistic, par excellence. Who is self? Is asked in the Rig Veda. Self is the Lord of all things. All things are contained in this self, all selves are contained in this self. Brahman itself is but self, asterisk is the answer. Says Idra Rabba, all things are himself, and himself is concealed on every side. The Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists contains in himself all the souls of the Israelites, and he is himself in every soul, says the Sahar. The groundwork of the eclectic school was thus identical with the doctrines of the Yogin, the Hindu mystics, and the earlier Buddhism of the disciples of Gautama. And when Jesus assured his disciples that the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him, dwells with and in them, who are in him and he in them, asterisk he but expounded the same tenet that we find running through every philosophy worthy of that name. Laboulaye, the learned and skeptical French savant, does not believe a word of the miraculous portion of Buddha's life. Nevertheless, he has the candor to speak of Gautama as being only second to Christ in the great purity of his ethics and personal morality. For both of these opinions he is respectfully rebuked by de Musso. Vexed at this scientific contradiction of his accusations of demonolatry against Gautama Buddha, he assures his readers that ce savant distingue n'a point étude cette question. I do not hesitate to say, remarks in his turn Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, that, except Christ alone, there is not among the founders of religions, a figure either more pure or more touching than that of Buddha. His life is spotless. His constant heroism equals his convictions. He is the perfect model of all the virtues he preaches. His abnegation, his charity, his unalterable sweetness of disposition, do not fail him for one instant. He abandoned, at the age of 29, his father's court to become a monk and a beggar. And when he dies in the arms of his disciples, it is with the serenity of a sage who practiced virtue all his life, and who dies convinced of having found the truth. This deserved panegyric is no stronger than the one which Le Bolet himself pronounced, and which occasioned de Mousseau's wrath. It is more than difficult, adds the former, to understand how men not assisted by revelation could have soared so high and approached so near the truth. Curious that there should be so many lofty souls not assisted by revelation. And why should any one feel surprised that Gautama could die with philosophical serenity? As the Kabbalists justly say, death does not exist, and man never steps outside of universal life. Those whom we think dead live still in us, as we live in them. The more one lives for his kind, the less need he fear to die. And, we might add, that he who lives for humanity does even more than him who dies for it. The ineffable name, in the search for which so many Kabbalists unacquainted with any Oriental or even European adept vainly consume their knowledge and lives, dwells latent in the heart of every man. This mirific name which, according to the most ancient oracles, rushes into the infinite worlds alpha 0x63c. C eta omicron iota mu epsilon tau omicron sigma rho omicron pi eta alpha lambda iota gamma nu iota, can be obtained in a twofold way, by regular initiation, and through the small voice which Elijah heard in the cave of Horeb, the mount of God. And when Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his mantle and stood in the entering of the cave. And behold, there came the voice. When Apollonius of Tyana desired to hear the small voice, he used to wrap himself up entirely in a mantle of fine wool, on which he placed both his feet, after having performed certain magnetic passes, and pronounced not the name but an invocation well known to every adept. Then he drew the mantle over his head and face, and his translucid or astral spirit was free. On ordinary occasions he wore wool no more than the priests of the temples. The possession of the secret combination of the name gave the Hierophant supreme power over every being, human or otherwise, inferior to himself in soul strength. Hence, when Max Muller tells us of the quiche hidden majesty which was never to be opened by human hands, the Kabbalist perfectly understands what was meant by the expression, and is not at all surprised to hear even this most erudite philologist exclaim, "What it was we do not know." We cannot too often repeat that it is only through the doctrines of the more ancient philosophies that the religion preached by Jesus may be understood. It is through Pythagoras, Confucius, and Plato, that we can comprehend the idea which underlies the term Father in the New Testament. Plato's ideal of the deity, whom he terms the one everlasting, invisible God, the fashioner and father of all things, is rather the father of Jesus. It is this divine being of whom the Grecian sage says that he can neither be envious nor the originator of evil, for he can produce nothing but what is good and just, is certainly not the Mosaic Jehovah, the jealous God, but the God of Jesus, who alone is good. He extols his all-embracing, divine power, and his omnipotence, but at the same time intimates that, as he is unchangeable, he can never desire to change his laws, i.e., to extirpate evil from the world through a miracle. He is omniscient, and nothing escapes his watchful eye. His justice, which we find embodied in the law of compensation and retribution, will leave no crime without punishment, no virtue without its reward, and therefore he declares that the only way to honor God is to cultivate moral purity. He utterly rejects not only the anthropomorphic idea that God could have a material body but rejects with disgust those fables which ascribe passions, quarrels, and crimes of all sorts to the minor gods. He indignantly denies that God allows himself to be propitiated, or rather bribed, by prayers and sacrifices. The Phaedrus of Plato displays all that man once was, and that which he may yet become again. Before man's spirit sank into sensuality and was embodied with it through the loss of his wings, he lived among the gods in the airy spiritual world where everything is true and pure. In the Timaeus he says that there was a time when mankind did not perpetuate itself, but lived as pure spirits. In the future world, says Jesus, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but live as the angels of God in heaven. The researches of Le Bolet, Ainquetil Duperon, Colebrook, Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, Max Muller, Spiegel, Berneuve, Wilson, and so many other linguists, have brought some of the truth to light. And now that the difficulties of the Sanskrit, the Tibetan, the Sinhalese, the Zend, the Pahlavi, the Chinese, and even of the Burmese, are partially conquered, and the Vedas, and the Zendavesta, the Buddhist texts, and even Kapila Sutras are translated, a door is thrown wide open, which, once passed, must close forever behind any speculative or ignorant calumniators of the old religions. Even till the present time, the clergy have, to use the words of Max Muller, generally appealed to the deviltries and orgies of heathen worship. But they have seldom, if ever, endeavored to discover the true and original character of the strange forms of faith and worship which they call the work of the devil. When we read the true history of Buddha and Buddhism, by Muller, and the enthusiastic opinions of both expressed by Barthélemy Saint Hilaire, and Le Bollé, and when, finally, a popish missionary, an eyewitness, and one who least of all can be accused of partiality to the Buddhists, the Abbé Huc, we mean finds occasion for nothing but admiration for the high individual character of these devil worshippers, we must consider Sakyamuni's philosophy as something more than the religion of fetishism and atheism, which the Catholics would have us believe it. Huc was a missionary, and it was his first duty to regard Buddhism as no better than an outgrowth of the worship of Satan. The poor abbé was struck off the list of missionaries at Rome, after his book of travels was published. This illustrates how little we may expect to learn the truth about the religions of other people, through missionaries, when their accounts are first revised by the superior ecclesiastical authorities, and the former severely punished for telling the truth. When these men, who have been and still are often termed the obscene ascetics, the devotees of different sects of India in short, generally termed yogi, were asked by Marco Polo, how it comes that they are not ashamed to go stark naked as they do. They answered, the inquirer of the 13th century as a missionary of the 19th was answered. We go naked, they say, because naked we came into the world, and we desire to have nothing about us that is of this world. Moreover, we have no sin of the flesh to be conscious of, and therefore, we are not ashamed of our nakedness any more than you are to show your hand or your face. You who are conscious of the sins of the flesh, do well to have shame, and to cover your nakedness. Asterisk. One could make a curious list of the excuses and explanations of the clergy to account for similarities daily discovered between Romanism and heathen religions. Yet the summary would invariably lead to one sweeping claim: the doctrines of Christianity were plagiarized by the pagans the world over. Plato and his older academy stole the ideas from the Christian revelation, said the Alexandrian fathers. The Brahmans and Manu borrowed from the Jesuit missionaries, and the Bhagavad Gita was the production of Father Kalmat, who transformed Christ and John into Krishna and Arjuna to fit the Hindu mind. The trifling fact that Buddhism and Platonism both antedated Christianity, and the Vedas had already degenerated into Brahmanism before the days of Moses, makes no difference. The same with regard to Apollonius of Tyana. Although his thaumaturgical powers could not be denied in the face of the testimony of emperors, their courts, and the populations of several cities, and although few of these had ever heard of the Nazarene prophet whose miracles had been witnessed by a few apostles only, whose very individualities remain to this day a problem in history, yet Apollonius has to be accepted as the monkey of Christ. If of really pious, good, and honest men, many are yet found among the Catholic, Greek, and Protestant clergy, whose sincere faith has the best of their reasoning powers, and who, having never been among heathen populations, are unjust only through ignorance, it is not so with the missionaries. The invariable subterfuge of the latter is to attribute to demonolatry the really Christ-like life of the Hindu and Buddhist ascetics and many of the lamas. Years of sojourn among heathen nations, in China, Tartary, Tibet, and Hindustan have furnished them with ample evidence how unjustly the so-called idolaters have been slandered. The missionaries have not even the excuse of sincere faith to give the world that they mislead, and, with very few exceptions, one may boldly paraphrase the remark made by Garibaldi, and say that, a priest knows himself to be an impostor, unless he be a fool, or have been taught to lie from boyhood. Chapter 8. Christian and Catholic sons may accuse their fathers of the crime of heresy, although they may know that their parents will be burnt with fire and put to death for it. And not only may they refuse them food, if they attempt to turn them from the Catholic faith, but they may also justly kill them. Jesuit. Precept, F. Stephen Fagandez, in Proecepta Decalogi. Lugduni, 1640. Most wise - what hour is it? Respect. K.S. Warden - it is the first hour of the day, the time when the veil of the temple was rent asunder, when darkness and consternation were spread over the earth, when the light was darkened, when the implements of masonry were broken, when the flaming star disappeared, when the cubic stone was broken, when the word was lost. Magna. Est veritas et prevalbit. Yabut Lun. The greatest of the Kabbalistic works of the Hebrew Sahar was compiled by Rabbi Simeon ben Iochai. According to some critics, this was done years before the Christian era, according to others only after the destruction of the temple. However, it was completed only by the son of Simeon, Rabbi Eleazar, and his secretary, Rabbi Abba, for the work is so immense and the subjects treated so abstruse that even the whole life of this rabbi, called the Prince of Kabbalists, did not suffice for the task. On account of its being known that he was in possession of this knowledge, and of the Merkabah, which ensured the reception of the word, his very life was endangered, and he had to fly to the wilderness, where he lived in a cave for 12 years, surrounded by faithful disciples, and finally died there amid signs and wonders. Asterisk. But voluminous as is the work, and containing as it does the main points of the secret and oral tradition, it still does not embrace it all. It is well known that this venerable Kabbalist never imparted the most important points of his doctrine otherwise than orally, and to a very limited number of friends and disciples, including his only son. Therefore, without the final initiation into the Merkabah, the study of the Kabbalah will be ever incomplete, and the Merkabah can be taught only in darkness, in a deserted place, and after many and terrific trials. Since the death of Simeon ben Iochai, this hidden doctrine has remained an inviolate secret for the outside world. Delivered only as a mystery, it was communicated to the candidate orally, face to face and mouth to ear. This Masonic commandment, mouth to ear, and the word at low breath, is an inheritance from the Tanam and the old pagan mysteries. Its modern use must certainly be due to the indiscretion of some renegade Kabbalist, though the word itself is but a substitute for the lost word, and is a comparatively modern invention, as we will further show. The real sentence has remained forever in the sole possession of the adepts of various countries of the Eastern and Western hemispheres. Only a limited number among the chiefs of the Templars, and some Rosicrucians of the 17th century, always in close relations with Arabian alchemists and initiates, could really boast of its possession. From the 7th to the 15th centuries there was no one who could claim it in Europe, and although there had been alchemists before the days of Paracelsus, he was the first who had passed through the true initiation, that last ceremony which conferred on the adept the power of traveling toward the burning bush over the holy ground, and to burn the golden calf in the fire, grind it to powder, and strew it upon the water. Verily, then, this magic water, and the lost word, resuscitated more than one of the pre-Mosaic Adonirams, Gedaliahs, and Hiram Abifs. The real word now substituted by Macbanac and Ma was used ages before its pseudo-magical effect was tried on the widows' sons of the last 2 centuries. Who was, in fact, the first operative mason of any consequence? Elias Ashmole, the last of the Rosicrucians and alchemists. Admitted to the freedom of the Operative Masons' Company in London, in 1646, he died in 1692. At that time Masonry was not what it became later, it was neither a political nor a Christian institution, but a true secret organization, which admitted into the ties of fellowship all men anxious to obtain the priceless boon of liberty of conscience, and avoid clerical persecution. Not until about 30 years after his death did what is now termed modern Freemasonry see the light. It was born on the 24th day of June, 1717, in the Apple Tree Tavern, Charles Street, Covent Garden, London. And it was then, as we are told in Anderson's Constitutions, that the only 4 lodges in the south of England elected Anthony Sayer first Grand Master of Masons. Notwithstanding its great youth, This Grand Lodge has ever claimed the acknowledgement of its supremacy by the whole body of the fraternity throughout the whole world, as the Latin inscription on the plate put beneath the cornerstone of Freemasons' Hall, London, in 1775, would tell to those who could see it. But of this more anon. In Die Kabbalah, by Frank, the author, following its esoteric ravings, as he expresses it, gives us, in addition to the translations, his commentaries. Speaking of his predecessors, he says that Simeon ben Iokai mentions repeatedly what the companions have taught in the older works. And the author cites Waneba, the Old, and Hamnuna, the Old. But what the two old ones mean, or who they were, in fact, he tells us not, for he does not know himself. Among the venerable sect of the Tannim, or rather the Tannanim, the wise men, there were those who taught the secrets practically and initiated some disciples into the grand and final mystery. But the Mishnah Haggadah, 2d section, say that the table of contents of the Merkabah must only be delivered to wise old ones. The Gemara is still more dogmatic. The more important secrets of the mysteries were not even revealed to all priests. Alone the initiates had them divulged. And so we find the same great secrecy prevalent in every ancient religion. But, as we see, neither the Sahar nor any other Kabbalistic volume contains merely Jewish wisdom. The doctrine itself, being the result of whole millenniums of thought, is therefore the joint property of adepts of every nation under the sun. Nevertheless, the Sahar teaches practical occultism more than any other work on that subject, not as it is translated though, and commented upon by its various critics, but with the secret signs on its margins. These signs contain the hidden instructions, apart from the metaphysical interpretations and apparent absurdities so fully credited by Josephus, who was never initiated, and gave out the dead letter as he had received it. The real practical magic contained in the Sahar and other Kabbalistic works, is only of use to those who read it within. The Christian apostles at least, those who are said to have produced miracles at will, had to be acquainted with this science. It ill behooves a Christian to look with horror or derision upon magic gems, amulets, and other talismans against the evil eye, which serve as charms to exercise a mysterious influence, either on the possessor, or the person whom the magician desires to control. There are still extant a number of such charmed amulets in public and private collections of antiquities. Illustrations of convex gems, with mysterious legends the meaning of which baffles all scientific inquiry, are given by many collectors. King shows several such in his Gnostics, and he describes a white carnelian, chalcedony, covered on both sides with interminable legends, to interpret which would ever prove a failure, yes, in every case, perhaps, but that of a hermetic student or an adept. But we refer the reader to his interesting work, and the talismans described in his plates, to show that even the seer of Patmos himself was well versed in this Kabbalistic science of talismans and gems. St. John clearly alludes to the potent white carnelian-a gem well known among adepts, as the alba petra, or the stone of initiation, on which the word prize is generally found engraved, as it was given to the candidate who had successfully passed through all the preliminary trials of a neophyte. The fact is, that no less than the Book of Job, the whole Revelation, is simply an allegorical narrative of the mysteries and initiation therein of a candidate, who is John himself. No high mason, well versed in the different degrees, can fail to see it. The numbers 7, 12, and others are also many lights thrown over the obscurity of the work. Paracelsus maintained the same some centuries ago. And when we find the one like unto the Son of Man saying, chapter 2:17, to him that overcometh, will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written the word which no man knoweth saving he that receiveth it, what master mason can doubt but it refers to the last headline of this chapter? In the pre-Christian Mithraic mysteries, the candidate who fearlessly overcame the 12 tortures, which preceded the final initiation, received a small round cake or wafer of unleavened bread, symbolizing, in one of its meanings, the solar disk and known as the heavenly bread or manna, and having figures traced on it. A lamb, or a bull was killed, and with the blood the candidate had to be sprinkled, as in the case of the Emperor Julian's initiation. The 7 rules or mysteries were then delivered to the newly born that are represented in the Revelation as the 7 seals which are opened in order, see chapter V and 6. There can be no doubt that the seer of Patmos referred to this ceremony. The origin of the Roman Catholic amulets and relics blessed by the Pope is the same as that of the Ephesian spell, or magical characters engraved either on a stone or drawn on a piece of parchment, the Jewish amulets with verses out of the law, and called phylacteria, phi upsilon lambda alpha kappa tau epsilon rho iota alpha, and the Mahometan charms with verses of the Quran. All these were used as protective magic spells, and worn by the believers on their persons. Epiphanius, the worthy ex-Marcasian, who speaks of these charms when used by the Manicheans as amulets, that is to say, things worn round the neck, periapta, and incantations and such like trickery, cannot well throw a slur upon the trickery of the pagans and Gnostics, without including the Roman Catholic and Popish amulets. But consistency is a virtue which we fear is losing, under Jesuit influence, the slight hold it may ever have had on the Church. That crafty, learned, conscienceless, terrible soul of Jesuitism, within the body of Romanism, is slowly but surely possessing itself of the whole prestige and spiritual power that clings to it. For the better exemplification of our theme it will be necessary to contrast the moral principles of the ancient Tanum and Theurgists with those professed by the modern Jesuits, who practically control Romanism today, and are the hidden enemy that would-be reformers must encounter and overcome. Throughout the whole of antiquity, where, in what land, can we find anything like this order or anything even approaching it? We owe a place to the Jesuits in this chapter on secret societies, for more than any other they are a secret body, and have a far closer connection with actual Masonry in France and Germany at least than people are generally aware of. The cry of an outraged public morality was raised against this order from its very birth. Barely 15 years had elapsed after the bull approving its constitution was promulgated, when its members began to be driven away from one place to the other. Portugal and the Low Countries got rid of them, in 1578, France in 1594, Venice in 1606, Naples in 1622. From St. Petersburg they were expelled in 1815, and from all Russia in 1820. It was a promising child from its very teens. What it grew up to be everyone knows well. The Jesuits have done more moral harm in this world than all the fiendish armies of the mythical Satan. Whatever extravagance may seem to be involved in this remark, will disappear when our readers in America, who now know little about them, are made acquainted with their principles, principia, and rules as they appear in various works written by the Jesuits themselves. We beg leave to remind the public that every one of the statements which follow in quotation marks are extracted from authenticated manuscripts, or folios printed by this distinguished body. Many are copied from the large quarto asterisk published by the authority of, and verified and collated by the commissioners of the French Parliament. The statements therein were collected and presented to the King, in order that, as the Arrest du Parlement du 5 Mars, 1762, expresses it, the elder son of the Church might be made aware of the perversity of this doctrine. A doctrine authorizing theft, lying, perjury, impurity, every passion and crime, teaching homicide, parricide, and regicide, overthrowing religion in order to substitute for it superstition, by favoring sorcery, blasphemy, irreligion, and idolatry, etc. Let us then examine the ideas on magic of the Jesuits. Writing on this subject in his Secret Instructions, Anthony Escobart says, "It is lawful to make use of the science acquired through the assistance of the devil, provided the preservation and use of that knowledge do not depend upon the devil, for the knowledge is good in itself, and the sin by which it was acquired has gone by. Hence, why should not a Jesuit cheat the devil as well as he cheats every layman? Astrologers and soothsayers are either bound, or are not bound, to restore the reward of their divination, if the event does not come to pass. I own," remarks the good Father Escobar, "that the former opinion does not at all please me, because, when the astrologer or diviner has exerted all the diligence in the diabolic art which is essential to his purpose, he has fulfilled his duty, whatever may be the result. As the physician is not bound to restore his fee if his patient should die, so neither is the astrologer bound to restore his charge. Except where he has used no effort, or was ignorant of his diabolic art, because, when he has used his endeavors he has not deceived. Asterisk. Further, we find the following on astrology: if any one affirms, through conjecture founded upon the influence of the stars and the character, disposition of a man, that he will be a soldier, an ecclesiastic, or a bishop, this divination may be devoid of all sin, because the stars and the disposition of the man may have the power of inclining the human will to a certain lot or rank, but not of constraining it. Busenbaum and Lacroix, in Theologia Moralis, say, palmistry may be considered lawful, if from the lines and divisions of the hands it can ascertain the disposition of the body, and conjecture, with probability, the propensities and affections of the soul. This noble fraternity, which many preachers have of late so vehemently denied to have ever been a secret one, has been sufficiently proved as such. Their constitutions were translated into Latin by the Jesuit Palancus, and printed in the College of the Society at Rome, in 1558. They were jealously kept secret, the greater part of the Jesuits themselves knowing only extracts from them. They were never produced to the light until 1761, when they were published by order of the French Parliament in 1761, 1762, in the famous process of Father Lavalette. The degrees of the order are, I novices, 2. Lay brothers, or temporal coadjutors, 3. Scholastics, 4. Spiritual coadjutors, v. professed of 3 vows, 6. Professed of 5 vows. There is also a secret class, known only to the general and a few faithful Jesuits, which, perhaps more than any other, contributed to the dreaded and mysterious power of the order, says Nicolini. The Jesuits reckon it among the greatest achievements of their order that Loyola supported, by a special memorial to the Pope, a petition for the reorganization of that abominable and abhorred instrument of wholesale butchery, the infamous Tribunal of the Inquisition. This order of Jesuits is now all-powerful in Rome. They have been reinstalled in the Congregation of Extraordinary Ecclesiastical Affairs, in the Department of the Secretary of State, and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The pontifical government was for years previous to Victor Emmanuel's occupation of Rome entirely in their hands. The society now numbers 8,584 members. But we must see what are their chief rules. By what is seen above, in becoming acquainted with their mode of action, we may ascertain what the whole Catholic body is likely to be. Says Mackenzie, the order has secret signs and passwords, according to the degrees to which the members belong, and as they wear no particular dress, it is very difficult to recognize them, unless they reveal themselves as members of the order, for they may appear as Protestants or Catholics, Democrats or aristocrats, infidels or bigots, according to the special mission with which they are entrusted. Their spies are everywhere, of all apparent ranks of society, and they may appear learned and wise, or simple, or foolish, as their instructions run. There are Jesuits of both sexes, and all ages, and it is a well-known fact that members of the order, of high family and delicate nurture, are acting as menial servants in Protestant families, and doing other things of a similar nature in aid of the Society's purposes. We cannot be too much on our guard, for the whole Society, being founded on a law of unhesitating obedience, can bring its force on any given point with unerring and fatal accuracy. Asterisk. The Jesuits maintain that the Society of Jesus is not of human invention, but it proceeded from him whose name it bears. For Jesus himself described that rule of life which the Society follows, first by his example, and afterwards by his words. Let, then, all pious Christians listen and acquaint themselves with this alleged rule of life and precepts of their God, as exemplified by the Jesuits. Peter Alagana, Saint Thome Aquinati's Summi Theologia Compendium, says, by the command of God it is lawful to kill an innocent person, to steal, or commit. Ex mandato dei licet occidere innocentem, furere, fornicare, because he is the Lord of life and death, and all things, and it is due to him thus to fulfill his command. Ex prima secundi, Quaest, 94. A man of a religious order, who for a short time lays aside his habit for a sinful purpose, is free from heinous sin, and does not incur the penalty of excommunication. Lib 3, Sector 2, Probla 44, D 212. John Baptist Taberna, Synopsis Theologia Practici, propounds the following question: is a judge bound to restore the bribe which he has received for passing sentence? Answer: if he has received the bribe for passing an unjust sentence, it is probable that he may keep it. This opinion is maintained and defended by 58 doctors *, Jesuits. We must abstain at present from proceeding further. So disgustingly licentious, hypocritical, and demoralizing are nearly all of these precepts, that it was found impossible to put many of them in print, except in the Latin language. We will return to some of the more decent as we proceed, for the sake of comparison. But what are we to think of the future of the Catholic world, if it is to be controlled in word and deed by this villainous society? And that it is to be so, we can hardly doubt, as we find the Cardinal Archbishop of Cambrai loudly proclaiming the same to all the faithful. His pastoral has made a certain noise in France, and yet, as 2 centuries have rolled away since the expose of these infamous principles, the Jesuits have had ample time to lie so successfully in denying the just charges, that most Catholics will never believe such a thing. The infallible Pope, Clement XIV. Ganganelli, suppressed them on the 23d of July, 1773, and yet they came to life again, and another equally infallible Pope, Pius VII, re-established them on the 7th of August, 1814. But we will hear what Monseigneur of Cambrai is swift to proclaim in 1876. We quote from a secular paper. Among other things, he maintains that clericalism, ultramontanism, and Jesuitism are one and the same thing, that is to say, Catholicism, and that the distinctions between them have been created by the enemies of religion. There was a time, he says, when a certain theological opinion was commonly professed in France concerning the authority of the Pope. It was restricted to our nation, and was of recent origin. The civil power during a century and a half imposed official instruction. Those who professed these opinions were called Gallicans, and those who protested were called Ultramontans, because they had their doctrinal center beyond the Alps, at Rome. Today the distinction between the two schools is no longer admissible. Theological Gallicanism can no longer exist, since this opinion has ceased to be tolerated by the Church. It has been solemnly condemned, past all return, by the Ecumenical Council of the Vatican. One cannot now be Catholic without being Ultramontane and Jesuit. This settles the question. We leave inferences for the present, and proceed to compare some of the practices and precepts of the Jesuits, with those of individual mystics and organized castes and societies of the ancient time. Thus the fair-minded reader may be placed in a position to judge between them as to the tendency of their doctrines to benefit or degrade humanity. Rabbi Jehoshua ben Chanania, who died about AD 72, openly declared that he had performed miracles by means of the book of Sefer Jezirah, and challenged every skeptic. Frank, quoting from the Babylonian Talmud, names 2 other thaumaturgists, Rabbis Chanina and Oshoy. Simon Magus was doubtless a pupil of the Tannim of Samaria. The reputation which he left behind, together with the title given to him of the great power of God, testifies strongly in favor of the ability of his teachers. The calumnies so zealously disseminated against him by the unknown authors and compilers of the Acts and other writings, could not cripple the truth to such an extent as to conceal the fact that no Christian could rival him in thaumaturgic deeds. The story told about his falling during an aerial flight, breaking both his legs, and then committing suicide, is ridiculous. Instead of praying mentally that it should so happen, why did not the apostles pray rather that they should be allowed to outdo Simon in wonders and miracles, for then they might have proved their case far more easily than they did, and so converted thousands to Christianity. Posterity has heard but one side of the story. Were the disciples of Simon to have a chance, we might find, perhaps, that it was Peter who broke both his legs, had we not known that this apostle was too prudent ever to venture himself in Rome. On the confession of several ecclesiastical writers, no apostle ever performed such supernatural wonders. Of course pious people will say this only the more proves that it was the devil who worked through Simon. Simon was accused of blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, because he introduced it as the Holy Spiritus, the mens, intelligence, or the mother of all. But we find the same expression used in the book of Enoch, in which, in contradistinction to the Son of Man, he says Son of the woman. In the Codex of the Nazarenes, and in the Sahar, as well in the books of Hermes, the expression is usual, and even in the apocryphal Evangelium of the Hebrews we read that Jesus himself admitted the sex of the Holy Ghost by using the expression, my mother, the Holy Pneuma. But what is the heresy of Simon, or what the blasphemies of all the heretics, in comparison with that of the same Jesuits who have now so completely mastered the Pope, ecclesiastical Rome, and the entire Catholic world? Listen again to their profession of faith. Do what your conscience tells you to be good and commanded. If, through invincible error, you believe lying or blasphemy to be commanded by God, blaspheme. Asterisk. Omit to do what your conscience tells you is forbidden, omit the worship of God, if you invincibly believe it to be prohibited by God. There is an implied law. Obey an invincibly erroneous dictate of conscience. As often as you believe invincibly that a lie is commanded, lie. Let us suppose a Catholic to believe invincibly that the worship of images is forbidden. In such a case our Lord Jesus Christ will be obliged to say to him, Depart from me, thou cursed, because thou hast worshipped mine image. So, neither is there any absurdity in supposing that Christ may say, Come thou blessed, because thou hast lied, believing invincibly, that in such a case I commanded the lie. Does not this but no words fail to do justice to the emotions that these astonishing precepts must awaken in the breast of every honest person? Let silence, resulting from invincible disgust, be our only adequate tribute to such unparalleled moral obliquity. The popular feeling in Venice, 1606, when the Jesuits were driven out from that city, expressed itself most forcibly. Great crowds had accompanied the exiles to the seashore, and the farewell cry which resounded after them over the waves, was, and in Malera, Get away, and woe be to you. That cry was echoed throughout the 2 following centuries, says Michelet, who gives the statement, in Bohemia in 1618, in India in 1623, and throughout all Christendom in 1773. In what particular was then Simon Magus a blasphemer, if he only did that which his conscience invincibly told him was true? And in what particular were ever the heretics, or even infidels of the worst kind, more reprehensible than the Jesuits, those of Caen, for instance, who say the following: The Christian religion is evidently credible, but not evidently true. It is evidently credible, for it is evident that whoever embraces it is prudent. It is not evidently true, for it either teaches obscurely or the things which it teaches are obscure. And they who affirm that the Christian religion is evidently true, are obliged to confess that it is evidently false. Infer from hence: 1. That it is not evident that there is now any true religion in the world. 2. That it is not evident that of all religions existing upon the earth, the Christian religion is the most true, for have you traveled over all countries of the world, or do you know that others have? 4. That it is not evident that the predictions of the prophets were given by inspiration of God, for what refutation will you bring against me, if I deny that they were true prophecies, or assert that they were only conjectures? 5. That it is not evident that the miracles were real, which are recorded to have been wrought by Christ, although no one can prudently deny them. Position 6. Neither is an avowed belief in Jesus Christ, in the Trinity, in all the articles of faith, and in the Decalogue, Necessary to Christians. The only explicit belief which was necessary to the former, Jews, and is necessary to the latter, Christians, is 1. Of God, 2. Of a rewarding God, position 8. Hence, it is also more than evident that there are moments in the life of the greatest liar when he may utter some truths. It is in this case so perfectly exemplified by the good fathers, that we can see more clearly than ever whence proceeded the solemn condemnations at the Ecumenical Council of 1870, of certain heresies, and the enforcement of other articles of faith in which none believed less than those who inspired the Pope to issue them. History has yet perhaps to learn that the octogenarian Pope, intoxicated with the fumes of his newly enforced infallibility, was but the faithful echo of the Jesuits. An old man is raised trembling upon the pavoys of the Vatican, says Michelet, everything becomes absorbed and confined in him. For 15 centuries Christendom had submitted to the spiritual yoke of the Church. But that yoke was not sufficient for them, they wanted the whole world to bend under the hand of one master. Here my own words are too weak, I shall borrow those of others. They, the Jesuits, wanted, this is the accusation flung in their faces by the Bishop of Paris in the full Council of Trent, faire de l'épousse de Jesus Christ un prostitué auxiliary volant d'un homme. Asterisk. They have succeeded. The Church is henceforth an inert tool, and the Pope a poor weak instrument in the hands of this order. But for how long until the end comes, well may sincere Christians remember the prophetic lamentations of the thrice great Trismegistus over his own country. Alas, alas, my son, a day will come when the sacred hieroglyphics will become but idols. The world will mistake the emblems of science for gods, and accuse Grand Egypt of having worshipped hell monsters. But those who will calumniate us thus, will themselves worship death instead of life, folly in place of wisdom, they will denounce love and fecundity, fill their temples with dead men's bones, as relics, and waste their youth in solitude and tears. Their virgins will be widows, nuns, before being wives, and consume themselves in grief, because men will have despised and profaned the sacred mysteries of Isis. How correct this prophecy has proved we find in the following Jesuit precept, which again we extract from the report of the Commissioners to the Parliament of Paris. The more true opinion is, that all inanimate and irrational things may be legitimately worshipped, says Father Gabriel Vasquez, treating of idolatry. If the doctrine which we have established be rightly understood, not only may a painted image and every holy thing, set forth by public authority for the worship of God, be properly adored with God as the image of himself, but also any other thing of this world, whether it be inanimate and irrational, or in its nature rational. Why may we not adore and worship with God, apart from danger, anything whatsoever of this world, for God is in it according to his essence? This is precisely what the pantheist and Hindu philosophy maintains and preserves it continually by his power, and when we bow down ourselves before it and impress it with a kiss, we present ourselves before God, the author of it, with the whole soul, as unto the prototype of the image follow instances of relics, etc. To this we may add that, since everything of this world is the work of God, and God is always abiding and working in it, we may more readily conceive him to be in it than a saint in the vesture which belonged to him. And, therefore, without regarding in any way the dignity of the thing created, to direct our thoughts to God, while we give to the creature the sign and mark of submission by a kiss or prostration, is neither vain nor superstitious, but an act of the purest religion. A precept this, which, whether or not doing honor to the Christian Church, may at least be profitably quoted by any Hindu, Japanese, or other heathen when rebuked for his worship of idols. We purposely quote it for the benefit of our respected heathen friends who will see these lines. The prophecy of Hermes is less equivocal than either of the alleged prophecies of Isaiah, which have furnished a pretext for saying that the gods of all the nations were demons. Only, facts are stronger, sometimes, than the strongest faith. All that the Jews learned, they had from older nations than themselves. The Chaldean Magi were their masters in the secret doctrine, and it was during the Babylonian captivity that they learned its metaphysical as well as practical tenets. Pliny mentions 3 schools of magi, one that he shows to have been founded at an unknown antiquity, the other established by Osthanes and Zoroaster, the third by Moses and Jamrus. And all the knowledge possessed by these different schools, whether Magian, Egyptian, or Jewish, was derived from India, or rather from both sides of the Himalayas. Many a lost secret lies buried under wastes of sand, in the Gobi desert of eastern Turkestan, and the wise men of Khotan have preserved strange traditions and knowledge of alchemy. Baron Bunsen shows that the origin of the ancient prayers and hymns of the Egyptian Book of the Dead is anterior to Menes, and belongs, probably, to the Premonite dynasty of Abydos, between 3100 and 4500 BC. The learned Egyptologist makes the era of Menes, or national empire, as not later than 3059 BC, and demonstrates that the system of Osirian worship and mythology was already formed before this era of Menes. We find in the hymns of this scientifically established pre-Edenic epoch, for Bunsen carries us back several centuries beyond the year of the creation of the world, 4004 BC, as fixed by biblical chronology, precise lessons of morality, identical in substance, and nearly so in form of expression, with those preached by Jesus in his Sermon on the Mount. We give the authority of the most eminent Egyptologists and hierologists for our statement. The inscriptions of the 12th dynasty are filled with ritualistic formulae, says Bunsen. Extracts from the Hermetic books are found on monuments of the earliest dynasties, and on those of the 12th dynasty, portions of an earlier ritual are by no means uncommon. To feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, clothe the naked, bury the dead, formed the first duty of a pious man. The doctrine of the immortality of the soul is as old as this period. Tablet, British Mus. 562. And far older, perhaps. It dates from the time when the soul was an objective being, hence when it could hardly be denied by itself, when humanity was a spiritual race and death existed not. Toward the decline of the cycle of life, the ethereal man-spirit then fell into the sweet slumber of temporary unconsciousness in one sphere, only to find himself awakening in the still brighter light of a higher one. But while the spiritual man is ever striving to ascend higher and higher toward its source of being, passing through the cycles and spheres of individual life, physical man had to descend with the great cycle of universal creation until it found itself clothed with the terrestrial garments. Thenceforth the soul was too deeply buried under physical clothing to reassert its existence, except in the cases of those more spiritual natures, which, with every cycle, became more rare. And yet none of the prehistorical nations ever thought of denying either the existence or the immortality of the inner man, the real self. Only, we must bear in mind the teachings of the old philosophies: the spirit alone is immortal, the soul, per se, is neither eternal nor divine. When linked too closely with the physical brain of its terrestrial casket, it gradually becomes a finite mind, a simple animal and sentient life principle, the nephesh of the Hebrew Bible. Asterisk. The doctrine of man's triune nature is as clearly defined in the Hermetic books as it is in Plato's system, or again in that of the Buddhist and Brahmanical philosophies. And this is one of the most important as well as least understood of the doctrines of Hermetic science. The Egyptian mysteries, so imperfectly known by the world, and only through the few brief allusions to them in the Metamorphoses of Apuleius, taught the greatest virtues. They unveiled to the aspirant in the higher mysteries of initiation that which many of our modern Hermetic students vainly search for in the Kabbalistic books, and which no obscure teachings of the Church, under the guidance of the order of Jesuits, will ever be able to unveil. To compare, then, the ancient secret societies of the Hierophants with the artificially produced hallucinations of those few followers of Loyola, who were, perchance, sincere at the beginning of their career, is to insult the former. And yet, in justice to them, we are compelled to do so. One of the most unconquerable obstacles to initiation, with the Egyptians as with the Greeks, was any degree of murder. One of the greatest titles to admission in the order of Jesuits is a murder in defense of Jesuitism. Children may kill their parents if they compel them to abandon the Catholic faith. Christian and Catholic sons, says Stephen Fagandez, may accuse their fathers of the crime of heresy if they wish to turn them from the faith, although they may know that their parents will be burned with fire, and put to death for it, as Talat teaches. And not only may they refuse them food, but they may also justly kill them. Asterisk. It is well known that Nero, the emperor, had never dared seek initiation into the mysteries on account of the murder of Agrippina. Under section 14 of the Principles of the Jesuits, we find on homicide the following Christian principles inculcated by Father Henry Enriquez, in Summi Theologia Moralis. Thomas 1, Venetes, 1600, ed. Coll Zion. If an adulterer, even though he should be an ecclesiastic, being attacked by the husband, kills his aggressor, he is not considered irregular, non ridetur irregularis, lib 14, de irregularity, c 10, 3. If a father were obnoxious to the state, being in banishment, and to the society at large, and there were no other means of averting such an injury, then I should approve of this, for a son to kill his father, says Seconds. 15. On parricide and homicide. It will be lawful for an ecclesiastic, or one of the religious order, to kill a calumniator who threatens to spread atrocious accusations against himself or his religion, is the rule set forth by the Jesuit Francis Amicus. So far, good. We are informed by the highest authorities what a man in the Catholic communion may do that the common law and public morality stamp as criminal, and still continue in the odor of Jesuitical sanctity. Now suppose we again turn the medal and see what principles were inculcated by pagan Egyptian moralists before the world was blessed with these modern improvements in ethics. In Egypt every city of importance was separated from its burial place by a sacred lake. The same ceremony of judgment which the Book of the Dead describes as taking place in the world of spirit, took place on earth during the burial of the mummy. 42 judges or assessors assembled on the shore and judged the departed soul according to its actions when in the body, and it was only upon a unanimous approval of this post-mortem jury that the boatman, who represented the spirit of death, could convey the justified defunct's body to its last resting place. After that the priests returned within the sacred precincts and instructed the neophytes upon the probable solemn drama which was then taking place in the invisible realm whither the soul had fled. The immortality of the spirit was strongly inculcated by the Alomya. Asterisk. In the Crater Repos the following is described as the 7 degrees of the initiation. After a preliminary trial at Thebes, where the neophyte had to pass through many trials, called the 12 tortures, he was commanded to govern his passions and never lose for a moment the idea of his God. Then as a symbol of the wanderings of the unpurified soul, he had to ascend several ladders and wander in darkness in a cave with many doors, all of which were locked. When he had overcome the dreadful trials, he received the degree of Pastopkorus, the 2nd and 3rd degrees being called the Neokorus, and the Melaniferous. Brought into a vast subterranean chamber thickly furnished with mummies lying in state, he was placed in presence of the coffin which contained the mutilated body of Osiris covered with blood. This was the hall called Gates of Death, and it is most certainly to this mystery that the passages in the book of Job, 38:17, and other portions of the Bible allude when these gates are spoken of. In chapter X, we give the esoteric interpretation of the book of Job, which is the poem of initiation par excellence. Have the gates of death been opened to thee? Hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Asks the Lord I.E., the Alomya, the initiator of Job, alluding to this 3rd degree of initiation. When the neophyte had conquered the terrors of this trial, he was conducted to the hall of spirits, to be judged by them. Among the rules in which he was instructed, he was commanded never to either desire or seek revenge, to be always ready to help a brother in danger, even unto the risk of his own life, to bury every dead body, to honor his parents above all, respect old age and protect those weaker than himself, and finally, to ever bear in mind the hour of death, and that of resurrection, in a new and imperishable body. Asterisk. Purity and chastity were highly recommended, and adultery threatened with death. Then the Egyptian neophyte was made a Christophorus. In this degree the mystery name of Iao was communicated to him. The fifth degree was that of Balahala, and he was instructed by Horus, in alchemy, the word being chemia. In the sixth, the priestly dance in the circle was taught him, in which he was instructed in astronomy, for it represented the course of the planets. In the seventh degree, he was initiated into the final mysteries. After a final probation in a building set apart for it, the astronomus, as he was now called, emerged from these sacred apartments called maniras, and received a cross the tau, which, at death, had to be laid upon his breast. He was a hierophant. We have read above the rules of these holy initiates of the Christian Society of Jesus. Compare them with those enforced upon the pagan postulant, and Christian, morality with that inculcated in those mysteries of the pagans upon which all the thunders of an avenging deity are invoked by the Church. Had the latter no mysteries of its own? Or were they in any wise purer, nobler, or more inciting to a holy, virtuous life? Let us hear what Niccolini has to say, in his able history of the Jesuits, of the modern mysteries of the Christian cloister. In most monasteries, and more particularly in those of the Capuchins and Reformity, there begins at Christmas a series of feasts, which continues till Lent. All sorts of games are played, the most splendid banquets are given, and in the small towns, above all, the refectory of the convent is the best place of amusement for the greater number of the inhabitants. At carnivals, 2 or 3 very magnificent entertainments take place, the board so profusely spread that one might imagine that Copia had here poured forth the whole contents of her horn. It must be remembered that these two orders live by alms. The somber silence of the cloister is replaced by a confused sound of merrymaking, and its gloomy vaults now echo with other songs than those of the psalmist. A ball enlivens and terminates the feast, and, to render it still more animated, and perhaps to show how completely their vow of chastity has eradicated all their carnal appetite, some of the young monks appear coquettishly dressed in the garb of the fair sex, and begin the dance, along with others, transformed into gay cavaliers. To describe the scandalous scene which ensues would be but to disgust my readers. I will only say that I have myself often been a spectator at such Saturnalia. The cycle is moving down, and, as it descends, the physical and bestial nature of man develops more and more at the expense of the spiritual self. With what disgust may we not turn from this religious farce called modern Christianity, to the noble faiths of old. In the Egyptian funeral ritual found among the hymns of the Book of the Dead, and which is termed by Bunsen that precious and mysterious book, we read an address of the deceased, in the character of Horus, detailing all that he has done for his father Osiris. Among other things the deity says: 30. I have given thee thy spirit. 31. I have given thee thy soul. 32. I have given thee thy force, body, etc. In another place the entity, addressed as Father by the disembodied soul, is shown to mean the spirit of man, for the verse says, I have made my soul come and speak with his Father, its spirit. Asterisk. The Egyptians regarded their ritual as essentially a divine inspiration, in short, as modern Hindus do the Vedas, and modern Jews their Mosaic books. Bunsen and Lepsius show that the term Hermetic means inspired, for it is Thoth, the deity itself, that speaks and reveals to his elect among men the will of God and the arcana of divine things. Portions of them are expressly stated to have been written by the very finger of Thoth himself, to have been the work and composition of the great God. At a later period their Hermetic character is still more distinctly recognized, and on a coffin of the 26th dynasty, Horus announces to the deceased that Thoth himself has brought him the books of his divine words, or Hermetic writings. Since we are aware that Moses was an Egyptian priest, or at least that he was learned in all their wisdom, we need not be astonished that he should write in Deuteronomy 9:10. And the Lord delivered unto me 2 tables of stones written with the finger of God, or to find in Exodus XXXI, and he, the Lord, gave unto Moses 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God. In the Egyptian notions, as in those of all other faiths founded on philosophy, man was not merely, as with the Christians, a union of soul and body, he was a trinity when spirit was added to it. Besides, that doctrine made him consist of ka-body, ka-astral form, or shadow, ka-animal soul or life principle, ba the higher soul, and octerrestrial intelligence. They had also a sixth principle named sa or mummy, but the functions of this one commenced only after the death of the body. After due purification, during which the soul, separated from its body, continued to revisit the latter in its mummified condition, this astral soul became a god, for it was finally absorbed into the soul of the world. It became transformed into one of the creative deities, the god of Ta, the demiurgos, a generic name for the creators of the world, rendered in the Bible as the Elohim. In the ritual, the good or purified soul, in conjunction with its higher or uncreated spirit, is more or less the victim of the dark influence of the dragon Apophis. If it has attained the final knowledge of the heavenly and the infernal mysteries, the gnosis, i.e., complete reunion with the spirit, it will triumph over its enemies. If not, the soul could not escape its second death. It is the lake that burneth with fire and brimstone, elements, into which those that are cast undergo a second death, Apocalypse. This death is the gradual dissolution of the astral form into its primal elements, alluded to several times already in the course of this work. But this awful fate can be avoided by the knowledge of the mysterious name the word, say the Kabbalists. And what then was the penalty attached to the neglect of it? When man leads a naturally pure, virtuous life, there is none whatever, except delay in the world of spirits, until he finds himself sufficiently purified to receive it from his spiritual Lord, one of the mighty host. But if otherwise, the soul, as a half-animal principle, becomes paralyzed, and grows unconscious of its subjective half the Lord, and in proportion to the sensuous development of the brain and nerves, sooner or later, it finally loses sight of its divine mission on earth. Like the Vaurdalak, or vampire, of the Servian tale, the brain feeds and lives and grows in strength and power at the expense of its spiritual parent. Then the already half-unconscious soul, now fully intoxicated by the fumes of earthly life, becomes senseless, beyond hope of redemption. It is powerless to discern the splendor of its higher spirit, to hear the warning voice of its guardian angel, and its God. It aims but at the development and fuller comprehension of natural, earthly life, and thus, can discover but the mysteries of physical nature. Its grief and fear, hope and joy, are all closely blended with its terrestrial existence. It ignores all that cannot be demonstrated by either its organs of action, or sensation. It begins by becoming virtually dead, it dies at last completely. It is annihilated. Such a catastrophe may often happen long years before the final separation of the life principle from the body. When death arrives, its iron and clammy grasp finds work with life as usual, but there is no more a soul to liberate. The whole essence of the latter has been already absorbed by the vital system of the physical man. Grim death frees but a spiritual corpse, at best an idiot. Unable either to soar higher or awaken from lethargy, it is soon dissolved in the elements of the terrestrial atmosphere. Seers, righteous men, who had attained to the highest science of the inner man and the knowledge of truth, have, like Marcus Antoninus, received instructions from the gods, in sleep and otherwise. Helped by the purer spirits, those that dwell in regions of eternal bliss, they have watched the process and warned mankind repeatedly. Skepticism may sneer, faith, based on knowledge and spiritual science, believes and affirms. Our present cycle is preeminently one of such soul deaths. We elbow soulless men and women at every step in life. Neither can we wonder, in the present state of things, at the gigantic failure of Hegel's and Schelling's last efforts at some metaphysical construction of a system. When facts, palpable and tangible facts of phenomenal spiritualism happen daily and hourly, and yet are denied by the majority of civilized nations, little chance is there for the acceptance of purely abstract metaphysics by the ever-growing crowd of materialists. In the book called by Champollion La Manifestation à la Lumière, there is a chapter on the ritual which is full of mysterious dialogues, with addresses to various powers by the soul. Among these dialogues there is one which is more than expressive of the potentiality of the word. The scene is laid in the hall of the two truths. The door, the hall of truth, and even the various parts of the gate, address the soul which presents itself for admission. They all forbid it entrance unless it tells them their mystery, or mystic names. What student of the secret doctrines can fail to recognize in these names an identity of meaning and purpose with those to be met with in the Vedas, the later works of the Brahmans, and the Kabbalah? Magicians, Kabbalists, mystics, Neoplatonists, and theurgists of Alexandria, who so surpass the Christians in their achievements in the secret science, Brahmans or Samanes, shamans, of old, and modern Brahmans, Buddhists, and Lamaists, have all claimed that a certain power attaches to these various names, pertaining to one ineffable word. We have shown from personal experience how deeply the belief is rooted to this day in the popular mind all over Russia, that the word works miracles and is at the bottom of every magical feat. Kabbalists mysteriously connect faith with it. So did the apostles, basing their assertions on the words of Jesus, who is made to say, "If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, nothing shall be impossible unto you," and Paul, repeating the words of Moses, tells that the word is nigh thee, even in thy mouth, and in thy heart, that is, the word of faith, Romans x8. But who, except the initiates, can boast of comprehending its full significance? In our days it is as it was in olden times, to believe in the biblical miracles requires faith, but to be enabled to produce them oneself demands a knowledge of the esoteric meaning of the word. If Christ, say Dr. Farrar and Canon Westcott, wrought no miracles, then the Gospels are untrustworthy. But even supposing that he did work them, would that prove that Gospels written by others than himself are any more trustworthy? And if not, to what purpose is the argument? Besides, such a line of reasoning would warrant the analogy that miracles performed by other religionists than Christians ought to make their Gospels trustworthy. Does not this imply at least an equality between the Christian scriptures and the Buddhist sacred books? For these equally abound with phenomena of the most astounding character. Moreover, the Christians have no longer genuine miracles produced through their priests, for they have lost the word. But many a Buddhist Lama or Siamese Talapoin, unless all travelers have conspired to lie, has been and now is able to duplicate every phenomenon described in the New Testament, and even do more, without any pretense of suspension of natural law or divine intervention either. In fact, Christianity proves that it is as dead in faith as it is dead in works, while Buddhism is full of vitality and supported by practical proofs. The best argument in favor of the genuineness of Buddhist miracles lies in the fact that Catholic missionaries, instead of denying them or treating them as simple jugglery as some Protestant missionaries do, have often found themselves in such straits as to be forced to adopt the forlorn alternative of laying the whole on the back of the devil. And so belittled do the Jesuits feel themselves in the presence of these genuine servants of God, that with an unparalleled cunning, they concluded to act in the case of the Talapoins and Buddhists as Muhammad is said to have acted with the mountain. And seeing that it would not move toward him, the prophet moved himself toward the mountain. Finding that they could not catch the Siamese with the birdlime of their pernicious doctrines in Christian garb, they disguised themselves, and for centuries appeared among the poor, ignorant people as Talapoins, until exposed. They have even voted and adopted a resolution forthwith, which has now all the force of an ancient article of faith. Naaman, the Syrian, say the Jesuits of Caen, did not dissemble his faith when he bowed the knee with the king in the house of Rimmon, neither do the fathers of the Society of Jesus dissemble, when they adopt the institute and the habit of the Talapoins of Siam, nec dissimulant patra sj Talapoinarum Siamensium institutum vestem confectantes position 9, January 30, 1693. The potency contained in the mantras and the vach of the Brahmans is as much believed in at this day as it was in the early Vedic period. The ineffable name of every country and religion relates to that which the Masons affirm to be the mysterious characters emblematic of the 9 names or attributes by which the deity was known to the initiates. The omnific word traced by Enoch on the 2 deltas of purest gold, on which he engraved 2 of the mysterious characters, is perhaps better known to the poor, uneducated heathen than to the highly accomplished grand high priests and grand zs of the supreme chapters of Europe and America. Only why the companions of the Royal Arch should so bitterly and constantly lament its loss, is more than we can understand. This word of is, as they will tell themselves, entirely composed of consonants. Hence, we doubt whether any of them could ever have mastered its pronunciation, had it even been brought to light from the secret vault, instead of its several corruptions. However, it is to the land of Mizraim that the grandson of Ham is credited with having carried the sacred delta of the patriarch Enoch. Therefore, it is in Egypt, and in the East alone that the mysterious word must be sought. But now that so many of the most important secrets of Masonry have been divulged by friend and foe, may we not say, without suspicion of malice or ill feeling, that since the sad catastrophe of the Templars, no lodge in Europe, still less in America, has ever known anything worth concealing. Reluctant to be misunderstood, we say no lodge, leaving a few chosen brethren entirely out of question. The frantic denunciations of the craft by Catholic and Protestant writers appear simply ridiculous, as also the affirmation of the Abbé Barruel that everything betrays our Freemasons as the descendants of those proscribed Knights Templars of 1314. The Memoirs of Jacobinism by this Abbé, an eyewitness to the horrors of the First Revolution, is devoted in great measure to the Rosicrucians and other Masonic fraternities. The fact alone that he traces the modern Masons to the Templars, and points them out as secret assassins, trained to political murder, shows how little he knew of them, but how ardently he desired, at the same time, to find in these societies convenient scapegoats for the crimes and sins of another secret society which, since its existence, has harbored more than one dangerous political assassin, the Society of Jesus. The accusations against Masons have been mostly half guesswork, half unquenchable malice and predetermined vilification. Nothing conclusive and certain of a criminal character has been directly proven against them. Even their abduction of Morgan has remained a matter of conjecture. The case was used at the time as a political convenience by huckstering politicians. When an unrecognizable corpse was found in Niagara River, one of the chiefs of this unscrupulous class, being informed that the identity was exceedingly questionable, unguardedly exposed the whole plot by saying, "Well, no matter, he's a good enough Morgan until after the election." On the other hand, we find the order of the Jesuits not only permitting, in certain cases, but actually teaching and inciting to high treason and regicide. Asterisk. A series of lectures upon Freemasonry and its dangers, as delivered in 1862, by James Burton Robertson, Professor of Modern History in the Dublin University, are lying before us. In them the lecturer quotes profusely as his authorities the said Abbé Barruel, a natural enemy of the Masons, who cannot be caught at the confessional, and Robison, a well-known apostate Mason of 1798. As usual with every party, whether belonging to the Masonic or anti-Masonic side, the traitor from the opposing camp is welcomed with praise and encouragement, and great care is taken to whitewash him. However convenient for certain political reasons, the celebrated Committee of the Anti-Masonic Convention of 1830, U.S. of America, may have found it to adopt this most Jesuitical proposition of Puffendorf that oaths oblige not when they are absurd and impertinent, and that other which teaches that an oath obliges not if God does not accept it, yet no truly honest man would accept such sophistry. We sincerely believe that the better portion of humanity will ever bear in mind that there exists a moral code of honor far more binding than an oath, whether on the Bible, Quran, or Veda. The Essenes never swore on anything at all, but their ayes and nays were as good and far better than an oath. Besides, it seems surpassingly strange to find nations that call themselves Christian instituting customs in civil and ecclesiastical courts diametrically opposed to the command of their God, who distinctly forbids any swearing at all, neither by heaven, nor by the earth, nor by the head. It seems to us that to maintain that an oath obliges not if God does not accept it, besides being an absurdity, as no man living, whether he be fallible or infallible, can learn anything of God's secret thoughts, is anti-Christian in the full sense of the word. The argument is brought forward only because it is convenient and answers the object. Oaths will never be binding till each man will fully understand that humanity is the highest manifestation on earth of the unseen supreme deity, and each man an incarnation of his God, and when the sense of personal responsibility will be so developed in him that he will consider forswearing the greatest possible insult to himself, as well as to humanity. No oath is now binding, unless taken by one who, without any oath at all, would solemnly keep his simple promise of honor. Therefore, to bring forward as authorities such men as Barruel or Robeson is simply obtaining the public confidence under false pretenses. It is not the spirit of Masonic malice whose heart coins slanders like a mint, but far more that of the Catholic clergy and their champions, and a man who would reconcile the two ideas of honor and perjury, in any case whatever, is not to be trusted himself. Loud is the claim of the 19th century to preeminence in civilization over the ancients, and still more clamorous that of the churches and their sycophants that Christianity has redeemed the world from barbarism and idolatry. How little both are warranted, we have tried to prove in these 2 volumes. The light of Christianity has only served to show how much more hypocrisy and vice its teachings have begotten in the world since its advent, and how immensely superior were the ancients over us in every point of honor. The clergy, by teaching the helplessness of man, his utter dependence on providence, and the doctrine of atonement, have crushed in their faithful followers every atom of self-reliance and self-respect. So true is this, that it is becoming an axiom that the most honorable men are to be found among atheists and the so-called infidels. We hear from Hipparchus that in the days of heathenism the shame and disgrace that justly attended the violation of his oath threw the poor wretch into a fit of madness and despair, so that he cut his throat and perished by his own hands, and his memory was so abhorred after his death that his body lay upon the shore of the island of Samos, and had no other burial than the sands of the sea. But in our own century we find 96 delegates to the United States Anti-Masonic Convention, every one doubtless a member of some Protestant church, and claiming the respect due to men of honor and gentlemen, offering the most Jesuitical arguments against the validity of a Masonic oath. The committee, pretending to quote the authority of the most distinguished guides in the philosophy of morals, and claiming the most ample support of the inspired star, who wrote before Freemasonry existed, resolved that, as an oath was a transaction between man on one part and the Almighty Judge on the other, and the Masons were all infidels and unfit for civil trust, therefore their oaths had to be considered illegal and not binding. But we will return to these lectures of Robertson and his charges against Masonry. The greatest accusation brought against the latter is that Masons reject a personal God, this on the authority of Barruel and Robeson, and that they claim to be in possession of a secret to make men better and happier than Christ, his apostles and his church have made them. Were the latter accusation but half true, it might yet allow the consoling hope that they had really found that secret by breaking off entirely from the mythical Christ of the Church and the official Jehovah. But both the accusations are simply as malicious as they are absurd and untrue, as we shall presently see. Let it not be imagined that we are influenced by personal feeling in any of our reflections upon Masonry. So far from this being the case, we unhesitatingly proclaim our highest respect for the original purposes of the order, and some of our most valued friends are within its membership. We say not against Masonry as it should be, but denounce it as, thanks to the intriguing clergy, both Catholic and Protestant, it now begins to be. Professedly the most absolute of democracies, it is practically the appanage of aristocracy, wealth, and personal ambition. Professedly the teacher of true ethics, it is debased into a propaganda of anthropomorphic theology. The half-naked apprentice, brought before the master during the initiation of the first degree, is taught that at the door of the lodge every social distinction is laid aside, and the poorest brother is the peer of every other, though a reigning sovereign or an imperial prince. In practice, the craft turns lickspittle in every monarchical country, to any regal scion who may deign, for the sake of using it as a political tool, to put on the once symbolical lambskin. How far gone is the Masonic fraternity in this direction, we can judge from the words of one of its highest authorities. John Yarker, Jr., of England, past Grand Warden of the Grand Lodge of Greece, Grand Master of the Rite of Swedenborg, also Grand Master of the ancient and primitive rite of Masonry, and heaven only knows what else, says that Masonry could lose nothing by the adoption of a higher, not pecuniary, standard of membership and morality, with exclusion from the purple of all who inculcate frauds, sham, historical degrees, and other immoral abuses, page 158. And again, on page 157, as the Masonic fraternity is now governed, the craft is fast becoming the paradise of the bon vivant, of the charitable hypocrite, who forgets the version of St. Paul, and decorates his breast with the charity jewel, having by this judicious expenditure obtained the purple he metes out judgment to other brethren of greater ability and morality but less means, the manufacturer of paltry Masonic tinsel, the rascally merchant who swindles in hundreds, and even thousands, by appealing to the tender consciences of those few who do regard their OBS, and the Masonic emperors and other charlatans who make power or money out of the aristocratic pretensions which they have tacked onto our institution ad captandum vulgus. We have no wish to make a pretense of exposing secrets long since hawked about the world by perjured Masons. Everything vital, whether in symbolical representations, rites, or passwords, as used in modern Freemasonry, is known in the Eastern fraternities, though there seems to be no intercourse or connection between them. If Medea is described by Ovid as having arm, breast, and knee made bare, left foot slipshod, and Virgil, speaking of Dido, shows this queen herself. Now irresolute on death, having one foot bare, etc., why doubt that there are in the East real patriarchs of the sacred Vedas, explaining the esotericism of pure Hindu theology and Brahmanism quite as thoroughly as European patriarchs? But, if there are a few Masons who, from study of Kabbalistic and other rare works, and coming in personal communication with brothers from the faraway East, have learned something of esoteric Masonry, it is not the case with the hundreds of American lodges. While engaged on this chapter, we have received most unexpectedly, through the kindness of a friend, a copy of Mr. Yarker's volume, from which passages are quoted above. It is brimful of learning and, what is more, of knowledge, as it seems to us. It is especially valuable at this moment, since it corroborates, in many particulars, what we have said in this work. Thus, we read in it the following. We think we have sufficiently established the fact of the connection of Freemasonry with other speculative rites of antiquity, as well as the antiquity and purity of the Old English Templar rite of 7 degrees, and the spurious derivation of many of the other rites therefrom. Asterisk. Such high Masons need not be told, though craftsmen in general do, that the time has come to remodel Masonry, and restore those ancient landmarks, borrowed from the early sodalities, which the 18th century founders of speculative Freemasonry meant to have incorporated in the fraternity. There are no longer any secrets left unpublished, the order is degenerating into a convenience for selfish men to use, and bad men to debase. It is but recently that a majority of the supreme councils of the ancient and accepted rite assembled at Lausanne, justly revolting against such a blasphemous belief as that in a personal deity, invested with all human attributes, pronounced the following words: Freemasonry proclaims, as it has proclaimed from its origin, the existence of a creative principle, under the name of the great architect of the universe. Against this, a small minority has protested, urging that belief in a creative principle is not the belief in God, which Freemasonry requires of every candidate before he can pass its very threshold. This confession does not sound like the rejection of a personal God. Could we have had the slightest doubt upon the subject, it would be thoroughly dispelled by the words of General Albert Pike, perhaps the greatest authority of the day, among American Masons, who raises himself most violently against this innovation. We cannot do better than quote his words. This principi creator is no new phrase, it is but an old term revived. Our adversaries, numerous and formidable, will say, and will have the right to say, that our principi creator is identical with the principi genitor of the Indians and Egyptians, and may fitly be symbolized as it was symbolized anciently, by the Lingai. To accept this, in lieu of a personal God, is to abandon Christianity, and the worship of Jehovah, and return to wallow in the styes of paganism. And are those of Jesuitism, then, so much cleaner? Our adversaries, numerous and formidable. That sentence says all. Who these so formidable enemies are, is useless to inquire. They are the Roman Catholics, and some of the Reformed Presbyterians. To read what the two factions respectively write, we may well ask which adversary is the more afraid of the other. But, what shall it profit anyone to organize against a fraternity that does not even dare to have a belief of its own for fear of giving offense? And pray, how, if Masonic oaths mean anything, and Masonic penalties are regarded as more than burlesque, can any adversaries, numerous or few, feeble or strong, know what goes on inside the lodge, or penetrate beyond that brother terrible, or the Tyler, who guards, with a drawn sword, the portals of the lodge? Is, then, this brother terrible no more formidable than Offenbach's General Boom, with his smoking pistol, jingling spurs, and towering panache? Of what use the millions of men that make up this great fraternity, the world over, if they cannot be so cemented together as to bid defiance to all adversaries? Can it be that the mystic tie is but a rope of sand, and masonry but a toy to feed the vanity of a few leaders who rejoice in ribbons and regalia? Is its authority as false as its antiquity? It seems so, indeed, and yet, as even the fleas have smaller fleas to bite them, there are Catholic alarmists, even here, who pretend to fear masonry. And yet, these same Catholics, in all the serenity of their traditional impudence, publicly threaten America, with its 500,000 Masons, and 34 million Protestants, with a union of church and state under the direction of Rome. The danger which threatens the free institutions of this republic, we are told, will come from the principles of Protestantism logically developed. The present Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable R.W. Thompson, of Indiana, having actually dared, in his own free Protestant country, to publish a book recently on papacy and the civil power, in which his language is as moderate as it is gentlemanly and fair, a Roman Catholic priest, at Washington, D.C. The very seat of government denounces him with violence. What is better, a representative member of the Society of Jesus, Father F. X. Wenninger, D.D., pours upon his devoted head a vial of wrath that seems to have been brought direct from the Vatican cellars. The assertions, he says, which Mr. Thompson makes on the necessary antagonism between the Catholic Church and free institutions, are characterized by pitiful ignorance and blind audacity. He is reckless of logic, of history, of common sense, of charity, and presents himself before the loyal American people as a narrow-minded bigot. No scholar would venture to repeat the stale calumnies which have so often been refuted. In answer to his accusations against the Church as the enemy of liberty, I tell him that, if ever this country should become a Catholic country, that is, if Catholics should ever be in the majority, and have the control of political power, then he would see the principles of our Constitution carried out to the fullest extent, he would see that these states would be in very deed united. He would behold a people living in peace and harmony, joined in the bonds of one faith, their hearts beating in unison with love of their fatherland, with charity and forbearance toward all, and respecting the rights and consciences even of their slanderers. In behalf of this Society of Jesus, he advises Mr. Thompson to send his book to the Tsar, Alexander II, and to Frederick William, Emperor of Germany. He may expect from them, as a token of their sympathy, the orders of St. Andrew and of the Black Eagle. From clear-minded, self-thinking, patriotic Americans, he cannot expect anything but the decoration of their contempt. As long as American hearts will beat in American bosoms, and the blood of their fathers shall flow in their veins, such efforts as Thompson's shall not succeed. True, genuine Americans will protect the Catholic Church in this country and will finally join it. After that, having thus, as he seems to think, left the corpse of his impious antagonist upon the field, he marches off emptying the dregs of his exhausted bottle after the following fashion: we leave the volume, whose argument we have killed, as a carcass to be devoured by those Texan buzzards, those stinking birds. We mean that kind of men who love to feed on corruption, calumnies, and lies, and are attracted by the stench of them. This last sentence is worthy to be added as an appendix to the Discorsi del Sommo Pontifice Pio IX, by Don Pascal de Francisis, immortalized in the contempt of Mr. Gladstone tel maitre tel valet. Moral: this will teach fair-minded, sober, and gentlemanly writers that even so well-bred an antagonist as Mr. Thompson has shown himself in his book, cannot hope to escape the only available weapon in the Catholic armory, Billingsgate. The whole argument of the author shows that while forcible, he intends to be fair, but he might as well have attacked with a Tertullianistic violence, for his treatment would not have been worse. It will doubtless afford him some consolation to be placed in the same category with schismatic and infidel emperors and kings. While Americans, including Masons, are now warned to prepare themselves to join the Holy Apostolic and Roman Catholic Church, we are glad to know that there are some as loyal and respected as any in Masonry who support our views. Conspicuous among them is our venerable friend, Mr. Leon Hinneman, P.M., and a member of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. For 8 or 9 years he was editor of the Masonic Mirror and Keystone, and is an author of repute. He assures us personally that for over 30 years he has combated the design to erect into a Masonic dogma, belief in a personal God. In his work, Ancient York and London Grand Lodges, he says, p. 169, Masonry, instead of unfolding professionally with the intellectual advancement of scientific knowledge and general intelligence, has departed from the original aims of the fraternity, and is apparently inclining towards a sectarian society. That is plainly to be seen in the persistent determination not to expunge the sectarian innovations interpolated in the ritual. It would appear that the Masonic fraternity of this country are as indifferent to ancient landmarks and usages of Masonry, as the Masons of the past century, under the London Grand Lodge were. It was this conviction which prompted him, in 1856, when Jacques-Étienne Marcones de Nigra, Grand Hierophant of the Rite of Memphis, came to America and tendered him the Grand Mastership of the Rite in the United States, and the ancient and accepted rite offered him an honorary 33d to refuse both.